Let's see. How much can the tech fail all at once? Can it be a cord? Can it be your
I'm not
tablet?
trying to pester you, but I really do need that credit transfer to cover for last month's deliveries.
What? Really? Wasn't that included in the transfer from last week?
No, that was for handling the shipments, not deliveries.
Oh, okay. I'll try and remember. I swear, lately I feel like I'm spending more time at Galbank than I am here.
I'm not seeing any records from that hauler out of Sidonia. What was his name again? When's the last time he delivered?
Oh, that guy. His name was, it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business.
I am not a stock.
Hope you're finding everything you need. Oh, please, take a look. Oh, please, take a...
How's business?
Thanks for coming in.
Really?
There is a loophole. You just have to register as a
intent to engage me.
Maybe we should stop for a moment at the memorial. You know, to pay our respects.
You gotta be kidding me. It's plumbing, not a peace treaty. It could cause an incident. It would mean my job, sir. Fine. I'll begin the process. Wouldn't want to withhold a chance for more red tape from the great UC.
Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war with the Collective, when it seems like only
Welcome
yesterday.
to the 3-Star Embassy. Is there something I can help you with?
Why don't the NPCs? Why don't the NPCs smile?
Typical UC security. They try to bully us every chance they get and still manage to play the victim. I'll get this squared away with the folks down at the spaceport. Thanks for letting us know.
1300. Nice.
Don't you worry. I'll have our people go and fetch the representative.
I need a helmet. Forgot about that part. I'm gonna go back to the thing. I could go south, but I want to go back to the frontier. Yeah, I want to go to the massed spaceport. What do you mean, check out my ship's inventory? Mass districts. I want to go to New Atlantis, I guess, yeah. Forgot I have to buy a helmet.
If it belongs on your ship, then... Oh, please, take a look.
See, the robot ran off with all of my stuff.
Thanks for shopping at Gem... and mercantile.
Oh, thank God. Flashlight. Better. This, these controls, yeah, see, you reset them on me, that's why. Oh, see, it is too strong still. Why is there 3 values here? It's so stupid. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. It was 14 after all that time.
Look who's back. All set with that probationary mission? We can do your debrief and formally welcome you.
I think it's actually lower. It's like 12. Yeah, it's a little jerky, like a little jerky. Yeah, like, see, that's still too jerky. It is actually 7 or something like that, but we're gonna keep going down until we find the sweet spot. Maybe my tastes have changed. I don't know. See, that's a bit closer. It's still, I mean, it's efficient. Yeah, it's like right in the neighborhood of what I want, but it's still not there yet. Now we're gonna have to get finer. It's like finer, finer, finer. Try 1% each time. See, it's still too, like a little too. 8. 8. 8. There it is. It's 8%. It's 8%. Okay. Yeah. Just enough time. Yeah, so I can go. Yup. So I want that guy. 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 Little fast. I think it's fast. I want that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. Put it away. Yep, save.
Ready to finish your mission debrief? Sounds like a terror. What? How did you walk away with the terramorph tissue sample running comms repairs? What happened to the settlers? A gene tag? Let me see that. Sanan. I know that name. Let me check the database. Huh. A lot of this data's been classified. Here we go. Service record. Wow. That's a lot of commendations. Seems like she served with distinction as co-head of a UC Xenoweapons division. Faced tribunal at the end of the Colony War. And was dismissed from duty. Guess that's why I'd heard the name before. If she's former Xeno warfare, though, well, we can at least be sure she knows her aliens. Notation says that Sinan already faced punishment for her actions during the war. Dismissal from the UC military. And her sending you to me first makes me think she's actually trying to do this above board. Considering her history, reaching out to the UC probably wasn't the easiest decision. Which means that must be a pretty important sample. Certainly seems that way. Did your survivor, Hadrian, did she mention why she thinks this sample's so special? I see. This has been one of the more surprising debriefs I've ever been a part of. I did actually have another mission lined up for you, supporting UC system defense against the Crimson Fleet. But now I guess you have two options on how to proceed. Head to the UC Vigilance and help out SysDef, or deliver that sample. I'll make sure you've got the proper clearances for either path. Consider these your first official orders. And here, so everyone knows you're working with the Vanguard. Welcome to the Navy, Captain. Vanguard's also got some custom ship modifications. You'll be cleared for access to them next time you're down at the spaceport. Talk to ship services. Now, if there wasn't anything else, I'd suggest you move out.
No, I don't know. Oh, 275, not bad. Hey, Super Hit Ultra joined the UC Vanguard. Yeah, achievement. Woo! Okay, so ask about Percival at the Trade Authority. Oh, yeah. Look at that gun. It looks so cute. All right, so...
Ah, Captain. Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Oh, so that's not stealing anymore, huh? Oh my god, it's not stealing. Steal everything they've got. Everything. Oh, snap. Hi. That's good. I like that. That looks good. Yeah, that's cool.
Yes? You needed something?
Yeah, I do. I need this game. I do. I need this game. I need it. Yeah. So I don't know if I can go anywhere else, but let's find out. I want to see if we can go to places like Tuala's office. Oh no. Oh, that's Tuala's office. Tuala's
You're on Vanguard
office.
business?
Tuala's office. No, Tuala doesn't have an office. Tuala's standing at a kiosk. Vanguard Orientation Hall might be an interesting place to go now, because now that I can steal everything.
Grew up in Neon,
Mine.
so I get big cities, but one clean enough to eat off the pavement?
Skycat needs ammo. This might be the most loot star place in the entire place.
I really hope this is just.
But you don't really know. You never really know. Yeah, what's in there? Like, yeah, nothing, huh? Alright, well. Okay, well, at least we know. Now we know that there's no point in coming back here. Oh, wait, no, there was. There was. In the pilot simulator place, there was a lot to steal.
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic.
Look at that. See,
Have
all that
fun.
stuff I couldn't steal? Yeah, see, I spent all that time stealing.
What do you think you're doing?
That was... what? What? Oh, come on. You know... yeah, load that game. I guess I don't... oh, and I guess it's not stealing now, but some of it is. Gotta be careful about what I take and what I don't, so...
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these.
See, some of that is
They're
stealing,
startlingly realistic. Have fun.
but not like the coffee stuff. The coffee stuff is not stealing, so I'll take it. But that stuff is. Somebody owns that. Somebody bought this coffee, not the UC or whatever. Yeah, so steal their fire extinguisher, steal their shit in here, like pretty much everything, right? Yeah, so I think we got everything in here, but okay, some of the sculptures are called for. I might dump all the stolen loot in my ship onto the floor because it's basically as good as that. See, it adds up. Hey, I didn't even come back here. Oh my god. Shut the store. Amp. Two ampules of amp. 2 ampules of amp is really good. Metabolic Asian. Anything else in here? No, I don't want to steal anymore because it's like this dead weight that I can't get rid of. Now I can just leave this place, right? I can just warp out. It's so cool. I can just leave this place, but I do want to go to locate the biosensors now. Oh, I also want to track the quest, so locate the biosensors. Yeah, there we go.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
You keep saying you picked up
Ready
something.
to head out there? Still looks...
Tragedy struck a remote settlement on Tau City 2. A surprise terror war attack.
It's
That's the
amazing
news
to think
report
that
about
this
the stuff
tree
that I did.
predates New Atlantis. Can you imagine all the changes it's seen?
How is that right? How is that right? Why is it way out there? That doesn't make sense or whatever. Oh. Oh, it is way out there. Oh, I have to like go out there, I guess, or something. I guess I have to go out and find these other places. Okay. Well then, So now I guess I'm going southwest then. Alright. Southwest is this direction. I feel like she's constantly out of breath because she's full. She's like completely full. Of what? Oh my god. Well, go back then. Like, she's not full, but she should be. So, go back to the ship. I'm tired of you being, like, out of breath. Yeah. Go back to the ship.
I have recycled air.
Okay.
Just isn't the same as the real thing.
Oops. C. 335 out of 450. Very good. So we come over here and we try to dump all of our resources. Wait, what? No. There, see, and you tossed my helmet again. You're tossing my helmet over and over and over again. And now it's driving me crazy. No. You tossed my helmet again. God damn it, there. Like, you toss my helmet currently, like, constantly. It's so annoying. Fucking Bethesda and their stupid-ass bugs. Ah, very good. So, now, oh yeah, I gotta go dump the rest of the crap, though. So, Frontier, F, I'm full now. I'm full already. Wait, so... Oh, wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. Oops. Wait, miscellaneous. Oh, but it's all stolen. Yeah, I want all that stolen stuff, yeah. I love this shit. I feel like the Phantom Menace when they're staged up in a ship outside of Mos Eisley in that big silver cool ship that they had. So I'm gonna dump everything I had that's stolen. Cool, it's a big circle. I'm gonna dump circles of loot. It's a shame because those desktop digiframes. And now back to my ship where none of the people whose stuff I stole can get at me. I'm a bit of a klepto, what can I say? I don't do this in real life, I do it in the games. I don't know why. I fill boxes, right? I'm a klepto. I fill boxes in games so that I don't have to do it in real life. So... Now, we go C... And we go F, and then I don't have any... Oh no, I'm gonna go... I have miscellaneous... But what I don't have is resources, so... There we go. Damn it. Did you throw it there? Don't throw my helmet away. Yeah. So... That was good. It was... yeah. It was, good. And now I've got 51 left, which is good. The ship has 411 out of 450, which sucks. I'm, like, basically at like, capacity. Like, all the stolen loot is on the floor, and that's what I'll do with stolen loot. I'll put it all on the floor until I figure out something to do with it. And, so... Oh, I don't have a 3 button? I don't, so... Yeah, I feel like I want that on my 3 and the other one on the 4. The Rattler, but I don't have any rounds. Like, I should put it away. Oops, that's something that I wasn't really aware of. So yeah, it didn't occur to me, but yeah, I'm gonna go through the entire ship. We're gonna sort by value, and we're gonna dump the stolen stuff into my inventory. All the stolen stuff, because it's just basically taking up space that I can't. Yeah, it's good. God, the inventory is goddamn garbage. I swear to God. Save. You can hear a ship landing. It's so cool. We're gonna stack this, it's powerful. The robot ran off with all of my stuff. It's so annoying. Still haven't gotten a shotgun, so I don't even know. Why is that happening? Oh my god. Oh, damn it. Maybe I should reformat. I could reformat, I guess. It's alright. It doesn't really do anything too bad. It's just like, why does that happen? Something's going on. I don't know what it is. One of these cords is dead. I need to trace them, but I need a flashlight to do it. And I don't know where my phone went. Anyways, add source. There we go. Get the camera up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I've got some cord that's dying, and I've got 7 cords in my computer, and I don't know which one does what. And it's a real bad problem. I'm going to have to unravel the cord mess and figure out what's going on. And that means, like, tomorrow I'm going to have to do that. I'm just going to have to do all my cords tomorrow. I'm not doing it now. So, here we go. So, and hi, guys. I love you, by the way. I just gotta make sure nobody's sitting in here that is a scumbag. Yep, there's a scumbag. Goodbye, bot. And then there you go. Okay. Now, what next? We go. Yeah, that's good. Bethesda doesn't have an inventory issue at all. No, they you know. I think this is. It's the drive cord. It's the drive cord. There, pull it. There it is. It is that. It's my D drive. I figured it out, guys. It's my fucking hard drive. My external hard drive cord died, I think. And I'm so sorry for the terrible, like, understand, diagnosing cord problems can be some of the worst shit you'll ever deal with in your life as a gamer. So, you know, and a cord problem can be really bad. I'm talking really fucking bad. So, you know, just, you know, be aware. Here we go. So, but yeah. So much better. Okay, so sorry about that. Dead cord. So I need that's it, I think. Like, I believe that is actually it. That's like all, except I need to make the sales of the stuff that's in my belly, in my ship's belly.
It's good to be home.
It's a, oh my god, now my mouse is on my screen. Oh no, now my mouse is stuck on my fucking screen. God damn USB, stupid ass shit. Sorry guys. So, yep, quit out. Quit to desktop. Nope. Well, did you save? Yeah, just save out. Yep, just save out. I think desktop, or sorry, I think main menu. Wow, what you doing there, buddy? Are you gonna quit, or should I just alt F for you, or what? Stop, confirm. Yeah, thank you. I am fixing it. Give me just a second here. What's up, C-Dot? I'm so sorry, but yeah, the camera is frozen. I have 7 problems dealing with all of them at once. Give me just a second. I'm aware of it. I just got to get around to it, you know? Yeah, it's a lot of things attacking you at once when you're a streamer, and it just kind of stacks up. And so I'm dealing with problem 9, which is the game went down, before I deal with problem 14, which is the camera's frozen. Give me just a second here. God damn it. When you're a streamer, the tech immediately attacks you, and it begins to fail immediately, you know? So just understand that. I mean, I can't do it all at once. It takes a while to watch each piece of tech and each piece of software fail over and over and over and over again. Sometimes it's the cord, sometimes it's hardware, sometimes it's Streamlabs, sometimes it's like, you know, just now. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So, like, sorry, I'm just getting around to it as I can get to it. Thank you for letting me know, though. IOY, you know what I'm saying? No disrespect to you. Thank you for letting me know. A lot of people won't, and I think it shows the heart of a good person. A lot of people won't even bother telling you. They'll just laugh at you. So thank you. Okay, so time for more Starfield. Hopefully, with the hard drive unplugged, it can't crash me every 8 minutes and shut my webcam. I love Microsoft Windows. I don't understand how anybody working at that company isn't in jail. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being hyperbolic. If the micro, yep, I'm always about that. If the right, thank you. So okay, so I believe we're ready to go, except for selling. Oh no, I have to do a quest, but I am ready to sell all of my miscellaneous. There you go. Wait. Did you fuck me? I think you fucked me. Oh my god, did you fuck me? Yeah, you did. You fucked me. Great. No, wait, no, you didn't. Sell from ship inventory. No, I did it right. I did it right. I'd like, right? Yeah, it's the exact same thing. I would too, right? What, I got a booger hanging, right? Am I, you know, did I shave wrong today? Or, oh, hey, did you know that, you left your coffee on the roof of your car? That's a fun one. Did you know that you got your drink on the roof of your car? I've had that one before. Yeah, so, oh yeah, you can buy stuff from this guy, but why would you buy stuff from this guy? No. Hey, you know, your coffee's on the roof of your car. Your wallet's on the roof of your car. Stuff like that. I use the roof of my car like a table. I don't advise it. One time, I've got a story about this. One time, in band camp, I was downtown in a Pacific Northwestern town, and I was working as a taxi driver. And I had my entire night's money, which was like $550 or something like that, in an envelope on the top of my taxi that I was using as a table. And then I drove off with the envelope. $550 in 5s, 1s, 10s, and 20s, and even, I know there was no 50s or anything. But yeah, 5, 10s, 1s, and 20s all hit the fucking pavement in the middle of this downtown place. And like, 10 people immediately start hovering. And one guy in particular is like, hey, you want some help? You want some help? And I'm like, no, I'm okay. I'm running around like some kind of idiot, like chasing chickens or something like that as the money begins to blow away. The money all begins to blow away. And I did it like Neo. I was like, being on meth helped too. You know, and then I got all of the money together and I was like, $550, I've got it. Because the people were like standing there all around me. Some of them were like staring at it, you know, and I was like, oh my God, I'm about to be eaten alive. If I don't get robbed for the money in my hand, I'm going to get robbed for the money on the street. And it was very bad. And the guy kept saying, you want some help? You want some help? You want some help? And I'm like, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. Dump $550 on the ground. This says a lot about Americans. You can dump $550 on the fucking ground. If they think they can't take you physically, they won't rob you. And I think it speaks to the good of Americans. But a fool and his money is soon parted in this country, basically. If you drop $550 on the ground, woe betide you. I mean, in America, if you drop $550 on the ground on, you know, First Avenue and, you know, and Park and First or whatever, and there's like 10 people standing around, they all immediately begin to convene on it. Woe betide you, you know, and I got every last dollar back, and I went working for that mother. I was stooped over, you know, it was scary. It was just, that's a taxi driver story. There you go. Yeah, so I've been there. See, you're still blasting me. You're blasting me with the music, and I can't resolve it. Sometimes you blast me, sometimes you don't. And then sometimes you're too quiet. It's kind of annoying. You didn't do the volume balancing of the music right. Yeah, let's try 50 and just see if that's... I feel like it's like 47 or something like that. It's so annoying. Okay. So now I believe I can leave this place finally. Let's go back to the good planet where the fun... Oh, no. Yeah, I don't want to do any more city quests. I'm bored of the city. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't care. It's a giant universe. We can go fuck around with the city when we want to. So, get me out of here, please. Get me out of here, please. Yeah, there. Yeah, where am I going? It's, shit, was it Bondar? No, it wasn't Bondar. It was Alpha Centauri to Tau Ceti. Tau Ceti 2 is the one that I've been to. Yeah. The one that I have a base on, and that's why I did that. I was like, I gotta mark the planet so I remember what the fuck it is. So, cool. Yeah, cool. Yep. Sweet. Yep, land there. Yeah, land there. That's a good place to land. Show resources. So I'm in the Iron Belt. See it? Iron Belt, FE. I'm in the Iron Belt. Over here is the Argon Belt and Water Belt to the... I mean, there's no such thing as East, so... I mean, I don't know how I reach that. It'll be wherever the land looks like I can swim or whatever. Yeah. And I don't know how to reach that because... Well, I do, but see, I don't know which way north is on this planet. Yeah, show me. Yeah. No, don't show me. No, don't show me. No. Oh, no. Well, I mean, it is cool. It's cool. I mean, I'm not questioning it. It was beautiful. I'm just saying I wasn't really wanting to do it. Sorry. Okay, so... Alright, take me to That place, yeah, iron, yeah, land. I need to go waste all the bullets that I just bought. Ooh, the weather is amazing, but what time is it? It is 1 in the afternoon local time, 4:57 UT. It's 1:20 in the afternoon. That's not like really ideal for my purposes, but it is a beautiful day. I don't really want to throw it away. I'm not going to throw the day away for 2 hours. I'll get a late start, and that's not my favorite idea, but whatever, you know. So out here, I'm trying to go to this place that I was fucking with yesterday. Unexplored biological feature. It's an UBF, right? It's a UBF, an unexplored biological feature. It's a UBF. It's like some fucking thing. Yeah, and we're going hunting for animals, and we're not spending a lot of ammo. We're gonna shoot them to aggro them, and we're gonna headshot that to do headshot them to do that. Like, oh my god, what? Get your fucking shit together, Bethesda! Get your shit together. Get it together. Anyways. Stop running. Stop running, you. Stop running. Oh, Dalpa got a free review. Go Dalpa! Fuck yeah. Please don't walk in front of me. Please don't walk in front of me. It enrages me. It enrages me so much. Please do not walk in front of me. Please do not walk in front of me. Please do not do that. Why did it take you? Oh my god.
Just getting warmed up.
Save! Please don't walk in front of me. It enrages me. Jesus Christ, don't do that.
Let's do this. Got him. Guess they ran away.
Due south. That worked out fine. That worked out spiffy, spam, just great. Fabulous, fantastic. It worked out great. That guy was a nightmare. He's like 10 levels higher than me, or whatever, 7 levels higher than me. Yeah, that guy was a nightmare, and that worked out great for me. This guy's a little better. But he's still better. He's still higher than me. Ooh!
Give it your best shot.
Ooh! Oh! Oh! Thank God I lived. I lived. Kill him. Oh my God, kill him. Oh my God, kill him. This guy's a nightmare. Get out of it. Get out of it. Get out of it. Move. Two of them are a nightmare. She sucked at that. She sucked at it. God damn it. All right, you do better. Do better. Yeah. Yeah, you.
Huh? Is that you?
Yeah, fucking. Oh! Damn it. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, come on! Come on! Ooh! Nope. Two of them is really bad. So, yeah, we'll just not get two of them, you know? Two of them is really bad. I mean, they are 7 levels higher than me, so... The hell is that thing? The hell was that? That thing, like, flew through the air and backflipped. The hell was that? Okay. Well... I really don't want two of them. Oh, wait. Did I get everything here? Oh, shit. I don't believe I did. Oh. There's my target anyways. Oh. Get out of it. Get out of it. Oh. Oh. Don't burn. Don't burn. Protection regen. Yeah. No, no burns. Nothing. No, no, no. No burns or diseases. That'll set me back big time. This is a much better wet work weapon. Two of them. Now, you said this thing was close, yeah? Like, oh yeah, we're right at it. Like, I'm basically looking at it. That's it? Oh yeah, that thing? Ah. Oh, it's a cave. Cool. Caves are cool. Yeah, sweet. Hurry up, you. Oh. Let's take him.
Something's out there.
Indeed.
I could have sworn... Ah, never mind.
This is too much ammo, damn it. Hurry up, you! Go, 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 go. Ugh. Die, you.
Oh, please don't
Save.
tell me to eat that.
much ammo. Ooh. God damn it, I gotta turn it down. It's just never actually good enough, even on medium. I still need it, like, still need it lower. Like, lower. All of it. Yep. You, off, go. It was still low in the end. Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, it is. It's low in the end. I can't get the frames I need to play the damn game. Maybe I should turn the VSync off and see how that feels. Yeah, see, that's my guy. That's a little better. I mean, it doesn't look as good at all. Like, at all. You know what bothers me? The only setting that I want, I know what it is. It's the grass quality. Get it higher. Yeah. The rest of that crap, all of it. Yeah, all of it's fine, but yeah, but like... Yeah, like 46 isn't too good, but I want the grass quality up. Yeah, like that. I don't care if it looks bad. Oh, why did that ping red? Oh, well. Oh, right, the cave. Yeah, the cave. Well, I had to kill like 4 of those things, so... Yeah, what? Oh, yeah, shit.
If you're searching, then make it quick.
That's better. A little better. Cool, a cave. Cool. It's all atmospheric. Okay, mags are loaded. Health is kind of bad, so we'll go out and make a jaunt real quick, you know? Oh, shit. Yep. Okay. So, oh. Let's see if we can get him. I mean, he's kind of a thing. Yeah, let's see if we can get him. Yeah. Oh, they're fighting, yeah. Oh, he just killed him, son of a bitch. I didn't get the XP though, which is kind of annoying. Oh. That thing does not want to do the travel. And actually, I'm okay with that. If that thing doesn't want to do the travel, that's okay with me. Oh, no, there he goes. Here he comes. All right, let's get your buddies, too. Yeah, buddies, too. Let's go. Tell your friend to fucking tell his friend to come over here. Yeah. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Yeah. I better save. I guess I can always run in the cave, you know? God. Didn't move. Save now. We're gonna go, man, I keep telling you to stop fucking pulling on this camera. Stop it. There. Jesus Christ, man. Fucking cords. Alright. So... we're gonna go back to the ship. We're gonna sleep for a day.
I picked up something.
She's been through a lot. She just. Why do you keep saying that? Like, God damn it! What do you mean? Like, what? Sarah Morgan, something interested in, I guess, is like kind of the thing. So let's go see what she wants. Starfield, Sarah Morgan, something interesting, right? Okay, she can found the lodge. No one. Marcus is one of the characters. She'll say that if I get a completion, the other brothers or that she has to be leader of the constellation. Fathers either as your main companion, you can simply send her to one of your ships or your outposts. Sarah Morgan romance search may seem limited first. Once you play through enough quests, you're going to get second option. Flirt with Sarah. Sarah's typically she'll typically bat away or advance by saying it's not the right time. Or one per minute over. I'm going to pick the nicest dog, even when it's not designated with the flirt tag. Eventually, Sarah will begin to open up to you. Order to complete Sarah Morgan's romance. You're going to have to complete her companion quest. And more to which at the bottom of the guide. Leadership lasers can either like, dislike. See, I'm not getting the information. She's mentioning something that I don't really understand. That's it. See, I can't. She keeps saying, "I got something interesting. I've got something interesting. I've got something interesting." She said it like 4,000 fucking times now. I don't know what she wants. There's no indication in the quest log. Let's go look. Maybe there is an indication in the quest log. What does she want? God damn it. What does she want? Like. Oh, check out your ship's inventory. I mean, oh wait, no, activities. Oh, okay. Check out my ships. Check out my ship's inventory. Where? What are we talking about here? Okay. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, what are we talking about here? Or I mean, I didn't know this was a thing. First of all, but. I don't know. Just pull it all, I guess. I don't want to do that. I don't know. It must be in the notes or whatever. Yeah, is it the notes? Is it? No, it's not. Oh, that's all it is? Just take something from the hold? Yeah, they're trying to show me it? Okay. No, no. Okay, so what else? Like, you're driving me crazy with all these stupid comments or whatever. It is 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I want to give her the local, I'm sorry, the normal, 12 hours from that would make me, yeah, 12 hours would be, yeah, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, well, I just want to do 8 hours, and then I'm going to travel. I'm going to travel out of here, yeah, for whatever, for local. I'll take a nap, and then I'm going to fly out of here.
Well, hey there.
Oh, yeah.
Nice long rest, eh?
Yeah. 4 hours, yeah, pretty long rest, yeah. So we are now going back towards this goal, which is go see this guy, because I suspect this is actually really important. So set course.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
No, you don't. You're lying.
I want to think of a better place to recharge and ready ourselves for our next mission.
You know, you're really annoying me.
Ready to head out there? Go ahead. Just don't...
Permanently reduce fall damage. Wow. Look at that. Skill bonus. I don't know how...
I am at your service, Captain.
Hey, yes, yeah?
Captain, now that you are a member of Constellation, I am at your service. No additional protocols necessary. Also, given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space, it might be beneficial to go over...
Oops. Yep, so you are too loud. Your master is too high. It's gonna be 80.
Exploration outpost development.
No, it's still too high when you talk. Nope, nope, nope. I want settings, audio. The voice is too high. I don't know. Not we'll buy it there, and we'll buy it here.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you. Captain, I will proceed to my assigned post. Hello, Captain. How may I be of service?
There's my space helmet. Oh, we figured out where my helmet went, but not my guns. I must have sold my guns somehow. And that's fucked up. I have no idea how I did that.
The exploration of an unknown planet can be a major undertaking. By building an outpost, you will be able to construct scanning equipment, resource extractors, and defenses. It is even possible to set up multiple outposts capable of manufacturing, allowing you to build advanced equipment. The scan booster is the most obvious, as it will enable you to detect landmarks and other points of interest from further away. Beyond that, extractors will allow you to collect raw materials of various types, while fabricators enable the manufacturing. A particularly prosperous outpost may even warrant the construction of cargo links, allowing you to share resources between other outposts you have built. A planetary scan will reveal the presence of key inorganic resources, although
also the volume is too high. There we go.
Rarer elements will be harder to find without training. And while a scan...
Oh, the video capture device froze. Huh. Cute. There we go. I can't believe how many problems I have all the time. At least I might have solved the core
presence
problem.
Of life on a planet. You will have to analyze the native plants and animals yourself to know what compounds they produce. The blueprints you need to construct an outpost should already be on your watch. It will automatically connect to any available materials for construction in your ship's cargo. You may. I have no concept of privacy.
Me neither.
It is impossible to read Barrett. He is neither a book nor a block of code. If you are asking for a summary of my observations on his behavior, I will provide one. No, I was manufactured by a machine. However, Barrett has modified my programming substantially. I have advanced linguistic capability and navigational skills. I warned him that I would require an extra millisecond to process information with his modifications, but he did not seem to mind. Apparently, my capacity for conversation makes me a more entertaining travel companion. I have only seen Barrett kill his enemies. If you do not number among them, I surmise it was accidental. What you are suffering from is likely a bad first impression. I suggest consulting Barrett on the issue at once. Barrett tells me a bad first impression is the hardest thing to break. I believe that is because he has never tried to break a diamond. Barrett has not shared many personal details with me. He finds me a poor conversation partner, despite repeated attempts on his part. I do not understand the concept of gossip. My internal clock tells me that it has been years since Barrett and I began traveling together. I have traveled much of the settled systems in his company. Based on my understanding of Barrett, I believe he would be flattered by that assessment. I will answer your questions truthfully. Unlike you, I am incapable of lying. Constellation recovered me from an abandoned lunar robotics factory on Earth's moon, where I was manufactured. I am told I was in quite a state of disrepair. Barrett elected to refurbish me after the discovery. Since then, I have been reprogrammed to be useful to Constellation. Constellation named me after the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, who resided on Earth in the 15th century AD. He explored his home planet by way of its seas. Barrett tells me he was quite an accomplished explorer. I am inclined to believe it, as that is a compliment Barrett normally reserves for himself. Some data from my time on Earth's moon remains deep in my motherboard, but I do not frequently access it. Very little of what is in those files would prove useful to modern spacefarers. That is correct. I am a first-generation Model A robot. As such, I was manufactured on Earth's moon. Modern lunar robotics products are manufactured elsewhere. Constellation is an exceptionally driven and intelligent group of humans. I would expect nothing less of them. I am powered by wheels and cogs. They are responsible for any ticking that emanates from me. That is a difficult question to parse. I do not experience human emotions such as enjoyment. However, I have been kept busy since Constellation acquired me. That satisfies my directive to be as helpful as possible for the duration of my existence. In a geographical sense, the Lodge cannot be missed. It is easily accessible from the New Atlantis spaceport. But I presume that you are using miss in this context to mean long for. In which case, my answer is no. I long for nothing. Barrett, however, regularly complains about missing the Lodge's amenities during our travels. This has led me to the conclusion that it is a place worth missing. It would seem that spending an extended period of time in Barrett's company has resulted in an improved ability to calculate his speech patterns. Perhaps someday I will also be capable of emulating yours. Constellation has seen to it that I possess a near encyclopedic knowledge of human history, art, culture, and science. May I answer a question for you? This is a difficult question to parse. I do not experience enjoyment. However, I find that the music of ancient Japan has a pleasantly mathematical sound. The same is true of the works of European composers from the Baroque period. I have dedicated significant time to processing these compositions and understanding their structure. I am looking at one. I hope that was a suitable response. Constellation did not equip me with a sense of humor. I have done my best to mimic Barrett's.
I love you, Vasco.
Logically, I believe the correct answer to be the airplane, followed shortly by the computer. Humans could not have become a spacefaring species without them. Illogically speaking, I am inclined to believe that books were your greatest invention. I have spent a good deal of time processing works of science fiction. They make good case studies in how your species could have made a mess of its entry into the stars in different ways than you did in reality. I have been programmed to comprehend all
I
modern
love it.
and ancient human languages. The only exception is body language. My body is crafted from reinforced metal, and therefore incompatible with such forms of expression. I am prepared for your inquiry. Understood. Lunar Robotics is a manufacturing company. They are most notable for creating Model A robots. Their headquarters was once located on Earth's moon. It was evacuated during the cataclysm that rendered Earth uninhabitable. Today, Lunar Robotics products are still found throughout the settled systems, myself included. I find you to be a more measured and logical captain than Barrett. It would be quite difficult for another human to be more reckless than him. My likelihood of expiration due to corporeal destruction has been significant.
Why is my camera dying over and over again? Why? What?
Reduced since coming aboard your ship. You should consider this a success. Please do not hesitate to approach me with further questions.
Ooh! Spyglass and marijuana. Look, there's marijuana up there. That is marijuana. Sorry guys, had another crash, so I'm gonna figure out what's going on. What's going on? Wow. Is that what's going on? Oh, that seems like it's maybe very bad. What happened? Oh god, what happened? Well, it's not very bad, but it's definitely bad. So that's the cord to my... That's the cord to my HDMI, which seems to be okay, actually. Seems alright. Okay, so and while I'm at it, I'm going to switch these around. Switch those around. Yeah. And there's everything. But I've got to figure out what is happening. It's going to be this Amazon cord. It's dying. It's the only thing that it could be. It's this Amazon cord. It's dying. It is dying. And so now I'm faced with this problem that's very difficult to address, which is like I need you over here, but I need this. That cord is not long enough. Not really. Not long enough. This will not work. Maybe if I we okay? Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. Sorry, guys. Lots and lots of problems, of course. And so we try to address each problem as it attacks you, you know. And there we go. We kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Video capture device. Close. There we go. And then, yep. Run this like that. Okay. Yes, and there we go. And then bring this forward a little bit and over. And then up. Right. Like that. And then down. Good. There, that's better. Out of my way, mainly. Try to fix the stream, like problem after problem after problem. Yeah.
Captain, do you require my assistance?
Are you doing okay? I'm not sure anyone really asked yet. Don't want you to think we're focused on the artifacts and nothing else. You matter too. You've done something really significant bringing that artifact here. I'm Mateo, theological scholar by trade, but now, well, an explorer like you. It's really good to have you with us. Well, there was some overlap in interests. I'd spent years searching for religious relics from human history. I had made a really incredible discovery, only to lose it to a greedy corporation. So I tried to steal it back. In the process, I met Walter. Turned out he owned the corporation. After a long talk, we realized we had a lot in common, and I was invited to join Constellation. Second one was on Kazal, buried the same as the one you found. But the first one, right under our noses for years, sitting in storage, masquerading as an oversized paperweight. Can you imagine potentially the greatest discovery in human history collecting dust? I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could have seen this for myself. It's hard to judge otherwise. Both you and Barrett saw something. I don't think that's a coincidence. Did it feel like it was trying to tell you something? I don't want to necessarily use the words divine revelation, but, you know, if the label fits. Not necessarily, no, but it does kind of have the hallmarks of one, doesn't it? I'm certainly not going to rule it out just yet. Okay, that's all right. Maybe you weren't supposed to. Maybe it'll make sense later. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We just need more data, which means more artifacts. Take care of yourself.
We've always considered ourselves explorers, but this really is uncharted territory, isn't it? That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry, this must all be a little overwhelming for you right now. I guess a lot overwhelming, now that I think about it. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us. Of course. There's plenty of planets out there that no one has ever set foot on, and everything we learn about them is valuable. We have a board where we post anything specific we're looking for. A type of alien flora or fauna, or a planet with a specific quality, like if it's primed to have life but doesn't yet. Planning on sticking around then? I think we can find a spot for you. And along the way, I can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library, obviously. Walter's quite proud of the collection, but Mateo has made more than a few contributions. Gardens are out the doors there, if you need a moment of quiet contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part, at least usually. Let's head upstairs. Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was a big to-do at the time, but most people in the city have forgotten we're here. So this is the bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself, within reason, of course. Now let's see about that room.
You guys have been misappropriating. I will take this, I will sell it. I will use the money on drugs and funding the revolution. You guys have been misappropriating your fucking money.
Ready to head out there? Or did you still...
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh my god. This situation that you've got me in, it's actually very annoying. Get out of my way. Out, 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 out. So annoying. Oh, damn fucking NPCs.
You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already, but there's still one room up for grabs. It's been nice having the place so full. Okay, this'll be you. Common room on one side, so that'll be quiet.
Swaggy!
So maybe a little less quiet. I'm sure Sarah has something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to it. Don't want to keep her waiting too long. Enjoy!
Thank you,
Ever
Noelle.
since I got here, this has felt like home. These people are family. I hope it feels that way for you too.
Right on, it does.
Well, Constellation's been around forever, more than 50 years now. But we only became aware of the artifacts recently. Barrett discovered the first one about 2 years ago, right under our noses. And he was the one who got this all in motion. It's a shame he isn't here to see this. Oh, right, that. If we're approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input, your brain's attempt to make sense of something, an energy surge, some other phenomenon.
That's annoying. I think it is the cord though, so.
Everything all right?
Oh my god, this cord. There. Yeah, everything's alright. I need better tape for my mic. Or my webcam, I mean. So annoying. Fucking thing broke and it drives me crazy. It constantly fucks up. Constantly. I want it like that, you understand? Like that. I'm gonna tape it like that too. Ugh. Piece of shit. Fucked up mic stand. Oh well. Mic stands break. I've broken like 7 mic stands in my life. They just break.
You're awfully quiet.
You deal with them with fervor, usually microphones. It's kind of funny. Yep. And
Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people report in these situations.
oh no, and now my
It's
mic's
okay.
or my mouse.
Now
is...
that this has happened to both you and Barrett, we're all in this together. Oh gosh, no, I mean that. Until you arrived, we only had the two, and the vaguest sense that there was something more at work. There's still so much we don't know, and that means a lot of work ahead of us. Well, right now nothing's off the table. Metallurgical analysis, chemical composition, I'm looking at everything. One thing I'm really trying to improve is my overall database of xenobiology. I don't know if it will help in this case, but the more we know about, well, everything, the better off we are, right? Speaking of, if you're gonna be out there looking for more artifacts, you're bound to come across some interesting specimens. Anything organic, I'd be happy to take it off your hands.
Wait, what? Oh, really? Oh, organic stuff. Got it.
There's a galaxy chock full of resources. The more data I have,
no,
the
that
more
doesn't
thorough an analysis I can do. And if it sweetens the deal, I can pay. Pretty well, too. Walter's pockets may not be bottomless, but they are pretty deep.
Resources.
Great, let's see what you have.
Fiber. Resources. Oh. I didn't know. She doesn't have any money anyways, but now I know. So, resources. Okay, well. Well, I mean...
Anything I can learn from it.
Oh, wait, no, I have stuff. Oh, cool. Ooh, look, it is gonna sell. $9.60 each for 5 quark degenerate tissues. Look at this shit. Oh, look, I'm rich. I'm rich. Oh, no, no, no. I see. Okay.
Stay safe, okay?
No, I've got a load. I fucked up there. Shit. I think I lost some progress there. But that's alright. I mean, it's alright. It's alright.
As much as I love uncovering new...
Oh, no,
Okay,
it's
let's
saved
take
when
a
I
look.
left the vendor. Oh, no. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I made some money, but... Oh, that sucked. That sucked. When did the vendor reset? When is the vendor reset? "24 local hours, that's it?" Well, shit, fuck it. I'm not gonna go to...
See you later.
I'm just gonna go to bed. This is me, this is me. No, that's not me, no, that's not me. That's me, that's me. So, wait, no, no, I'll go find her. It's okay. Okay, we will wait. 24 local hours in my nice new bed. Yeah. I have a fucking swank-ass fucking apartment now. It's the kind of apartment I would buy in real life. You know. Except I don't want to live a Fight Club fucking, you know, Plastic Fantastic, you know, IKEA fucking, you know. I don't want to pray to the IKEA god, though. Hi, guys. I love you. Hopefully, I finally fixed the goddamn USB problem. Otherwise, I've got an issue. Like, my USB driver hardware is failing.
Hey there. Time to get moving.
Okay, where does she go? She seemed to turn down the corner into this room. What's up, Walter Stroud? I don't want to start with you. I want to find her.
It's been quieter around. I know everyone's excited by the artifacts.
Oh, no.
But we need to be as objective as possible. Stay
Oh,
safe,
right. I
okay?
forgot. I have to restart the game. I'm so sorry. Bear with me here while I fix this. Yep. Is good. And then we'll go back to Steam. Steam. Play. 18.9 hours. Oh, yeah. It's a good game. Okay, now all of the problems should hopefully be over. Every day I just get attacked by tech. It's so stupid. Everything that worked yesterday suddenly might not work today. That's modern technology for you. So, yep. I'm gonna buy bullets. So now that I've waited 24 hours before I reset again,
uncovering new questions. Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah. Now we gotta watch her. We gotta sort by value, right? But we gotta watch her amount really carefully. Perfect. Oh, perfect, perfect. Okay, cool, cool. So, all that killing I did, it actually paid out fucking clean, and that's how you get a ship. So, now, now, before I reset her again, I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna go... Finally, a piece of the game makes sense to me now. I'm like, how do you fucking deal with all of this inventory? And that was it. So, now I go back to my ship. Yep, fast travel to my ship. Yeah, uh-huh. Ooh, I'm level 8. I can't wait till I'm like some ungodly level or something. I don't even know if there is a level cap.
It's good to be back on board.
Yep, and then we get out of the ship. I should have exited the ship. Oh well. On this one, we go settings, display, from custom all the way down to low. And we buy our frames back. See the frames back? Yep.
Picked up something you might be interested in.
Captain, greetings.
See, there's 60 frames. Maybe the Kaz is good. I don't know. Maybe the Kaz is good, huh? I don't like the motion blur. I definitely do need to like kill it every single time. Oh, it is off. It is off. And I almost always want the grass turned to high, so. Yeah, if we could keep this frame rate, I would be happy. Even in the city, yeah. Even if it looks crappy, it's still a good frame rate. I reset how far I have to walk to do this.
If you don't see what you want, feel... Oh, please, take a look.
Wow. Ace sidearm. Fits 15 damage for 94.68. Its rounds is 27 caliber. It's nice, but it's not suppressed. It's an anti-personnel. I mean, this is a great, great weapon, but... I mean, yeah, when do you get a chance for a weapon like this, really? I don't know. It's all my money, however. It's the ammo that's going to get me where I need to go. Buy all R. I need 655, 6100. Buy all. I need 777 caseless, 274. Buy all. I need Ultra, which I bought, and we'll stack that up as we go. And as we get more Ultra, I dumped a lot of Ultra, and I didn't know how good it was. This is really good. This is good. This is actually my work weapon, and I didn't know it. So we're gonna definitely look at the modified Grendel is actually super fucking good, and I've had better weapons than this so far. But yeah, but this Maelstrom is weak. I don't even know why I'm really carrying it. How much does it weigh? It's like 5 pounds. I don't like this modified Maelstrom, but I mean, it will work. I mean, I need it for humanoids. It's good for humanoids. It's not good for I mean, this one's just superior. I'm just gonna buy a lot of 7.77 rounds is what I'm gonna do until I'm poor again. And I'll do all my work with this weapon because there's no condition to the weapon. So I can just keep killing with it. There's no condition to it. See it? Yep. Yeah, this thing is accurate too, but this thing's good. It's got the damage. It really does. And it's really good. I like the Grendel. So we definitely put the Grendel on my 3 key and the Berserker on my 4. And that should be good, except, oh yeah, also this calibrated Rattler has really fucking good damage. And I forgot, but I do want to buy 27 caliber. I left and I shouldn't have. Oh, there's a quest right there? There is. That doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Wait, how is that right? Wait, where do you want me to go? Oh, the well. Okay, I have a quest at the well. Cool, I mean, that's good, but... oh no, I sold her all of my organics. Yeah, so now I have a 3-man team. I'm getting a lot stronger.
Hope you're finding everything you need. Oh, please, take a look.
27 caliber. Yeah, 25 rounds. I'll take them all. Yep. Confirmed. And I wasted a lot of money, so...
Appreciate the business.
Oh, wait, I think I can sell her all of my,
If it belongs on your ship, thanks. And I can't take all of it. If it weren't for him. Oh, please, take...
So, ammo, I'm looking for... not ammo, I'm sorry, I'm trying to sell, first of all, anything that is miscellaneous, yeah? Yep, and we'll sort by value, right? And we'll go... $22,312. I'm starting to understand the game better.
Thanks for coming in.
We're gonna do a lot of killing now. Okay, and then yep, and then I'll go get biologicals. So now oh, I guess I could have just warped to my ship. Yeah, just warped to my ship. Yeah, this is the frame rate that I want. Yeah, it's weird because it seems like it could do better on higher modes, maybe. Like custom ultra with the CAS, and maybe that's what I'm missing. Is that what it is? Yeah, the ultra with CAS still has fair. No, I lost a lot. No, yeah, ultra's too much, but maybe high. It's CAS that's good. I thought CAS was for AMD, but I guess maybe it is actually good. I didn't know. I didn't realize that was a thing.
Spacesuit.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
Yeah, see, I don't need high, but high is nice. Maybe if we could get just medium and the motion blur off and the grass up with the yeah, with the CAS, all the rest of it right. Hopefully that works. Oh, the sharp said they're applied by the upscaling method. The sharpness should be up at 100. Yeah. That's a little better, yeah. There, that's a little better. That's what I'm looking for. So I had to mess with the settings so much to get what I wanted. And once it renders, it'll be even better. So, there we go. So...
Time to get this ship moving.
Yeah, now I go back to, I don't want to fast travel a ship. I want to go Mass District. No, is it Mass District? It's the Lodge. There we go.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
It feels like the...
Ready to head out there?
Yeah, that's better. She looks better.
Talk
Yeah.
to you later.
Yeah, these were the settings. It took me a long time to get it. So, save, and then, oh yeah, the lodge, yeah. Cool gold door, bro. Cool gold door.
Much as I'm eager
That was a
to
fast
explore the
load.
universe,
Yeah, see, it seems to like these
nothing
settings
quite
better,
like the feeling
and
of
it looks
returning
better.
home.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time.
Bet you never expected to end up involved in something like this.
Alright, well, so, oh, the other thing I wanted to look at was, oh, no, wait, oh, I don't want to go back, no, but you could, like, let's look at the load. That was like a 3-second load. Oh, damn, that was fast. See, they've definitely evolved. There it is. This is the settings, right?
Here,
When I come in
we should
here,
check in with Mateo or Noel.
the settings go up to, like, 71.
I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be...
And so if you buy blurriness, I think you get like a little bit more frames. So we'll go down to 80% something, 85, yeah.
as objective as possible and be
And it
aware
gets
of the
blurrier,
negative effects.
and the frames go up. But the frames always kind of stay at 70, and that's kind of about right? So it gets blurry, but it's still beautiful when you're like... Yeah, look, and then you start to get like really good frames as it renders. Time to steal everything and sell it. What a useless room. Nobody's gonna stop me from my meddling. Unlock. Oh. Tissue pick. That's good. Thermos. Wait, maybe I do want ultra. No, it is medium. It's medium. And the grass should be ultra. All the rest of it is good, I think. No, maybe it should be on high. I think it should be on high. Or, no, I'm sorry. It should be on custom. And I want shadow quality low, indirect lighting. Indirect lighting. I think that could be low. Reflections could be low. Particle quality should be up. Volumetric lighting should be up. Crowd density should be down. Motion blur is off. GTAO, ambient occlusion, should be high. Grass quality should be ultra, and contact shadows, I think should be low. Low, right? Heatsink is on, FSR 2, and we'll keep the sharpening at 100. We put enable VRS on, and the film grain's off, and so is the depth of field. So there it is. There's the settings I've been looking for. Oh yeah. Now we might even bump to ultra. And I mean, I guess that is custom, but we'll go ultra, and then we'll go from custom to low shadows, indirect lighting to low, reflections low, particle high, volumetric lighting ultra, crowd density low, motion blur high, no, motion blur off, GTAO quality of the ambient inclusion should be high, volumetric lighting should be high, grass quality should be ultra, contact shadows could be down on low, VSync should be on, upscaling FSR2, and the sharpening should be at 100, enable VRS and all that other stuff. So how's that? There it is. And that's okay, it's 76, that's okay. Feeling and looking better. Oh yeah, look at that nice latency. Yeah, much better. She looks better, everybody looks better. Yeah. And the sharpness, I don't know, I'll go out and see how it feels, but I guess I had the settings wrong. I mean, at least I'm learning, you know, it's day 2. Ooh, stylized desk fan and stuff. Yeah, I like I wish the helmet had a brighter flashlight. Economic meltdown. I love the spaceship sounds. Instant oatmeal, yeah. Digipic. Personal digiframe. You know what we're gonna buy with this? Bullets. Lots of bullets. Everything in here we're just converting to bullets, and I'm gonna shoot a lot of stuff all the time. Yeah. And it's become a full-blown shooter for me. I'm gonna farm those animals, and I'm gonna sell their stuff for more bullets. Bullets, 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 till I have tens of thousands of rounds. Then, my friend, the rest of the universe dies and I don't. Benzene, antimicrobial, aluminum. Pharmaceutical lab. Antibiotics, cool, yep. Oh, track. Untrack. Track. Cool that there's a chemistry thing here. My friend will be. Right here. Vial. Oh, look, the frame rate's just much better. Latency and everything. Hello, people. I love you.
Well, I suppose calling you a rock breaker may have been a bit...
I would say so. That was uncalled for, sir.
Still doesn't excuse it. My frustrations lie more with Barrett. It's not the first time his shenanigans have jeopardized one of our ventures.
Yeah, I'm
not
sure.
Fair of me to take it out on you, especially since it would seem he made the right call this time. So
I guess
let's
Barrett
start
is a really important member,
Stroud,
or important thing
CEO
to the
of
story,
Stroud
but I kind of
Eklund,
skipped him. I
member
think.
of Constellation, and
Oh, he's
times grumpy.
He's the
old man.
CEO of Stroud Eklund.
Welcome
Wow.
aboard.
I'm instantly a member of the cultural elite. What the fuck?
By the way, in addition to a place to stay, the Lodge has a wealth of modification and research equipment. Spacesuit customization, pharmaceutical
Cool.
manufacturing, testing alien substances, the whole thing. You can even fashion industrial pieces for large-scale projects, if you don't mind extracting a few raw resources from a nearby planet, that is. I'm a fan of self-reliance, so I encourage you to make use of the tools we have to build what you need.
Craft or modify an item.
We're most well known for ship manufacture. No expense spared. If you want the best and can afford it, You choose Stroud Eklund. Unfortunately, our success means you'll sometimes see Stroud Eklund ship modules on less than reputable vessels. They covet them. The bastards. I've tried to convince the United Colonies we can help in that regard, but they're married to Deimos Star Yards, and those old salts are stuck in the glory days.
Old salts. Oh, it's a good day to play Starfield.
I'm not getting any younger here.
Shut up, NPC. Shut up, Oblivion NPC. I'll sorry, I just had to go get something to drink. There we go. Canada Dry. Oh. It's like special water.
We can't always continue this some other time. Up until very recently, I'd likely have dismissed it as, I don't know, hallucinations. But now, I'm not sure what to think. I don't suppose you have a history of this sort of thing, do you? This, or anything else? You'll have to forgive me. I don't know you as well as the others here.
I don't know you.
If you weren't so new to the group, I might
You're
already
too new.
know the answer. Not exactly, no. But I suppose it doesn't matter. You saw something. Barrett saw something. That's an unlikely coincidence. I'm no scientist. I leave that to the likes of Barrett and young Noel there. But I think we can all agree there's something unusual going on here. Frankly, this is the most exciting thing that's happened in years. Me? Why, I'm the wallet. Someone has to fund all this, and all my success in business doesn't mean much if I can't put it to good use. I don't pretend to have the daring of Ms. Morgan, or the smarts of young Mateo, but I can make sure that they have the resources they need. And
indeed,
as you've now seen, those resources aren't being wasted. We're onto something big here. Funny thing about companies, you build one sturdy enough, it doesn't need you there all the time to prop it up. Stroud Eklund functions quite well on a day-to-day basis, leaving me time to devote to more esoteric pursuits.
Butt sex.
For years, I was captivated by the writings of Constellation's founder, Sebastian Banks. I finally decided to do something more than admire from a distance, and so now I call the lodge home as much as anywhere else. Remember, you're representing all of us out there.
You're representing butt sex. You know who this is, right? Todd Howard, in his own mind. This is who Howard thinks he is, or what, or Todd thinks he's gonna become. Let's hope he does. Seems like a respectable man enough. I'm taking all his stuff, I'll tell you that. All mine. They said they wanted me to take it, so.
You don't seem to spend much time at home. How is that not a problem for your wife?
It's true. I am away from home quite a bit. Apparently, I've become rather cranky when I'm not able to participate in Constellation's little adventures. My darling Issa has concluded that it is in both of our best interests if I can spend my time working from the lodge as often as possible.
Wow. All right. Whatever works for the two of you, I guess. Ever since I got here, this has felt like home. These people are family. I hope it feels that way for you too.
Creds, like 1,000 creds. Nice. What the fuck? Dinner of string cheese.
Feel free to help yourself at the bar. I don't drink, but I feel like if I did, now would be a good time for one.
Beautiful. They're getting better at this. I'm sorry, guys, but I need to use all of your ornamentality and your misappropriation of funds and jewelry and shit that you have adorning all your tables and just waste of time money, right? I need that for bullets to go fund my private war against the government. And you've been misappropriating. I'm going to take your money and I'm going to use it for bullets to kill alien species so I can sell the bioorganics to man and buy bullets and ships and like food and drugs. Bullets, ships, foods, and drugs in video games from mankind. Oh, look. There's even more to steal. Oh, look. Ooh, a weapon workbench. Wait, what? No shit. No shit. Cutter. Ooh, can I do anything to the cutter? Oh, cool. I can do an old Marskin. Cool. This one requires no components. Cool, cool. Do it.
That's a hell of a gun modification.
Nice. I don't have enough. Damn it. Wait. Oh, it's Fallout. It's just better than Fallout 76. It's gonna be my main game for a long time. I can see it. Tantalum and polymer. Okay. Now I can afford to farm the world. I want to modify the Grendel. Cool. Save.
Nice work. What else are you going to make?
Ooh. Cool, it is a good game. It's just Fallout 76 done well. It's the game I've been playing for 5 years. I'm going to be a Starfield player. I've been playing this game for many years. They finally made a game for me. It's my main. It's going to be my main, I think. Pharmaceutical lab. Snake oil. Ooh, Grendel. 7mm caseless. Cool, it's a Coachman, a shotgun with 52 physical. Yes, and a laser rifle. Yes, 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 yes.
Overloaded. We should stop and practice.
No, 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 we're good. So now my loadout fucking changes. That was good. Save. Ooh, it's such a good game. So pretty. Ooh. I know I already did this. Oops. What else is down here? Oh, I can do the cargo hold here. Very good. Okay, so we will dump all of these resources. Oh, no, am I full? Oh, I am full. 297 out of 450. The Frontier. I'm looking for my inventory. Yeah, resources. I can't. Oh, I can't. Well, what do I do? I don't know what to do. Hopefully I have storage. Net back and hard. Fucking sweet. Oops. I mean, I don't ever expect to melee again, though. So it's fine. I will retool. And I'll put the cutter on 1. Yeah, I'm gonna see it. I wanted that heart.
Right away, or do you need a little bit of time? Have things for you.
Good day, Captain. I will accept. Travel safely. Hello, Captain. I will happily. Farewell.
Ready to head out there?
Okay.
Hey.
Hey. Don't switch. What's up, man?
Those kids thinking hard. Hey, for the starter ship, how the fuck do I access the ship cargo? It's driving me nuts.
I'll tell you. Just hold on. I gotta change my output device. Give me just a second. There we go. Sorry, I just had you on my speakers. Can talk for me?
Why?
There we go. There we go. So I don't know. Every time I change devices on Discord, it's a long story. So if you hit the I'm gonna stream my screen because it's best just if you come and look. Hold on, just a second. Let me. Okay, so I'm currently dealing with this myself, right? So the fastest way is to open this screen, and I don't know the name of this screen, but it's this screen, right? You with me?
Yeah.
And then Frontier, and then down here you're gonna see a cargo hold, and mine's bound to F, but it's this. And when you're near your ship, you don't have to be in the ship; you just have to be near it. You can access your cargo hold. And it looks like this, and it's got 450 mass. And then something else that might help you beg on is understanding that ammo and storage crates have no mass limit. So the first thing you might consider doing is going to, well, any place really with a ammo or storage box that is inside somewhere. And the fastest place that I found to do that was signing up for the government and doing a kind of a basic mission for them, combat mission. And then they give you this place. And then I'm almost done with you. Hold on. Just watch me for 10 seconds, though. The only other place that I just found this out today. So in the main city, have you gone that far? Because otherwise it's a spoiler.
Yeah, so all I've done is the planet where you have to take out that pirate leader.
Okay.
I did a full survey and took a few points of interest. I'm like level 6 now.
Ooh.
And then I flew to New Atlantis and I talked to the British bitch. She joined my party.
Yeah.
And we're about to go adventuring together.
Yeah, so you're on the exact same place I'm at. So, but you might have missed. You need to sign up for the government, or they won't let you be a citizen or have a house. You need a house, or you don't have unlimited storage. And so I'm going to show you an example of what this looks like. So in Mass District, you will meet a guy who wants you to sign up. His name is, and I'll show you where it is.
I know. That's part of the main quest is talking to him.
Yep.
I don't know any of the factions yet, so I was planning on waiting until I learn a little more before I do anything.
Yep. So like just for 5 seconds here, I'm gonna pop to. Oh, I did the wrong one, but I'm gonna pop to the lodge and I'm gonna show you an idea of how I solved this. I took citizenship, and then I went to the lodge. Sorry. And then let me just load it. And then in the basement, you're gonna see something else that's really valuable that you understand, or I wouldn't waste your time. In the basement of the lodge, which is your first place, right? Is also like every workbench known to the game.
If any discovery reports
and it is in, and I just discovered this not 15 minutes ago. In the basement of the lodge is a weapon workbench, a spacesuit workbench, a industrial workbench, a cooking station, and a pharmaceutical lab. And then over in the corner is your endless storage box. See it? And I think they're kind of trying to hide all this, so I'm just trying to skip corners for you so you can get on about your business faster.
That's good to know, because, yeah, I super freaking overloaded myself on...
I know, it's driving me fucking crazy. I spent the last 3 hours trying to figure out how to get around it, and this was my solution. I'm sure you might have some variation of it, but you'll understand how to get around it faster than I did, you know? So...
Well, for now, just having access to my ship storage is a game changer.
Yeah, I know, it was for me too. I was like, how the fuck do you do this? And I was like, where's the cargo hold? And I was screaming all the last day about it. And now I finally, like, just now got to a feng shui place where, you know, I'm happier. Something else that might help you too is I didn't like fidelity CAS in my display settings. FSR2, I didn't like it. I turned it off. But when I turned VRS and upscaling to FSR2 and sharpening to 100%, I got a much better frame rate. And if you're doing anything different, you might try it. I don't know if you turn those off or not, but I usually do turn these off. But on this game, my frames are much better with them. So, other than that, I think that's all I have for you.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm getting to my screen so I can even see where you got.
Yeah, so in display, if you... I did a custom thing here, but I'm getting good frames, particularly from having VSync on, upscaling to FSR2, sharpening to 100%, and VRS on. Now, I would have turned all of these things off on, like, World of Warcraft kind of thing, but on this game, it seems to be basically the only way you can get a good frame rate for my card, which is a NVIDIA 3060 Ti.
Those are all defaults for me, except for the sharp.
Okay, so good. So I don't know if you, like, so most people turn that shit off. I think most people do. So, but on this game, that's a mistake. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. I mean, I'm glad to see a lot of your starting choices don't really matter. Like your starting stats, it's literally just 3 skill points. Mm-hmm. And your background stuff, I went with the Adoring Fan and then Mommy and Daddy.
Dude, I did lasers. And when I don't know if it's the same for you, but when I shoot something with what's the thing called, you know, the little laser gun, it like shoots a bunch of little 1s and 2s if they're crits. And I think that's because of the class I chose, not because of like how the grinder normally is. And so that has made my very hard playthrough much easier. And I don't know if that's something that, you know, is valuable to you, but lasers seem to be very strong. And I don't, like, if we look at it in my menu, like lasers, right? Yeah, where's my shit? It's like, where's lasers at? The stuff I already have. Medicine. Lasers, right? Laser weapons do 10% more damage, right? That also applies to the grinder, which is a free resource weapon. And that is something that you should observe.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do you follow me? It's the free resource weapon. The other thing is I don't know if you figured out where to buy ammo. I can show you where to buy ammo too if you don't know.
That's not a big deal. But
it was for me.
I didn't realize the difficulty thing when I was making my new game. You lose access to achievements if you started on normal, right?
You do not lose access to achievements. You lose access to one achievement, the very hard. Well, 2 achievements: hard, easy, and very hard. Right? You lose 3 achievements when you pick a difficulty. It's the other 3 that you haven't done, but all the other achievements will remain, I believe.
Maybe I want to restart my shit then. I haven't played that much yet. I've been juggling kids more than playing.
Yeah, I found very hard much more refreshing of an experience because nothing's easy. The guys are serious. It's a lot more fun, and the mobs are fucking terrifying. But with the lasers, right? I took something with lasers, and I did this by accident, purely by accident, and I discovered that wow, it's actually about as easy to kill them with the grinder as it is like machine weapons. So.
The grinder was always good. Its main weak spot was its limited range. It's got a really shitty range.
The range sucks, so I get up on a tree or on an elevated position and I just spray them and stuff. But yeah, and then this laser weapons, they should have said it in the tool tab, but I think the secret is this might be the most valuable thing in the entire chart. It gives you eventually 30% more damage to your grinder and a chance to set a target on fire, I think. And I think they're hiding this from people, kind of. But I don't know.
Well, I think the laser weapon's kind of weak. Like,
it is.
So what I got from when I first touched down on that planet where you're supposed to take out the bandit guy, I immediately veered off to an optional objective before I went to this base full of level 2 pirates and these level 6 robot dogs.
Yeah.
And I cleared it out. There was a level 6 pirate like at the end of the little dungeon that was at the outpost. But anyway, I got this shotgun that does 68 physical damage.
Yeah, I just got one too. It's called the Coachman. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's a Coachman. Furious
I love the Coachman.
boosted Coachman, so consecutive shots do more damage.
You got a good roll. Is it epic or something? What color is it?
It's rare.
Rare.
And it has 68 damage, so it's got 3 upgrades on it, 3 mods.
Look at this thing on my web. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just got real lucky. In fact, in the same dungeon, I got an epic shotgun too. It just wasn't as good. The rolls weren't as good.
Look at this thing on my wall. If you're looking at my stream, 17 fizz on this staggering calibrated rattler. It has anti-personnel, 10% damage against humans, and it staggers things. And this is just an epic fucking roll. This is what I had an issue with everybody else. Fallout 76 is really good specifically because of this shit, right? And they just brought that here, and this is a really good game. It is. We're gonna see loot that rivals World of Warcraft, you know?
Well, the main thing that I'd hate about re-rolling at this point, I guess I'll have to, because I didn't even get the option to, or at least I didn't see the option for difficulty when I started. But I got this deep mining pack, like one of the equipment slots.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing. It's epic. It has negative 15% damage taken from human enemies.
Oh my god, that's so powerful. You got a lucky roll.
So it's got that. It has plus 20 carrying capacity. And it's
20.
It's a basic boost pack.
20.
Yeah, like you have basic gas. Oh wait, no, click on your. Wait, is that actually your inventory?
Yeah, this is my inventory. Yeah, this is my equipment. I got this is my loadout. This is my guns, Coachman, Berserker Modified Maelstrom, which is a rare.
Dude, all your stuff is normal quality.
I know because
legendaries.
No, I got a story about this. So I put all of my shit on the robot, and then there's this time when the robot joins the constellation. And when I went back to find him again, I believe I found a Bethesda bug. All of the guns that I stored on him, because I stripped naked to deal with how I didn't know what the ship's cargo was, right? I dumped all of my shit into the robot. When the robot did the Constellation mission, I lost all of my weapons. All of them. Every single one of them.
That sucks.
So you're just
doing something else, because I had him where he splits from me, because the British...
Yeah.
One joins me, but I just talked to him, assigned him to my crew on my ship, and then I was able to trade inventory with him again, even though he wasn't my follower.
I think this one was a special bug that I don't think everyone's going to see. I think the way that I can't recreate the way that I did this, but I did something wrong with the robot, and I don't know what it was, but he was empty when I went back. And I was like, well, there goes the entirety of whatever he can carry. What can he carry? 100, I don't know.
Something. So I know it's late, and if you want to keep playing Starfield, that's fine. In fact, I kind of want to play Starfield too, but I'm down to do Baldur's Gate if you want to keep.
Yeah, I would prefer to do the campaign. I prefer to do D&D. It's up to you. I'll do either. I don't care. No preference.
I'll launch Baldur's Gate right now.
All right, I'm coming in.
I mean, if we actually commit to doing nightly runs, we're probably like a week away from being done with.
Yes. And honestly, this has been one of the best things I've ever done in my entire life. This tactician playthrough, I do not wish to veer away from it. You know.
I am gonna respec Minthara though.
Fine by me. I don't give a fuck what you do.
I was doing my harem run, and I made Karlak into a thrower barbarian, and holy shit, the videos were real. It's so good.
I bet they were.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially nice because.
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me now?
You broke out, I think, when I loaded my client, maybe. Sorry.
My mic was turned off for some reason. Anyway, yeah, you do 5 Barbarian because you need to get the Frenzy Berserking, because that turns when you Frenzy, your bonus actions let you do extra throws.
Okay.
And then you want to get 3 Rogue for Thief for the extra bonus action.
Oh
once you get the Rogue extra bonus action, and you're frenzied, you're getting 4 throws per turn without haste or anything fancy. Like literally just with only frenzy popped, you get 4 throws. And then, not every weapon that you want to. I can't remember if the legendary actually even has the returning property on it. But what you can do is if you do 3 fighter and do Eldritch Knight, they get returning property on a bound weapon. Like you can bind a weapon in returns.
Oh, okay.
And it's fighter too, so you're getting the action boost, the whatever the heck it's called, the refresh action.
Yeah. Oh my god. So how many throws is that around? Is it 4, 5?
Well, without knowing all the goofy shit in the game, like I said, it's 4 throws on a frenzy. That's 5 throws on a haste potion, and then
and they're all
an
AoE.
action boost to make it 6. So you could do 6 throws in one turn with just with frenzy, haste potion, and the action boost.
And the spear explodes on impact, so it's 600 damage a fucking turn. It's the most D&D's ever experienced. This happened to Final Fantasy XI to a degree, because when you would pull 20 mobs and you did some crazy AoE that normally would only do like 1,000 damage to one thing, it does 20,000 damage when it hits 20 targets, which makes you so powerful. You know, so like putting out 20,000 damage, or what in D&D it would be like 600 damage in a single turn, kind of breaks the game in a way, you know.
My only concern with doing the build is at this point in the game, I don't know if we retained that ring that gives you 1d4 throw damage that's from Act 1.
Oh yeah, shit, I don't know.
Because that's one of the things you're supposed to keep. Every 1d4 damage.
You should invite me when you're ready, and then I'm gonna change my title as well. This will take just 2 minutes.
Oh, you changed your Steam name?
I did, yes. I changed my Steam name every month before the zombie server wipe, because those boys know my name, and my trio, Raffle Stomped, 26 people. I'm sorry, 2 people in my trio, Raffle Stomped and robbed 26 people this month. And I really don't want them knowing who I am next wipe, because my team pretty much reign of terrored Hitlered on that entire server as revenge for what they did to me the last year when I was solo, and now I'm scared of them knowing who I am, unfortunately. But that's Rust, you know, that's... Many people do that.
Yeah, you get up to some crazy hijinks.
Oh yeah, Rust is a very serial game. People play it serial like EVE Online. Yeah. Starfield, all of that's good except for Baldur's Gate 3. Everything I've been doing is launch. It's so awesome. Remnant 2 is good, Bagon. Like, really genuinely good. It's a solid RPG. I think it's like a 9.5, something like that. Just like these other games we're playing. Just as good for different reasons. A lot more combat. It's a Souls-like, but not in a bad way. It's more like a World of Warcraft Souls-like. It's not like a, you know, like a Souls-like. There we go. Kick is... Oh, I didn't cut and paste. Oops.
Well, good for me. I don't like Souls-like games.
It's a shooter. There is no melee in it. It is entirely a shooter. It is Elden Ring with guns, is what the scene said. So if you like gun games, it plays like Elden Ring with all that weird stuff that they do, but it's also a bit like alien stuff, but it also is like a shooter. There's no melee. I mean, there's melee if you want, but mainly melee guns. Just like Starfield. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say BG3. So many games, it's hard to keep them all straight. Oh my god, you didn't change the title again. Oh my god. Did you save it? Yes, you did. Fucking Twitch is so incompetent.
So another thing that's really nice about the 3 fighter for Eldritch Knight, you get the light cantrip, which you can cast on your spear that you throw, and that eliminates the target to dark accuracy debuff.
Very good, Bagon. I love it.
Yeah, it's.
I'm gonna use that in D&D forever. You know, that's a genius use of
That's really nice
of a
with
light spell and an arrow. Wow.
The 3 fighter for Eldritch Knight.
Why didn't I ever think of that? That's like Deep Rock Galactic is a really good game.
Oh no, I've played it.
I love that game. I don't play it enough, but it's a good game. Okay, so then I believe I'm ready now. You sent the invite, you did, and gonna enter this game.
Everyone, and welcome to.
No, oh, that was a link that you sent. Play the game. Coming in. Sorry for the delay.
That's fine. I'm just leveling up Minthara.
Oh, I gotta switch to game capture. One of the nice things about Starfield is it's a really optimized client, so it runs on a display adapter, so I can freely go back and forth between the Starfield wiki and the Starfield, you know, game, and the public can see what I'm looking at on the wiki, and I really love that because that's how I built a Final Fantasy XI career as a streamer and got my first 1,000 follows, is running wiki back and forth between Final Fantasy XI and the wiki. So you can do this with Starfield as well, and I love it. It's something really important to me. Now, you're currently in the camp, right?
Yep, I'm just checking for gear I can throw on Minthara before we hop back at it.
Yeah, I'm in the gate. I'm in the gate, just waiting where we were, where you popped in. Oh, the music in the gate is so good. Rivington, I knew where we were before we got there, Bagon. I might be an okay Dungeons & Dragons player. I actually looked at the map before we went there, you know? I was like, I can't wait to reach Rivington, and then you took me there, and I can't tell you how fucking amazing of an experience that was for me. It was formative.
What's Rivington?
Rivington is the city that we're in. It's the most southeastern corner of Baldur's Gate itself. It's down by the river.
Okay, I was gonna say we're in Worm's Rest. I thought.
No, we're in the dead center of. Oh, and I'll share my screen. Yeah, we're in the dead center of Rivington, which if you look at the Baldur's Gate 3 map, it's the first part of the city, and it's very sequential. I think 2 probably plays like this as well. Probably 1 as well too. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get to Discord and share my screen. There we are. And then, so yeah, if you, I'll link the map I have of Baldur's Gate 3 because it's a good one. In the general, well, I'll send it to you, DM. I have a good Baldur's Gate 3 map that I put on my desktop. Message, and then I want to go blah blah, and then I want to go downloads, and earlier I did the Baldur's Gate. There it is, for your perusal, but as you can see, we are in the southeastern corner, outer city, Rivington, and it's very simple to see it, and you'll begin to understand the whole shebang when that I sent you in the DM. And we are right in the center of Rivington. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that map changed me when I looked at it. I was like, oh, I had no idea what the concept of what the city was.
Hey, good news. We did still have the throwing damage ring.
Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, I don't believe we've thrown or I don't believe we've sold anything. I think since the Underdark or something. I mean, that was Act 1. I don't know why we wouldn't have it.
Yeah, right now.
Well, I've sold some stuff like some greens, but basically that's it. Like greens, I think. We were trying to reach the 20k goal.
This armor was such a bargain. We can't return charge of your pleasurable destiny. 15 legs.
So I put that map on my desktop, and I've been staring at it for 4 months. I'm such a fucking nerd.
That's a little obsessive.
It's not obsessive, it's just... Shit, I mean, I knew it was gonna be good. I knew it was gonna be good. You know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a good necklace for Minthara right now, and then I think I'll be set with her.
I know.
Good helm would be nice too. I had to switch her helm. She was wearing a heavy one.
Oh, do we long rest? I think we do.
We're at a short rest, so yeah, we're probably
long resting. I came back.
Okay, do you have a shield in your inventory? I need a shield for Minthara right now.
Let me see. Looking at shields. New. Well, maybe in the camp. I'll have to go to the box. Give me just a second.
Yeah, I was gonna check the box.
Travelers.
Yeah, Minthara should be a real mulcher at this point. She needs good armor though.
She's already a mulcher. You know, you've been killing it. You've been killing everything in one hit.
But I mean, the shield's gonna put her at 22 with standing AC, which will be real handy.
I wish you could make. Oh, you can. You can. Oh, there we go. You can make the camp window bigger. That's good. So unfortunately, sorting options. We're gonna sort by type, so we're really sure. If you look at my screen, you will see that unfortunately, no, I do not own a shield Oh wait, yes I do. Cathar shield. There it is. There it is.
I mean, that's a caster shield, but I'll take it.
It's the only shield I believe I have between my inventory, which I just popped a potion of speed by mistake. That's cute.
Yeah, the shield we want was the shield that gives like a +3 to your insight and initiative rolls, because that one's really, really nice, getting a +3 to initiative. Anyway, she should do great because of the Tavern Brawler feat. She's got a +16 attack bonus.
Here's a nice mace too. I don't know if you care about that. Or maul, excuse me, nice maul.
No, Minthara is literally just using the spear now.
Well then, I'll take that back and sell it, I guess. Or we'll just keep it. Oh shit, I'm full of utter bullshit.
Alright, but yeah, I think Minthara's ready to go be a murder monkey now. And oh my, she can jump far.
Very good. Yeah, I have that teleport Misty Steps, like 2 or 3 of them. That has changed the game for me. I was not having fun until that happened.
She's got a Misty Step amulet too, so she can Misty Step, but
And I suggest you do. I suggest you use it for those archers on the roof and stuff. Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Okay, I'm not sure anyone wants to talk. Yep, let's just rest.
Oh, I canceled. Sorry. I thought I'm so used to doing it myself. Oh my God, she's basically naked.
The monster. Everyone
yes. Now she's naked. She's naked in my mind. Yeah. Bagon gets to see her naked. I'm so fucking jealous. Why does Bagon get to see my character naked before I get to see my character naked? Stupid streamer
you have
choice.
Excelled in base villainy.
Stupid poor choice to become a streamer.
For she who fights with monsters should look to it that she herself.
Okay, when we beat this game, Bagon, I'm gonna turn the censorship off and blank the screen for just 10 seconds, and I'm gonna see our party naked before we finish. Okay?
You have reached the time of majority. And you shall come into your birthright. But another seeks to disinherit you. Do not let her be your death.
Yeah, oh, they should kiss. Oh, yeah. Now they should have hentai sex. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, oh, it's so...
Lord Baal shall have but one chosen.
I shall lay waste to you.
Memory
Carries blood back, snatches of your story written in the blood of 1,000 victims.
I'm so angry. I'm angry like my face.
Leading his savage congregation in prayer, sacrifice, and slaughter. You were their master, and he was yours. A cruel master, a dread lord, a devoted father. All is greater than you could have dreamed. You are a spawn of Baal.
Yeah, so it turns out I was the devil, Begon.
Scion.
Oh, I know.
I'm terribly sorry.
You're literally the daughter of Baal.
Yeah. No, I want to go with The Woman Beneath Your Feet because it actually has subject content, right? I want to go with your comment, but I want to talk about The Woman Beneath My Feet.
Oh, okay, do what you want.
Yeah, I
You are
think
not
just
the
as,
last of your name.
right. It's more information,
Not yet. There is another.
right?
The abomination.
Oh, Orin.
wrapped in
Oh, great.
flesh
Right.
and soul
Orin
in
is
the
my
colony.
sister or something.
Orin, dear sister.
Oh
was
my
died
fucking
by
god.
your
Orin is my
hand,
sister.
An offering in Baal's
Why?
sanctum. Your heart pines for the love of your lord.
That's her father,
Today
right?
is a
Disgusting.
wonderful day
Daddy
for
sex.
murder.
Ugh. Incest is a bad thing. Devils like incest. Alright, that was sad and alarming.
Alright, let's get back out of camp.
That's a Ball or Bale or whatever the fuck his name is. Getting out. Oh, I dropped a silver fork. Oops. Silver glass. Yeah. So, leaving camp. Oh, so I want to try the fidelity Cas on this game as well. I thought my card didn't like NVIDIA stuff, but apparently it does. So we're gonna turn off the DLSS and we're gonna fire up the AMD FSR 1.0 to ultra quality, and I will see if the fidelity Cas will do a better job on my card. Yup, there it is. Fidelity Cas sharpening, but it's not letting me because I did turn on something else. It's not the DLS, it's the AMD FSR. There we go. And now you should, no, you're not gonna, oh, you are, it was that. So now we try Fidelity FX over, with DLLAA. No, that kills the DLSS, so, Fidelity FX sharpening. I think the rest of it's all good. Yeah, yep. And there we go. Back. How's my frames? There. Better. Perfect. It is,
There. Dantalon's dancing axe.
it is better. Sorry.
Safe house to hear a mention.
God damn it. I'm learning about my video card 3 years after I bought it.
Alright, ready to go?
Can I have one too?
There's only one.
Oh, only one light?
Should have dumped a lot of them.
That might be worth a look. I found so many victims for Cazador here.
I think in here we just want to go up the stairs.
No one would ever miss.
Yeah, this. So we're trying to chase down the murderer from the priest's residence.
Alright.
Wait, is this the right place? Oh, it's up the ladder. That's where it is.
I feel like I'm gonna completionist Starfield just by the sheer amount of time I'm gonna spend there. I've spent the last 5 years on 76, and then they made this. This game is 76. If you ever wonder what 76 is, it's Starfield without the planets. Like, There's no difference between 76 and Starfield whatsoever, except the graphics.
I gotta say, I'm not too happy about the random town NPCs and their appearance.
Oh, I know, yeah.
They're so fucking hideous.
Yeah, I know. Some of the Bethesda faces. There was a lady I was making fun of last night. I was like, send her back to the lock. She's a monster.
I'm just looking around the spaceport, and there's these groups of like 5 NPCs all staring at each other vacantly, and 4 out of the 5 are like 300-pound women with these like
huge eyes, right? Their eyes are huge and bulged out. Shit.
Yeah, huge bulged out
Yeah,
eyes.
that's the NPC that I'm talking
They've got
about.
horrible overbites.
That was her. I was like, send her back to the lock.
They've got hairstyles that don't make any sense either. You know, like the curly short hairstyle that black people can pull off because they just like their hair genetically is that way.
Yeah.
When I see a fucking 300-pound white woman with it, it doesn't really make sense.
I'm sorry. I think it's really funny to make fun of NPC's beauty, because what are they gonna do? Sue me? They're not gonna sue me. You know what I'm saying? I can make fun of how ugly, butt-fuckly ugly NPCs are, and not have some woke liberal agenda person call me a Nazi. And I mean, I am a woke liberal person who will call somebody a Nazi. That's the worst part. But I don't care. I love making fun of NPCs because they won't sue me. You know.
One thing I heard comments on too, which I agree is very annoying, is there's this one like skin disease that black people can get where like they'll have patches on their skin that don't have melanin. So like it'll be a black person but with all these blotchy patches of white Caucasian skin. It looks really weird. It's incredibly rare. Very few people have it.
Vitiligo?
It's something like that.
It's vitiligo, yes.
They have it in Baldur's Gate 3. They had it in another game too. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's common.
No, it never was. No games had it.
Oh,
and then all of a sudden, like every AAA game has it. Starfield has it. This game has it. There was another big AAA that, like I said, I can't remember which one it was, but it's popping up in like every game now, and it's kind of bizarre because it's such a rare thing. I didn't even know it was a thing until I started seeing the games and started looking it up. But like now it's everywhere in AAA games.
Oh, you should see. You know, an exquisite masterpiece is, if you've never played it, Horizon Zero Dawn on the PC, not the console. And in that game, there is the gamut of weird skin stuff because it's this tribal alien tribe, and you'll see it all over that game, all over it.
Oh, so these 2 drow, these are the ones you can have in the dark sex with.
Ooh. Oh, can we miss them right now?
Can we what them right now?
Can we miss them? I'm sorry, can we darkness them right now? Save the game, save the game, save the game. Yes. Okay, I just want to see what happens, okay? You save the game, right?
It's a non-hostile spell. It's probably just going to make them run around.
Let's find out. Okay, reload.
Oh,
I just wanted to...
It's fine.
Just wanted to see what would happen here, if something special would happen, you know? Because that's a lot of people in one place.
I mean,
damn it. Or maybe something we didn't know.
I was disappointed when I did the sex scene with this drow chick over here, though, like I told you, because she leads you up to a room, and she casts darkness, and then the whole thing's in darkness. You're just getting, like, the text dialogue of what occurs.
I farted, Begon.
Okay, good for you. Anyway, so unless if you want to fuck around with the weird drow horror, we want to go up the stairs here and talk to the flappy elephant. Because the flappy elephant will give us access to the lower city, which is what we need.
You're a flappy elephant. Oh, talk. Yes, I love him. Yes, he's drunk. Huzzah to elephant, flying elephants drinking. Yes.
Hang on a dick. I recognize.
Hang on a
that
dick?
Face. You were talking to Yanis after I left the temple.
Yanis?
Bet she's put you up. Why must you?
Oh yeah, Yanis loves me.
Insist on interrupting a perfectly good night. I know that look. You remind me of Devella.
Devella.
Fine. If you doubt my conclusions, out with it. What have you found?
I love how he's smoking a pipe and drinking like at the same time. You know how hard that would actually be?
That's quite the discovery. Doesn't tell me everything, though. Why was Logan killed?
Greed. Some dead god or something.
I want proof. Come back
Oh, no. Are you fucking serious? I had you save. I mean, naturally, I guess we help him. Okay.
Isn't right.
That's what you need if you want to change my mind. It was the height of arrogance then.
Maybe we failed this conversation? Not to, like, slight you
No,
or something.
I think we need to go back to that female dwarf that we found dead under the bed. I think it might have been we had to grab one of the notes. So it's basically an initiation to the Cult of Baal. There's a big list of people's hands that they need to collect. And if any initiates get 2 hands and come to the temple... Oh, not the temple. There's another location. Anyway, you need 2 hands from this assassination list to join the cult. So that's what this is the priest guy was on the list, and that's why he was murdered. So I think we need to find the list, and the list is what gets us to get the access. Anyway, there's a cool little event in here. You think you're going to get hot lesbian sex, and then you don't.
Alright.
You know it's a fantasy game because they're both attractive.
I mean, to try.
Cutscene.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was looking at their character models. Squirrel.
You can look at the character models during the cutscene. Although
I didn't know there was a cutscene.
The human's got nasty Karen hair and her mouth looks freaky.
Oh no, send her back to the lock. Oh no.
More than beautiful.
I can make fun of her if I want.
You are the
She's not real.
stretched across
I would, yeah. I would touch her.
Oh, then I'm listening to this.
Paper bag! Paper bag!
She is.
Paper bag on the other one.
You are the fruit.
I don't know, it's still like the moo cow ring out of her nose, though.
Oh.
Soft on my
See, I hate nose rings.
I
To
do
me,
too. Yeah.
They make me think of a fucking bull.
Lebrays are worse. Yeah.
I don't know why people want to disfigure their nose to look like a moo cow. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yep. I never did get a real tattoo or a real piercing. I had my tongue pierced for 10 years, but I took that bitch out when I was like 24.
What's wrong, Jara? What are you? Wait, I know you. I don't understand. What's...
Uh-oh.
Your face.
Your face. Your face. What do you mean your face? Your face.
Who is this woman?
What do you mean your face? Yeah, your face. I knew it. I knew it.
Your head screams in agony.
I am not surprised.
Pustules boiling beneath your skin, your bones twisting, your flesh rupturing. And suddenly, silence.
What's happening?
Twisting, contortion, blood and gore, mutation is fine, but not sex. Oh, it's a mind flayer now.
Oh, it is an improvement.
It is. No. No. Not an improvement. I mean, he's got 65 health. I'm not wasting anything on this.
Yeah, so what you want here is the Coronation Admissions Pass that's on the little bath here. You need access to the Worms Rock Fortress from that.
Alright. Oh, oops.
Hells.
Take it off. I'm sorry.
Tales of mind flayers. Talons. Is it not in the Illithid's barbarity that we find its splendor? Your eyes are no less monstrous, I assure you. A lesser woman might be frightened.
That's because I am a mind
But
flayer.
I am no lesser woman.
Her gaze intensifies. Your breath quickens and your heart skips a beat. The
Anti-sex?
woman's senses are heightened and her fire stoked. The mind flayer is no mere curiosity, but an object of desire.
We're just gonna fuck on this corpse on the floor.
Why should I deny it? My urge is as natural as the grape upon the vine. But perhaps there are other flavors that might satisfy my palate.
What did you have in mind? Fucking on the
Rapture.
corpse?
Close your eyes and listen.
Please lay her down on the corpse. Please lay down on the corpse.
You see only darkness.
Please lay down on the corpse. Please, please fuck on top of the corpse. Please, please.
Cooler than night.
The all-being.
It'd be hilarious if the engine got Larian in trouble for necrophilia. I think that'd be so funny.
Here you want for
By
nothing.
mistake, if, you know, and in the end, Larian gets disbanded for necrophilia.
You are anything. You have one word. Tell me, what will you be?
Powerful. I think we're done here.
You are more than contented. You are at total peace.
Ooh,
Your belly is full.
Your flesh shivers, your heart bursts. True ecstasy for one fleeting
sleazy moment.
Open your eyes. I'll remember you, and you'll
No,
remember
close
me.
them again.
See, there's no sex.
Yeah. As usual.
And now if you talk to her again, she tells you to fuck off.
Oh, my pack weapon. Right.
Alright, let's go talk to Raphael. But first, we're going to Elminster's library and stealing his shit because Gale's not here.
Very good.
Gale's questline involves talking to Elminster, who's like the super duper over wizard.
Oh, your armor looks so badass. Like, Minthar looks so cool now.
She literally has just random medium armor right now.
I don't care. It's a good set of armor, better than most games. Like, it looks like New World quality armor.
Okay, nothing there. Let's go to Raphael. He will talk to us. I always enjoy talking to Raphael.
I much prefer a cat.
Oh, it's Kithrak Voss. That's the guy we stole the sword off of.
You must hear me, devil. I will do whatever it takes. Give you anything you ask.
Don't call me a devil bug.
One thing in this world that I desire. You do not have it.
You must help me, Raphael. For the sake of my people.
Help you?
Hush.
You mean
now,
contract?
boss. These guests may not.
You want a contract?
Yet, but they want the same thing that you do.
He'll give you a contract.
And unlike you, they have something of value to offer.
Devils don't do anything for free.
Whatever you discuss with this devil, I must hear of it. Find me below in the tap room once you're loosed from his claws.
Yeah, it turns out he was trying to sell me a cursed pair of gloves, so I just killed him. It's the dialogue, sir. It's the opposite of needful
I'm glad
things.
you came. Not one more thing before we begin, though.
Uh-oh. Contract? Oh, man, those eyes. You've been staring in the abyss too much, Begon.
Well, my eyes look fucked up because of the
First sight,
seramorphosis.
since the Nautiloid, your mind is clear. It's unsettling.
Did you just cure me?
Wouldn't that be exquisite? But no. I'm afraid the tadpole is still there. But I did shut out your other visitor for a while, so we can enjoy some privacy. The Illithid can't hear us. I brought you here because I'm true to my word, and I can make all of this tadpole business go away. Which means you and your lovely friends can remain blessedly free of tentacles. Unless...
Why would I want that?
Some have already sprouted in places I can't see. Let us speak plain. I'll admit, you've impressed me. I wasn't sure you'd make it this far. But no matter how far you come, you're still on the road to ruin. A road that leads directly to a confrontation with the Elder Brain. At best, it will kill you and everyone else in this city. At worst, it will assimilate you, and you won't have enough free will left to even wish you were dead. You have the key to destroying it in the palm of your hand, though. Very perceptive. Yes. I can give you the means to break him free. The Orphic Hammer. An artifact capable of shattering the chains that hold Prince Orpheus is held securely in my House of Hope, even now. Isn't it just? And it's even more convenient that you can give me exactly what I want in return.
No.
You really do think
No, he wants something else.
My sights are set on something much more valuable
Your
than
fucking
your
soul. What does that have to do with the world stage? Fuck your soul. He wants all the souls.
I want the crown that dominates.
Yeah, why would he want one soul?
Power.
Yeah.
Ancient and full of wonder.
And death.
I have craved it ever since the arch-wizard Carsus created it.
Yeah,
long
Doom.
centuries ago. And brought doom to the empire
Told
of
you.
Netheril. That was the great age of humanity.
No.
And Netheril's flying sky cities were the apex of civilization.
Abominations in the sky
And
called
there the day it all fell
Naxxramas.
apart. Entire cities plummeted from the sky like
Disgusting.
angels with broken wings. The screams, oh, the screams. Hundreds of thousands of people watching in horror as the ground came up to meet them. It was not a happy meeting. And Carsus was responsible. Not driven by malice, but by ambition. He forged a crown imbued with all the powers of magic. A crown that would make any who wore it a god. Men cannot contain so much power. The crown destroyed its creator, and his empire fell with him. Carsus's folly, the bards and scholars call it. I call it hope. The hope of creating a better world. And the perils of unchecked humans.
You mean a dead world?
I knew then that the folly of
It would be a better
mortals could
world.
be the triumph of devils, and that I could use that crown to unite the Nine under one Archdevil Supreme.
No.
Me.
No. The answer's yes, but sign a contract with me.
You're too kind and extremely insightful. With the crown, I would impose perfect order, unity,
No. When
efficiency.
When the crown comes, it will go to me.
My kingdom would control
You will be my
its
second in
borders and
command.
stay within them.
You down there, me up here. No.
It was stolen from right under my nose all those centuries ago.
Wah, wah,
The
pussy,
archdevil
pussy.
Mephistopheles
Q.
snatched up the crown.
Oh,
and
Q.
squirreled it away
Oh,
to
the
one of
devil's
his
cry,
vaults.
devil's tears.
He's not more than a frigid archivist. So much power and potential kept inert. He made a miracle into a museum piece. I raged. But only for a decade or so. Then I waited, ever watching for more than 1,000 years, for a mistake, a mishap, a misadventure. And these chosen, who have caused you so much trouble accidentally, did me a favor. They brought the crown back into play.
Begon's taunting him.
Of their whole scheme. They must have raided Mephistopheles.
He's like, yes, it does.
Impressive, I must admit. But they'll be dead soon.
You'll be dead soon.
If you don't kill them, the Elder Brain
kill
will.
You.
It doesn't have feelings in the way you'd understand them. But it seems rather angry. It is inevitable. When you destroy the brain, and you will because you must, the crown will be yours for the taking.
I like the brain.
And when
I
that
don't like
moment
you.
comes, you give the crown to me. In exchange, I give you the hammer now.
A simple transaction. It seems, but
the
it's
hammer now for a hamburger now for a soul crown Thursday.
Take Raphael's deal and you could free Orpheus.
I don't think
Orpheus
so.
Free,
Money up front,
no need
bitch.
to rely on the Emperor.
No dope. Money
There's no
money up
guarantee
front.
that Orpheus would be on your side. And if you take the deal, you'll have to fulfill it.
Nope.
You'll have to deliver the crown of Carsus to the devil himself.
No, I don't care what we do. I'm just
He
saying
claims his
my
ambition is
response
to unite the hells, but
to this
can't be
decision is
trusted to
no.
Stop there.
No, I don't care what
Trust him
Begon
more than you
does.
trust the Emperor.
Yeah. I just wish to register. I do not stand with the devil. No.
How short-sighted.
Very good.
Much better to put it into the right hands. Hands that will ensure it is removed from this
No,
world.
I told you what I'm gonna do.
And it's the
It's
only
Mount
way
Doom
you can
for the
ensure that
ring.
you remain part of this world.
If we help him, we don't get the really cool battle music.
Uh-huh.
I won't stop
I don't
you.
like him. He's the devil.
But
Fuck him
time
in his
is
stupid
running
devil
out.
ass.
So
Shout at the devil.
He's a really cool character.
Oh, I love the character. I didn't say the character was bad. I'm saying what he represents is death.
Up to the moment.
Can't sign up with death. Can't deal or bargain with death, or you'll get a dead world. Just saying.
There you are.
There you are.
Raphael. Well, thank you for your honesty. Of course, I should have known the devil would come sniffing. The stench of impending chaos is irresistible to them.
It is.
And what did he want with you?
Butt sex and my soul. Well, all of our souls. The crown of souls.
No doubt he impressed upon you the need to do so. And what did he want in return for this knowledge?
Your death.
Giving a devil what he wants sounds like a brilliant idea. Tell me, you turned him down. Good. I am glad. But be careful. The devil is like a cockroach. No matter what you do to it, it will always come back. I doubt this will be the last time you are approached. I trust that you will continue to remember who is really on your side.
Yeah, me.
Without my protection,
I'm on Begon's side.
cannot
I think I'm the
defeat
only one who's on
You
Begon's
cannot even
side.
get close to it, no matter what the devil whispers in
The
your
rest of these people just seem to really want to trick him all the time.
Alright, let's go downstairs and talk to Kirith Voss. Dialogue.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm just doing all the horrible
Tell
camera
me you
stuff
took the
first.
devil's deal. Tell me you will free Gith's heir.
What? Tell me you took the devil's deal? What the fuck are you
There
talking
is
about?
no cost too high to unshackle my people.
Listen to the sad things that's coming out of your mouth. I don't care about your people. They're not my people. I'm not dealing with the devil for you,
to turn your
asshole.
back on the first mother's
No,
son.
no.
And yet it seems I have no choice.
Blah, blah,
but
blah.
to
I'll kill you
trust.
where you stand if you disrespect
There is
me.
but one prism, and you are its key. Find a way to retrieve the hammer and free Orpheus from the prism. I will assemble his remaining honor guard and plan our next actions.
Yeah, cool.
Together, we will yet free the true heir of Gith's blessed empire. He will free us from Vlaakith and lead our Kithraki against the Geich. His dick. I will wait in the underground.
His dick?
Seek me when you have the hammer in hand.
I don't like how you seem to be bossing me around like Lae'zel's been doing the entire time.
Aches for Githyanki liberation more than he abhors Geich. He might seethe when you free him. He might gnash his teeth and slander your name. But he will see reason. I promise you.
Indeed.
You are wasting your time and mine.
Save. Thank you.
So we'll have choices to make, but we're definitely killing Raphael.
I don't know. How do you feel about the Gith? Do you want to help them?
Yeah, so without giving you too much of a spoiler, we have to choose one of... There's 3 options, like 3 paths. Well, okay, not really. We're either going to make an enemy of Orpheus or make an enemy of the Emperor.
I would rather make an enemy of...
This was a stupid idea.
I don't know.
I was planning on pissing off the Emperor.
I think so.
Bloodstained Parchment. I think that's what
The Emperor is a Mind Flayer.
Yeah, Bloodstained Parchment's...
Mind Flayer, Gith, and the Devil.
Hold on, you don't even know what the Emperor is yet. You're gonna see that soon, though.
I thought I did see him. No, he's the Mind Flayer.
Unless you've been reading wikis, you do not know what
I have no idea who this Emperor is. Okay, I'm sorry.
We learned that in Wormrock Fortress. Anyway, leave the building. We're going back into the whorehouse because we got the list the fucking elephant wants. And the elephant will give us the Lower City Pass. And because right now we can get to the castle, which is the next objective, but we need to get the Lower City Pass or we can't go past that.
One chicken wing.
Devella's been harping
Yes!
about Baal for
I want to
months.
see him pound a beer.
Fancies herself something.
Come on, pound a beer with your nose.
I assumed it was just a bunch of conspiracy codswallop and fear-mongering. But she's been unusually insistent about this one. Even
Codswallop and fear-mongering.
Fine. I'll bite. What's your theory?
It's usually bail.
No need to wave documents at me. I'm already drowning in paperwork as it is. Constable Devella is going to be a real pain in the trunk about this. Since you seem to be on an obnoxiously similar wavelength, why don't you seek her out? She'll be at the Elf Song Tavern. Show her the list and
There's
I'll stay
marijuana
and
in the
form a
pipe.
fist here. Oh, and you'll need this pass. It'll give you access to the lower city.
Yes, it really seems like he's taking a shit right now.
What are you waiting for? You've a bloody conspiracy to solve. Move!
Okay, it was really weird how his eyes rolled up into the back of his head for a minute.
I put it on
Yeah.
especially for you.
Alright, so we got our magical pass. Now we need to go find the herbies.
Brothel, pleasure house, den of
Decadent delights.
Certified, not magically altered produce. Flavor guaranteed.
Did you see our father? What's your rationing
It was. But good armor is hard to find. Madman. Maybe I
I
could
think
wear
it's
it
this
to
building?
dinner. How else
It's
was
a
I
little
supposed to
confusing
see
finding the right building.
armor to meet my mother and father.
Yeah, this
Welcome
is where
to
the herpes are.
Devlin's Dump. Our stock isn't used. It's tried and tested by the finest of
Dan Bellin's dancing axe. Oops.
Greetings, sir. You're no harpers. I am afraid
I have called people
serve a
Sarah my
grubby
entire life
class
for
of
some reason.
clientele than that. More
Not Sir,
chancellors than
Sarah.
champions, if you take my meaning.
S-E-R.
Present company excluded.
It's because of Raymond D. Feist.
No, I don't know any, Jahira, was it?
Devout Dungeons and Dragons player.
Clothgrass. I know the taste all too well. You too, I'd wager. Fine, yes. You have the right place. But where's the leaf flicker herself? She wouldn't have revealed this place otherwise, which makes you one of the rare breed she does trust. Here's the key. The others are below, and bearing bad news by the looks of it.
That they are.
Always.
But let's trade, because he has lots of epics.
Very good. I think they could have made it so we could both use him at the same time. I don't know why.
Targets have disadvantage on saving throws against your maneuver and weapon actions. That's kind of cool.
Ooh, that's tricky.
Well, it's like your stun that you do. I think it makes them have disadvantage on that.
Very good. I would need that.
Oh, Horns of the Berserker, I think this is what we want to put on Minthara.
Yeah, sort the loot bag on. I can't even look at
Alright.
it. Yeah.
You get +2 bonus to attack rolls when attacking creatures that have already taken damage. Let's see, Bloodthirst. Unarmed and melee attacks will deal an additional 2 necrotic damage if you're not full health.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I don't think that's that great. Don't piss off the thing.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, there's an arrow of dragon slaying. We're going to be fighting a dragon soon, so I'm taking that. Oh, Cloak of Displacement. That's some good fucking shit.
What's it do? Misty Step?
It gives you it gives you displacement, which means all of your enemies have disadvantage on hitting you. It activates on the first turn of combat. It dissipates when you're hit.
Very good.
So, like a fireball or something will basically get past at you, but it makes them at disadvantage. So if your AC is good, it makes you almost unhittable. Oh yeah, I need some medium armor. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think he has anything else that's actually worth writing home about, though. He has lots of gold, though. Lots of stuff to trade.
Go rob him.
Wait, is he in a spot we can rob?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah, the other guy's back.
You're on the
Well,
door.
he's got a lot of guards, but yeah, we might be able to pull
I
it
don't
off.
see why not. If not, I can do it. I'm invisible if you want.
Yeah, hold on.
To use a scroll of invisibility.
There's a lot of gold to be made here. It looks
I
like.
told you. Yeah, it was like buy all the weapons or whatever, so you don't have to steal them, or whatever, and then steal your gold back though.
No, he's got 2,000 gold on him already. If I give him any more gold, I'm not going to be able to steal.
Right.
Hold on. I thought I had the necklace that gives.
Yeah, moving 2,000 gold is that's kind of a chunk, you know. That's gonna be a big bag, like the size of a fucking rice bag, you know. There's a sack of rice, you know. It's kind of funny. The guy's gonna notice his sack of rice in his pocket is gone, you know. please. Did you save? Save. We don't want this to go badly and end up in jail. This would be a bad time to do that.
Here we go. Ooh, I gotta give it 17 to get that gold, but let's see. Got it.
Save.
Yeah.
I love triumphant saves. I've been into triumphant saves lately, where you're like, I'm banking that, and you just hit the save button and it's banked. You know? Oh, damn it. Close.
I got the gold, but we're gonna have to flee until
That's good. Yeah.
So we're gonna go down the stairs to the harbor place because there's no
Alright.
getting out of here. We need to go down and do the harbor thing. I got the gold.
Very good. That's what we need. I mean,
Oh, I want to get the dragon sling arrow and the smoke powder bomb arrows. The smoke powder bomb arrows are so good. All right, that's where we go.
wait, where? Do it again. I was off screen.
It's the door.
Yeah, the door right there. Okay.
Quickly, before he spots us. You're not. Why are you leaving?
I clicked where you were running, and she went somewhere else.
Wait, is he not noticing that he's been robbed?
Yeah, he noticed, and he's coming. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, he's just standing there.
Fucking NPCs. He's running really fast.
Yeah, I don't think he'll follow us down here,
No,
though.
he won't, no. I clicked your feed. I don't know why she runs to some other fucking path. I don't know.
You are not Chihira. I was hoping to greet the High Harper beneath Salona's tears.
You have the lad a little nervous. You're the one toppled Ketherick out in the Shadowlands, no?
Geraldus isn't nervous. He's terrified. And he's using Salona's tears as some kind of code.
How am I gonna go around that fucking drive?
Stare at me. Study me. This Harper's face bores me. Perhaps I'll steal yours next.
Surprise round. Oh, come on. You got all that way and you missed. He's at 1 HP. How did that happen? Yeah, but I have the thing that's supposed to insta-kill if they get too low.
Oh, I don't know.
Shouldn't even be possible for her to still be alive. Oh, I hurt my guy. Like that shit?
brought to Baal's side, I wonder?
You told me the armor was a
You... Oh, thank the gods. You're the first friendly face I've seen in days. Old Danthelon included. The others... they're all dead. Or scattered. Jahira sent word of the victory over Ketheric.
Rashomar, a native of Rashaman, the far eastern land known for its wild inhabitants and the witches who rule them.
The High Harper didn't tell you. Just... tell her this.
So if you know the lore, the Rashomar is minx.
Okay.
He is fantastic comedic relief. Anyway, gonna save the little merchant guys looking for us. And then we're gonna rob him again.
Alright.
It was, but good armor is hard to find.
Are you going back downstairs again?
Nope.
Okay, I didn't think so. I went outside.
I'm gonna relieve him of his arrows and then probably get out of here. Well, since I got those, let's get greedy. Nice, I got the gloves. Yeah, he's got some healing potions. I'll jack those too. Alright, I think I got everything that's actually worth taking off of him. Oh wait, no, knockback arrows, I want those. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna say I am happy with what we have stolen. Let's get out of here.
Alright.
Flee, flee!
We've got the tool for the job.
Oh yeah, there's another house down here. I don't know if there's anything actually good in it though.
How else was I supposed to see the optics?
Beautiful. I love this shop. Garm's Garm. I love it. There's a cool cool pictogram on, or not, just a cool weave on the wall. Wow, the needle book.
Alright, so she just has a bunch of RP gear. Alright, cloak. I will give this to you because it's a really good cloak.
Oh yeah, didn't you
Here's
get
the gauntlets if you want them?
the gauntlets or something, right? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, gauntlets I grabbed are pretty darn good.
Oh yeah, that is a good cloak. Way big upgrade. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's flat out disadvantage for any enemies attacking you. It's really good.
Now I'm half epic, half rare, and one legendary. The only thing that I have that's bad is a necklace. I have a bad necklace. I mean, I don't know. My necklace gives disadvantage on attack rolls to aberrations, which might actually be pretty good with how much tanking I do. You know, I don't know.
Well, aberrations in this game are mostly going to be mind flayer type things.
Oh, aberrations. I'm thinking of monstrosities. I think actually, aren't I? Like what do we see the most? The big semi bosses. I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just hurry up and get over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're waiting for me? I didn't know. There we go.
Yep. We gotta get our way into Worms Rock.
Thank you.
Sorry, chum, can't let you through. Worms Rock. Valeria? Well, I'm not messing about. Straight ahead across the bridge.
So cool.
Alright, so there's a few things we gotta do because I want to go to the Temple of Baal and do that line like I told you.
Alright.
But there's some things we have to do first.
Halt! We do not know how you gained
The Watcher's presence fades.
My most esteemed guest, we meet at last. I am Lord Enver Gortash.
Ugh.
You are the prison bearer, slayer of the dread General Ketheric Thorm. I welcome you to Baldur's Gate, my city.
This city will never be yours.
Of course, of course. My Steel Watchers are rather adept at keeping the peace, but not entirely suitable for polite conversation. Allow me to formally invite you to my inauguration. Make your way to the ceremonial hall.
So we're not gonna do that right away.
You know what would be fun, Begon, is to train to do a tactician playthrough where we kill everybody we see. Everybody we see. Just to see what happens. We do our business with them and then we kill them afterwards.
Doesn't sound very nice.
It would be fun. It would be a lot of combat. A lot of combat.
Probably a drunk.
Better. I almost believed you this time.
Yeah, looks like nothing that fancy on her. I'm gonna sell some like crappy blues that I'm never gonna use though.
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Oh, I can't really glaze that pizza. He wasn't even hurt.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
The house was on fire. We were rescued.
You've been saying that for ages, and we're still here. What are they waiting for?
Before the fire started.
I don't know, dear. I don't know. All we can do is be
The
patient.
witness must have been mistaken. Probably a drunk.
Better. I almost believed you this time.
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Oh, I can't really glaze that pizza. He wasn't even hurt.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us.
Oh, oops, I almost sold my underwear.
And we'll be home in no time.
The house was on fire. We were rescuing people.
You've been saying that for ages, and we're still here.
Okay, finally done. Sorry, I just had to sell a lot of like just garbage filling my bags.
Yeah, I understand. You are the party's like chest. You're good. You have
Alright.
so much stuff.
I am ready to move on.
I'm ready to.
Okay, follow me to passageway.
I'm with you.
This is the prison.
Okay.
So, first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna take the key off this idiot that's sleeping. Alright, so there are two things we do down here. But the first one is going to be murdering the fuck out of these Flaming Fist.
Okay.
Because if we don't murder the fuck out of them now, it's going to happen later, but it won't be as good of an opportunity. So let's kill this one.
You want to kill this one? This guy here?
Yep.
Oh, so sorry. Coming.
Alright, well now we gotta kill the other guys around the hallway here. Yeah, they weren't ready for us to just pop in there and one-shot their buddy. Yeah, you can't effectively do it. Just hurry. Dashing into the middle of us, that's not so well advised.
Ooh!
Okay, we gotta figure out a way to have that not be the thing that happens every single time. I mean, that
wow, 58. That is just...
It was a critical hit.
But still.
But yes, I was pleased.
I was pleased when I executionered the first one, yeah. Felt good.
I mean, I'm gonna let them come around the corner. Okay, we want to kill that dwarf when he pops out. He's the caster. He will definitely make this more painful if we don't kill him right away.
I use Divine Smite on hit. It's so cool. Divine Smite hits so much. Okay, I don't like this guy, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah, he doesn't have a shield, so his AC... Just hit him.
You don't want me to fairy fire?
No, don't stop. Just make him dead.
He has no AC? Why won't it show it to me? Oh, well.
He doesn't have a shield, so he's much
see
easier to hit.
Yep, there we go.
There you go. Nice, so you are getting 3 hits per turn. Oh, okay, that was good.
Imperative.
Yeah, don't run up there. Hold on. It's time to rain some death.
Good fight.
Alright, then you're gonna see why we murdered the Flaming Fist in just a bit here, but first we should loot their little gambling room.
I don't like the fist.
They have sausage down here.
Yeah.
I mean, the Flaming Fist are...
Good people.
They're like a corruptible paladin order.
I know, and I don't like them.
Like, I never got very far in Baldur's Gate 1, but I remember my early interaction with the Flaming Fist, and they want to murder me for some bullshit. And they just spend the whole time screaming, "I am the law! I am the law!"
Yeah, that sounds about right for paladins. Oh, you're in chat.
Tell me. Or show me.
Oh, that's weird. This is your dialogue, not mine.
Oh, it is? Wait, oh, no, it's not.
No, you're a Bale Spawn. I am not.
Exposed to the limitless horror of your dreadful imagination.
Elgor, Doktak, Slayer. There are many names for you, and all of them inspire dread. You are exquisite.
Indeed. So are you.
I know.
I know.
Temple of Baal,
I know it.
slaughter Orin, and claim your inheritance.
Shush, babe, I know it.
I do not want a devil to hold my fate in his hands any more than a god. I say we put the devil from our minds and trust in ourselves. If anyone should have the power of the crown,
It should be us. Yes. Unequivocally agreed. Us or no one else.
All right. So
No
now-
devils, no mind flayers, no Gith.
Yeah, that's why we fucked with her.
Just
Or the
us.
guards.
Can we get an ending like that where we win?
It's Counselor Floric.
You didn't ask the question. Can we get an ending where only we win?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Well, that's the bad guy ending.
Damn it. All right.
Well, you can do it. You can save, then do it, then not do it. It's where you dominate the Nether Brain and make it enslave the world for you.
So here's the question: can we save at the end of this and use it to
get
cheese like 7 different ending achievements?
So there's 2 points you save where you like get all the branching endings.
Yeah.
There's right at the very end where you choose what you want to do with the Nether Brain.
We should do that.
And then there's like before the final. Yeah, you can. There's a spot where you meet like all of your buddies in like a chapel or something, and then you have to do like several large fights, and then the final fight with the Nether Brain. You can save before there, and decide what you're doing too.
We should do that, and she's the we should do that, and she's the all of the achievements we can get,
When the
like
people
together,
need a miracle,
you know? Make it worth the time.
lead me. I'll seek out my connections. When the city
Explore different variations.
You need to stop picking up all the shit in the game.
I can drop it. What does it matter? Here, hold on.
You're picking up like random heavy armor.
Yeah, I know, because it's easy as hell to drop. Hold on. Here, if I could press the right key, you just go sort by type here, by weight, right? And then I just dump all of it. It's easy.
Alright, so anyway, we're getting Floric out of here. She will give us one of the reinforcement options when we're doing the final fight, so she's definitely important to get out of here.
Yep. Everything I have weighs something, and they're all greens. I have many potions and many greens. I have that stuff, I guess. Yeah. Oh, you went in.
Lootable crates in here.
Alright.
Oh yeah, you're not with me.
Where did you go?
I just follow the map marker.
Oh.
It's nowhere fancy.
Follow the map marker. I can't get the camera to avail. There we go.
Then again, you don't have to even follow me that hard because I'm going to be turning around as soon as I get her out of here.
Okay, well, I'm going to deal with my inventory problem.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't care about it, just hold tight, because all I'm doing is escorting Floric out of the prison, and then I'm turning right back around because there's something major we have to do here.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have to be above, like, we have to go back out of the prison to continue our story. But for now, I'm just trying to get her out of the prison so she can help us later.
There. So yeah, like my weight's back down in 5 seconds. It's easier to loot all and then dump than it is to, like, care about it. You know, it's easier to just loot all and then dump the whites later, and then you know, and try to get everything.
Alright, Counselor is saved. Now we get to go learn all of the stuff about the Emperor. Okay, now I have seen tell that you need to use a thunder spell. I don't know that you actually have to. I kind of stumbled through it my first time because the wiki wasn't very clear in the exact steps. Anyway, so this is a very tricksy secret. If you look, you'll see there's 2 special torches, dragon head torches. They don't fit with everything else.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you have to turn them off, and then you have to hit them both with a lightning attack.
That's weird.
And then turn them back on. Oh. That is apparently not a valid lightning attack. Okay.
Place? No.
I mean, if we have someone with the shocking touch cantrip, that should do it.
I'm looking for anything. I'll look at my spell book. Lightning. Don't. Oh, maybe one of my smites. Psychic Radiant. Across the board. I don't believe I can help with this. I don't see it.
Hold on, I might have something else I can do that'll work.
Oh, my warlock shit. Necrotic. I can do necrotic, but I can't do that.
That did it. Ah, that did it. Lightning arrows work.
Sweet, sweet.
But yeah, you have to turn them off, hit them with lightning damage, and then turn them both back on. It's
oh man, imagine whoever found this first. Wow.
I would not be surprised if it was just a data miner, because if you can reveal the map, then you can tell there's something there, and then you can fuck around until you figure it out.
Right.
Oh, here's the other thing. There's a mouse hole right here. So if you're exploring all those random mouse holes, you can't just stumble your way in here.
Cool. What's the mouse hole do? It just
Takes
goes
you to the other side of the mouse hole.
Okay. Okay, but how do you become so small you can do that? The shrink spell?
There's a number of ways. Shapeshift. There's the gaseous cloud spell.
Oh, cool.
Turn yourself into a gas cloud. You can fit in a mouse hole.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the access to the worm way. This is where you find the best two-hander in the game. Now, your two-hander competes with it quite handily because yours is specifically good for Gith, but this one is the one that's for everybody. It's very good.
I love this spec.
There's also a fantastic helmet you get here for heavy armor wearers.
Ooh. Well, what's Minthara wearing?
Dialogue.
Yeah, green.
Dialogue.
Dialogue, I'm
Statue
sorry.
before you bears a
Peril floods my province. The palisades fall. The earth does tremble. The servants of shadow.
There's important lore down here, so you want to make sure you're paying attention to everything.
Beyond
Right, yeah.
lies
I
the
just don't
grand
know you're
water,
doing the
deep
conversation.
in slumber, awaiting a true hero's advent. Should my domain drown in torment, be you the deluge.
I've never been
turn
here, so I don't know
away.
when to expect it.
Be you the hero. Answer true. Are you worthy?
It's basically the magically enchanted statues telling you there's a challenge here.
Yeah.
No savior.
The Emperor sure doesn't want us to go down here.
Ancient Ansar, hear me. A champion is proclaimed. The test begins. Let your judgment follow.
Oh my god, your spear is so cool. So cool.
2 centuries walking the streets, and this was
Okay, so there's a bunch of challenges here you have to pass, and if you fail any of them, you have to do difficult combat encounters.
Almost like an art gallery.
Dialogue.
Oh, sorry.
A true champion knows justice and eliminates those who stand.
So this one's neat. Oh yeah, we want to get rid of the shadow. So I think we can cast a light spell, and that makes him fuck off. Let me do that quick. No, that's not doing it. Hold on. Oh, I think I have a way to do it. Nope. I know you can get rid of the judge with a light spell, like a daylight spell, but apparently casting a light on an ingot on his feet doesn't do it.
Can I attack him? Is that valid?
That's what I'm thinking we might have to do as an alternative.
That was my radiant. It did nothing.
Oh yeah, look at his damage distances. He's just immune to everything. But yeah, he takes... Oh, he's even immune to radiant.
Yeah, he's nullified to everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, he's cursed. That's what it is. You have to use remove curse on him.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I know I figured this out pretty easily the first time.
I have remove... Oh, no effect on... My Lay on Hands cure can't affect undead and constructs, so...
Is he considered undead? Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah,
I'll try. I'm just gonna try on him anyways. Nope, can't target undead. Nope.
Okay. Well, and I don't think we have any scrolls of it either, because that's not something you usually pick up.
He seems to be trying to save against that fairy fire.
Oh, hold on. Asterion has the scroll.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Alright, so what you're supposed to do to solve this properly is you look at these pictures around the room and they tell a story.
Okay, the apple and... yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like... They tell a story of basically a guy that stole an apple.
The induction. The theft.
Yeah, so he steals an apple and he gives it away to a child, so he's like stealing from merchants to feed children.
Yeah.
And then the induction, he gets inducted into some kind of order. And then the theft, the order sends him off to go do some kind of theft.
Okay.
And then there's the chase. He's running away. He's trying to make his getaway after the theft. If you actually click on the portraits and do the dialogue, it gives you like little insight hints.
All right.
So basically, he gets inducted into an order. He's running away. He gets caught. He's clearly been betrayed. And then you see here the judgment. There's a man proclaiming his sentence. And the big tip they give you here is the judge's pockets are full of gold. He's fucking bulging money sackets all around his waist.
Right, he's corrupt.
Yeah, so he's a corrupt judge. And it says in the judgment that he's being condemned to execution.
Oh.
So what you're supposed to do is you remove the curse and the shadow so you can see what the judgments are. Because that's... The shadow's like a... like a symbol of a corrupt judge. So you're getting rid of the corrupt judge so you can make a judgment in clarity. So basically, going off the story the portraits tell, you have to make your own judgment on what's actually reasonable. Because he did steal something, but he was betrayed. Like, he was set up.
The cell.
Yeah, so you can set him free, you can hang him, or you can do the cell. I believe that... Yeah, the cell is what I did, and I think that's the right one because he did steal something, but he was also set up by a conspiracy.
Very
It's not
simple.
Yeah, so what you have to do is pick it up. Oh, actually, no.
Pick it up,
You
okay.
can just throw it. My bad, but same ends.
So you gotta put it on the main empty... I see, empty niche. Okay.
Oh, no, you have to pick it up, and then you have to actually insert an item. That's what this...
Banished the dishonorable judge and applied lex talionis, the principle of the sentence being proportional.
Always. Very true. Yep. It's almost a truism. The punishment must fit the crime.
So that's what the test here is. You're basically trying to show that you live up to Baldurin's ideals.
Yep.
Because he's... Remember, Baldurin is the guy that founded Baldur's Gate. He is the original. He's the, basically, god deity of the city.
Oh, it's such a cool little game. I love it.
Okay, now this next one, I failed it. I had to literally brute force it. But, well, statue dialogue.
A good leader has the insight to find. As a war reaches its end, there is one who doesn't advise for the city's prosperity. Find him and strike him down.
All right. So there are lore books around here. There's also these books that are flying around that you can try to restrain. When I tried to restrain them, they just died. So I don't know.
Yep.
Anyway, if you read all the proper lore books, you can figure out which one's the bad guy. But through brute forcing it, it was the chick, I believe, is the bad one you want to kill. So yeah, you go here and you kill the one that's actually the cause of all the strife and suffering. So it should be Suleto.
I like the stalagmites. They're really cool. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, that is a...
So, I fucked the goat because I killed the one guy, but I have the thing that makes, the Mind Flayer insta-kill.
Yeah.
That splashed on the other guys, so we actually have to have like a Starion or something to shoot him. Because it triggered all 3 kill effects.
Yeah. You are a scary demon of death now.
Yeah, we can't have Minthara do it either because she'll murder all of them at once too. Oh, I could probably shoot him from here. Hold on. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't manage to figure out how you safely catch those books that are flying around in there, but tells you the answer. So, brute force wins. Oh, one of these is you have to play chess. It's literally you have to solve for checkmate in 2 moves, and I love they put that kind of shit in. Yeah, I'll let you try to do it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But I'll warn you that I did it my first try, so you better not suck.
I don't care if I suck at chess. It's been so many years since I've even played it. I wouldn't say I'm a good player anymore.
Well, the answer is you have 2 moves to get checkmate.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you have to come with me.
Okay, so
oh, you're dead. How the hell did you die?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Did I walk onto the chessboards or something dumb, or
you did something?
I don't know what I did. Probably fell in a pit. I don't know. I mean, when I go clicking your feet off screen, I start having bad things happening.
Well, normally your character can't just commit seppuku.
I did. I probably walked into the fucking pit.
You might have triggered a jump.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, that's good. I saved what I did.
Pawns, king, queen. Is this Lance?
Okay, so how a chess master would think of this is now which one am I trying to checkmate? Who am I playing as, the white or the black?
You're playing as white. It's your turn.
I'm playing as white. I'm sorry. I thought I would have been black. Okay, so I've got to rethink it. Hold on.
Oh wait, no. You have 1 move to get checkmate.
One move to get checkmate, and you're playing as.
Wait, no. It is 2 moves. It's 2 moves.
2 moves as white. Okay. Well, so the queen, yeah, so if the queen, which is, I guess, how do I, so the queen, right, the queen, if the queen comes,
You should zoom out. You have a really bad view of the board right now.
Sorry, there we go.
So first thing
so it's checkmate in 1. If the white queen comes here, it's checkmate because the bishop can't move the pawn.
He can move right there if you do the queen.
Yes, but it doesn't. But then it's over. Then you just move the queen to the corner and it's over. It's 2 moves. Yeah.
The rule is you have 2 moves, not 1.
Yes,
so that move is fine. It's not going to be checkmate though.
It's not checkmate in 1, but it's checkmate in 2. Yes, it is. It's here. Yeah. The queen goes here and then here, the spot where the king is on. You will get a checkmate. Yes, you will.
Not if you do what you just said, but...
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. It is checkmate in 2. If you go here with the queen, can I play... It's saved, right? Drag the queens and get the checkmate. Yes, you will.
Yeah, you have to.
The pawn cannot move. The bishop has pinned him. If you get to this corner, the king can't do anything. It's over in 2.
Do your move.
Okay.
Just do moves.
How do you do it?
You've already started. You just click the pawn.
Oh, okay. There we go. Check. Okay, right. Now. And then, how do I move? There, it's right there. It's like there. See it? That's checkmate.
Yep.
That's 2 moves. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's not especially hard. They set it up pretty easily, but.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Those red dots, I think, are your tries, so he doesn't try to murder you from 1 failure. But
Where
if you
did you
fail
go?
3
Oh,
times,
you went
he
back
does.
to the way we came. I'm sorry. I thought you went forward.
Oh, this last one's tricky. So, we have to defend a central point. What he's gonna do is he's gonna spawn a bunch of elementals. We have to keep the statue alive, or no, we have to survive for 8 turns. If we wipe, we lose, I think is what happens. But we have to survive for 8 turns.
I'm not here for chit.
Every turn, for the first 4 turns, we're gonna get 2 elementals will spawn. I think they might even be myrmidons. They're like scary elementals. Basically, he tries to overwhelm us with elementals spawning to kill us. The answer I did that one-shot it very easily was I just knocked the elementals off, because you have a whole turn to deal with 2 elementals at a time.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're just gonna abuse knockbacks.
Alright.
Oh, you have to take the torch. So one of us has to actually... Okay, I guess I'm taking the torch.
I don't know. I'll do whatever you want me to.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, what it means is one of your characters can't do shit.
Can we knock the shadows off the edge?
Yeah, that is the way you do this, and I was mistaken. We have 4 turns, but yeah, we have to deal with a bunch of different elemental spawning, so we're gonna use knockback arrows, and unfortunately my main guy cannot do arrows because I have to hold the torch. Ooh. But I do still have underweight.
You could give the torch to Minthara.
No. Anyway, I have knockback arrows. I'm going to throw them on Asterion since I can't use
Can
anything.
you just shove him? No.
I actually could if I had movement still.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I can do something here. Hold on.
We could black hole them together. Oh, I don't know.
No, I still have illithid abilities.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you do.
And there's one that straight up just pushes everything away. I'm trying to figure out where a repulsor. There we go. Except the angle's bad, so it won't work if I do it. But I can cunning action dash, which is amazing. And if I cunning action dash, I should be able to do it then. Yep, there we go.
Good job, Begon.
Well, if the game knocks it, it's lagged.
Beautiful! Yeah! Save it.
No, I'm not gonna save.
Yeah, save that. Oh yeah, save it.
No, that's way too save scummy.
Alright.
Probably don't need to anyway.
It is not save scummy until you hit the load. It is banking your progress.
Okay, unfortunately, it seems I cannot get the knock angle on both of them at the same time. I can only get it on one. Oh wait, but I get multiple attacks, so it should be fine.
Yeah, don't fight us on cliffs.
Or he does that.
Oh, that's okay. We're gonna get it.
We'll survive one of them coming after us. Probably. If you can knock it, you should knock it, though.
I stunned it because I don't want it hurting us. It's not close to the edge, so.
Hold on.
I'll shove him. You want me to shove? No, yeah, I'll shove him. Here, I'll shove him for you. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Target can't be. Target can't be incorporeal or something. I'm getting a negative on that.
Yep.
So let's see if do I have anything else that boops? No. So.
Nah, just beat him up. End turn. Okay, there we go. Now these are Myrmidons, and Myrmidons are a little bit scarier.
Right on.
Let's see if I can get some Asterian knocks. That's probably the most effective way to start. Why did you do that?
Oh. I was trying to get him to the edge.
I was going to knock them both at once.
Oh.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Oh, I don't know. What does it matter?
Yeah.
Why does it matter?
You're sabotaging.
Okay, well, I'll get out. Here, I'll leave. Oh. Were you mad that I went up to hit him?
Knockbacks are AoEs.
Yes, I know, but I was just hitting him before I was getting away.
No, you're literally wasting your action. You need to... So, you want to let me do my knocks. If I fail my knocks, then you come in and hit shit. If you just run in there, all you're doing is wasting your action and wasting our time, because you should be focused on the things that don't manage to knock. Okay, I think this does a knock, but it doesn't tell me what direction it's shooting them. Ah, there, okay. Ah, that didn't work either.
You see...
Okay, well, there's Mind Sanctuary, so at least...
Oh, yeah, I have something like that too, don't I? I forgot. I'm supposed to be using that, aren't I? Mind Sanctuary. Yeah, I should have used Mind Sanctuary. I'm so sorry.
At this point, I'm just going to try to finish off the dude.
See, this is why I want to kill the entire game, because I suck at this. I've never played D&D until now, you know? Like, I played Neverwinter when I was a kid. That's not the same thing.
Hold on, Minthara's got one knockback ability, but... I'm not sure I can get it to actually go off because of the weird angle that guy's at. Yeah, it's giving me red. That's
So you have the crystal right in front of you. There you go. Like,
it's not because of that.
Oh.
It's because he's got his back to a wall, like where he's positioned at.
Nice.
That'll be good enough. I think we win once we kill this guy, though. I'm pretty sure it doesn't spawn things every single round. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Ah, screw it. I mean, at this point, I could probably just kill him, right?
Yeah, he's got 30 health. I mean, that's what I wanted to do. That's why I went in there. Just, you know, make sure it goes well. Yeah.
Intern?
Sorry.
Ah, there we go.
I don't know why we were stuck in that. My bad.
May you ever withstand raging elements.
All right. Now let's do
That took the edge
that rest. All right, gonna be the big scary boss fight and the giant lore reveal.
All right.
With courage does the hero march.
Here we go. There is Answer, one of the most difficult bosses in the game.
Okay.
It's a Draco Lich.
It is a Draco
600
Lich.
HP, 2 Myrmidon ads that are knockable, but still 2 Myrmidon ads. Fully immune to electric and poison, resistant to necrotic. Yeah, so just no electric damage on him, really.
Hells. The great worm is nothing but bone and memories.
Okay, dialogue.
Cool.
The dragon's spirit floods
What?
your mind and memory in a great
What's happening to Begon?
power. He is with you. The next words that spill from your mouth are not yours.
Molly Percocet. Molly Percocet.
Answer. Heart of the gate. Butchered in flesh. Risen in spirit.
Oh, it's in a dragoning. You guys are gonna have sex.
His way through your mind like an unstoppable river.
You're being called.
Unmoving, yet thought flows effortlessly between you.
Fus Roda.
Pauses, and you feel the astral prism stir. Ansur senses the Emperor's presence within
Wait.
it.
What?
Answer me, Facey. Why have you come?
I never shy away from a challenge.
A deep sigh resonates within you. The torrent stills, only disturbed by the dragon's next words.
Brack, my words aren't meant for you. They're meant for him.
Oh.
The Emperor stirs in the astral prism, then in you. Calm, curious, and detached.
Balduran,
So good.
your presence has stirred me, as it ever did. I am awakened.
Answer. It's been too long.
Yeah, no, I knew who the Emperor was. We had seen him a bunch yesterday.
Yeah, so you know the Emperor's Balduran.
No, I didn't know he was Baldurin, but
then what the hell are you saying then?
Because I knew that he was a mind. I knew that the Emperor was a mind flayer. Is all I knew.
Well, of course the Emperor's a mind flayer.
Yeah, I mean that's all I knew.
Last session we all so the dragon just referred to the Emperor as Baldurin. That's the big fucking drop is
Baldurin.
The Emperor, the Illithid there is actually the founder of Baldur's Gate. That story he told us. That story he told us about his history was the history of Baldurin. He never said that part.
Oh, I didn't get the finer things of it. Okay. I'm not very good at lore. I must admit it.
A name I did not expect to hear again. Least of all from the mouth of an old friend.
Friend. Yes.
He means they were gay lovers.
Until
you
killed me.
Yes, the Emperor is a homosexual.
Okay, this whole thing was a gay drama.
Was slaying me.
Yep.
Not satisfaction enough.
Satisfaction? No.
You left me no choice.
He craves
You
your
had
butt love
every
even
choice.
more.
You were becoming illithid.
Just get a
I
room and
offered
stop
you
trying to
merciful
destroy
death.
the universe.
You chose to fight.
Get a
And now
room.
you bring your thrall before me.
No, I brought my thrall before you. My thrall before you. Don't forget it. No, I brought my thrall before you. Get it straight. Don't get it twisted.
Stillness. Ansur's consciousness hovers just above yours, searching, seeing.
Dear Ansur.
Enough! I gave you everything, Balduran. And you repaid me in slaughter. It is time I return the favor. Let my bones rise and the storms gather. Witness Balduran. The final tempest has come. I am the heart of the gate. I am the one who roars. This time, you will not escape it.
There will be more reveal information, but yeah, basically they were gay lovers, and well, the Emperor had to kill the dragon, and the dragon's been down here seething about it ever since.
Indeed.
Alright, so as far as this fight goes, this is actually like a little WoW fight. There's mechanics. So on each side of the arena, on like the other side of a rock cliff, there's a Myrmidon. We want to knock these. They hurt, they have a lot of health, it's much more efficient just to knock them off. So as soon as they become close enough to knock, but first round's going to be hitting Answer though. Now Answer, he's going to alternate. He's going to, over there, he's going to do a breath. The breath is like a fireball kind of area. It's going to hit an AoE. If we're stacked up, we're going to get nuked real fucking hard. So he's going to be there, and then he's going to teleport to about where Asterian's standing. And not teleport, he's going to fly. He's going to fly basically back and forth. And each turn, he's going to breathe at us.
Okay,
So-
before you do anything, I think we should throw Mind Sanctuaries up on the boss and on the casters. And you should do the casters, I'll do our feet. How's that?
Mind Sanctuary?
On both, yeah, both parties, right? We're split up right here.
Oh, yeah.
Give each side of the party Mind Sanctuaries, yes, because we need them.
No, that's going to make you stack up, and we don't need that for this boss.
This stack up? No, I'll do it for you and me, and you do it for them. You just throw one at them, and I'll
It's
throw
not
one.
necessary.
All right.
Anyway, so
All right, I won't.
when he gets low, he's going to fly in the air, and he's going to channel this, like, blow the fuck out of everything ability. So I think if you hide on the other, kind of like Sapphiron, if you hide on the other side of the crystal,
Yeah.
I think the crystals absorb the AoE.
Yeah.
But when I
It's
actually
Syndragosa.
I ate the AoE, and it did like 90% of my character's health.
Okay.
So when he does this fly in the air thing, you basically want to go hide.
I will fly way over to the other
Hold on, I got some
island.
knocking on a door. I think that kid might have woken up. Give me just a minute.
All right. I'm gonna pee while he does this.
Okay, I'm back. I was right. My little boy woke up. He was smashing the wall. That thumping was, and now he's wide awake. So I'm gonna turn on Netflix for him so I can play a little more.
Yeah, it's okay. You can also go too if you need to, Bagon. Like I don't mind. It's fine.
I don't want to stop.
All right, you don't want to stop. It's your call. Well, right on. I'm gonna play Final Fantasy while you do whatever. I'm just gonna sit here. Okay.
What are you doing?
Oh, me? I'm not doing anything.
We're playing Baldur's Gate.
Oh, okay. So, you want to keep playing right now? Okay, I thought you needed a break. Okay.
Oh, I said I was putting on Netflix.
All right.
The ultimate babysitter. All right. So as far as damaging stuff goes, let's get this going. Oh fuck. You piece of shit. I am reloading that. Fuck this guy.
Mm-hmm. I want to, since now that we've seen the scene, can I just attack him, please, instead of watching the scene? Would that work?
I saved it.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, instead of watching the scene, we're going to kill him anyways, right? Can I just surprise attack him to stun him? Oh, no, you saved it past the opening. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you meant.
You can't attack something that's dead.
Oh, you can't? Oh.
There we go. That's why I reloaded. Wait, he reaction attacked me? Oh, that's bullshit.
I thought you were loading a save before we did the dialogue.
Okay, I'm gonna hit him with an arrow of acid because that's gonna lower his AC.
Saved.
There we go.
No, he's saved.
No, he has acid.
Oh, he does. Oh, why did it say saved? That's weird. Oh, yeah, he's saved it. Why was he afflicted? See it? He did succeeded on a saving throw against it. Why would he be afflicted? That's weird.
Alright, so now I'm going to start drinking potions. Keep your health high, use potions. This is a fight that's worth using the good potions for, too. And remember, always end your turn spread out.
I don't have any potions. You have all of them. I have 2 smalls. I'll take graders from one of your guys. I just don't want to take it from the wrong one. Alright.
This really sucks that my guy's on melee.
I took 2 graders from you and 3 smalls. Sorry about that.
I thought I had arrows of greater... Oh, I must have used them on the Styrian.
Oh, wait, these are... You have 9 potions of superior? Well, okay, I'm going to take 2 of those. There we go.
Okay, I am willing to save Scum if it's an arrow of greater dragon slaying, because I'm not letting him take that from me. Oh, here we go. Watch this. Watch yourself.
Oh,
he's at 500 health right now.
Okay, I'm watching. Nice.
That's a good old hit right there.
46, dude. Right on. On him, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I want a fairy fire.
Oh, sorry, I have to like sort my arrows because the game's not displaying arrows properly.
It's okay.
Where's my smoke powder arrows? What the heck? I should have a bunch of smoke powder. Oh, they're there. Oh, that's weird. So I'm sorting by type in my inventory.
Yeah.
The smoke powder arrows are not listed next to all the other arrows. That's clearly bugged. Anyway, I'm not sure I can...
It's a massive game. It can't be perfect. That's one of those, small bug.
I am not sure I can hit him without hitting myself, so I'm going to have to scrap that. Shoot, I want to use an arrow, but I don't know what I can use arrow-wise. You know what? Ilmatar. That's a good one.
Nice, 24. Pretty good for him. We're already a third of the way.
Oh, I forgot. I should have done perilous stakes on it. Nice, he took it. So, perilous stakes, if you haven't looked at the ability,
Perilous stakes.
He's going to heal a little bit each turn. It's 2d8 healing per turn, but he's vulnerable to all damage for 3 turns. So I fucked up by not popping that earlier because now he takes 50% more damage.
Oh, really? Yes, I see it. Perilous Stakes. It's huge.
Yep, like I said, I wish I had realized I needed to pop that earlier. Because now he takes the mega damage.
His AC is only 16.
Remember, it's 2 lower than it normally would be.
Oh, we have a Myrmidon right on top of us now. Oh, on top of me. You're charmed. Oh. No, you're not charmed. Are you charmed? That's not good.
Hate these freaking bugged out turns. There we go.
It might be bad that Minthara's so far away. If I can't reach her, you might bring her closer. Oh, never mind. I can fly. You're totally fine. Do not get closer. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I don't want to be friendly firing myself, but oh my, is Minthara doing some damage?
Yes, he really is. This is going to be over in the
You
next...
see that? Like
yes,
12, 18, 52?
Yes, I did. You're doing really, really well.
This is how you kill some shit, man.
It is.
This barbarian build was a good call.
So I can't stun him with the Soul Breaker for some reason. He's an invalid target.
That shit? He's so dead.
Yes, he is.
Okay, it's your turn. Go nuts.
You got a suggestion of what the best thing to do here is?
Well, can you hit him with that stun attack?
The prone one or the stun attack? No, he's invulnerable to this for some reason.
Okay.
So, invalid target for some reason.
What smites do you have? Do you have like a radiant damage?
I have Radiant, I've got a Wrathful, the Psychic, the Radiant, the Divine. Radiant and...
Okay. Do Divine Smite.
Okay.
And upcast it to the highest level you can.
It is.
Level 3. Okay. Whack him with that.
Miss. I think he's immune to... he might be immune to physical.
Hit him again. No, he's not. Hit him again.
60, 100 damage.
Okay, whack him again. You got one more attack.
Nice.
We one-rounded him.
Now, for this Myrmidon.
I mean, the videos that are impressive are one character one-rounding him, but that's also like exploit level shit people are doing.
Really? Are we on that level? I think we are. I think you are. I think you're on that level. I'm not on that level, but you are on that level.
I've seen a half-orc paladin kill him in one round.
Mm-hmm.
But that's talking like every buff and every little exploit kind of damage you can do.
Could you be the best D&D video game player? Could it be possible?
No.
No. You know people in D&D DDO better than you?
Just go watch a YouTube video. There's people that are way better at this game.
Okay, well, right on. Yeah, like they have, for one thing, they're trust fund kids with, like me or whatever, that have too much time. Yeah.
Well, a lot of them are definitely trust fund players.
Yeah.
Or they have some kind of free thing that lets them just play.
That's what I did for WoW for a long time. I just had a really cheap rent for a long time. $275 it was for 7 years. Then they killed Denver.
Might get pwned.
Oh, that's not good.
That's fine. He's not going to stay and keep hitting me. And then Minthara's going to get out of range and absolutely murder this thing. Yeah, Minthara's a real murder monkey as a thrower bard. This is fun.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Minthara has killed. What are you doing?
I'm getting out because I'm low. And I'm going to range hit him. And I don't have anything else, so...
It's in your turn. He's stunned.
Yeah, I know. I just don't. I didn't want to take any more damage than what I had.
Dialogue.
Okay.
Thank you. I never thought I'd see him again. I was. Now, I am much, much more. But it seems you are more interested in my past.
This thing died, did it? Yes, it did. Damn it.
Such sentimentality. Very well. It's like I always told you. I was just like you. An adventurer who yearned for greatness. And in mortal terms, I achieved it. As captain of the Wandering Eye, I acquired enough gold to found Baldur's Gate. I stayed for a while to watch my city grow.
Cool.
But it was not enough.
It's
I grew
beautiful.
restless again. The sea called to me, and I ran to her with open arms.
The Iliac
Life at
Bay.
sea was not easy. Our last adventure was ruinous. My ship was destroyed. My crew lost. But my spirit was far from broken. I was determined to return in triumph once again. I heard of treasure in Moonrise. I strove to find it. What I found was an illithid colony, where I acquired a tadpole much like yours, and became a mind flayer, enthralled to the Elder Brain. It was Ansor who found me. Ansor who pulled me from the Brain's domination. Ansor who brought me home. He sought to cure me of my sickness, called on every healer he could find, nearly broke his spirit in the attempt. But he failed to understand. I wanted no healing. I was not sick. Even after he had exhausted all possibility of reversing my condition, he still clung to hope. I tried to convince him of my reality. I was on the cusp of greatness beyond my wildest dreams. But all he could see was a mind. As I slept, a mercy
Hi guys, I
came in
love
his
you.
mind. I saw the tears. I felt his grief. I had no choice but to kill him first. It was an act of self-preservation. I am glad you see it that way. While the past is beyond my influence, the present is not. It is time we move on. 2 nether stones remain in the hands of the Chosen. We must find them before we confront the Brain.
You got the Starfield. You got the Starfield virus. I'm about to play it, Dave. I'm gonna play it all night. It's a great game.
Gave up. Tried to murder him, but lost.
Right. Ooh, Balduran's Giant Slayer. A great sword with on a hit doubles the damage from your strength modifier. This weapon grants you advantage on attack rolls against large, huge, or gargantuan creatures. Giant form.
Yep. So if you're a strength build, that sword is better than what you have. Even as a Githyanki, it's better if you're strength based.
So shall I take this?
But you see, the advantage roll on big things is huge.
Yeah.
And also giant form, you can make yourself big, which adds like an extra 4 damage to your attack.
On top of my devil form too. I should have gone devil form for that fight, but we didn't have time.
Well, you can respec any time. Now that we have that sword, you don't have to be your build anymore.
All right, well then let's respec.
There's a note there if you want to read it though.
Oh yeah, you want me to read the note? Okay. I lost it in my inventory. I'll have to sort.
You didn't loot it.
Oh, I didn't loot it.
I don't think you did.
Okay, read the note. Dear answer. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll say it again. There is no cure and that's all right. I'm fine, more than fine. I'm better than I've ever been. So why torture yourself like this? Of course I know why. Remember Yao Tengri? You and I sailed together for months seeking the Great Spire. By the time we found it, we were sick as dogs, but you never left my side, not for a moment, even though you could have simply chosen to fly. You told me there was something about experiencing with me through my eyes. You wanted to share my passion for the adventure. It was, you said, a privilege. The truth is, the privilege was mine. You are the greatest thing that ever happened to me, Answer. I never had to ask you for anything. It's a gay love note, but I'm asking you now to stop. I may no longer feel my feelings. things, but I know yours and yours are agony. It doesn't have to be this way. Be free, Anzer, flee. And I know that even if I'm not beside you, I will always have been your Balduran. So what's wrong with the founder of Baldur's Gate being gay? Nothing. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's a gay love affair with a dragon.
What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with it. It's fine. I love it. It's fantastical, and it's also them pushing their woke agenda. You know, if you call a spade, but it's still really twisty and cool. It's fine.
Well, just wait until you get the opportunity to have him put his gay mind flayer tendrils in your butt.
Okay, I'm not really too into that idea.
That is coming up soon.
Yeah, in your butt, maybe.
Some rest's better than none.
Anyway, over here is the super helmet. You'll want to pick this up.
Okay, super helmet. Helm of the Balduran. Uh-oh, I got stronger. I was already too strong. What the fuck? Oops, I didn't know there was a dialogue coming. Shit.
Instilling you with power for as long as you wear it.
Oh my god, I'm becoming like the founder of Baldur's Gate's like weapon packed bind thing.
Check it out.
Or helm packed bind thing. Balduran's vitality. The helmet heals you 2 hit points at the beginning of every turn. I'll take it. Shing. Thank you. Good enough. The Balduran's favor. You have a 1+ bonus to armor classes saving throws. Jesus Christ. And stun immunity. You can't be stunned. Attackers can't land critical hits on you because you're basically Balduran.
Can't land critical hits.
Can't land it. As in, like, nullifies critical hits. Yeah.
Best thing is that's medium armor, so barbarians and other classes can use it.
Mm-hmm. It is medium armor. Why on me? Why not you wearing the green?
Oh, they're going Karlak, if anyone, but it's better on you because
now, yeah, okay.
You are the only melee, so it makes a lot more sense for you to have.
I'm not arguing. Yep. I put you above, you know. The Balduran's Shine Slayer now.
Well, before you respec and all that crap, let's get out of here. I want to get back to like town. And this is a good stopping point. It's 12:30 and my kid woke up, so I'm gonna get him back to bed.
All right, sounds good.
I put on the Netflix, but he needs to go to sleep. Little stinky kid. He's had 3 hours of sleep. That's not enough.
Not enough.
Okay, I think we can just leave through here. I don't know. The door shows it's closed up.
Shit, I'm 40 and I need 40, like, 4 like, whatever it is, 10 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Alright, we should be able to just exit through the prison entry here.
The 10 hours is so decadent, but they have to have me on the strong sleep meds. You know what caused sobriety beg on in the end? It was sleep meds. I just struggled with sleep all my life so much because of the video game addiction that when they gave me sleep pills, it was easy for me to get sober and fix my life. That's actually what it was in the end, sleeping pills. It really was the core, you know, epiphany.
I thought we were gonna get a little farther tonight, but it's cool.
I'm a streamer. I talk too much. You can blame it on me.
You do talk over the lore quite often.
I warned you when we went into this. You know, it's playing with a streamer, right? Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, it's a statue of the hero of Baldur's Gate. The true hero of Baldur's Gate, right here.
Ooh, cool. Does it do something? It does. Oh, no, that's Dame. This thing? Oh, the true hero of Baldur's Gate.
I should have taken my clothes off
before.
Oh,
wow. You should have. Why aren't you naked? Should we reload?
No, we don't even have to save anymore.
Oh, okay.
That would have been neat, though.
Shadowheart wants to talk to you. She's
it's a living statue, too. See, the tail is actually swishing.
Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool.
Oh, what the heck? So on my screen, it's a stone statue. On your screen, I'm seeing flesh tone. Like it's... Yeah, on my screen, it's a regular, like a marble stone carving statue. On your screen, it looks like just my character model. That's bugged. Obviously a multiplayer only bug, but definitely bugged.
Bug. Po Buddy's nerfed. I try to forgive them for the bugs these days, because I really sometimes get so angry, and I know that's not fair to them.
Shadowheart's wanting my help here.
And asking for you.
Just wait until the others are asleep.
Oh my god! Put on a shirt. Never mind. A tight sweater.
Down the coast a little.
These are something to look at while she whines.
Good. Until then, get some rest while you can.
Okay.
Nothing like some sex to make your morale go up.
But I want Minthara's body.
I know, right? What the hell, man? They're gonna get around. Like that Tupac song.
Well, like, there's not enough information on the romance stuff yet. I know, for example, if you're romancing, what's her name? The bug chick, the Githyanki, you can still, like, you can actively be in a romance with the Githyanki and then talk to Karlach and activate romance options with her, too. So it's not like being in a relationship with her stops you from being in a relationship with the other. So I should still, even if Minthara isn't okay with polyamory,
yeah,
she should still display the options and should still tell me I'll have to break up with the other one if I want her. There should be something like that still, and that's what's throwing me off.
Yeah, what are the rules, right? We don't know. It's PAFO. We've got to play and find out. And that means a lot of playthroughs, which means... Oh, sorry.
This will do. Take off your clothes. I don't doubt you in the slightest.
My God, she is hot.
I'm already not wearing clothes. Joke's on you.
You've already come this far.
Do as she says.
Look at me taking my clothes off and I'm already naked.
A little misdirection. Couldn't resist.
Saucy.
What's the matter?
We're going clam digging.
I know. But it's nice to hear you say it. I don't know if I can do this, now that I'm here. Alright, just...
Night swimming.
I mean, a lesbian relationship makes a little more sense with the tiefling involved because the tail sort of does replace the phallus.
Not sure all these people understand the fear of getting caught,
Come here.
the recklessness in water. Fucking REM.
Thank you. I needed that.
She did. Look at it. She did.
I needed to know I can.
She's been sitting in the camp too long. We had to give her a romp.
Oh, of course, they're gonna have the rock like conveniently stop the ass shot.
Go back.
Uh huh. It's like oh yeah. Oh, just make out.
The creepy mind flayer veiny stuff makes it a little more weird. See this is bugged out. The skin tone keeps changing between mini scenes here, or like every time the camera shifts, my skin's different color.
Now don't you dare.
Yeah, see the lighting's all fucked up on this scene here.
Games. It was like this taboo thing for 30 years. You know, last time I saw it was like Final Fantasy 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, 10. Maybe I don't know. No, even the other ones like Last of Us that were known for their story still didn't really have a romance though. Romance was always this taboo thing in video games.
Last of Us didn't have a romance.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, but it is known for all the games that are known for stories. Some of them have romances like Skyrim, but they're not really very pertinent to the story or strong. You know?
Wait, Skyrim doesn't have romance either.
None of them do, and that's the point that I'm getting at here is that while they have them, they're kind of taboo, and I think this is because video games are for kids, mostly.
No, it's because there's a bunch of fucking, what was it, mothers...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The mothers went bitching, like Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
It's that stupid fucking cunt that Al Gore married.
Yeah.
Al Gore's wife is like Satan incarnate. She's the one that created the like Karens of America that went around trying to persecute video games.
Yeah, I don't like these people, holier than thou people talking about save the family and all this, but all they're really pushing is fascist censorship.
Yeah, but no, I'm forgetting her name right now. It's late, but it's Al Gore's wife is the
It's
one that
Tipper
started the
Gore.
organization. Tipper Gore.
Just
She's
the
the one that
tip.
started Housewives of America. They're like the main Karen organization that goes around censoring everything and saying, "Yeah, the think of the children shit."
Yeah, this is how Grand Theft Auto got banned by the Congress, if you recall. Yeah.
So anyway, like the greats, at least in my mind, because I wasn't able to play like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 back when they were released.
We can now.
But I know, but I'm saying like in my life growing up, for me the greats were like Dragon Age and Mass Effect.
Ugh.
And those did have well-built character romances.
This is funny, Big On. Look, we're total opposites. Those are my two least favorite games of all time.
Oh, those are my absolute favorite of my childhood. Like, we're talking RPGs I think about all the time.
I've always thought we had separate
get me
personalities. Yeah. Oh, no. I know those are perfect 10s. I'll tell you that. I know they're perfect 10s. I've seen them beat. I've seen them in their entirety 2 or 3 times, but I don't like them. You know.
Well, even though I've played like Dragon Age, I've played that game probably a dozen times, and I'm not joking when I give that number
Origins
out.
is a great game. Origins is like the best RPG on the console.
Like,
almost.
before you have the final battle where you go into the town with your army that you've managed to scrape together. What's his name? It's been so long, my name recognition is going away. But the prince guy that's like the Grey Warden.
Yes.
Party member that's like a paladin or some shit like that.
I can't think of his name, dude.
Anyway, he gives a speech before you charge into the city to kill all the Darkspawn, and that speech, even like the last time I played it, it's still this many years later, it makes me have like tears on the edge of my eye.
Yeah, it's good.
It grips me, and games can't usually do that very
well. No. Dragon. I thought that watching Mass Effect 2, watching it to its completion, while completion, my best friend did it, was the most entertaining video game I ever saw. You know.
And Mass Effect 2 was good.
But I don't want to play Mass Effect 2. I want to watch it. That's the difference. I didn't think it was a particularly good game, and that was the problem. That's my problem with Dragon Age Origins.
I love
too.
all of them.
Yeah, I struggle with these CRPGs that are what I call kind of cumbersome. You know, the more RPG got actiony, the happier I got, and which I think is kind of separate from Bagon's execution, I would say. A little bit.
Well, you were just talking about how you love Witcher 1, and Witcher 1 is...
No, I remember it being a good game, but I don't know. That's all I remember, is it being a really good game for its time.
Yeah, well, it was and it still is, but its combat is what throws most people off, because most people don't like the rhythm combat.
I love rhythm combat. You know what game was super good? Legend of Dragoon. So good. You had to hit it X, and you had to go 260 times or something to kill the last boss, and if you fucked up at all, you lost the fight. It was so good.
Well, Witcher is about, you have 2 different swords, one for humans, one for monsters, and then you have 3 stances. You have quick attack, strong attack, and like AoE slashing attack.
I remember.
And it's all about swapping to the right attack with the right sword and then doing the rhythm clicking.
Remember Conan? The melee combat in Conan was so good.
Never played.
Okay, it's an interesting thing. Oh, sorry.
Respec while you're talking.
Okay. What would you like me to respec to?
Well, you can respect whatever the hell you want, but I would say probably a pure strength paladin would make a lot of sense at this point.
Pure or Oathbreaker?
Well, you can be Oathbreaker or not Oathbreaker, I don't care.
Alright, I guess I like Oathbreaker more. Where's Withers? Come on, man.
I would say if you can just pick your oath and go with Vengeance, but otherwise Oathbreaker's fine.
Alright, where's Withers in this mess? There you are.
But otherwise, Barbarian would work alright. Yeah, Barbarian would fine. Fighter's good too. At level 11, which, are we level 11?
We are 8.
No, we're level 10.
10.
Anyway, at level 11, Fighter gets a 3rd attack as a base. Fighter's the only, like, pure class way to get 3 attacks per turn.
Ooh. So, Paladin, subclass Oath of Vengeance, abilities, 2 into Strength, 1 into Con, is it?
Well, so get your strength as high as you can get.
I'm sorry, there you go.
17 strength.
Yeah, but it's not... Yeah, which is like, I forget how you do that. It's like you pull out from, what's my modifier? It's I can drop whiz for charisma, isn't it?
So yeah, 0 out int, whiz, and dex. We'll max out your strength, and then try to get. Okay, you can only get one or the other. I don't know. You want more health, or you want a little more save? Or you could also go 16 strength and get all of them in 16, but then you're. I don't know.
16 might serve us more because I'm so slow to each fight. It almost doesn't matter by the time I arrive.
Oh yeah, dex is your initiative.
I was gonna say this is my real complaint right now.
Drop the con and charisma to 14, and then put the rest of dex.
11.
Drop your charisma to 14.
Sorry, charisma to 14. Okay.
There you go.
Is that like a bit better?
Well, you have that +1 that literally doesn't matter where it goes at this point. But yeah, that works.
Yeah, I mean, I put it in dex, so.
Yeah, but only the +2 counts, not the odd number.
I can put the +2 in dex, but I don't know.
It literally doesn't matter. Just take it for it.
All right. All right.
So you're probably just going to like go pure. You could splash 3 fighter in. 3 fighters going to double your crit chance, and you'll get that action surge for the extra attack.
All right.
That is entirely up to you if you want to splash in fighter, because you could just go straight. Oh, let me look up the wiki for what paladins actually get for going pure. Hold on.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, level 5 you get extra attack. Level 6 you get Aura of Protection. Okay, Aura of Courage. What is that? Okay, Aura of Courage makes it so you and allies cannot be frightened. Okay, it looks like past level 6, the only thing you really get is improved Divine Smite. But that is a big deal, because that makes it so whenever you... let's see, improved Divine Smite, your attack... Okay. It makes your weapon attacks do extra radiant, like 1d8 extra. So if you go pure, you're going to get that extra radiant, so your individual crits will be better. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get the big number, go pure. If you want to do a little more damage overall, then you'd want to splash the 3 fighter. It might be easier just to go pure, though.
I don't care about easier. I just... What is your preference? It's your party.
It's your character.
Yeah, it's my character, but I am playing for the party, so...
Yeah,
my utility to you...
Cool.
What is? Sorry?
Just go pure.
Just go pure. So pure paladin. Okay, pure paladin. So then, oops.
The nice thing is, if you get corrupted and have to go Oathbreaker, you get a 3rd aura. You'll actually have 3 class auras if you go Oathbreaker. But also, Oathbreaker gets dead, which is really neat. And by being an Oath of Vengeance paladin, you get the haste spell.
Haste, huh? For the entire party or just me?
It's just, well, it's you can cast it on target.
Oh, it's a single target cast. Okay.
It'll take one of your level 3 spells, which means a smite, so you don't necessarily want to just throw it all the time. But it's nice having haste.
Mm-hmm.
Haste is especially powerful in the hands of a sorcerer because they have a meta magic that makes it effective in other party members. So Sorks can haste 2 people.
What was the best feat for this spec? I can't remember. It was...
So, I think Great Weapon Master.
Right. Great Weapon. I couldn't remember it. That is correct, yeah. And then... Oh, God. What was it? Oh, at the top one, right? Ability improvement for strength?
Just take Great Weapon Master.
I'm sorry, I couldn't... You were yawning what?
Take Great Weapon Master.
Right, yeah, I did. Oh, there's only one. I'm sorry.
Accept.
I thought it was 2. My bad.
So you actually don't need to worry about your strength because, well, first we're going to have to save the Duke or whatever. We're going to have to save Will's father. But once we save Will's father, we're going to go do... shit. Yeah, the order of operations. But anyway, when we do House of Hope, I've told you before, we get, I think it's gloves that raise your strength to 23 permanently.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You don't need to super buff your strength, though, because we'll get an item that'll get you there.
All right, sweet. So
it's better to focus on the feats that give you the damage kind of stuff. So scroll down. I think Sentinel is probably the good one you want to take. Either Sentinel or Heavily Heavy Armor Master. But yeah, go to send. Here we go. So you can use a reaction if an enemy hits an ally. You can use your reaction to hit the enemy, and then opportunity attacks get advantage. So either that one or Mage Slayer is also really powerful, if you recall. Whenever a caster in melee range tries to cast a spell, you can boop them, and you get advantage on breaking their concentration.
All right. I mean, I don't have a preference. What do you like more? Because it's like it's like what does this do for you, not me.
Well, it's tricky. Like Polearm Master is fucking phenomenal, but you don't use polearms. Yeah, Polearm Master is whenever an enemy enters melee range, you get a reaction just to attack them, just because they ran into melee. And it also gives you your bonus action. You can do a 1d4 plus strength mod damage attack. So it basically gives you a viable bonus action attack. Anyway, no, they're both good. It's a toss-up which one is better. Actually, you probably are going to get both of them.
Okay, well then let's start with...
Oh, but there is Savage Attacker, though. Savage Attacker is real neat.
Oh, I want Savage Attacker, I think. I want that one. Yeah, I want Savage Attacker, hands down. Absolutely. So then we'll go that for that. But I'll be able to pick the other one, which was Sentinel, right? Or Mage Slayer. One or the other.
Well, at level 12, you won't be able to get it right now.
Oh, I won't be able to get it now. Okay, cool. So...
Go to Prepare Spells. You can still pick which spells you want.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are the ones I've had, I think.
Well, you want to clear, like, command and stuff, because you need to free up... You want to get all your smite abilities. Yeah, like Compel Duel sucks. Get rid of the healing ability. And Revivify, you probably don't need that. Okay, so look at your level 3 spells. So, give yourself Remove Curse, like we just saw in the Baldurin thing. It can be useful. So, that can be okay, but it eats your bonus action. Let's see. Crusader's Mantle is neat because everybody in the party gets 1d4 Radiant for 10 turns. I mean, it's not a lot of damage, but it is damage. I don't think we need Daylight at this point. That one's a good smite because it does pop. No, you don't want that. And then now Elemental Weapon is okay. A +1 to attack rolls is still 5% hit, and the 1d4 is handy. So that is, I think, only to yourself though. But that's a really good weapon buff to put on though. Like you can buff your own weapon with that, and it's handy.
All right.
Oh, the aid spell that gives you can. It's not so powerful in a paladin, but you can upcast it, like raise the spell level of it.
How long does Elemental Weapon last? Is it until short rest or something? Because it doesn't say.
It says right there.
Where does it say? It doesn't.
Concentration.
Oh, what is concentration?
Every time you're hit in melee, if you fail a con save, you lose the spell.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I had no idea that was even a thing. Okay.
Yeah, with concentration, that's not when you're hit in melee. It's when you're attacked.
Sorry, thank you for telling me. I had no idea what it was. I didn't know what concentration was.
And you don't have an advantage on con saves, so you're gonna have an okay save because you have charisma bonus buffing up your saves. But yeah, you don't have expertise or proficiency in your con saving throws, so you're gonna get interrupted pretty easily.
All right.
So actually, it's not that good for you. But anyway. Yeah, pick up the smite abilities at level 2. And then pick up aid from level 2. Because that can give everyone in the party 10 max HP. So it's maybe...
5.
Yeah, it's 10 if you upcast it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's 5 HP per spell level minus the first level. So, like, if you're a cleric and you're casting a level 5 spell with aid, everyone gets 20 HP. So it's handy, but less handy in a paladin. Anyway, it literally doesn't matter what you pick for everything else.
All right. Well, I'll just run a heal spell if nothing else, I guess. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Thank you for walking me through it. I'm just gonna accept. We got Aura of Courage. I can't be frightened.
Which is still handy. So you have that. That's an aura that you have to actually cast, and it gives your whole party the buff.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. That's good.
Yeah, leave camp, and you can cast real quick before we save in the night here.
Is expecting you. Please make your way.
So yeah, you should have 2 aura spells you can cast, and you might want to drag your spells around so you can actually keep track of them. But yeah, aura. Those are the auras.
I cannot drag spells around.
Because your bars are locked.
Oh, there we go. Stop.
But yeah, so one of the aura of protection gives all of us +2 saving throws, which is real handy. And then the other one makes us immune to frighten, so it is pretty good having you in the party when you have those buffs to throw around.
Yay! I like being a value member of the party. Right on.
But yeah, so just have your smites all where you can easily figure out where they are in combat, and that's really all that matters at that point. So anyway, we're gonna have to talk to what's his butt, the warlock that runs all the Steel Watch stuff. We're gonna talk to him, but then we're gonna want to save the commander of the Flaming Fist. That's gonna be a priority because, like I said, I don't know for sure for a fact, but I think he has a timed death where if we keep resting, he's gonna die. So we want to save him as a prio. House of Hope, I like to go to ASAP because the items there are amazing. I really want the House of Hope items, but that's also basically the hardest area before the end fight stuff.
I don't have packed weapon anymore, huh? That's a
warlock thing.
Warlock, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about forgetting it now. That sword you got is amazing, though.
It is. It's so good.
I mean, it's advantage on anything big. It's like those Steel Watchers when you're fighting Steel Watchers later. Advantage.
Right.
By the way, I was playing my harem run, and I stole the sword for Lizelle from the Gith Yankee in Act 1.
Yeah.
But she activated some dialogue later as part of a bug that tipped me off to how you're supposed to get the sword. So I think we saw the cutscene where Vlaakith meets us in our camp and she tries to get whatever the fuck her name is to basically help her out instead of freeing Orpheus.
Right.
I think if you accept the offer to kill Orpheus, she gives you the sword for that. For like she promotes Lizelle to a dragon commander and then gives her the sword from that dialogue.
Ah.
The reason I know that is because on my harem playthrough, I got the sword. I haven't even gotten to the point where I can talk to Lizelle about Orpheus. We haven't reached that yet. But she activated a dialogue in the camp with me where she's talking about how it's great to be serving Vlaakith and we're going to go murder the fuck out of Orpheus, the betrayer. So that tips me off to the first off, it's bug because these lazy fucks can't get their dialogue options right. But yeah, apparently the sword is a gift from siding with Vlaakith and saying you'll kill Orpheus. She gives you the sword for that.
Oh.
I mean, it would be weird if they put a legendary sword in the game and didn't give you a legitimate way to get it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's obviously like exploit cheese shit to get that sword in Act 1.
Oh, I got whole person. I always forget about that.
I would take that off your bars. You're never going to cast it, ever. Your DCs aren't very good. You're not a charisma character.
Abjure enemy and all that. Should I get rid of that too? Yeah, there's no way I'm...
If it's a DC-based thing, like off your charisma, then yeah, it's bad. That one is actually good.
Yeah.
Looks like you just automatically get advantage.
Yep. I've been using it, but it's like, and you get it at the end of each turn, so... It's a bonus action. I've been using
it's for 10 turns.
Oh, 10 turns, yeah. But I mean, it's only a bonus action, so you get it every... Well, it costs a channel load charge, but yeah.
So you cast it once, and then for 10 turns, you don't get rid of that.
Oh, yeah, I haven't used it much.
It gives you like a 1d6 or 1d8 extra damage every time you hit the target. And it takes a bonus action to affect it.
Yeah, but we usually have like 5-turn battles, you know, like I don't usually get a chance to do that stuff.
But yeah, I'd say between my Bard and now Minthara, there's That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, like
Then
I
if
don't
you're-
get the chance to do any of this stuff. By turn 3, everything's dead. Yeah.
Well, you can dish out mega damage because remember
I
you've got
know.
the Luck of the Forgotten Realms ability from your Mind Flayer powers
Mhm.
because it lets you force a critical strike. So you can use that forced critical strike with a smite to do mega damage on a turn.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's a once per. It's either short or long, but anyway, it's a once per rest kind of thing. But it's still going to let you just nuke something down.
Oh look, my thing became topple the big folk. Deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus on a hit. Large, huge, or gargantuan creatures take an additional 2 to 12 slashing and must succeed a strength saving throw or fall prone. So I don't stun anymore. I just prone and really hurt them. And the bigger they are. No, if they're bigger, they take an extra 12 damage.
Well, the additional damage equal to your proficiency is a +4 damage, if I'm not mistaken, at this point. So anyway, it's a good sword. It's better just because it has that bonus where it like doubles your strength damage modifier.
Yeah.
And once we get you the item from House of Hope that gives you a 23 strength, that'll be even better. You could also be popping potions of giant strength because those give you a 21 strength.
Sorry, I'm just fixing my bars. I'm here. We could also go to bed too if you'd like. I don't. Yeah.
I'll just give you a moment. I'm checking stuff while we're farting here.
I like Transfuse Health. That one's really good. Music is so good.
I mean, you might even not have to break your oath this time because, like, we're past doing all the evil shit.
Yeah, we are. Be fun not to break the oath, yeah.
With vengeance, we can't ever spare evil things, though. You just, if it's evil, it's got to die. It's really how it works out.
zealous.
Yeah,
Zealotry.
Well, vengeance is literally the I'm gonna go kill all the evil paladin.
Yeah, it's the side of paladin I've always disliked. Zealotry.
Well, it's the one that takes away your gaming freedom in a game that's supposed to be about freedom.
Well said.
Yeah, that's the problem with paladin though. It limits your playstyle. I mean, well, it's a problem with divine characters. Period. Clerics have the same issue with their gods. Well, clerics, you don't straight up like lose your ability to spellcast unless it's really bad, but they still have to follow tenets. And like if you're playing tabletop, your DM will still try to remind you. I got in an argument with my DM because we fucking took out a kobold camp, and off to the side there were some kobold pups that were like playing with bones.
Yeah.
And I wanted to go kill the fucking kobolds. Or sorry, gnolls. They were gnolls. If I said kobolds, I didn't mean that. They were gnolls. You know, like the hyena people.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kill.
Yeah, what are those called?
I wanted to kill the Knoll pups.
Yeah.
But the DM insisted that because I was a life cleric, I hold all life sacred and I'm not allowed to kill harmless pups or else my god will stop supporting me. Now, I say that's fucking shit because gnolls are chaotic evil. They see the whole world through a lens of can I eat it?
Can I eat it? Yes.
They literally live to kill and destroy. If you've watched the anime Goblin Slayer, which you should if you haven't,
I haven't.
they're basically baby goblins. They need to be killed before they grow up and murder people.
Murder people,
They will, for a fact, grow up and start murdering people. So I wanted to go kill the Knoll pups before they turned into murder machines.
A noble, pursuit.
A fucking DM is saying, "Oh no, a life cleric would never want to kill a Knoll baby, even if it's to stop, a full fucking village from getting torched later."
It's true. It's the Hippocratic Oath, Begon.
No,
it is the Hippocratic Oath.
If I let the Knolls live, a lot of people are gonna die. Therefore, the Knolls need to die, even if they are babies.
But this is why we have the Hippocratic Oath. You aren't God. You don't get to say what dies.
No, the Hippocratic Oath is bullshit.
No, it is not. It is the difference between a monster and a doctor.
No, the doctor is the monster, with or without the.
No, doctors are not monsters, Begon.
Oh, yes, they are. COVID has shown that to be true.
Western doctors in America in 2020, contemporary America are, but doctors are not monsters. Doctors are very good people who observe the oath.
We'll learn about Japanese people in World War II. How do you think you learned how hypothermia works?
Do you know who the greatest serial killer of all time is?
Bill Gates.
Nope, it's a female Japanese abortion doctor who's got 360 some odd confirmed deaths on her number. And she did this all against the Japanese government's will in the World War II. It's because they were so poor they couldn't feed the babies. And so she committed about 360. This is considered murder by the government because it was illegal abortion in Japan. And it is murder, and the number one serial killer of all time is a woman, and this is why the truth is always stranger than fiction. You'll never find another one until Eileen Wuornos down there at like number 7 kills is the highest I think a female has ever done, or at least recorded anyways. But then there's the other lady who's 360 because of the abortion law, but she is a murderer in the eyes of everybody who's ever looked at that record. Everybody is all basically condemned her as a murderer, like all her life.
So you have to go with kills have to be personally done for that argument.
She did personally do him. She fucking scraped.
I know. I'm saying if we're looking at just who caused the most deaths,
that'd be Vlad the Slayer. I think wins that one. But we're talking about like serial killers since they've come up with the term. They started.
Vlad had some good reasons for doing what he did.
Vlad is Vlad. Yeah, I mean,
he had a real chip on his shoulder. He spent his whole childhood getting gay raped in the butthole by a bunch of.
I had never heard about his childhood. I just heard about his adulthood. That's kind of funny. I'd never heard about that.
One reason why he hated the Turks so much is because he was a ransom child. His father was the king, whatever the fuck the rulers were in Wallachia. So he was given as a child hostage to the Ottomans. And they loved their...
pederasty.
They loved their little boys down there. So when he eventually got back to homeland, he had a real fucking chip on his shoulder.
I would too. I don't blame him. Yeah, 750 Huns or whatever it was. What are they, Turks? Yeah, whatever. Go Turks, whatever it is.
I don't know if it was Turks necessarily.
Persians, whatever it is. Yeah.
Ottomans. They were Ottomans.
We had this argument last night. Ottoman or Persian?
Well, no, the Ottoman Empire was huge. It was much more than just Persia.
It was a lot bigger than that. Yeah.
But anyway, Bill Gates has killed more than a lot of people. Mao Zedong or whatever the fuck is more kills, of course. But
I think so. Assad is at 1 million or so. I mean, yeah.
But yeah, if we're talking like I killed him with my own hands,
Pol Pot. Yeah. No, I'm talking about like murder and this. I mean, if you go, what I'm talking about is when you look at like the world records for serial killing, the top one is a female. Then you go down 45 names till you see another woman. But the top one is a woman though on the wiki, on everything. It's kind of crazy. It's actually was a trip when I. Okay, here's a funny one. Did you know there's 5,500 toilet related deaths in America every year?
5,500. That's
5,500 toilet-related deaths every year. Did you know that 1 in 5? I love statistics. 1 in 5 Americans are illiterate.
so if toilet deaths includes people who just happen to have
They
died
shit
while
themselves on the toilet, or they jacked off on the toilet and died of a heart attack,
they were
or
on the toilet.
not
They just happen to be on the toilet.
it happened to be on the toilet when their body ceased to breathe, or whatever the fuck you consider death to be.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I consider that a screwy statistic.
It is a screwy statistic, but it's still true.
Like to add suicides to the gun
Oh,
fatalities.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
is
and that's
bullshit.
horseshit. That is not guns. I'm sorry. The guns don't kill people. See, they're like right. It's like they like me because I'll agree with their logic sometimes. Guns don't kill people. People kill people, and that's an NRA old trope. But
you got that wrong.
I know
Guns
I do.
don't kill people. The government does.
The government does, right? Yeah, but I don't know too many people who are murderers. Yeah, I would say most people that'd be the government. Damn it. Anyways.
Yeah, that's King of the Hill reference.
Every time that the government kills people. That is Dale Gribble, isn't it? God damn it.
Yep. Dale Gribble is one of my favorite characters.
Me too. Pocket sand. Sorry.
It's a good show. I popped an old Malcolm in the Middle line on my boss today as he was driving away.
What's that?
The future is now, old man.
Old man. That was a good show.
I was trying to tell him he needs to fucking train and certify me in forklift driving, and he's like, "Oh, in the future, sometime, maybe." That's what I popped it on him. That lazy fucker is a he's like a certified trainer, so he can actually train you and issue a permit license or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah.
But he's a lazy fuck and doesn't want to do it. And there's been situations where I've nobody on site's been able to drive a forklift. So if I had the training and cert, I could have done it. But nope, he doesn't want to train me. He's a lazy fuck.
Forklifts pay good money. It's like 25 an hour, I think. 30. Which is a good living. Well, I think a living wage in America now is like $50 an hour, but that's
living wage is
like 30.
Because
It's like 30 something. You know.
Dude, I make 24 an hour and I live just fine.
Yeah,
Living wage is a made-up concept. Your expenses. There's so many things that we don't need that we consider essential, but
Like
we
rent.
really could drop.
Like rent. No, I'm just kidding.
Or self. Well,
I'm kidding.
that's a tricky thing.
I know it is.
No, it's too nuanced to just throw it out as a blanket black or white thing. But no, like, do you really need a cell phone? No.
No, I don't use my cell phone very much. No.
Do you really need internet? No.
I do need that. I do
would
need
go
that.
fucking nuts.
I
without
believe
those.
now, and this is going to sound socialist, but I wouldn't mind if the government made sure that the inner city kids had internet and stuff. I think internet is so important to the modern life that it, and that's a leftist view, but I think the internet is so fucking important that it's really almost savage to it's like a social disability to deprive somebody of it.
So I've got mixed feelings.
About both sides, right? But the internet does also, to have all of those cables and all of those companies and all the shit that it takes to have the internet, somebody's got to pay for that. Somebody does have to pay.
You're going in a totally different direction.
Right, I am sorry. But, well, not what you were going to say.
I have mixed feelings on, in some ways, I think we would all do better if the internet went away forever and we had to go back to live without the internet.
I love
On
it.
the other hand, I am fucking addicted to the internet and would hate to go through that pain since I know what the internet is. If you never had the internet, you wouldn't miss it.
Yep, I would be okay without it. I did 7 years without the internet and I would be okay without it. But what I would have to have is my movies, my television, and my video games. I don't care if they're off. I mean, I care if they're offline, but I would prefer that if they were online. But I wouldn't need it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be able to live without the internet, but I know the internet's bad for all of us, and we're all horribly addicted to it.
There you go. Very well said. I cannot stipulate. Sorry, I couldn't say what you said better. I think you were absolutely right.
I mean, I still think, dude, there's people that think food comes from the grocery store. I think I'm not advocating for the fucking let's go kill all the scientists and doctors and people with glasses and return to an agricultural society. But there's a lot of self-improvement shit that comes even just from growing your own food for a little while.
My parents, they grow most of their food. Most of it.
I mean, if I had the land and the patience to do. I have a small suburban house. I don't have a lot of backyard space, but I've turned it into like a little Garden of Eden. So I'm trying to make use of my space. Right now, I'm really excited for my persimmon trees. Hopefully, they grow up big and strong and give me lots of cool fruit that I can't find in the fucking grocery store.
Yep.
If you want to find persimmons, you have to specifically go to an Asian grocery store, and I don't want to drive an hour and a half to get persimmons.
When my parents pass away in the next 10 to 20 years, I will sell you my house for cheap. If you want it, it's like a double wide. I don't know if that's something that you value.
I've got a starter home. It's not very big, but it's comfy. It's near family. But if I were to leave this house, honestly,
do you own the house or are you renting?
I flat out own.
Oh, good job, Egon. You're one of the 5 people that I know.
No, I didn't do anything to earn it.
Oh, you just got it given to you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fine by me. Fine by me. I don't care about that. All my friends
I had to not be a degenerate shitbag, but
yeah,
no, my grandmother was looking at. I mean, it's a series of events that all kind of fell into place weird, but it started with my ex-wife leaving me.
Oh.
And my grandma was looking at doing like a rent thing where she knew some people that were looking at moving and living in a trailer for the rest of their lives, like retiring to a trailer basically. And she was talking about maybe buying their house and having me just rent from her. And after my grandma died, my mom took some of the inheritance money and bought the house and was doing that for me. But then, because my new wife was going through a custody battle and her ex was saying that she was living in a rental property, so she wasn't a reliable care provider, my mom thought, well, let's maybe expedite this and just gift the house.
That's amazing. That's basically...
it's a weird... I mean, I was supposed to be doing rent to own, where I'm basically paying I'm paying a landlord, but the landlord's my mom, so at least it's going somewhere, not just off to a void somewhere.
It's much better than, oh my god, you know what I'm saying? It's good that your money's going to somebody that you know.
Well, but like I said, I flat out own the house now, so I just have to pay property tax. But anyway, so I'm very happy with my house. It's small. That's my only complaint, which is good in some ways, but bad in the way that I'm trying to have kids and, cramped house. But like my parents have a big ass farm 5 minutes away, so if the kids need room, they have forests and fields and all kinds of stuff, horses that they'll play with. It's not like there's no space to play, it's just not on the house. But if I were to leave this house, probably it'd be in 15 years when my kid's grown up, because my wife and I both have a kid with someone we're not with. Okay. So basically when the kids are grown up, I can look at maybe moving to Tennessee or some other state that still respects gun rights. And you may have other thoughts on it, but I will tell you matter of factly the
Pacific Northwest state that we're around, do they respect gun rights?
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna avoid
Pacific Northwest state that we're around. Do they respect gun rights? Right?
Not really, but I was getting it into something else that would at least label what state we both live in. So
let's just dance
avoid
away.
that conversation.
Dance away. Yeah.
I've got other. Yeah, that's more like a text chat thing. But there's other things about where we live that I want to get the fuck away, but I can't because I've got a kid, and I don't want to. I mean, if I were to move out of state, the best I could hope for was maybe like 2 months in the summer, get him flown over so I could see him. But I wouldn't be seeing my son regularly. I wouldn't be part of his life regularly.
Jesus Christ, that must be like a vice on your fucking nuts.
Well, the thing is, my ex-wife might be willing to move because she's still conservative, even if she's like fucked in the head. She's still conservative. She is still religious. She doesn't like the state either. If I were to tell her I was looking at moving, she might consider her options about moving to the same state and like an hour away from me or something. I'm not joking when I say that, but my wife's ex, hell the fuck no, that would never happen. So that means I'm constricted regardless because we're not gonna leave her kid hanging. So anyway, just life gets weird. I do actually own my own home. I do have to pay the property taxes on it. And my wife would never go along with it. I've talked to her about it before, but unfortunately, I don't have the option of just selling the house and like moving to Romania and being a king.
I thought about that for quite a long time. Expatriation.
Well, because like
you should look into Prince Edward's Island. Do you know what that is?
No, but
it's America and Canada.
Well, if you have the money that your house is worth and you go to some third world nation where they have like little enclaves of not shit. I mean, you can live pretty well the rest of your life with the money you made selling your house, but the problem is your kids aren't going to have fuck all, and that's why I can't go do that, because I want my kids to grow up in America.
You know, I recently like caught myself thinking about a houseboat, and I was like, only morons get a houseboat. You know,
I fully agree with that sentiment.
only a moron lives in a sinkable house. You know.
Well, there's a lot more to them, and the novelty of it's going to wear off pretty quick.
I'm not talking about the novelty. I'm talking about I don't want anybody telling me what to do ever. You know, ever. My thing.
Well, if you're in a houseboat, you are very much on the grid. Like, you need constant supplies, or else your houseboat will not be a houseboat anymore.
Not too many homeless people at the marina.
I mean, it's one way to get rid of the homeless. You could just move to a different state. I mean, there are states literally shipping their homeless to our state because they don't want to deal with them, and they have lots of social networks up here. And
sounds like California.
I mean, I support that in a sense because I fucking hate our.
These are my fellow. These are my fellow Americans, but I think they want to be like this.
Oh, I don't view them as fellow Americans. They are.
You should. They are.
A lot of. No, there's different kinds of homeless, but I believe that.
There's not a different type of American. They're also fellow Americans.
Not the communists, but no, like they're fucking leeching on the system. Like, so, for example, public property. I get it. Where if you pay taxes, you should be able to use the sidewalks. People shouldn't be able to say you can't. You should be able to protest as long as you aren't standing in the fucking road. But homeless don't contribute. All they do is take. They are okay. Fucking Vlad the Impaler used to murder the shit out of homeless, and I fully his reasons for doing so.
I do not condone what Bagon says, but I respect his right to say it. I respect his right to say it. But yes.
Hold on. There's a famous quote from Vlad the Impaler. I do believe. I need to find it really quick.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
Shit, where is? Oh.
I do not warrant or desire the death of the homeless. These are fellow Americans.
Well, I would prefer they just stop being homeless.
Who do you think will fight the wars when Russia comes?
Not them.
I think you're wrong.
Well, no, I only propose the extermination as a last resort, but I propose it as being one of these steps, if that makes sense. I wouldn't just say let's go get our bashy bashies and make the smashy, but that would be on my list of things if they don't stop being homeless at some point.
You believe? Okay.
Well, like,
very clear. That was very clear. Yes.
There are resources.
Issue a ultimatum, like issue an ultimatum. Would that be okay?
I mean, I wouldn't do the bashy. Like, let's say if I had the authority to do whatever the fuck I thought was the proper policy, it would be work camps. I wouldn't just go bashy because human resources are valuable resources. But, well, I mean, look at it this way. I'm talking specifically homeless that are just lay around fuckwits that could be doing something with themselves, but they don't want to because they want to just do drugs and lie in the streets and shit in front of kids. Like, I'm talking those homeless. I'm not talking like some... I've never seen this in real life, but I've talked to people that have actually seen it. But, like some poor mother that's got like 2 kids, made a lot of mistakes. So she's trying to take care of her kids, but it's hard as fuck because you're trying to feed mouths and you don't have anything at all. Like working McDonald's or something like that. I'm not talking about that, but there's a lot of homeless that are just, they're useless. I mean, I used to think, well, if they're going to not have a job and not work or anything, they need to go off in the woods and build a hut, be like a hut homesteader or something. But we're not in a world where that's possible anymore. There's not enough like open forest like that. There's conservation, because a lot of animals are hunted to the point where we can't just have people freely hunting them anymore.
So
that's not viable anymore. Like you're forced to be part of society, so you need to be contributing to society in some way at least. And homeless are literally just tearing apart society with their spare time.
I was going to ask you a dumb question, which is why do you care what they do? But I think you answered it perfectly right there with that sentence. It's because they're unraveling the fabric of the society.
Oh, I mean, every day if I check the local news, there's something about homeless just destroying neighborhoods and communities, not giving a shit. I
Do you
mean,
deal with them personally very often?
oh yeah, dude, I work around kids, and there are homeless on the streets next to children that just go fucking expose themselves because they want to take a shit in the middle of the street, and they don't care there's kids walking around them. They'll
That's
walk into parking garages and take shits and pisses away
yeah.
from where all the drains are. You know, like usually in the parking garage, there's going to be like 2 or 3 floor drains because
Yeah.
rainwater comes down. If you don't want the rainwater in your garage, there's going to be drains on the ground in a garage. There's bums that will deliberately take a shit and a piss in your parking garage away from the fucking drains, so someone has to go up and clean it properly.
Do you feel that all of this is because of heroin, or is it just poverty in general?
It's multi-factor. Some people, there's always going to be people who want to be useless and don't want to do anything, and they have the ability to because they're able to get handouts. I mean, they qualify for welfare as long as they can find a shipping address to send the checks to. There's people that are like that. There's people that are on drugs, yeah, and they'd rather spend the money on fentanyl than
So
take
so
themselves.
okay, so I guess I'll hit you with the counter liberal argument. That's the standard one, I guess. I wanted to pick my ground before I did it, and which is XKVC, the hat guy, talking about the ravages of being a drug addict should be the punishment for being a drug addict, like homeless person on the street. Why do we need all of this money and all of these cops and all of this drug war and all of this prohibition? Is it not the social ramifications and the physical ramifications and the overdose implications and the poverty and the starvation implications enough punishment? Isn't the basically the natural punishment for the crime essentially enough? Why do we need to do anything about it?
Well, if you were just doing drugs and got horribly addicted and had consequences, but you were like doing it at your house as it's falling apart, I agree. The consequences are fine. I mean, if you're able to privately do your drugs, I feel you should be allowed to go kill yourself as long as you're not affecting anyone else.
Yeah, so there's the logic argument. You see why I step in above you and I say, why did it ever get to this point where we have so many starving homeless drug addicts on the street?
Oh, they aren't starving, dude. Most of these fucking homeless drug addicts
Way
are
better
morbidly
than-
obese. They are morbidly obese. I was just like a week ago, I was watching 2 morbidly obese, drugged out on something bums sitting together in an art center, and they were throwing big chunks of bread to seagulls that were dancing around them.
Okay.
They were morbidly obese, drugged out homeless, throwing big hunks of bread at seagulls.
Okay.
Like, this is America. These people are not in need. These people are literally here to just burn it down, and not in a reasonable way, not in a principled way. They're just here to fuck the world.
Okay, so we talked about the problem. What's the solution? Beyond, like, say, genocide or whatever, or concentration camps, or,
Yeah, it's like, I like the
some
idea
kind
of
of ultimatum. Is there some kind of solution that doesn't like involve the truncheon?
Well,
Some kind of abuse to them.
Well,
I'm open to that as a solution. I'm just wondering if there's something that isn't that necessary. You know.
Well, there's different approaches. Like, for example, having fathers in the home, so kids grow up mentally well and don't turn into these things. That's a step, but that's a societal change. Our society is sick, and there's not just a simple answer to fix a sick society.
I'm looking
You
for a
need-
simple answer. Is why I asked. The best answer is there is no simple answer to it. No.
Well, fathers. That's the
Yeah,
simple
fathers.
answer.
Okay, so the
It's not a
family
simple
unit.
solution, but it's a simple answer.
So the family unit is a simple answer to it. How do we instill family values in a way where it prevents this from happening for the rest of the country's history? How do we prevent this? That's the issue where I'm at. Like I understand you've got a lot of vitriol and dislike of these people, but I don't understand how it's constructive to the problem. What do we do to actually fix it? Sure, it sucks and they're assholes. I've been one of them before, but it's like I don't see how that's constructive. How do we actually fix this?
Well, they used to have ways to help back in, like, let's go to the medieval era.
You suggest
So there used
the
to be laws
church?
back in, well, So church, community, and family are always going to be some of the biggest
standard
ways to prevent
answers.
these things from being problems. Anyway, back in medieval days, a lot of towns would have a rule where you had to have money on you or you weren't allowed in town. Like if a guard came up and you were penniless, they'd haul you out. You weren't allowed in the town anymore. So that would stop. It was designed to stop panhandlers and basically homeless of their day from just hanging out and shitting on the streets.
Yes.
So if we were to say get rid of welfare for homeless people, because I mean there are literally homeless just doing drugs all day. They're getting checks in the mail from the taxpayer. So like cut down on that stuff. I mean welfare's in my mind like where I would be okay with welfare is more like the single mom trying to take care of a bunch of kids, that kind of thing. Now I would rather the church be the doler out of the welfare because I think the church will do a much better job of, say, discerning who's actually in need and who's there just to take. I'm not saying the church is the only group capable by any means, but it's much more capable than the government, which is what's doing it right now.
So, okay, so I have two issues about the implementation of how we went about this as a country. One of them is a homeless person cannot get an address. Without an address, how does a person get a job to get themselves out of the homelessness? I suggest a solution there where I don't believe it should be legal to require an address for any job in this country. That's my first idea of an implementation. Now I think that sounds crazy that you don't know where your worker lives, but honestly, I think we're so desperate and we have so many problems. I don't know how else to address it on an implementation level. The second one would be
with that, before you jump on, I agree with that as long as there is still a replacement method of verification that you even exist.
Yeah, which would be the social security. That's the second thing I was going to say. I want a social security that attaches to every bit of your behavior. If you commit black hat hacking online, your social reflects it, just like South Korea, and the same for them. I don't want them. I don't want, and this is my other thing, is that when some like for instance in House of Cards, they had Kevin Spacey solve this problem by standing in front of the fucking, and this is where I got this from idea. He stands in front of the fucking White House in a pitch tent with the Secret Service, and he signs up like 15 million people for jobs, and he doesn't ask for addresses, he doesn't ask for fucking phone numbers or verification or anything like that, and they go to work. And that's I would say if the Democrat were to pitch an idea, it would be something along the lines of that, where like you can have a job, and if they ask you for a phone number or an address, they're a criminal. Because at this point, I think a lot of these people, if they were able to just walk into a door in the morning and get a job beyond a temp labor job, I think this issue would maybe go away a little bit. I think you'd be surprised how depressed they are because of the verification of all of it. I think, at least that was my struggle when I was on the streets.
Well, the address thing can be tricky.
I don't know how we get around that, because that's a problem.
They just need to have a friend who does have an address who's willing to let them use the address, and that's one where
that is fraud, I believe, in the eyes of the government, and that is one of the things
it's fraud. But the government's probably not going to chase that kind of fraud down.
That's what I'm saying. We need implements in the changes of laws where it's acceptable for somebody to vouch an address to receive a paycheck. Stuff like that is inherently part of the systemic issues that lead to this stuff where these people lie about like wastrels in the streets and do drugs. It is because they can't get the job sometimes. It's not just because they don't want to. Sometimes it's because they can't, and that was my situation. I'm a more honest, homeless person than most, because it's like I worked every day that I was homeless at temp jobs, and that's a lot more honest than most of them. And the only reason I was able to do that is because we lied to them. Now in there, not only could I basically go to jail for lying to them, but they could go to jail for accepting the lie. And there's another real issue with the employment thing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because like what I think the solution for getting out of homelessness should be, if you're just someone who doesn't have resources, doesn't have a
employment, employment.
Yeah, I think there should be like halfway houses, some kind of either free or heavily discounted service that's temporary, because you have to be working on yourself, not just smooching. That gives you hots and a cot and a shower.
That is exactly
go to work and start, build the piggy bank up, and then you can go get an apartment eventually.
Yep, that's exactly what I did when I lived in the madhouse from the Mental Health Center of Denver for 2 years. They knew I was struggling with the system who wanted to give me 10 years on a non-felony charge. So they let me deal with my PTSD from an attempted murder while I attempted to get the system off my back and try to put me away for 10 years on a non-felony possession charge, just over a probation violation. And so they fed me 3 meals a day. They told me I should work, but a lot of the time you can't work if you're on a disability appeal. So I was one of the guys who didn't work. I was on a disability appeal, which we got. Now, all of this past history is not really important to the subject that much, but I'm saying that, like, I don't think we need, like, a mental health center of Denver doing that. I believe the government should be running wards. I believe that is what the UK does. And wards across the land is what I've always heard. So that's the issue. We have hospitals here that are charging a lot of money. I don't know how you go about getting the recovery that these drug addicts need, but I did see a solution one time on a documentary about a guy in the 70s who had about 15,000 ex-drug addicts take care of 15,000 current drug addicts, and all 30,000 of them had a 100% recovery rate. And so I'm guessing that we need wards across the land filled with people who had just experienced recovery, helping other people who are to get their recovery. We need healing now, if you want to talk like a Democrat. See, I think you suggest we purge the homeless. I say we heal the homeless, and I think it's a bit different.
Well, it's not that I'm against trying to heal the homeless. I definitely think
these are fellow Americans, whether they are drug addicts or not. What makes them in times of war? What would you view them as?
Well, let's be honest. The camaraderie from simply being fellow Americans is.
I'm not talking about camaraderie. I'm talking about in the eyes of the law, in the statutes, in the possession of our people and their citizenry and their sovereignty and all this. They are our possessions. They are our people. They help our country populate itself. They are essentially our people. We cannot point a finger or imprison or hurt anybody who has lived in America their entire lives. That is not constructive to the American ideal, I don't believe.
Of course I can imprison someone who's got a stolen shopping cart full of stolen goods that's taking dumps in front of kids and peeing in the streets. Like I
believe that's what happens, but the problem is jail will not reform a criminal. I don't believe. I think it takes healing. Closure from a drug addiction. I've done it before. It had nothing to do with jail. It was about understanding that I was going to have a better life if I just didn't do that anymore. You know, and that takes a lot of healing. I don't know about jail. That's the other thing that the right wing wants to push. I think a lot of the times the drug war or the border control. And I get that. I actually don't disrespect those ideals. But I also don't know how they're constructive to the problem. Which is like, we were a melting pot when we started. What's different now? And that's the border thing. And the other thing is the drug addicts, they don't need jail. They need healing.
Well, it was less of a melting pot than you might think when we started, at least. But
it is. We got how many? 700 million Americans now or something. I don't know what it's at, but we are a hodgepodge of many different races, and I don't know if we should even have borders. How I view it now, Begon, and this is going to piss you off when I say this, is we are the new kid on the block. We're like 13 years old in terms of the world's history. We've been around since 1776. The rest of the world has been around since Pangea, which is what, like 20. I mean, we have too, but we haven't been civilized like them for what, 30,000, except for the Native Americans, for 30,000 years something. So we're the new kid on the block in terms of world power. One of the ways that this represents is I believe everybody moved in, fucked each other, and had their children grow up here. So we are the children of every other country on this planet. And that's the problem with, like, kind of saying that we should have borders that have some sort of enforcement. Is we shouldn't have borders, technically, in my view, because we are not really a country. We are the amalgamation of every other country's classes, ideals, and races. We are a blend. We are a hodgepodge. We are a misogyny, essentially. It's I struggle with this idea.
Agree with that,
I know you don't, and that's why I'm saying I'm just trying to tell you what my point of view on this is. The same I would say the same sort of objectification of the homeless is the same sort of objectification of illegal aliens. But these are people who are essentially just looking to be people in America. America always was this. America always was. Bring us your you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry.
No, that is actually communist revisionism. That was not original. Like that whole
Ellis Island above
Statue of Liberty. That's not original. That was placed there way later.
When?
Well, let's look it up.
Yeah, look it up. I'm just curious. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying when. When did it occur? Now, I thought it would have been 1916, which is when I'm essentially saying that we had to essentially either take a stance on the idea that we were the world's child and that we didn't really have any parents and we can't state that we own this any more than they do, or this thing that, you know, that we basically got to close these borders and kick everybody the fuck out who wasn't born here. But the problem is we weren't born here. And I mean, as white Americans or whatever, we weren't really born here either. What gives us the right to kick anybody out of here or treat them like criminals over their lifestyle choices or any of this? When really, I mean, we didn't come up here. We came here just like them.
I'm trying to find the fucking year. I'm finding like the name Emma. Fucking.
I would have thought it would have been the induction of Ellis Island, but I don't know. You might be right that it was later, or it might be revisionist. That's a legitimate fear that you have, and I bet you're probably not wrong either.
It's Emma Lazarus is what this.
The ideal is not bad, Bagon. That is what this country was built on, though. The ideal is not bad. Bring us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. This is what we were when we left Britain. We were tired and poor and hungry after Britain fucking taxed our face to death, essentially. And then told us what religions we could be and what we couldn't be. You know?
A lot of them were Christian groups that weren't part of the mainstream.
They were looking for religious freedom. Yeah.
People looking for, well, it was political, but also there were people. There were people trying. It was basically the outcasts of British society at the time. It could have been a lot of people. It was religious. A lot of people. It was political.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I believe there were quite a few that were. You're either going to prison or you're going over there. So it was a hodgepodge of stuff. There was definitely, I'm not going to say at all because I know it's factually would be incorrect. It's not just like a bunch of Christians came over to make a Christian colony, but there was definitely a portion of the early settlers that were that specifically, the Pilgrims.
Yes.
Anyway, early on, our immigration was predominantly white European. There was... It's weird because it's so easy to misinterpret what I'm saying, and also I'm trying to even formulate.
You are doing great, buddy. By the way, just a vote of confidence. You're doing great. You're sidestepping all these bombs with aplomb. Okay, that's the word for it, aplomb.
Okay, well, thanks, but I'm not always perfectly articulate to what I'm trying to get to.
You are though. But, almost always you are though.
Anyway, so yeah, originally there were shared ideals, like we all want. People that were coming here wanted a new life. There was something shitty about where they came from.
What's different between them and us? What's different? They're the same people that came here. They have the same ideals that we do. How are we different? How do we say that we're because we were there first?
Okay, so originally it was usually something along the lines of you wanted a place to fuck on off to, and it was going to be a hard life. You're going to have to work your ass off, but you could make it and succeed. After World War II really changed a lot of shit, man. World War II.
Oh
really
yeah, I'm very aware. Oh yeah.
In World War II, one of the reasons why the U.S. rose to such empirical heights was because all of Europe, like basically the breadbasket of technological innovation and industry, because remember a lot of these other nations hadn't caught up, or they were just starting to. Europe, all their factories were fucking destroyed everywhere. All destroyed. The U.S. was untouched because Pearl Harbor was the only actual attack we suffered.
Yep.
And even then, Pearl Harbor was more of a harbor, not a boat shipyard as much as the coasts were. That's why Japan was still... Like, Japan's only way to win their sea war was to win Pearl Harbor, get all of our aircraft carriers, and then completely blockade our coastlines. Because we had so many shipyards that once our industry got going... And Dan Carlin will talk about that if you listen
Yeah.
to his
Oh,
podcast.
I've been listening to it, all of it. Yeah.
Basically, if they didn't destroy our shipyards, we were going to produce so many ships they couldn't win, even if they were winning all the naval engagements. We would just shit out so many ships. We would shit out so many ships once we were going, they couldn't possibly beat us. So their only hope was to just blitzkrieg us, basically blitzkrieg us on the sea, wipe out all our ships, take out all our shipyards, and then keep it that way. But anyway, sorry, back on to the point I was getting to. We were left as the only like major technological nation still that had all its factories and industry in place, and we had a wartime economy. We had just really exercised our ability to produce things. So America became very wealthy very quickly because of that, and also just we were like the major military that could hold things together. We were the guarantors of trade and peace. That's one reason why it's so important that we hold like the South China Sea still and keep the CCP from taking power, because a lot of our dominance is from us being the guarantor of free trade and safety on the seas. So we were able to establish all of that stuff through the fallout of World War II, which made America fabulously wealthy. So at some point, well, it's a gradual effect, but I think it really tipped with the fallout of World War II. The U.S. got to be so wealthy that people weren't coming here for ideals anymore. They didn't care about the Constitution or freedoms.
Which is the last straw for us.
Yeah. So a lot of them were coming over because America's wealthy, and I don't even have to be that good. I can go work at McDonald's and live like a king compared to how I live in my home country. So it was more about, I want to go there and grab some shit. Now, one reason that I'm afraid of like open board. Now it's one of the problems we have, like illegal immigrants coming over and working shit jobs and living in like some 16-person boarding house and sending all the money home, because they are extracting wealth from the U.S. through their labors. They are making the total pool of money in the U.S. lower than it was without them, because they're sending that money to Guatemala or somewhere.
That is a wonderful point. Yes.
And they are working hard for it. I get it. I'm not faulting them. They're actually doing something very.
This is a dream generation, yeah. But
they are doing something that otherwise I would say is very honorable and good.
Very valid.
They're sacrificing to take care of their family and the people back home, but they are actually dragging the U.S. down by doing that. Because, like I said, they are literally depleting the wealth in the U.S. because they're spreading it out throughout the world through their efforts.
Yes.
So anyway. That's one thing that like unchecked immigration causes. If you're sending all your wealth out of the nation, unless that nation just has an incredible hedge on the world's wealth, it's going to cause that nation to slowly decline. But anyway, back to what I was trying to say. People don't always come here for the same goals anymore. Usually it's like resource extraction kind of shit nowadays.
Yes.
And that's one reason why I think we actually...
How Yellow will put it is I am not the bus that you can just jump inside and roll away clean.
Yeah,
that's how they view it. They think of us as a bus. They can just hop in, make a life's worth of career and money, and then just roll away clean and send the money somewhere else. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, so sorry for my long soapbox, but it's something that takes a while to even try to even start getting out. And there's more to it too. Like, brain drain is a real thing where we have limited. I would like to have limited immigration, very limited immigration, next to no immigration. But
I respect it. Yep.
But by taking only the best immigrants, like people from Nigeria that went to college and got 4.0s and want to go build something, by taking people like that, we're removing them from their home nations. And I understand sometimes in their home nations it's so shitty that someone who's talented and gifted like that would never succeed because there just aren't opportunities for it, even for someone that otherwise should. So maybe that person would only succeed in America because their home country sucks. I get that, but there is a real effect of brain drain if we're taking a bunch of countries' best and brightest. They're improving America and not improving their home countries, which makes the imbalance continue, where their countries suck ass and America is chugging on. I mean, Mexico is a real bad situation because it's all either controlled by a horribly corrupt government or these murderous cartels. Like, there's cartel members, they'll just drive through a town in a pickup truck, and if they see some attractive looking 14-year-old girl, they'll just grab her, and if dad says stop, they shoot dad and grab her anyway. Mexico's in a bad state, and the sad thing is a lot of people that don't like that state, that would normally rise up and fight against it, the government and the cartels, they just come to America and it's not their problem anymore. there are some Mexican towns where they've like actually built walls around the town, and they all have guns, even though it's illegal to have guns in Mexico. And they basically said, "Fuck the federales and fuck the cartels. Don't come here."
Okay.
And, like, there are some fortress towns in Mexico like that are trying, but when they all come
I'm very
here,
aware.
instead of building up Mexico. Now I know the U.S. causes a lot of these problems because of the whole drug war thing. There's so much money to be made; it makes the gangs just unbeatable. They're always going to keep popping up, but I don't know. Like I said, it's a complicated issue. That's just one aspect of it.
I have the counterpoint, and I can say it in 2 sentences, right? I think the difference between the two parties is one intends to embrace the notion of power over these people and keep them away or block them out. I would wish to embrace the notion of power of these people, swarm them in, kill the borders of Canada and Mexico, and call it the North American Alliance, and whitewash completely the American government out of here, and then aim at the stars under the NAL. And aim at the stars and tell these people everybody can have a job if you work towards us getting to the fucking stars. Then we all get out of here. And that's my counterpoint. No borders, a larger entity full of our brothers and sisters working towards a common goal that isn't just like having wars until we die on this ball of earth. Get shooting to the stars and employ them towards goals like that. Giant goals. Goals like the way we did in the 70s.
It almost sounds like you're advocating for something I suggested that you advocated.
I am advocating the centrist view, which is control over the goal and the plan, but embracing the leftist idea of embracing all of them because we are the world's child. We are them. We are them. We weren't here longer or something like that. We are them. So I'm saying embrace the power of the many people who wish to come here and use it towards a much more fucking intelligent goal than nuclear fucking war or whatever the fuck. And where the power vacuum that creates is the problem. I don't know if you would call it like a hegemony or some such, but that is what I believe we need at this point. That's what Orson Scott Card would say, and it is a centrist view. It's a mixture of essentially the same fucking fascism that we've had the last 200 years, just geared towards our actual like production of the human race's future, not towards killing each other. Right? And open the fucking borders because they're already open. They've been open the entire time. They've never been closed.
So I feel like you're dancing around it a little bit, and
I am, and I'm dancing around it, and I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, for what
I'm sure I am.
Earlier
I'm sure
that
I
I
am.
advocate
What's
for
up, Hop?
that you told me you didn't like, which was Fortress Americas.
Fortress America NAL. I want to embrace our brothers and sisters, but I also want to let anybody who wants to come here, if they take the job working towards the space race. And that's my requirement. You have to take the job. We don't care if you're a drug addict or whatever. We'll put you up in the place. We'll get you the treatment while you work for us and all this stuff. But you get us to the fucking stars. I think the problem with America is what was the goal? Sit around the middle class all day with our fat bellies eating McDonald's and play video games all day? No, what was the fucking goal? The goal should have been getting out of here and not fighting each other or guns or, you know...
Well, before you start bringing in the gun stuff, I agree with what you're saying. I
don't mean guns. I love guns. I'm talking about gun violence, not guns.
Humanity's progress technologically is completely stalled. And that's one reason why people believe fucking aliens are controlling everything from the background, because they don't want us to get any further. So they've talked to the Illuminati, and the Illuminati's deliberately stopping people from going to the stars because of the aliens. I don't know if that's true or not, but it is plausible. Yeah, I agree that it would be good if we had like a common goal humanity was striving for, like going to the stars. I think that would be great.
So now we need reform. The same thing that we had with like the Great Deal and such. We need a reform of all of our fucking priorities.
Oh, the Great Deal just prolonged the Great Recession.
And that's something I think Bagon and I really can't agree on is reform. I don't care if it's right or left, honestly, at this point. I believe reform is necessary. It is a reformist view that I believe both of us are pushing. Some kind of drastic change must happen, and I think both sides can agree on that. And there you find your unity. There's a unity that I suspect the right wing might think is gone. It's not gone. We love you guys. It's just that without some common goal, we don't share a common goal right now beyond get rich, old, and fat in America, watch your kids grow old. And that's a good goal, but it's not good enough. Never been good enough. What happened with the space race in America?
Well, maybe aliens, but I mean, I think there's three main powers competing, like three main groups. There's the corporatists, there's the right wings, and the left wings. The corporatists are fine with either left or right, but not both. And the corporatists realize if the left and right were united on anything, the corporatists are just gone. So that's why they constantly left and right against each other.
Yep.
Because as long as left and right are against you, like it happened with Occupy Wall Street.
Agreed, Hop.
I don't listen to Tim Pool very often anymore. I more just skim whatever headline he's talking about. But like he's always talking about how he was part of the Occupy Wall Street thing when it first happened, and he's got some other people he brings on all the time that are talking about it. And I didn't pay attention to politics back when Occupy Wall Street happened, so I have to take other people's information. But they're talking about how originally it was a united movement against Wall Street bankers and corruption and all that shit. But then suddenly people started segregating each other based on race and other stupid shit. Like, only black Occupy Wall Street protesters can be in this corner, or the Asians need to be over there, the whiteys over here.
Tribalism.
And yeah, it descended into tribalism. And then suddenly it was right-wingers versus left-wingers and commies versus capitalists.
I love my right-wing brothers. Yep, I don't care who they are.
So that's the problem, is the corporatists are really good at pushing along the fragmenting.
Yep.
To stop anything from actually happening.
All my life, I have been urged by everybody I've ever met, including my mother, to hate the right wing. And I just don't. And it's not because I'm right wing, it's because I know that it's just not constructive. It's an ad hominem fallacy, is the real literal fucking dictionary language for it. It's an ad hominem argument to say that the right or the left wing is wrong or bad. They just don't know the answer. And the answer to me is stop fighting each other, fight for something that we can all shoot for that'll definitely pay the fuck off, which is endless resources across the galaxy. As Starfield hits yesterday,
Well, the corporatists would never allow us to do true space harvesting. So
what do we do? Okay, so what do we do about that, Bacon? So I know your examples. I don't need those. What do we do about the corporatists? Let's talk about the solution, not the problem.
Wait, let me get my example out.
Okay. I'm sorry, is it important? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's asteroids out there everywhere.
Yeah.
And we can, if we worked on our tech, we could scan for what they actually have. And we currently have the technology, I believe, where we could actually attach rockets to an asteroid.
Oh my god.
And use gravitational slingshotting to basically shoot it into Earth's orbit on a collision course with, say, the middle of the African savannah or something where no one's living. What if we were to find a giant fucking rock of gold and slingshot it into our desert and harvest it? Suddenly gold is worth jack fuck shit. The corporatists would never allow that kind of thing to happen, where we just devalue a precious metal because we slingshotted an asteroid of it.
Yes.
So anyway, I just wanted to get that out. Like that's a legitimate thing that people are going to stand in front of, because it will literally shake up world economies if we were able to bring in precious metals that are scarce on Earth but are abundant in space.
I think you are absolutely right, and I cannot find any fault with your logic at all, and that is the problem. Where is there... I have not heard a politician talk about any of this shit in 40 years. There's the reform. These people are acting in their own self-interest through the lobbies to like inside trade, And I don't think that should be the goal of the human race. The goal of the human race is to get a planet for every human race.
Well, that's one reason why America was so great at first, because we had thrown away the shackles of the king and the authority.
Fuck the king.
There weren't nobles. We gotten rid of the ruling class for a while. It took a while for the ruling class to really reestablish itself. It has at this point. That's why America sucks. I still think America's the best country to live in the world, but it's fallen from the position it used to be.
I'll beat my chest too. I fucking love America, and I'll die for this motherfucker. So...
Yeah, there's so many things I can complain about in America, but there's no country I'd rather live in at this point.
No. And on that point, how about you go to bed, because it's 2 a.m. and I kept you up too late.
Well, my kid, he got done watching this Australian show about a weird little blonde kid and his dumpster truck friend.
Sorry.
And then, it's like Tim the trash truck or some shit like that. And then I put on some other movie for him, and that's over. And now he's watching Go Dog Go.
Okay.
So I need to get on that. Yeah, I meant to get off a while ago, but
ILY. See you tomorrow.
But yeah, I
Oops, sorry, you broke out. Your mic or something.
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, just trying to get final thoughts. I do think that some of humanity's greatest achievements have been completed under complete authoritarianism, unfortunately. Like the pyramids,
I
for
agree.
example.
And that's the sad part.
And the Great Wall of China is literally built on the bones of the laborers.
Yep, when Cortez came to Mexico, they built up with their bare hands what we still can't do to today, which is my favorite Neil Young lyric. You know, they did with their bare hands what we still can't do today because we're sitting around jacking off, playing lottery, eating chicken, and ignoring any goal at all. Really.
Yeah, I kind of broached on that a little bit when we were debating homosexual and stuff earlier. I think that's a symptom of the what is the fucking term for just sitting around and
it's a sedentary lifestyle.
I mean, hedonism. That's it.
Hedonism. Hedonism is a good one. Yes.
I kept thinking there's a fucking robot on Futurama with this name.
So like I like to party. Fuck, I'll smoke my heroin and my meth and I'll fuck my girls in you know where. But I believe there's a time and place for that, and it's after you've worked really fucking hard to make sure you and your community will thrive. You know, and that's the difference, you know. So like they think that they think that we need anyways, I'm getting off here. I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic here.
I was just trying to say, like, human achievement is fantastic when we have that kind of authoritarian.
I'm sorry, there's what I was trying to say. The party is good. It's cool to party when you have a reason to. You know, when you've done something for your community, when you've worked really hard and you've bettered yourself, it's a good time to party. Cool for the weekend. Then get back to work like the rest of humanity for 5 days to get us to the space race. You know, and we'll give you jobs and we'll, you know, and all this stuff. And we don't care if you have a drug addict thing or whatever. You're poor. We'll make sure you don't starve or die, and you'll get the attention you need. That's my solution, Begon, and I don't know if it's good enough. I don't think it is. I think there's some fallacy or something that declares that this won't work. I don't think my solution works.
Human self-interest is
it's human self-interest.
Great ideals.
Okay, and that's all I needed to say. Yeah.
I mean, I could, if I was playing like an RTS, I would basically try to unite both American continents.
Unite. There you go. And there's the language I'm looking for. There you go.
So anyway, if you united North and South America under one banner, you would then have open borders. You could then heavy-handedly fix a lot of the problems like drug violence and
I love my Brazilian brothers. I love my South American brothers. Yep.
And then once you had established the entire landmass under one, now I'm always skeptical of governments.
Fortress of America. Fortress of America.
Any government can turn evil, so I don't like the government having the power that it can then turn on the citizens.
Aliens and child sex.
Anyway, so basically take over the whole American hemisphere, unite it into one, try to fix a lot of these social problems. You don't need open or you don't need closed borders between those countries anymore, which solves one of your big gripes. You can then heavily restrict immigration from outside of the American hemisphere, which is what I would want to do at that point. I mean, only the best and brightest, and then you could actually have like an American project where you're trying to do the space race. But I think you would need that kind of large scale uniting.
Can logic defeat the Scrooge McDucks of the world? I don't think so. It will need to be guns, and that's not good.
I'm telling you, if I had presidential power, I would straight up get just
purge. Leave it at that.
No. I would straight up have military units that go to the house of Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and a bunch of other fucking billionaires hire their own private armies, and I would literally just have them firing squatted and their assets seized.
I would not firing squad them. I would just chop off. No. I've got a better solution. I would chop off his legs, chop off his arms, and chop off his tongue. I would not kill him. I would not kill him. No, I'd let him wander the land, and if anybody helps him, they get the same. But I would never kill them. No.
Oh yeah, I was trying to find that Vlad the Impaler.
How about that? Isn't that a better fate than death, right? Chop off his arms, chop off his legs, and let him fend for himself. But that's what he should get for being that kind of oligarch. You know, and let him, if he lives, he lives. But if you help him, you get the same. That way we don't have to kill these people. How's that? Is that a valid solution for... We didn't kill them. We just made sure they don't, like, walk or infect anybody with their tongue anymore. You know? That was my solution to this. I actually don't believe in the corporal punishment. I believe something worse than death, which would be chopping off their arms and their legs and their tongue. Cauterize that motherfucker and help them live. How about that? Would that be better than death?
I mean, it's kind of cruel, but yeah.
I think we could justify it morally to the Christians. We would say we didn't. It was not eye for an eye. We made it so they couldn't infect anybody else. They just couldn't speak. They couldn't walk. They couldn't.
Well, there is something in the Bible about not. I can't remember the exact quote, but
thou shalt not kill, perhaps. Just saying. There is something about the Bible about forgiving people.
That commandment is very nuanced because God.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
God directly commands people to kill others in the Bible. So there is nuance. No, I think it's talking like murdering, like just going up and killing someone because you want to have his wife, for example, King David. But anyway, I don't think that applies directly to, like, let's say, a war situation or like defending somebody and killing to defend.
I don't think it's our right to take their lives away, but I don't see why we can't maim them in a way where they can't infect anybody else. That was my solution to all these oligarchs and Pol Pots of the world. Do something to them that's worse than death, which would be you can't walk, you can't eat. If you eat, it's your family feeding you. We won't kill your family, right? We won't kill your family for helping you, but anybody else, they get the same, right?
So. I can't remember exactly what the verse said, but it was along the lines of, you shouldn't torture people because you might come to enjoy it.
No, I don't want to torture people.
Basically, by doing horrible things, you're going to embrace the horrible things and become a horrible monster is the idea of it. Anyway, I can't remember the exact quote. No, it's not the Ten Commandment one. It's something else. It is in the Bible. I just can't remember the exact quote or verse.
How about we kill their social security number rather than physically harm them?
I don't like the Social Security in the first place. I think
what would you do instead?
I am perfectly happy making Mark of the Beast comparisons to Social Security.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm just saying, what would you do instead? I'm asking for a solution, not problem.
What to do?
Yeah, what would we do about this? No, I'm talking about take away their social security number so they cannot get a job or work in. I'm talking about some kind of social torture or social, not torture, but social punitive action where the person, if they're an oligarch and they behave like that and they accrue $15 billion and they start fucking children and dealing with aliens and shit, I want some kind of social punishment that isn't death. And can you think of one? I thought maybe taking their social security number away so they can't get a job or have a bank account or anything like that might be. And I mean that's what South Korea is doing to hackers right now. They mark your social so you can't get a job or anything like that. I wonder maybe if we should maybe establish a number as an identity to each person. And if they act like shitlord, edgelord fucking oligarchs like this, they lose their social status, right? I don't know about jail or torture or murder. I need some kind of punishment for them that fits the crime, that isn't death or dismemberment. And that's why I let us down this conversation.
Well, can death be an eventuality in the punishment?
No, I don't believe death. Well, if you follow the commandments, death is not an acceptable punishment. It's never been. I mean, I'm going to argue the same Christian ideals you would probably say. Thou shalt not kill. It's not some fucking like revisionist thing. That's what it's always been. So I'm saying we got to figure out something to do to them that take their assets. So Hopkins suggests that we take their assets, not their freedom. And I don't know about that. You can't just go steal some man's money. That's essentially thievery. I mean, I don't know. I don't think the government could ever morally get behind just seizing your assets. I mean, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Oh, we're talking like fantasy world, like what we would like to do.
I'm talking about fantasy, and I'm going to make it a fucking reality if I can by putting in the public's mind if I can. So I'm trying to drum up fucking some solution. I don't care about the Jeff Bezos of the fucking world. They can go off and fuck off and die. I don't care about them. I'm talking about the solution. Fuck the G-Rides. I want the machines that are making them, kind of thing. I'm looking bigger picture, like what can we punitively do to these oligarchs to prevent them from doing this to us? I don't know what it is beyond death or dismemberment, but it can't be that. If like you said, that turns us into the beast. It can't be jail either, I don't think. You can't just jail somebody because they're successful.
It doesn't turn us into the beast if we have a clearly defined set of laws.
Okay, what would the laws be? And I love what you say. So what are the laws, Begum? Take a shot at it.
I'm trying to say, like, if we already put the boundaries out there, and
yeah,
then
what are the
drop
boundaries?
them,
What are they?
I don't think it's the same thing. But if we just go around making up, well, okay, well, you did this thing, and now we're deciding it's wrong, and now you're going to pay. That's a little bit different than already having a pre-established law that was intentionally broken, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so if you reach a period of above $50 million, you must lose 75% of your income at the end of the year if you haven't given that 75% of that income to the community in some way or form.
Oh no, I disagree with that entirely.
I think that's capitalism, or sorry, so that's communism. I mean, that's I don't know what that is. It's fascism. You know, it's it's something. It's authoritarianism too much. You can't tell somebody what is the punishment for these oligarchs. I don't believe we have an appropriate one, and I think it is the problem. That's it. If we had a punishment for this, I think we used to run them out of town on a fucking rail. You remember? Like they did it in that one movie the Coen brothers did. Like you run them out of the fucking town on the rail. What is it? I got a hole in my head, so I can't remember. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou, right? We used to run these assholes out on a town on a fucking rail, quite literally. We'd lift them up on a fucking rail where if they jumped off it, they were going to get hurt, you know? And we run them out of the fucking town. And we need some kind of modern, like, equivalent of that, where we essentially socially, like, retard, and I don't mean this in some kind of, like, retarded people thing. I'm talking about we retard their progress as citizens essentially entirely if they behave like this, and I don't know how we do that.
So I don't fault someone for simply being rich. And
no
I would never want, like, oh, you have $50 million, now bad things happen to you. I never wanted anything remotely near that. So
if it sits and gathers dust, I believe it is Satan's flexing his muscles. They call this like supply and demand, but for me, if there's surplus is what I'm talking about. If there is surplus and it sits in Jeff Bezos' fucking bank account instead of feeding these poor, starving fucking people in Africa and shit like that, or whatever, you know, and I'm not saying his money is ours and we could just say that we need to go take his money or anything like that. I'm not a fascist or an authoritarian. I just don't know what we can do to, like, my problem is that surplus sitting around gathering dust and especially when it's food or perishable goods, it just spoils away while people die in blood wars and shit like that in countries that don't have the kind of resources that they need to get by.
That's a much more complicated thing.
It is, and but it gets down to the bottom line where we punish the oligarchs. It's the same thing though. It's this actual punishment. Death isn't good enough for these people.
So you can't just send food to Africa. That's actually one of the most inhumane.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Africa.
I think Africa would make a lot of money if they weren't basically under the heel of some kind of authoritarian regime in almost every country.
Oh yeah, but everyone likes to exploit them because it's an easy way to harvest resources. Like,
I mean, that's what our government's doing to us. I mean,
so Europe, the Americans have all been doing it. China's really hard going for it right now. They've actually been aggressively colonizing a lot of African nations that are willing to take their money.
So Hopkins says, I don't think it's fair to blame rich people that aren't in government. And that's an interesting point.
I was gonna get into some of that because, like, for example, Microsoft started the trend of corporations investing big into government because I believe it was when Hillary Clinton went and did the antitrust shit against Microsoft and cost them a fuck ton of money. Yep. My grandma would always rail about that because she lost a lot of money in the Microsoft stock she owned. She hated fucking Hillary just for that alone. But
Pacific
anyway,
Northwest, absolutely. Yep.
After that legal action was taken against Microsoft, they went from almost no political investment to like many millions of dollars of political investment every single year, and it's been that way ever since. And all the other big corpos have followed through with it too. So when government has incredibly overarching power like that to just destroy people's lives, when the government has too much power, the rich want to start using their money to control that power.
The lobby.
And that's what Microsoft learned, is you have to control the beast or the beast is turning on you. So money needs to get taken out of politics, but also the government needs to stay the fuck out of people's business a lot more too. I'm really strong for government should be keeping our borders safe, keeping our roads safe, make sure we can't be invaded, that kind of thing. You know, like minimalist.
Indeed, it's a strong
make sure
point.
there's water available, like utilities are enforced, keep the roads going, but mostly just fuck on off our lives.
I was talking to you, Hop. It's a strong point.
And then we wouldn't have these rich corporate billionaires like Jeff Bezos that can just buy politicians and make them do corrupt shit.
Yeah, and like so Bezos and Bill Gates' solution to this kind of like normally socially we run them out of town on the rail, but they're up there with big 16, 15 or sorry 21 foot fucking walls with electricity and armed guards and shit. We can't get to them. We can't run them out on the fucking rail. They're too rich. So what do we do then, right? We try to socially besmirch them and paint them bad in the public's eyes and stuff. That's obviously going on now, really bad. The assassination of their character and stuff. So what do? They donate their entirety of all of their money away. And Hop's point was what I'm referring here. He says Bezos had donated about $2 billion to charity too. Now, Bezos has like $30 billion, so I don't care what he does with $2 fucking billion of it. I don't know why he has $30 billion in the first place. There's another problem. I think we do need a fucking salary cap, and that's like something Begon probably can't agree with. But I kind of do think we needed some kind of cap, maybe, because what the fuck does one human being have with more than, say, $100 million? What could they possibly need that for beyond running empires and stuff?
Well, so a salary cap is still authoritarianism.
I know, but I think we might need it though, because how do you prevent the oligarchs if you don't cut it out? If you don't nip the bud at the root? I'm proposing, and I listened to my socialist ass propose a fucking socialist solution, which is like a salary cap of 100 million. Anything beyond that goes to charity, motherfucker. That's how you solve. Eat the rich until there's no more fucking rich, and eat the rich, feed the poor, and until there's no more rich anymore. That's 10 years later. That's a very good song,
I'm also very opposed to the just goes to charity, because goes to charity can mean a lot of things. It's
I'm talking about it pays the welfare. It pays the health, the HMO cost of what we're doing with Obamacare and all this. It pays the social concerns, not the fucking charities. I'm talking about charity as in it goes to the public's interest. And I don't know how that would. I understand you have a point here. I don't know how that would manifest. We would definitely need reform there. Some kind of governmental control over how the assistance is handled out, maybe, because it's not good right now.
Well, I would be fine with taking that money and putting it into the American Space Race Fund or something like that.
That's what I'm talking about. So we take their money,
guarantees citizenship kind of thing, where you're in part of the space race now, you get the welfare.
So like, what do we say? We say at $1 billion, anything beyond that, we take that for the space race. You can't be in this country and take that kind of money and put it in surplus and let it gather dust while there's fucking starving fucking drug addicts on the fucking street who don't have jobs and shit because all the money's in your bank account. We can't pay them. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think someone having money is the reason why there's.
I think it is. I think systemically, if a person is poor, they're going to commit crime and become a drug addict and end up being homeless on the fucking street. If they're poor, they're going to commit crime.
There's tons of poor people that don't.
That's
do that
Huey P. Newton, and it is a valid point. No. If they're poor systemically, and also you can prove this in essentially in sociology and stuff, like systemically, if a poor person is poor, they're going to do crime. If they're not poor, why would they fuck around with drugs and sleeping around on the fucking streets or behaving like
have you ever heard of a man named Hunter Biden and his drug habits? Just having money doesn't mean you don't do drugs.
But does Hunter Biden lie around on the streets doing nothing?
I mean, he throws guns in trash cans outside of elementary schools.
Okay, but does he stand around and do nothing like in front of your children by the school, like starving, hysterical, and naked?
I'm just trying to push the point that just because you're rich doesn't mean you don't do drugs.
I understand. I'm not saying that you don't do drugs. I'm saying that by the time we have the space race initiative, we also take a look at reform in these people's lives and we attempt to try to heal them instead of all the guns and the border wars and the bullshit with the cops and all this. We heal these people's lives, and then when they have a job and they're productive human beings, and they can do drugs if they want to, but assume you probably won't have a job if you do that, right? And then, but don't limit them from getting a job and see how it works. If you suddenly offer a drug addict who's feckless and crazy on the fucking streets a shower in a couple of weeks in a nice cot situation, and you say at the end of it, we're going to make sure that you have everything you've ever needed from education to food to water if you help us with the fucking space race and shit, and the money comes from anybody who makes more than $1 billion, that money gets capped. And I think I am pushing a really crazy socialist, leftist, probably won't work idea, because it's essentially socialism is what I'm pushing. It won't work. The idea that nobody can make more than $1 billion is aberrant to pretty much every American. It's arbitrary capitalist, you know.
Well, yeah, like I'm against it. It's the principle of the thing, putting a cap. I do understand there needs to be.
I think it's necessary, though. That's the problem. We need it. That money cannot sit in a fucking account. It cannot. These houses cannot sit empty while they wait for buyers. This money cannot sit in the account. That is not how money works, in my opinion, right? And this is the old conservative liberal argument, right? Like you want to conserve the money. I say take their fucking money and put it towards the space race and shit, and authoritarian their asses if they don't like it. But I mean, let them offer it to the space race, and it seems like that's what they want to do. Jeff Bezos gave $2 billion of his 30 or whatever. Didn't what's his name? Bill Gates give all of his money away? I believe it was like 99% of his money, didn't he?
In his will, his kids get nothing basically. It's
yeah, which is also crazy. What in the fuck, right?
Yeah,
I will make sure that no American child ever goes hungry again. That's the language I want to hear out of these fucking people. But instead, it's like, oh, the billionaires have their fucking Twitter now and all this shit. And it's like, what does that have to do with us, like, really going forward as the human race? You know? What is Jeff Bezos and fucking, you know, what's his car company? You know, can't think of it.
I don't know what car company he owns. I know
Jeff Bezos owns, you know, what is the car company that Jeff Bezos owns? That's why he's so rich. It's Tesla. It's Tesla.
That's Elon Musk.
Or sorry, Elon. I'm getting the names mixed up, but it's the same sort of thing. Those guys, Jeff Bezos is the Amazon guy, but it's all the same people with too much money. So what do? They give it all away. It doesn't matter who they work for or what they did. They give it all away as some kind of social, like, bargain ship with us, where we don't treat them like the oligarchs that they behaved as. You know,
like Elon made a lot of his money grifting off of U.S. economic incentives for
Tesla
programs and stuff. Yeah, but at the same time, he has also been responsible for, well, at least his business has been responsible for advancing our technology.
A lot of our tech. Yeah, I'm not hating on Musk. I wasn't trying to say, but I believe he behaves like an oligarch because he's sitting on somewhere between 10 and 30 billion. And that's what I would do if I had that money. The difference is, I wouldn't though. I'm sorry, I just said something untrue. I would not do that. I would never sit around with $20 billion looking for more ways to make more money. I would definitely fund the space race and stuff like that. We should require them to fund the space race. I don't think we should tell them, like, what to do with it. Maybe, or I don't know. See, there's got to be some solution to it. You have to force them to be nice people, or they're going to behave like these child raping, deep state lobbyist, you know, like fucking alien loving, you know, do nothing Congress, you know?
Well, so this is a problem humanity's never faced before on this kind of scale, because in all of human history, there's never been the opportunity to create the kind of wealth that the billionaires have these days. The closest we ever had was Rome, but, you know, that wasn't even close.
Even the emperor didn't have this. The emperor did not have what Elon Musk has.
So, like, nowadays we have worldwide companies. That never was even conceivable back in the day.
I don't know why that's legal either. Honestly.
So, no, but I mean, like, in terms of, like, the profits you can rake in, because it used to be maybe you could be wealthy in a country or two, but now you can be wealthy in the entire world. You can have business, like Coca-Cola can have Coca-Cola plants all over the world and sell to everyone across the globe, everyone that wants to drink their shit. That never used to be possible. So the amount of wealth that can be accumulated is different. And, like, you know, we have the U.S. guaranteeing our shipping lanes. We never used to have that. Now we do. Like, I mean, outside of, like, Somalia and a few other spots where maybe sometimes a pirate does something, it's pretty safe. So you don't have to worry about, like, pirates taking your ship and just crashing your business overnight.
No.
So yeah, the ability to make profits has never been so high. And yeah, when someone gets a big enough company and a big enough monopoly, they can make that insane money, and then they have power like, you know, like an emperor.
Yeah. Well, and my problem with this, I don't care if they have a lot of money, and I don't care what they do to get it, as long as it's not child sex or any of that other stuff that I mentioned. I just don't really feel that it should ever get up to that point before the money is essentially what do you call this? It's like when it's reappropriated to the public's concern of getting off this planet and forwarding the human race. And that, I guess, in order to do that, we must establish some kind of goal in the at least American government towards that goal. And I would say that the billionaire oligarchs are doing this more than we are. That's the other crazy part of it, with like SpaceX and shit like that, you know.
I feel like the billionaire oligarchs question really has to come down to social pressures. The problem is then we're going to fight over which social pressures should prevail. But like, there's too many. I have too many counterbalancing arguments. You know, like you should have freedom to do what you want with your money. It's theft to just take
It
someone's
is.
money
Yeah,
or
it's
say what they
wrong
can
to
do with
say
it.
what.
But also, yeah, they have all this insane wealth. They could be doing a lot of good with it instead of just hoarding it. I mean, hell, there's that. The parable of the good servant, I think, is what it is. The one where, like, there's the biblical story where the master gives his 3 servants a certain amount of money, and then he goes off for a while, and he comes back, and there's the one servant that invested it and made like a whole bunch of interest on the money he was given. There's another one that made it like a decent profit. He invested a little more conservatively, but he made money. And there's the one that just took the money and buried the money in a hole. And he did the, you have done well, you good and faithful servant, for the 2 that made the money, but the one that just put it in the ground, he basically chastised him and told him to get the fuck out. Yes. So, like, even in the Bible, it says, like, if you have wealth, you need to be doing good things with your wealth, not just sitting on it.
Okay, so how about a law? How about a law where they say you can't have more than $1 billion in your bank account, any more than that, and that money just defaults to the Build Back Better space race? How's that? It is a law. It's not saying I guess it is saying we're going to take your money. But how about a law where they, like, before they're in violation of the law, they must donate that money at their behest, at their choice, to whatever they want. But before they do that, before their bank account reaches more than $1 billion, right? How about we make it illegal for them to get over $1 billion? Would that be okay?
I got a principled argument that'll defeat that without even talking about
what is it? Okay. What is it?
Loopholes.
Okay.
There's always going to be a way to squirrel that money away in a way where you own it, but it can't be tracked. There's always going to be a loophole. There's always going to be that Swiss bank account kind of thing going on, or that tax bracket. There's some way to get around it, no matter what you do.
It's superior logic. I concede the point.
So it does turn out to a moral thing. It's an unenforceable thing. They will find a way to squirrel the money away. They have lawyers that are fucking geniuses that will figure out a way.
How about in drafting more law, which sounds kind of like the other point of view I usually have. How about drafting another law beyond that one, where we say that your money must be transparent to the public?
Well,
and if it isn't, you go to jail in anywhere form, and then we sick the dogs on them.
I don't know how that would necessarily do anything, because public opinion only matters if you let it.
Yep. So then, when they reach more than $1 billion, they suddenly have a government watchdog who hangs out in the room with them and watches what they do. And if they ever squirrel any money away, or they ever fucking blow it away, or whatever, this is the cost of getting that rich, right? You should have oversight. And beyond that, if they're squirreling or they're sticking that money away, at that point, I also believe if you have that kind of money and you want to keep it, you should maybe lose your privacy in terms of like what you have. And that's a really authoritarian thing that I think you would probably argue against as well. It's funny. I think you argue some of the liberal sides better than I do, but there's no way you could ever concede an authoritarian idea of saying you can't have too much money, or if you do and you hide it, you will go to jail, right? But I believe you could say, how about that? How about a law that says if you hide any money ever, you go to jail?
No, I don't want that either, man. How are you supposed to pay hitmen?
I think you actually did not give me a good enough argument. I think you gave me
I wasn't giving you... Well, I was giving you
I think you gave me a comedic,
argument.
snarky answer, but I want a response.
Well, no, there is something to be said for having money, like maybe precious metals somewhere that you can pay for something the government doesn't know about. You have it.
How about a forced morality where why is it legal for politicians to lie on camera, and why is it legal to hide money? Why is it legal? I don't believe we should hide money, really, because that money is kind of like the human race's bloodline. It's like their blood support. We're really like this giant, huge organism in a way, and these guys hide their money away while the rest of these people fucking tear each other apart because they don't have enough resources or enough education or help to get by. And so now I'm saying, can we draft a law? I'm just trying to toss out solutions off the top of my head. I don't think it's a good solution because it's authoritarian, but we draft some law saying that, at that point, you can give it to whoever you want to, but you can't hide it. You cannot have more than $1 billion, right? And at that point, Yeah.
Most of those people don't have a lot of money. Like you're talking about even Bill Gates, who I fucking
Yeah,
hate.
they don't have that much
Bill
money.
Gates actually has very little money.
Very little money, yeah. Oh,
Same
yeah.
thing with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has very little money.
What about like the Koch brothers though, or like Rupert Murdoch, or?
Well, I doubt any of them have very much actual money. Most of it's not liquid. In
Yeah,
fact,
and that's the problem.
it's invested in things. Like that's why Trump, if he needs to, he can just sell a building and he has a bunch of millions of dollars. But without selling the building, he probably has a few $100,000. Same thing with Bill Gates. He owns your food supply because he runs Monsanto and owns more farmland than anyone else.
So when I say I would like to impose a cap on how much money you can have in your bank account, I guess I would like to say, I guess I will make addendums to it, like some kind of, I'm gonna revisionist it. How about when we look at your bank account, you have a lot of oversight up at the $1 billion level, right? We also take a look at the $1 billion. If you've reached $1 billion, it is through your investments, and your investments count towards that $1 billion goal. If you have a $240 million investment in soybeans, you have used up a quarter of your $1 billion bank account. I consider the bank account to be your entire liquid. This is something that EVE Online does. Every last thing that you own and all your investments and all of your contracts are summed up in a big, large, nice number of like 20 billion or something like that. I'm rich in a game. I'm not rich in real life, but I know what it's like to be that kind of rich, where you're like, oh, well, okay, so I have 20 billion in assets and in investments, and who knows what it's going to make in a month, but I know what I have right now and what I invested, right? That's the issue. They hide this money, and I believe that should be a really cardinal sin in this country. The money is the investments. I'm saying if they're going to make investments, understand that they can't invest more than $1 billion. That's the entirety of all of their worth, right?
Well, I mean, I'm going to kind of slingshot this back around to one of the arguments you kept making against me, which is, who are we to judge?
These people, they should be judged.
Let God deal with it.
No. They should be judged though, because if there's like I don't know why there's a lower and upper class. I just want a middle class. That's it. Why is there a lower and an upper class? I want a middle class. Listen to how socialist I sound, Begon. I am basically Karl Marx. I'm making the goddamn socialist arguments. It's disgusting. As an American, I don't identify as socialist. I just make the arguments because they sound good to me. My thing is I don't want a lower class or an upper class. I want the medium class to feel really good about the maternity leave that they have and the good health care that they have and the health and the social and the medicine help when they get an addiction or something. Just like Fallout, you get the Addictol, you take care of them, and if they fuck up in their lives, oh well, that's their business, It's more about like this thing about like, why can't we prosecute when they hide their money in investments and day trading and shit like that? Why can't we? Why are they allowed to hide their money like that? I believe it would be better to have a lack of privacy around money, I think.
Well, it's because they donate to politicians who have the power to look at them, but don't because they're getting money. The FTX, dude, that fucking FTX guy, who had so much money in politicians' pockets.
If you could only make $1 billion, would you really want to kind of go blow $100 million on a lobby? That's 1/10 of your entire liquid,
Dude,
and would the lobbies charge that much either? That's my problem.
FTX dude had all of his money in politicians, pretty much. That's what came out when Coinbase or whatever it was tried to withdraw their money from FTX.
I believe I want a Bitcoin standard for the entire fucking world where you can't hide any money. How's that? Does that sound like a horrible idea?
No, I still want to be able to hide money for the same reasons people have always wanted to hide money. What about when the Vikings come and burn down your house? You want something they can't find. I think it's always good to have a nest egg, and I
think I fundamentally disagree.
Look at it this way: if you make it so all money's tracked like that, I'm going to have something that's not money that is valuable.
It's and that is a superior argument that I cannot defeat.
Like,
I believe
gold bars aren't quote unquote money, but I can hide gold bars just like money.
Yep. So so it is a systemic problem, or not systemic, but it's like a systems problem that I can't ever get around. I could never track the money. That will never happen. That will never happen, right?
Yeah, it's like you're telling a squirrel he can't go hide his nuts.
If it's the Bitcoin, you could.
Well, Bitcoin, it has that chain, so the change of ownership. And it's like government wants its Bitcoin so they can see the ownership and have control over it and chase you down.
I think that's what I want.
like we are going towards a Fed coin. That's why I never invested. Well, two reasons. One, it was too fucking confusing to figure out safely, but yeah, I never got into Bitcoin and stuff because
I didn't
I'm
either.
sure what's going to happen is
I
Fed
know what's
coin's
going to
going to
happen.
come. Well, I mean, a lot of people got rich because they made good decisions at the right time, but yeah, I mean, by the time you knew about it, it was too late to make real money off it for the most part.
Okay.
You know, like if you got into Dogecoin quick after it got big, maybe you made some money, but most people just lost. Anyway, but yeah, I think we're headed towards the Fed coin. I've thought that was going to be the case ever since I started playing Star Wars games and saw credits, and I was like, oh, well, of course we're eventually going to have credits.
Okay, so let's return to the core problem, right? We've got these oligarchs that we're unhappy with, and all these politicians taking dirty lobby money and them hiding investment money in gold bars under their blankets.
So the simple answer is space. Because I'm trying to think.
Is the first answer, but what about the Bitcoin down here while we wait to make sure that they can't hide their money, and then make it illegal for them to make more than $1 billion and make it illegal for them to hide their money? And if the Bitcoin shows it, they go to jail. Wouldn't that kind of kill the corruption on the large end?
I think there's always going to be corruption. I don't think you're going to be able to solve that. The space thing makes sense to me because if I had a lot of fuck you money and it was space age version of me, I just go establish my own little empire in the middle of nowhere where no one can tell me what to do.
Yeah, me too.
That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. You would have a bunch of different spacefaring civilizations popping up. Basically, they're all autonomous. You would be basically making your own America with your billions of dollars in some other area of the galaxy. So
I agree.
I think space would alleviate that because there would be somewhere for them to go where they would want to use their money. And they wouldn't just be hoarding it because, yeah, you want to go make your own empire. Why would you not? On Earth, you can't do that. There is no America. The only island I know of that's habitable that I would want to take over, it's that fucking, I can't remember the name of it. There's a bunch of like completely cut off from the world tribals that live there, but it's
the Pygmies or whatever it is, I think.
Yeah, it's something like I think it's like somewhere off New Zealand, but yeah, it's an island. Like the New Zealand and Australian governments like watch for boats on their radars and make them not go there. There's one time some smugglers crash landed on the beach and they got into a gunfight with the natives and they all got slaughtered because there was too many natives with bows and arrows.
Yep.
But like that was my Dr. Evil plan, was if I was Dr. Evil, I had a lot of money and wanted to take over the world and make my secret base, I'd literally just get some people with guns on there, kill all the natives, and start building my underground fortress.
North Sentinel something?
Yeah, Sentinel Island sounds right.
North Sentinel. Wow, Hop. That was very good. Yes.
I mean, a lot of people are going to at least know what we're talking about. But yeah, like
I didn't know this one. I had not heard this one. I've been on a press blackout and all that.
Yeah, there was actually one, like I think it was a Christian missionary that went there, and he actually managed to learn their language. They didn't just kill him on sight.
No, I've heard of this. Yeah, I've heard of this, but I didn't actually. Never read about the case though. I don't think.
Oh, I think the missionary that learned their language died of a disease or something like that. But they don't necessarily kill everyone that shows up. But either way, we've decided it's best for both worlds if we just don't interact with each other.
Okay, so let's say we get some money together and we fund like a militia of like 100 people, and do you remember that movie Inner Space, I think, or something like that, where they like, I don't think it's Inner Space, it's like they had these three kids had like their own space vessel, and it was like the size of like a big boulder, and they would fly all over the universe and stuff. Why don't we play the same oligarch games as them, and then take the money and do SpaceX on a much more personal level, like for like 10 or 20 people or something? Wouldn't that be better than dealing with what they're doing with all this shit down here? What about you and I escaping this place? Has that ever been something you thought about? All it would take is money, and I would suggest probably learning 12 years worth of rocket engines, I would imagine. The FAA won't allow that, Hopkins says. The FAA will not... will the FAA shoot us down if we leave this country? That is where I'm trying to go down the rabbit hole with this, right? How legal is it to leave America and just fly off into space?
I have to just go straight into space? I don't think you'd be able to react fast enough to stop you.
Right? So, okay, so let's... I just set a personal goal of getting off this rock. Just like the video games. Let's get off this rock.
Well, keep in mind too, if we keep doing the Space Force stuff, I haven't been keeping tabs on Space Force progress, but we are
Me neither.
weaponizing space.
We are.
And eventually,
They'll shoot you
not
down.
already, they will be able to shoot you down. Yeah,
Shoot
I
you
mean,
down. Yeah.
we
Yep.
already know how to make like mirror arrays that will focus a laser beam essentially of the sun's power on a spot. Like we actually do have the tech right now. We if we wanted to, we could build a space mirror like that would literally melt
For
Seattle.
science. Yes, let's melt Seattle. Yes. No, I'm kidding.
Well, if we did that, we wouldn't have to worry about North Korea anymore or China.
You would need Hop says you would probably need certain permits and stuff to get the certain alloyed metal to make the spacecraft. Yep, there's all the middlemen would definitely cock block you. They'd be like, sure, for $100 million, you know? Or they'd be like, no, the government's hunting you.
I think you just need to be content in your own and realize it's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen in our lifetimes. What about your kids? You think they can get off the rock?
I mean, we would need some kind of, like you were talking about, big, what is it, refocusing of humanity's assets on something. There would have to be that kind of refocusing, because otherwise we're really just doing the whole rat utopia, mouse utopia thing. Like we're, indulging in our wealth and we're slowly decaying as a society. And eventually, after things collapse, the survivors will rebuild, and maybe they will rebuild a better society that actually tries to go to space.
Yeah, so what's the current mankind struggle? We focused on the cave and not the moon. And
I don't know. I mean, I don't think society's ever going to collapse that far, but it's hard to say. Who knows what's going to happen?
It's not. I don't feel them like the same things that I think that make the Mouse Utopia experiment so interesting. Also create these kind of guided social laws where nobody would ever want it that bad. I don't think it'll ever get that bad.
Well, there's things about humanity, like just humans, I mean, that make an exact copy of the Mouse Utopia impossible. Like, we're just more intelligent than mice. We can come up with technological innovations, for example, which mice are not capable of.
This world has all the...
We have so many technological innovations that... okay, so, like, one thing I've been learning from the news recently, Bill Gates has teamed up with this one firm, and to get carbon credits, it's fucking silly. They are taking stumps, like tree stumps, and they're going to just store these tree stumps inside abandoned mines and other such caves.
Oh my god.
Credits. It's the most goofy fucking thing in the world. So one person I get a lot of news from is Styx Hexenhammer 666. I know, Satan's name. He's kind of a weird fellow. That was more of a troll, the religious right name that he just kind of stuck with. But anyway, he's talked about there's a better alternative where you basically chip up the tree stumps and combine it with organic fertilizers, and it creates like a super fertilizer that we could be using to
why not
rejuvenate our depleted farmlands, for example.
Yeah, stem cells for the land. Yeah.
So like fucking Bill Gates is wanting to hide tree stumps in caves because he gets eco credits for it. But what you should be doing with that money, if you want to like improve the world, it would be basically, what if you took your resources and made a factory that just churns out super mulch that you can go use to rejuvenate our farmlands and feed the world with? Like you were talking,
I love your point.
I didn't know how alarmed to be by one of the arguments you made when we were discussing homosexuality, but you're talking about how it decreases the surplus population, basically.
It does, and that's why I love them.
We have done. Well, there's no need to, because we have the resources to sustain a much, much higher population as long as we have technological innovation we already have being applied. Like in India, they've done experiments where they've taken, basically they've made like a 6-story apartment building. The whole damn thing's a greenhouse. Like there's that kind of concentrated farming that we are fully capable of that can sustain any.
Not with the oligarchs. Oh, but don't.
Oh, I mean, maybe
no.
Doing it.
Monsanto's.
Well, Monsanto's is fucking giving us cancer and diabetes and shit. So that's one reason I've always opposed the environmental, let's get rid of the cow farts shit, because I understand the real end goal. Like if you're look past what the useful idiots are saying. What's the real goal? The real goal is get rid of 90% of people and go to just little commune hubs scattered throughout the world so that we make so little pollution that nature just grows back. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, we've made more pollution than what we understand the nature needs to take care of. Anyway, so I've always understood the true end goal of the Green Movement to be just mass depopulation and a refocusing of green technology, that I don't want to be part of that mass depopulation. I think technological innovation can overcome any of those hurdles, any and all of those hurdles that would otherwise make us want to depopulate and roll back society.
I agree.
We can feed the people. We can go to space. We can harvest our resources better. Like, there's problems with fracking, but fracking allows us to harvest more oil. We don't even know what oil is actually created by. I mean, there's valid theories out there that it's just the poop from bacteria in the ground. They're just, because they've had oil fields where they've completely used up the oil fields and then come back like 2 decades later and there's a bunch of oil there again.
Yeah.
We now there's a lot of hypotheses. We don't know for sure what caused that, but
we don't know what oil is. We don't know what oil is.
Yeah, we don't actually know
what is oil. It's like the nature's like lubrication. It's so weird. It's
all we know for sure is it's not dinosaur bones. That's not dinosaur. The thing I was told it was as a kid. We know it's not that, but it's probably. I think it's. I'm settling with the theory of it's germ poop that recycles organic matter that just naturally sinks into the soil. It's a
soil
renewable.
Yeah.
I think it's a renewable resource that just renews slowly, and we can't really affect it with what we know. But if we could figure out how those bacteria work, if that's what it is, maybe we could find a way to farm oil that way.
So, because the solution to oil is time, right? So if you make a bunch of cars that hog a bunch of oil and all the shit that we did, and the oil runs out, or you haven't found it yet, is actually more probably really the situation. You have gone too fast for what you can sustain. So then nature kind of slaps your hand and says, well, you can't have cars anymore because, you used too much oil too fast. You got to wait now.
Yeah, well, it's tricky because, I mean, even if what I'm saying is true, there is definitely a cap on how much oil we can consume.
We can consume every year. Also, the garbage is out of control, but anyways.
Well, a lot of the garbage is not caused by the U.S. That's the thing. We're so eco-conscious. We are bleeding everything. Most of it's India and China. Like the garbage that's making its way into the ocean to make that big island everyone likes to talk about. Well, most of that is currently coming from India and China.
Yeah, how many times our population does India have? It's like 20 or 30 times our population, I think it was.
Well, per square mile. Yeah, they've got
something insane.
Yeah, India's pretty stacked. So I don't know, but yeah, human innovation, if it wasn't being throttled anymore like it is now, that human innovation could overcome all of our woes that we have down here.
For science, I absolutely agree. I think we've been very stupid, and the greed and the sloth has definitely affected our choices, and I'm willing to continue forward along some sit around the middle class and do nothing line. I'm not.
Well, and this fascism shit, where the corporations and the government are merged, it works both ways. I mean, it's so hard to make a small business nowadays because big corporations like Walmart have bribed politicians to make policies that make it very hard to open your own business. I remember growing up with the whole idea, the myth of being able to open up a lemonade stand on your street corner. Yeah. That's illegal everywhere, as far as I know. There's fucking bogus legislation that corporations have introduced through bought-out politicians that have made that action illegal.
Yeah, when I was homeless, I actually dealt with that. It was it's illegal to sleep anywhere in a city, kind of. So you're like, oh man, how you view it is, oh man, me sleeping is illegal now. And it's actually just, you're an asshole, go to work, It's kind of funny. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if every bum, if every homeless person was actually trying to better their situation, I wouldn't have the gripes I have. But I've seen, I don't have just an academic belief in what I think is real. I see them every day I go to work. Mm-hmm. A lot of them really are exactly what I described as, and deserving of exactly what I described as deserving. I'm not saying they all are, but I see dozens of them every single day that exactly fit every categorization I throw out there. I know it's a real thing, and not every single one of them's trying to or capable of trying to.
Imagine how great those unwashed masses would be if their lives were in sync and they were treated as valued members of the community no matter what happened.
So that is why I mean, I'm always going to try to side towards libertarianism and anti-authoritarianism, but
are you libertarian, Benga? Oh, you don't have to identify. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I'm not naive enough to be a libertarian. I am.
Back to the world, eh?
I mean,
yeah. Do you have a political identification that you care to share? I guess is a better question.
Well, I've always said I'm a right-wing libertarian.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like conservative libertarian. Like I, you know, God put us on this earth, gave us free will for a reason. We should be allowed to exercise that free will. But there's also things we aren't supposed to. You know, like look at the Garden of Eden story. You know, like he gave him the garden, do whatever the fuck you want, just don't touch that tree, that thing. You know, like we're given freedom, but with boundaries. And I think as long as we have commonly understood boundaries, that freedom is pretty all-consuming. Like we can really do whatever we want. The boundaries that are there are not really that constricting.
That's true.
Well, yeah. Anyway, what was I trying to argue? Oh yeah. So if I didn't care about freedom and liberty, I would say just make every narcotic that's strong enough to make you just turn into a fuckhead. Make them all legal with a death penalty on first offense for dealers and users, and the problem will sort itself out pretty quickly because there won't be anyone using drugs for long. And I know that would be a horrible tragedy of loss of human life and just violation of rights and all that stuff, but it would actually resolve the issue pretty quickly because there wouldn't be anyone left using drugs.
Yeah, I can't argue with the logic. I guess it would be like that.
So that's why I mean, I argue like my belief in the importance of freedom and liberty, and like, you know, Christian background, also believing God put us here, gave us freedom for a reason, that keeps me from veering into that being my solution for stuff. Like I voted for weed legalization in my state when it came around because I thought the drug war was failing, and well, none of the solutions being proposed made any sense, so it was better to go with the thing that was a little more freedom and libertarian.
Yeah, I feel so too. I don't know about telling them they can't do drugs. I just don't. I would go the opposite and say you can do drugs, but like, I don't know. I don't have a solution
people
for
that
this.
can't handle drugs, though. That's the
I know.
problem.
I know they
As long as you
can't
allow
handle
drugs,
it.
there will be people that can't handle them and ruin their
Handle it.
life.
Yep. That, and I know. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I look at that and I'm like, I don't have a solution to that.
Yep. So that's the problem. Is the authoritarian, horrible thing to humanity is the only solution I can think of, because humans are always going to want drugs. There's always going to be people that want to do them and can't handle them. But I also would like people that can handle themselves to have the freedom to do them. I mean, we got so sidetracked talking about like homosexuality and stuff that earlier time we were talking, but this is just a hypothesis. I view like our brains versus God's understanding of things as, you know, like ants can't understand what fucking Albert Einstein's thinking. They can't even come close. They can't even think on the same dimension.
Right.
I'm not acting like I have any, but it's still kind of cool to speculate. Like, okay, what is the meaning behind God even doing the whole human experiment?
They do.
I would like to think it's something along the lines of, you know, Earth is a forge for human souls, shitting a bunch of souls out. We all have our own challenges that are unique to us. You know, even a rich person with luxury everywhere he looks is going to still have his own challenges to overcome. And basically the kind of person you come out as on the other end is maybe there's, what's the point of creating the perfect human if you can make a flawed human and make that human survive his own struggles and become better? Sorry, I'm struggling for the right words to describe what I'm going for here, but I think there's value to humans having to go through their own struggles and become a person of character on the other end of it.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't begrudge rich people, because they have their own struggles too. I mean, hell, poor countries do not have anywhere near our rates of suicide, and we all live like kings compared to people in Nigeria. So, you know, we all have our own challenges, we all have things to overcome, and I like to think that maybe the overcoming of those challenges and self-improvement maybe why we're all down here suffering in the first place. Like I said, I'm not acting like I can even grasp the real plan here, but it makes sense to me. It's cool to think about.
Yeah, I try to think about it all the time. I'm like, what's the solution? And I don't see it.
But I do like to think about I don't know if I could actually find it if I tried to look for it, but George Washington Carver, the African American that came up with like the 300 different inventions for peanuts. You know,
yes, George Washington Carver, wasn't it?
Yeah, he took peanuts from like this weird peasant food that no one ate to like this miracle thing that we use for all kinds of shit.
Yep.
But I remember hearing, I can't find it, but I remember hearing his origin story for that is he had a dream and he spoke to God and he asked God to give him all the knowledge of the universe. Wow. And the response was your brain couldn't even begin to hold a fraction of that. And his follow-up was, well then could you give me all the
capacity,
everything there is to know about the humble peanuts?
Oh, wow.
That wish was granted. Now, I know that sounds kind of miraculous, but how the fuck did he come up with so many peanut inventions if there wasn't some kind of godly intervention?
Yeah, I mean, yep, I believe that can happen, yeah.
So, like I said, I think it was a radio program or something that was talking about, I can't remember where I heard that, but that's what I remember hearing was George Washington Carver's story for how he got that inspiration, was it was given to him by God through a dream he had.
Yeah, my father had this idea for an invention that he was kind of disappointed with towards the end of his life that he had never made any money on. And he wanted to chain, he was trying to look at renewable energy and like a way of kind of like solar power or you know, windmills or something, right? And he was like, well, solar and wind has been done, but what about what else? What about the other elements? We already know what fire and steam can do, but what about water, right? And he was thinking about water, and he said, what if you put a platform out on out in the ocean that was chained to like that was chained to the ocean bed, and you have generators that run on top of the raft. And the raft gets pushed around by the waves all day, and the waves all day create this endless energy. And that was his stab at perpetual motion. And I've always liked the idea, though I don't think it probably would work physically. I've liked the idea, and I like that he tried to fix the problem. You know, I don't think that idea would work in implementation, but at least he tried to fix it. And so I've always looked at energy like that too. Why can't we get renewable energy either? You know, like.
Well, we probably could put like water wheels on the ocean that just the ocean's waves and generate power off that.
And it's endless, like just like the sun, just like the air.
Well, there's still the materials used to make them.
All that stuff.
For example, electric cars are actually much more damaging than gas vehicles because of the rare earth minerals and the
batteries, right?
We have in like the lithium, I think it is. We have. It's very hard to get lithium. In fact, that's one of the tragedies of us losing Afghanistan to the communist Chinese. I believe that was a large source of the world's lithium. But anyway, there's places in South America where it's just deserts. And we have companies that they basically dredge the sand in the desert for just the tiny trace amounts of lithium. But the process is very very environmentally damaging. I remember hearing about this.
Sounds like surface fracking, kind of.
Basically, we are committing a bunch of environmental damage to get these rare earth minerals so that we can have a car that after the minerals are extracted at least is environmentally low impact. Although they still need electricity, which still involves burning coal or whatever it is they do to get that electricity. But yeah, the damage we do in getting the materials to make the electric car actually far outweighs the cost of just using gasoline.
Yeah, but power from electricity doesn't create smoke. Smoke creates CO2 and all the other stuff that is supposedly is...
The things we do to get the electricity causes...
Yeah, problems. Yeah, I get
it. It depends on what source we're talking about. Of course, like coal is going to cause a lot of pollution to create electricity. And nuclear is by far the best tech. I've never understood why...
Yeah, I agree.
Why there's such an anti-nuclear movement. I mean, in Japan, well, we got the Fukushima disaster, so we understand that, but that's also a very earthquake-prone area on the ocean. So it's a bad place to have nuke plants, but in America, we have plenty of places. So I don't understand that hesitancy towards nuclear power. I think it's...
I don't either.
To my understanding, and I'm not going to act like I know this religiously or anything, but I think it's the corporate left is the hardest against nuclear power right now. And I don't even understand why. Every time I hear it brought up, no one really has an explanation of why people are actually so anti-nuclear.
Right.
And I believe we have better technology now for even handling like the depleted uranium.
I think I watched a Vice recently about this dead Alaskan town that had a nuclear power plant in it, and it eventually just like died of old age pretty much, and this like left like a ghost town afterwards. And there was this girl on there who lived in the ghost town afterwards, and she was like, after all the ravages of all the nuclear power plant like going out of business, and after all the backlash in the community over nuclear power because of 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and all that, it killed our town. And she was like, and after all this, I am a nuclear specialist, and I am here to tell you that nuclear power is still a really, really good thing. It killed our town when you told us we couldn't do it anymore. But I'm here to tell you it's like the best thing that we can do for our energy concerns at all. And that was really moving for me. Somebody who really felt like, somebody who lived right in the fucking shadow of a power plant was really, really passionately like in support of nuclear power. I mean, it didn't really surprise me that much, but it's also kind of surprising a little bit.
Yeah, Chernobyl shouldn't be used as evidence against nuclear power because Chernobyl was literally the cause of, it was caused by like
human
nepotism.
Negligence.
It was caused by nepotism and the kind of despotery that happens in a communist regime where it's not about the results you produce, it's about the results you report to your superior.
Very well said.
Like they'll report there were 100 pigs, not 50 like there really were, because then it looks good on them.
And then you've got 50 pigs.
Well, and then that guy's boss will report to the next boss that, oh yeah, there's 100 pigs. And then so on and so forth. And next thing you know, you got the presidents or the chairman saying, we have all these pigs. Look at how rich we are. We should export our pigs to other countries. We have so many pigs. And then it causes starvation and genocide because there really weren't that many pigs and everyone was lying to look into their boss. So that's the kind of shit that actually caused Chernobyl. There was the people in charge were so inept and they all made multiple horrible mistakes that caused it. I remember watching a program that actually broke it down, and yeah, it was not a nuclear problem at all. It was a human problem.
Yeah, the nuclear power is not bad. People are bad. Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
The inept people in charge of the nuclear plant caused it. And there were so many safety measures that should have stopped it. The people that were in charge of that plant were so inept.
Yep. I don't like ineptitude and big things like that. Like Homer Simpson was always a really big analogy about why is our fattest, dumbest American running our most important job, which is nuclear safety, And that's kind of funny. That's the ineptitude,
Yeah, but anyway, like wind power is a joke. In fact, wind is actually terrible. Wind's a blight. I've also watched programs. Oh yeah,
I didn't know that.
Where there are large wind farms, you will find so many dead wildlife, or so much dead wildlife around.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's so many birds that fly into those turbines. Not into the turbine, like the windmill, the blades, just take them out. But also the most windmills, the droning they create, it makes all the wildlife flee or die. They've also, I've watched a documentary where they had people that were living near where some of these wind farms have gone up, like the big ones, the big wind farms are really tall, have the big engines, really loud, and the droning actually causes physical ailments for people living in
it's the brown noise. Yeah, it just makes you shit your pants, Yeah.
Well, except it's a real serious thing.
I'm not making light of the victims or anything. Yeah, it's just it's the noise that kills you. Yeah.
But yeah, windmills are graveyards for wildlife. People can't live around them, and they don't generate very much power. The amount of power they generate is pathetic, especially for the damage they cause.
I bet you might be social justice warrior for something that my best friend is really passionate about. He believes that all cats all cats should be neutered if they're in the wild, because every cat kills something like 1,000 birds in its lifetime or something like that.
Yeah, you ever heard of what happened in New Zealand?
No, and I'm sure that's what he's referencing, but no, I haven't. No.
Oh yeah, cats aren't native to New Zealand. They got introduced by people moving there.
Oh yeah, that does not surprise me.
It basically caused a mass genocide of
the birds because they're all flightless. I did hear about this. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably talking about that in reference.
Yeah, so all the birds in turns out in Kiwi land, all the birds are flightless. So if the snakes and the nasty land predators are like cats are actually real. So for some reason in New Zealand there was never cats because all the birds are flightless. This is something nature does, I guess. I don't know why. Why are there no cats in New Zealand? That seems.
So I would never advocate getting rid of cats, and but they currently are because cats. Same reason I have a cat, like why I allowed my wife to have a cat.
Allow my wife, yeah.
Well, I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, okay, wow.
Also,
I didn't know. Never mind. Yeah, that sucks.
Also, it's my house. It was my house before.
That's always tragic. Yeah, that's always tragic. Yeah.
I like to believe that I get to set the hard ground, but
you do.
I am very allergic to cats. I cannot have cats in the house, and that was the hard rule. But anyway, we keep our food in storage cabinets in the garage, and we were finding mouse droppings. So when I saw that, we went down to the local animal shelter and got her a cat for her birthday.
Right on. Does she like it?
Yeah, it's the cat was very emotionally damaged. The cat was from Hawaii, so if the cat wasn't still in Hawaii, I should say that it had a weird history, but she was very skittish. So just a young cat. She'd been spayed, but it took her a long time to start getting more friendly. But anyway, yeah, she's a nice, friendly cat now. Fucker keeps getting dirty paw prints on my windshield, but anyway, we got a cat specifically because of the rodent problem, and she got rid of the rodents. Every once in a while we find a new dead mouse, but yeah, it sucks. Cats kill birds. Birds adapt eventually. It sucks for New Zealand. Fuck those humans that brought cats to New Zealand, but I wouldn't want to get rid of cats because they get rid of rodents that we don't have a lot of effective means of dealing with.
Yeah. I had a friend from South Africa recently, and I saw this video of a town being overrun by mice, and it was quite literally Plague Tale Requiem levels of, if you were to say walk out on the street, the mice would eat you. And we're talking about mice, not rats either. They're mice. And there's so many of them that the entire town is covered in them. And I forget where it was. I believe it was Cape Town or something like that. Some small suburb of Cape Town. And the entire town was taken over by mice. Nobody could live there. They're just... The mice own that town now. And I wonder if this could happen more in nature. Could mice sort of just take our cities from us, do you think?
Only if we allow them to, just like cockroaches.
Yeah, like I don't know how you would go about killing that many mice. Like, what would you do? I mean,
cats. You just introduce enough predators and get rid of their food supply.
It's Methuselah is what they call this. It's the old Mouse Utopia experiments. I wish I hadn't watched the Frederick Knudsen Mouse Utopia experiments, and it gave me a lot of joy when you had seen it, Big On. Because Jesus Christ, all I can think about is that. That's all I can think about is that fucking video. It's so annoying.
Yeah, Mouse Utopia. There's a lot of lessons learned, even though it's not a direct parallel to human society. It does kind of. I mean, we see a lot of it evidenced in current society.
I tried to convince my mother of it. I was like, "This is a direct fucking playbook. It's like the NFL playbook of all the fucking teams in the NFL. It is. It's a playbook for the human race."
Yeah. Well, to me, it's a lot more accurate if you assume human society stops advancing and stagnates.
Yeah. We'll never have what the mice have.
Unlike mice, we have the capability to adapt, improve, and overcome.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's been stagnated like we've been talking about the last 4 hours, but we have capabilities mice don't have. We are not doomed to that existence.
Okay, so this guy that you told me about that talked about the stuff in the East. What's his name?
Dan Carlin.
Dan Carlin. Where did you find out about him?
First heard about him on Timcast, actually. Tim Pool's podcast. He had him on as a guest.
Okay, who is Tim Pool?
Tim Pool was one of the founding members of Vice Media.
Oh, yeah?
And he's been working for Vice, BuzzFeed, and a bunch of other places. He's definitely a center-left, although he gets panned as a right-winger all the time because he has libertarian viewpoints that some people like to say are right-wing for some reason. He's free speech and everything. But anyway, he runs his own thing now. some of his detractors, I don't know well enough to have an opinion, but some of his detractors have said it's kind of turned into a cult thing. But he's got like his basically in the middle of like West Virginia or something. He's got this compound with a bunch of people to live with him, and he's got chickens. In fact, he's got a live stream he makes a lot of money on that's literally just cameras hooked up into his chicken coop. And if people donate enough money, he'll like release the little food pod for chickens.
Yeah.
So anyway, no, he every weekday he has a podcast at 5 p.m. Pacific, and it goes on for like 2 or 3 hours. We'll have a guest on, and he'll talk about current events going on.
Okay.
So I don't watch his podcast all the time. He's a very big fence sitter, which can be frustrating for a lot of people that have strong opinions.
Yeah.
Well, anyone that has a strong opinion is going to be irritated by someone who's a habitual fence sitter. But he's also been quite close to certain people that have had certain scandals, like Jack Murphy. Jack Murphy's a real rabbit hole.
Who's Jack Murphy?
I don't have a lot of. I can't go into it. 'Cause we'll be talking about it for an hour, but he's a guy that was up to some really disgusting sexual shit, including cuckoldry and raping, gay rape of minors. But he decided to rebuild himself as a men's rights activist, like self-fulfillment kind of guy that ran his own cult called the Luminal Order or Liminal Order.
Oh yes, I've heard about this now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but then it came out when he was on a podcast that like someone dug up his dirt and asked him about it through super chats.
Yeah.
And he flipped the fuck out. So then people started really digging into his history and found like there's videos of him talk. There's articles and videos of him going on about how like he would hire
off right away.
Hire men to fuck his wife in a hotel room while he masturbated at home thinking about it.
That's always fun. Yeah, when you've descended to that form of degeneracy. Yeah.
There's videos of him literally eating shit out of his wife's asshole.
Gross, really? That's disgusting.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of Jack Murphy porn that he put out before he decided to restyle himself as a men's rights activist. But anyway, so basically he's a big fake. He was very radically left wing, but he was doing all the cuckoldry porn stuff.
He's
but then,
Adam 22 is what Hopkins says.
And then when he's like when he's showing up on Tim Pool's thing and he's got his cult, he's trying to style himself as a hard right winger too. So it's like there's a huge flip flop. And anyway, but he got exposed and he doesn't even exist anymore. He's been completely removed.
Oh wow! So he's just canceled.
But for a while, Jack Murphy was actually a regular guest on Tim Pool's podcast.
Okay.
So Tim Pool's had some weird relations, but no, he has people on that are very important. I believe he had Kyle Rittenhouse on his show. He's had
Rittenhouse, huh?
He's had a lot of people on. When Kanye West was trying to do his joke of a political campaign, Tim Pool is where it really went down. Tim Pool was like the big precipice before he showed up on Alex Jones's podcast with the fucking BDSM child porn mask.
How do you feel about David Icke, Begon?
Don't know. I know I've heard the name, but I can't remember who that is.
You don't know David Icke, okay. David Icke is this guy who is he's like a Noam Chomsky type. You might like him. He's the main guy behind this belief that Bill Gates has put microchips in the needles and all this. But the problem is he's also like a Noam Chomsky type. He's got a background in.
So he's like RFK. He's a left winger that's aware of some.
No. Well, no, he's not left winger. I wouldn't say. I don't know. I don't know what David Icke is.
Noam Chomsky's like a far left college professor. Isn't he?
But David Icke is different. David Icke is a conspiracy theorist who is just trying to stop the deep state from raping children.
Okay. I don't believe there's microchips in the shots, but I believe a lot of the shit is real. I think the microchips thing is actually more of like a red herring.
He's an English conspiracy to read the Wikipedia, you should check him out. He's a former footballer and sports broadcaster, and he's written over 20 books and self-published and all this. He has led us to most of the stuff that we know. He believes that there's interdimensional race of reptilian beings, the Archons or the Anunnaki, which have.
Okay, so he's into some of the goofier shit Alex Jones.
Yes, but when
he transdimensional space elves.
But when he says these things, he begins to immediately factually back them up. That's the difference.
I'm always interested in
anyway, and when you understand who he is, go check him out. He's my stepdad's biggest hero because he won't sign up with some kind of left or right ideal. His entire thing is here's the facts, here's what we can say happened in a court of law. And that's usually a really good thing. There's another guy I saw recently that is also a lot like that too, and I forget his name, but they'll only say things that they can verify in a court of law. And you might like David Icke, although, I mean, it gets really extreme. He believes in the shapeshifters. And...
I got to hard get off here because my kid stopped watching TV and he's been running down the hallway and just woke my wife up, so I got to go to bed.
All right, bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yeah, he claims that many public figures belong to the Babylonian Brotherhood and propel humanity towards a global fascist state or New World Order, a post-truth era ending freedom of speech. He sees the only way to defeat such archontic influences for people to wake up to the truth and fill their hearts with love. Does it sound like somebody who wants you to believe something? He's just as scared of all the bad things. So let's go listen to David Icke on a podcast while I play Starfield. I don't really like David Icke that much, but I do think he has a lot of interesting things to say. Let's do David Icke podcast here and do a David Icke podcast. Looking for longer ones, reflecting on the David Icke conspiracy podcast and the conversation with Eamon Holmes, Donald Trump. Let's talk about why he believes. Let's see. So here we go.
Man has arrived in the studio. David, very good to see you. We'll let you settle down. Thanks, mate.
We will do 45 seconds of this video so you can get a picture of what this man looks like, but he's a good source of information. He won't say anything like aliens are here without citing the fucking court documents and shit like that. And it's an interesting approach because he won't say a single thing in public that he doesn't lay down the fucking court evidence of, basically.
Shake hands with you.
He'll show you the evidence of. He won't say anything that isn't, you know.
To look around when you said great.
Very good to see you.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm sorry, nice to meet you.
David, there is so much obviously to talk about, and you know, the interesting thing is, even you and I. Sorry, you're in the wrong chair, aren't you? We've got to put you over there because we're going to get you over there. David and I used to work at the BBC together in the late 80s, and the unfortunate thing for him and the really good thing for me was, of course, you fell out with the BBC.
No, they fell out with me.
And I got your sports shifts. I got your snooker
apparently
shifts.
Saying the economic system is destroying the environment was incompatible with Ian Rush scored a hat-trick.
And that was that.
Yeah, I'm glad it happened.
Well, how amazing. If it hadn't happened, you could have been sitting here, and I'd have been unemployed.
Yeah, and I would have long taken the pill if I'd have continued in that industry.
Yeah. And it's interesting you say about that industry, because you know that's just one of the many things I want to talk to you about. That industry, that is the media, that is broadcast, and there are limitations to that. And you know what? The older I am and the longer I'm in this business, you've got regulatory bodies which say what you can't say and what you should do.
Don't start me.
How we control it. I do want to start you. I do want to start you, because I think whether you agree with this man or not, and I think you just have got to listen to what he says. You listen to what he says and then come away and judge for yourself after that. Right. So, media. What's broadcast? What's allowed to be broadcast?
Well, I've been writing in my books now for nearly 30 years that there is a plan to make Orwell's 1984 reality. We're seeing this, of course, with more and more control of people's privacy and the constant gathering of fine detailed data of people's lives. But the key thing is this: what directs people's lives? What directs their opinions? What directs their behavior? Their perceptions. Their perceptions of themselves, their perceptions of the world, their perceptions of world events.
The way they're sold those events.
Yeah, now, this is the point. Where do we get those perceptions from? We get them from information received. It might be a personal experience information, or it might be the 10 o'clock news, or it might be the Daily Mail, or something on Facebook. The point is, if you control the information that people receive, then you will, to a vast extent, dictate their perceptions, especially if you also censor, suppress, and marginalize other people giving another fix, another version of the same event or the same situation. Now, I've just come back literally a few days ago from America. I've been filming there, and particularly Silicon Valley. I call it the Devil's Playground. If you now look at that, what is, when you visit it, a very small area of America, never mind the world, you've got companies that are Facebook, Google, etc., that are increasingly, A, dominating the gathering of data of people's lives, B, because of the way they have so impacted upon the channels of communication, they dictate to such an increasing extent what people see and what people don't see.
Let me interrupt you there. I need to say something to you. Last night, I was on the phone at 11 o'clock.
Hope you've calibrated that thing.
Leonard, right? And he attended your arena conference in Dublin recently.
I'm going back there on the 24th.
You 12 hours. He stands up there 10, 12 hours, and he does whatever he does. And we finished the conversation about you, and I said good night. And then suddenly there's a notification of 2 David Icke YouTube videos. And I thought, gosh, I didn't think my brother was very tech savvy. That was amazing. So I phoned him this morning. I said, thanks for those 2 video clips. They're very good. He said, I didn't send you 2 video clips. They weren't on my email. They weren't on my text messages. They weren't on WhatsApp. But these were, they dropped down on my phone. 2 YouTube suggestions about David Icke. Why did that happen?
It's very simple. I've come across many stories like this. In fact, to such an extent that Facebook has had to say, actually, we're not doing it on purpose, or it's just for advertising. They are actually listening to conversations. Obviously, you've not got a human being sitting there, although if they're targeting someone, it's a human being. But the general population, it's algorithms. We're talking AI now. I mean, the possibilities of human manipulation of communication and the gathering of data now are limitless. And what happens, because many people have had conversations about, say, a product,
an aftershave, a concert ticket,
and then it comes up on Facebook, and they weren't even, thinking that they were talking to Facebook. These are private conversations.
Can I just ask you, what's wrong with that? So for some people listening
her husband's in this business.
Well, for some people, it's about convenience. It's about saving time. It's, that's exactly what I was looking for. I'll click onto it. So for some people...
So that's more important than having private conversations in your own home then?
Well, for me, if I'm talking about a holiday and a holiday comes up...
Who else is listening to that conversation, and what else you say apart that is not a product?
But I don't live my life looking at the what-ifs.
No, you don't. No, you don't, and that's why you're a doddle to scam, and you're a doddle to...
But I've never been scammed.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
But because I haven't... what's a scam?
If a product comes up and you buy it, you haven't been scammed.
Well, I made the choice to buy it.
You think you have?
Well,
it's been put in front of you. If it wasn't put in front of you, you might not have bought it.
There's lots of products that come up that I decide not to buy, and there are some that I decide to buy.
But no, say, Sarah, for instance, I'm planning a secret holiday with my secret girlfriend, and the message comes through going to Hawaii, and my wife sees
Well, has that ever happened to you?
But it could...
Well, how many people has it happened to?
I don't know.
Don't judge the world by your own experience and your own opinions.
Call in if that's happened to you. Call in. I'd like to find out.
And the point being...
Don't judge the world on your own experiences and your own
out of
opinions.
Silicon Valley of the information we receive, the data that's collected, and increasingly the nature of the AI that's running things concentrates that power in such a small area, in such a small number of hands. And if you want to have control by the few of the vast number, you have to centralize power, and that's what is happening in Silicon Valley on a scale that beggars belief.
Could that happen on a scale to affect elections, whether those be the European referendum?
Well, anything's possible when you have algorithms that can filter out information that's not good for the agenda you have or the outcome you want, and emphasize information that does support the outcome that you want. And increasingly it's coming to light that this is what's when the internet started, and which came out of an organization called DARPA, by the way, which is the technological development arm of the Pentagon. It was sold as the free flow of information. You could post all kinds of opinions. Now, if that didn't start like that, and right from the start is you can't say that, you can't do that, then it wouldn't have got this this massive control and influence on the communications that go on between people. So you start with what people want, and then, especially more recently, and faster, you start doing, especially when you enter the realm of semi-monopoly, you start taking away the freedom of the free flow of information. So people now are having YouTube channels just deleted. No explanation, just deleted. On a big scale when they're challenging the official narrative. Facebook censor people. They have a thing called ghost banning, where you actually get to post it, but the AI makes sure it doesn't go anywhere. And when you have the power to do that, coming back to perception, you have the power to control the information that people receive, and thus massively influence the perceptions that they have. And from their perceptions comes their behavior, comes what they will accept, what they won't accept, what they'll challenge, what they won't challenge. It's an extraordinary centralization of power. And you know, people are saying, I love Trump, I hate Trump, and oh, it's the right, it's the left, and this vaudeville show, which it is in so many ways, is so focusing people's attention on that. It's everywhere, isn't it? Trump's everything. We're not looking what's happening in that area of real estate in California where all this is going on.
David, good to have you here. What about, where we go next? Trump, America. You were in America last week. You're filming, you're updating your documentary Renegade, which is you, which is what you are. What about President Trump? Is he a renegade?
I think he's a renegade in the eyes of many people who voted for him.
Do you have anything valuable?
And you know, when I see what is called the progressive left attacking Trump and saying it's terrible what's happened, I say to them, look in the mirror, because the reason that these parties are coming to power in Europe is because so many people have been left voiceless for so long. For instance, if you have what is called political correctness, and we were talking earlier about censorship and what you can hear and what you can say, political correctness is simply manipulating the population. And more we're seeing the Orwellian destruction of free opinion and the free flow of debate on the basis of you can't say that.
Or you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm thinking of that actress who pulled out of the film, the transgender film. Who was it? Was it Charlize?
It was
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett
Yeah.
Johansson. I mean, a lot of public pressure there for her to do that.
Well, this is a major area of the suppression of freedom of speech and freedom of opinion. It's the mob. And when you talk, as I'm sure you do, to the general population, you find that their views of these issues are not the same as the mob. But the mob have got very organized, the Twitter storms. And unfortunately, because so many people, particularly celebrities, are frightened of upsetting people, frightened of losing or tainting their image. In other words, frightened of what people think. Again and again you see it. They're down on their knees, they're calling for the sackcloth and the ashes. I'm ever so sorry, please forgive me. And if we go on doing this, if we go on like Scarlett Johansson did, I can understand it to pull out. If we keep doing it, then we're handing over power over our lives in society to the mob, the people that intimidate people into their version of everything. And this is where we are now, increasingly. The only right in the eyes of these people is I am right. And because I am right, anyone else that has a different opinion to me must by definition be wrong. And if they're wrong, then their right to freedom of speech is nothing like as important as mine, because it doesn't matter if they're freedom of speech, because they're wrong. This is the process of thinking, of that is increasingly having these
please don't tell me you're going to eat
loud, intimidating people impose their will on everyone else. For instance, if people have a view that you can decide your gender by just deciding it, that is an opinion. And it's opinion that the people have the right to have. But if you say, actually, I'm a man and I don't have breasts, right? And I have dangly bits, women don't. So therefore, there is something in this genetic relationship to sexuality, then that's an equally valid opinion that should be open to free debate. This is the way the mob works, however. You can say, well, yes, you just decide your gender. Fair enough, it's your opinion. You should have it. But the other opinion's not allowed.
Yeah,
and there's a simple thing,
interviewed
just
a doctor,
very quickly,
last
very
week who
quickly,
was
Andy.
sacked because scientifically he wouldn't agree to that.
Yeah.
So if you wake up and you say, well, I'm Edwina, not Eamon, he said, like, I can't recognize that.
Yeah.
But he got sacked for taking that too.
Exactly. And that's how this browbeating into submission and intimidation works. And we are seeing the mob increasingly imposing its will. I mean, you know, I don't have any political sympathy with what's called the far right. But I do have sympathy with freedom of speech. Yep. And I certainly don't have sympathy with people that call themselves left, like Antifa, who go to meetings of people they disagree with and knock the crap out of them. This is the world we're moving into. It's so polarized, and it's so I am right on one side and I am right on the other.
Who's ruling?
And the truth is always in the shades of grey. That's what we miss.
Who's ruling this world that we're in? You often talk about the global elite. As Trump, that global elite, Theresa May, part of that global elite, Angela Merkel.
By the time you get to that level, you're talking here today, gone tomorrow puppets, mate. And if you're going to hide what I call the permanent government, what is increasingly now in mainstream society called the deep state, then we've got to understand that the focus of attention on the here today, gone tomorrow politicians is diverting attention to where the real power is. It's not about, I mean, Trump, and I love Trump, I hate Trump. He replaced Obama. Someone will replace Trump. And they come and they go. The permanent government doesn't go. At the top of the pyramid, you've got this network of people, very few people, compared with the global population, it's laughable. Then you've got the secret society network through which it manipulates, but keeping secret that this cabal exists. Under that, you've got control of finance. And note, every thing I'm mentioning doesn't come and go, it's always there. So you come through finance. And what does finance do? It dictates choice. If you say to people, what would you like to do with your life? And they say this, and I say, why aren't you doing it? They say, got the money, mate. So you control choice for the population by controlling the money. Then you come down and you hit the military. The military's always there. When you travel around America, I'm sure you've seen it too, there's forts everywhere. I mean, the amount of land that's occupied by the American military is staggering. And of course, it's got a budget. I think it's up to 10 countries, the 10 next countries with the biggest military budgets, before you equal the military budget of the United States. So it's fantastically funded. Along with the military, you've got the military intelligence network, the domestic intelligence network, the CIA and British intelligence, the National Security Agency, etc. These are always there. And then you come down, you hit the corporations, you hit the justice and legal system, that's always there. And if you're going to control a society, you control the money, but you must also control the law. And then you come down after this hierarchy of permanence, and then you hit the politicians where the focus of attention is always on, as if they're making the decisions. You know, they have a saying in America, people who are awake anyway, it doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in. Yeah, the permanent government still gets in. And that's what works. And that's why you look across the presidencies and the prime ministers
Give it your best.
The same thing on.
I'm glad you're handling the messy work.
Very quickly, if I've got time before the news.
So you haven't forgotten what's done?
No, it's not. Good memory. Look at democracy, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the here today, gone tomorrow politicians. How does it work? In almost every country, there are two parties that have any chance of forming a government. Sometimes three, mostly two. America, Britain, etc. So you vote for Party A, and you don't like what, and they get into power. You don't like what they're doing. The only way to get them out is to vote for Party B. You vote for Party B, they get it. You don't like what they're doing. Why? Because basically it's the same thing, because the permanent government is taking what they're doing. So how do you get rid of Party B? You go back to Party A, and it's this AB that we call democracy. I was in Ukraine in 2010, I think it was, and the president of Ukraine, Yanukovych, was the same man they threw out in the Orange Revolution in 2004. Because the Orange Revolution put this other man, he took power, they didn't like what he did. And when they wanted to get rid of him, Yanukovych, who was removed in the so-called revolution, was still leading the other party. So he gets back in. Now this is the madness, and we call it choice.
John, David's listening.
Hello, good evening to you all.
Hello, John.
Good afternoon to you. What I'd like to know, David, because I'm with you on this, especially with the internet and its control, how come we can't tell people? You see, way back when I was on CB radio, you know, I was always careful, I was always told not to say too many things. How can we control this? Because I think, unfortunately, we're going to end up with a serious backlash, and I think at the end of the day, people will go back to using CB radio.
People will go back to using CB rebelling against this.
Well, that does happen. That kind of stuff does happen in America. There's a lot of stations like that because they don't police the frequencies quite so much as they do in Britain. It's very much harder here. What the internet has done to this is give a vehicle for alternative narratives to circulate. And like I say, what is happening now is those vehicles are being systematically removed. And you have to ask, when people say, oh, is there a conspiracy, all that stuff, well, why would giant corporations, etc., like the internet corporations, why would they want to censor people's opinions just because they're different to the mainstream narrative? There has to be a reason for it. And when you put all the other stuff, all the deletion of channels, or the gathering of fine detail of private information, you can see Orwell's world unfolding. And by the way, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, which becomes more and more into fore, along with Orwell. Up to this point, it's been the Orwellian police state and surveillance control. But now we're seeing the genetic the manipulation of the human body coming in, which is what the Brave New World and Aldous Huxley was talking about.
Oh my God, that cost us 2 stims. 2 stims on the. Nope.
I quote a guy, the one before the last one, called Phantom Self. I quote this guy at length, and it was in 1969. His name's Dr. Richard Day. And he was a big-time Rockefeller family insider. And no one knows why he did it, but I'm glad he did. He stood up at a meeting of pediatricians in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, because he was in the medical profession. And he asked them to turn off recording equipment, and he asked them not to take notes because he was now going to tell them how the world was going to change, because what he represented, he was only a gopher for it, mind, was going to change it. And what he said that in 1969 is absolutely stunning in the sense of the world that we now live, in detail. And you know one of the things he said in 1969? We are going to make boys and girls the same.
Interesting.
And many
I saw
other
a news
things
report last night
that
where
are happening
yeah,
now.
that they were doing that, they were taking new gender references in the classroom.
If people read what he said in 1969, it is a jaw dropper.
Okay.
When you look at the world today, that means very quickly that there is an agenda. It's not happening randomly.
Right. Well, let me ask you, David Icke, why are you here on this planet? Do you think?
Well,
what is your mission? Are you a prophet? Are you a conspiracist? Are you a preacher? What's your job, do you think?
Well, none of the above. And by the way, you know, this term, conspiracy theorist, conspiracy theory, which is now used as a term of debunking. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. What's a conspiracy? What's the dictionary definition? It's two or more people conspiring to bring about an outcome. We're drowning in them on that basis. The question is, though, where did the widespread use of conspiracy theory and conspiracy theories come from?
Where?
It came from the CIA. Provable fact. During the 1960s, when people staggeringly, I mean, you know, why would they, were questioning the fact that a magic bullet had gone through several people in Kennedy's car and ended up in him, were questioning the fact that his head went back as seen on the Zapruder film taken by an onlooker, and they blame a guy who's supposed to be behind him. Do they have bullets that do U-turns, do they? So people were questioning that increasingly. And the CIA put out a document, you can still, I published it in one of my books, to the major media in America, giving a list of things to use to discredit those that were questioning the Kennedy assassination. Of course, later Martin Luther King and the others of the 60s. And among them was, use the term conspiracy theory and conspiracy theorist, because what does that do? It gives the idea that it's only theory. Now, do conspiracy theories exist? Of course, because you say, well, looking at the evidence, you know, I think this is probably what happened. That's a theory. But if people read my books, a couple of them, one of them's 1,000 pages, one of them's not much smaller, you see enormous amounts of interconnecting evidence, not least from insiders and whistleblowers and what have you. Because once you do what I do, people are attracted to you to get the information out. You see, it's not a theory. It's backed up by substantial fact that you can destroy all of that in one word or one phrase. He's a conspiracy theorist.
Can I ask you? You're a young lad from a council estate in Leicester. How and when did you start thinking the way that you do? Because you see the world, you do see the world in a different way.
Right.
I connect with that partly. I get that because I don't like following rules. I don't like to be told what to do. I like to find an alternative way. But you've taken it to a different level.
Yeah.
How did that happen to you?
Well, you don't have to go far outside the norm to be on a different level.
But you are on a different level.
But just programming the perception. Look at a human life.
When did it start with you?
I'll come to that very quickly. You come out of the womb and you're immediately influenced in your perceptions by your parents who've been through the process you're about to go through. Very soon, ludicrously soon, after entering this world, now telling you what's right, what's wrong, what's credible, what's not credible, when you can go to the toilet, when you can eat, when you can talk. And this goes on through your formative years, where the system's version of everything, what I call the postage stamp consensus, because it's so narrow, is downloaded into people. And then they go off into the institutions, they become journalists, they become scientists, they become doctors, they become politicians, they become CEOs or whatever. And they take with them that core version of normal, and limitation possibility that they have been downloading all their lives. And then the people in these institutions then confirm to each other that this norm is normal. So a journalist who's doing a story about, say, a health situation won't go to an alternative practitioner who may have had great success in it. He'll go to a doctor who'll give him postage stamp norm. So you don't have to go too far out of the norm.
Postage stamp will be considered wacko.
Yes, exactly. And the postage stamp defends itself and protects itself because of the crime not just recently, it's gone on throughout known human history. Religion polices the postage stamp, science polices the postage stamp, politics polices the postage stamp, now the Twitter stormers police the postage stamp. But what happened to me was I was minding my own business. I mean, as Eamon said, I was saying, hello, good evening, here's the sport. Then during 1981, 1982, no, what was it? 1988, 89. I was a spokesman for the Green Party, and I was a presenter with the BBC, and I got this feeling increasingly through 1988 and then into 1989 when the Green Party had that massive European election success. I felt when I was in a room alone, I wasn't alone. I didn't understand it, know anything about it. And it got to the point in the spring of 1990 when I was in the Kensington Hilton Hotel at the BBC, and I just finished working, and I came back and sat on the side of the bed. And I looked up into the room, and the fact that there was some presence there I didn't understand was so tangible. I actually said into the room, if there's something there, would you please contact me? About maybe a week later, 2 weeks later, I was with my son Gareth, a little boy then, and he went into a newsagent shop. To cut a long story short, he was looking at the books, and I went in after him. It was at Ryde on the Isle of Wight. The shop's still there. And I said to him, "Come on, Gaz, we'll go up in the town and get some lunch." And as I turned, my feet wouldn't move, and I felt, I know what it was now, it was an electromagnetic field, but a very strange atmosphere was around me. And I wouldn't say it wasn't a voice, it was a very strong force. It said, "Go and look at the books on the far side." Now, I knew that shop very well. I went too often. And the books on the far side were Mills and Boon and Barbara Cartland. What the heck am I going over there for? So anyway, I start walking in that direction in total bewilderment. And in among these books of, Barbara Cartland, etc., was this one which was called Mind to Mind with a face on the front. And because it was different to the rest, I picked it up, looked at the blurb, and I saw the word psychic. And it was the autobiography of the psychic and how she works. And I thought immediately, I wonder if she'll know or pick up what the hell's happening to me in this last year. So I didn't tell her anything. What I said to her was, I've got arthritis.
Ready to head out
nothing
there?
about what was going on. And when I went to see her, nothing happened the first time, but the second and third times, the atmosphere in the room dramatically changed, and I felt this like spider face what she's doing the hands on heels. And because my backside's now slipping down the bench now, because I'm thinking, I read about this in her book, that you can feel a spider's web like on your face, which I now know again is an electromagnetic field. And about 10 to 15 seconds after I felt this, never said anything to her, she launches her head back and says, "This is powerful. I'm going to have to close my eyes for this one." My bum's going more and more down the bench now because this is all new to me. And in the next 10 minutes, and again a week later, that was the last time I went, she was telling me that she was being told to tell me that I was going to go out on the world stage and reveal great secrets. One man cannot change the world, but one man can communicate the message that can change the world. That I was going to face enormous opposition and ridicule and stuff, but they, whoever they are, will always be there to protect me. Now, I came out of that, not exactly neutral, but well, we'll see what happens. But what has happened since, all that she told me, and more, has unfolded in the most synchronistic way, like some force. I've been walking through a maze, and some force has been opening and shutting the doors to send me down the channels, and right to this day, that's how it's come about. If I'd have done this just by trying to work it out, no chance. But because of the synchronicity of the information coming to me, I've been able to put this stuff together.
I've got to go to the break, but can you tell me in 15 seconds who they were, who would always be
No
there?
idea. I've always just gone with my intuition. Does this feel right, or doesn't it feel right? And that
is they a god? Is they religious?
No, it's not. No, it's
It's
not.
an energy force.
It's a form of consciousness. It's not some bloke with a beard sitting on a throne. I mean, that whole religious
What
thing.
we're fed.
Yeah, what we're fed. It's consciousness, and we are a point of attention within an infinite consciousness. This is why racism and self-identity with labels of race and religion, etc., is so ridiculous. It divides and rules us. They are just experiences for our point of attention, awareness to experience.
Love him or loathe him, agree or disagree with him, David Icke does his research. He knows what he's talking about. He believes what he's talking about. Whether you believe it is another thing. And actually, David, you're getting a lot of interesting complimentary texts and tweets coming in about you. People certainly enjoy listening to you. Whether they agree or not is a different thing. And what you do, and I know you talk about this, is you join up the dots.
Right,
You do your research and you look at links that either the rest of us don't do or people don't want us to think about.
That's the point. If you look at things in and of themselves, world events, people, corporations, whatever, they look a certain way. See the connections between them. You stop seeing pixels, you start seeing pictures, and then the world opens up.
Right. It's opening up in all sorts of ways. Artificial intelligence being the latest thing we're hearing or talking about. Are you worried about that? Should we be threatened by that?
I've written extensively about this because it's the end game. Up to this point, human perception, which otherwise human control by controlling human perception, has been done by controlling information that people receive. The AI endgame, which they're openly talking about in Silicon Valley, people like the Google executive Ray Kurzweil openly. This is why so many people recently have come out and said, hold on, where are we going? About connecting the human brain or the human body thinking processes, the human mind, to AI. And what Kurzweil says is that after this connection, which he's talking about 2030, that's what he's given. I'm talking in 2018. That once the connection's made, the AI
be right back, bio guys.
more and more and more of
Sorry.
human thinking, until human thinking and the human consciousness as we would conceive it is in his words, negligible. Now, if you are controlling AI, you are turning people into basically a computer terminal on the AI internet. And what's happening, bringing it to topical everyday today situations, is people are being manipulated through something that I call the totalitarian tiptoe. You know you're going to Z, but if you go in too big a leap to Z, then people are going to say, what's happening? Because the change is so great. So you go as fast as you can from A to C to E to whatever. And every step is presented as in and of itself and not connected to the other steps. But if you break it down and you connect them, look what's happening. Stage one, you get people, particularly the young, because they're the adults in the world that at the time this is supposed to come in. You get them addicted to technology that they hold, holdables. You then, because you want to get in the body, you then go on the body. You do your Google Glass, you do your Apple Watch, you do your Bluetooth. And now, next, and it's happening now, you go in the body with microchips. And not only microchips that you can see, but nano microchips, which a CIA scientist told me in the late 90s was coming, which I put in my books at the time. And people said, that's ridiculous. Breathing in microchips, that's impossible. It's not with nanotechnology, it's not. Exactly what he told me is happening. And the idea, which is what we're being manipulated as a global society to do, is to connect our thinking and emotional processes to AI, so the human mind becomes AI. It's basically an
Westworld.
Well, this is the point. This is an important point. There is a method of perceptual programming that actually has a name. It's called what's it called? Basically, it's programming an understanding or an awareness of something before it actually happens. And what happens is you put out in movies and television programs the world you want to go into, because if you don't, the division between what people are living and where you're going is so great that that division, that chasm, will get people to say what's going on. So what you do, it's called preemptive programming, that's what it's called. And what you do is you put out all these programs. Look at the AI programs and the Westworlds and the synthetic humans now. And you're basically getting people subconsciously familiar with where you want to take them, so that you're lessening the resistance. This is where we're going, and this is the big end game that we must understand.
And the end game of all end games, in 30 years from now, I'm just looking at your Twitter page, you say humans will attend their own funerals as robots.
That's not me saying that. That is AI, what they call themselves AI experts and what are called futurists. That's what they're saying. Because this is the idea, is to download. I mean, this sounds fantastic, but this is actually where it's going, and that's what that guy's talking about. Downloading human consciousness onto a digital form. So humans become digital rather than biological. I mean, you couldn't think of something more far out, except that that's what's happening, and that in the way that he wrote is what Aldous Huxley was talking about in Brave New World. The time when there were no longer humans, not even human procreation, not even male or female, but a very different type of human, and this explosion of transgender, which is fusing the perception of sexuality, that is taking us down the totalitarian tiptoe to this world that I'm talking about.
Well, David Icke, you are certainly a very different type of human. Long may you continue to tease us, perplex us, educate us, inspire us, infuriate us, whatever you've done. You've done it very well for the past hour. Really appreciate it.
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
That was good.
On the 9th of August, 1999, Russia's President Boris Yeltsin announced a new acting prime minister. Most Russians had never heard of him. And in a poll, just 2% said that they'd vote for him to become president. Exactly 1 month after Yeltsin's announcement, a massive explosion in an apartment building just half an hour's drive from the Kremlin killed more than 100 people. Less than 4 days after that, another apartment bombing less than 4 miles away killed 119 people. The morning after the second bombing, the Speaker of the Russian Parliament paid tribute to the victims that had died in the city of Volgodonsk. But he'd made a mistake. Volgodonsk is 700 miles away from Moscow, where the bombing had actually happened. So when a car bomb actually exploded in Volgodonsk 3 days later, things got even weirder. But there was no time for questions. Russia was under attack. The new prime minister quickly ordered a massive bombing campaign against separatists in the war-torn region of Chechnya, even declaring that we'll waste them in the outhouse. 6 months later, the new prime minister was elected president by a grateful Russian nation. His name was Vladimir Putin. And since he took power, he has not let go. He has had his enemies killed, started wars, and destabilized the global order. But for someone so dangerous and so important, we know surprisingly little about him. Who is Vladimir Putin really? Why did he invade Ukraine? What's the real story behind those apartment bombings? And why is he actually weaker than ever? The Moscow apartment bombings are a key part of Vladimir Putin's rise to power. And don't worry, I'm going to talk more about them. But to truly understand how he became the man he is today, you need to understand the organization that molded him, the KGB. The KGB was one of the main instruments of Soviet state power. It operated totally above the law, spying on dissidents, carrying out espionage, and acting as a secret police force. And because the Soviet Union had lots of enemies, The KGB needed lots of agents. One of the best places to find them was in the country's most prestigious universities. That's exactly where they found a young law student at Leningrad State University named Vladimir Putin. They waited until he graduated before recruiting him in 1975. Lots of KGB agents joined because they basically had no choice. When your country's notorious spy agency asks you to join, it's kind of hard to say no. But Putin joined because he wanted to. He spent his first few years with the KGB pushing papers in a gloomy office in Leningrad. But his first big break arrived when, in the early 1980s, he was summoned to Moscow to attend the agency's elite Foreign Intelligence Training Institute. That's right, it was basically a professional development course for Soviet spies. After he learned how to be a better spy, Putin was assigned to Dresden, deep in the heart of East Germany. As the boundary between communism and capitalism, East Germany was a rich source of Cold War intrigue and information. This is building number 4, Angelika Strasse. Today, it's the regional HQ for an esoteric spiritual movement. But during the Cold War, it was the local KGB station. And for the last 5 years of the 1980s, it was Vladimir Putin's office. His mission was to recruit Communist Party and Stasi officials, compromise visiting Westerners, and travel undercover to West Germany. It also involved stealing Western technology. Despite being first to space and shocking the West with Sputnik, by the 1980s, the Eastern Bloc was lagging way behind the West. After 5 years in Dresden, Putin returned to Russia and to his old university in Leningrad. Even though his cover story was that he worked as an aide to the dean, everyone knew that Putin was still working for the KGB, spying on and recruiting students. Of course, there wouldn't be a next generation of crack KGB spies working undercover to steal Western technology and NATO secrets, because the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, brought undone by failed reforms and the pressure of trying to keep up with the United States. Putin could see the end coming before it arrived. By then, he'd quit the KGB to go work for one of his old law professors, a guy named Anatoly Sobchak. Sobchak was one of the leading voices calling for democratic reforms in the Soviet Union. After the Cold War ended, he was elected mayor of Leningrad, which by then had reverted to its original name of St. Petersburg. Putin got a job working for Sobchak at City Hall, and he saw how bad things really were. The decline in living standards in Russia after the Cold War is hard to comprehend. Life expectancy at birth plunged by more than 5 years between 1990 and 1994. Things got so bad that there are stories of people paying for things with bricks because they were worth more than Russian rubles at the time. Even for the millions of Russian people who, by the end, hated the communist system, the collapse of the Soviet Union brought chaos and humiliation. Russians went from living in a country that went toe-to-toe with the United States as a superpower to needing handouts. After his boss, Anatoly Sobchak, was voted out in 1996, Putin went to Moscow. There, for reasons that have never really been explained, he suddenly started moving up really fast in his career. He got a job in the Presidential Property Management Department at the Kremlin. It sounds like a boring admin job, but it actually gave Putin lots of leverage to grant or turn down favors to other political insiders. He must have done a lot of effective networking because his next job after that was as deputy chief of Boris Yeltsin's presidential staff. He was obviously busy, but he still somehow found the time to get what's basically the Russian equivalent of a PhD in economics. Putin's dissertation was about maximizing the value of mineral resources in his home region. It's more than 200 pages of discussion about stuff like the quality of gravel pits in Russia. There are real questions about whether he even wrote it. But believe it or not, Putin's PhD wasn't really about education. It was about ticking the boxes he needed in order to keep advancing in his career. After working for Yeltsin, Putin became director of the FSB, the intelligence agency which replaced the KGB. How did Putin go from being a mid-ranking KGB officer in East Germany to running the successor agency less than 10 years later? Maybe there's no conspiracy here. Maybe he was just really great at time management and really great at all the jobs he was given. Or maybe his bosses really liked the dissertation he wrote. But if you worked in Russian politics at the time, you could only climb the ladder as quickly as Putin did if someone even higher wanted it to happen. However he did it, Putin quickly earned Yeltsin's trust. His timing was perfect. After 30 years in Soviet and Russian politics, which included surviving a coup, Yeltsin was done. He was extremely pessimistic about the problems Russia faced, and his bad health, which was exacerbated by his drinking, meant that he just didn't have the energy to try and fix them. So Yeltsin believed his final act in public life should be to choose the right successor, someone who could do what he had failed to do, rebuild Russia into a world power. He had a few candidates in mind. One of them was his deputy premier, Boris Nemtsov. Nemtsov was very different from Putin. For a start, he had years of actual political leadership experience, having served as a provincial governor and member of parliament. He was also, by the standards of Russian politics, a liberal Democrat. Instead of looking to the past for ideas on how to reform Russia, he looked to the West. At one stage, Boris Yeltsin introduced him to Bill Clinton as his chosen successor. Everything appeared to be on track until fate intervened.
The day the ruble fell 20%, Vogue magazine held a party for 4,000.
Financial crises are complicated. This one is no exception. The basic story is that another market crisis, this one originating in Asia, reduced the price of commodities like oil, gas, and metals that the Russian economy was dependent on. As the country's revenues sharply decreased, so did its ability to repay its debts, which were mostly in the form of bonds held by foreign investors. On August 17, 1998, the Russian government defaulted on its debts and was forced to devalue the ruble. It was a disaster for millions of Russians. Yeltsin sacked the prime minister and his entire cabinet. But even that didn't contain the fallout. Boris Nemtsov had staked his political legitimacy on making Russia's economy look more like the West. So when it collapsed, he got blamed. He went from receiving more than 50% in a presidential poll to being one of the most hated men in the country. In addition to killing Nemtsov's hopes of being Yeltsin's successor, the financial crisis accelerated Yeltsin's desire to find a replacement and stand down. And eventually, just one real choice remained: Vladimir Putin. But Yeltsin and his inner circle had a problem. The public had no idea who Putin was. It was one thing to name him prime minister. Yeltsin could do that, no problem. But Russia was meant to be a democracy. And in a democracy, you can't just snap your fingers and make someone the president. They actually had to win an election. Putin had no profile. He wasn't a reformer like Nemtsov. If people had even heard of him, they probably associated him with the KGB. If Russian elites wanted him to win an election, they needed people to know who he was. Which brings us back to those bombings I mentioned at the start of the video. They're a key part of Vladimir Putin's rise to power. So let's construct a timeline. On the 9th of August, 1999, Boris Yeltsin named Vladimir Putin acting prime minister. 26 days later, on the night of September 4th, 1999, a truck blew up a barracks in Bunatsk, a garrison town on Russia's border with the breakaway region of Chechnya. Just after midnight on September 9th, a bomb went off in the basement of an apartment building in southeast Moscow. The FSB, the internal security agency that until recently had been run by Vladimir Putin, reported that items removed from the scene contained traces of TNT and another explosive called RDX. Government officials started blaming Chechen terrorists for the attack almost immediately. Just after midnight on September 13th, authorities were called to check on reports of suspicious activity at an apartment building less than 4 miles away from the previous bombing site. They didn't find anything, but just a few hours later, a massive car bomb destroyed a 9-story building on the Kashirskoye highway. 3 days later, another bomb blew up near an apartment building in the southern city of Volgodonsk. The whole nation was terrified. On the evening of September 22nd, several residents from the city of Ryazan, about 120 miles southeast of Moscow, saw a white sedan pull up in front of their apartment building. The car's license plate had been altered. The residents also noticed 2 men removing several large sacks from the trunk and carrying them into the basement before driving away at speed. When local police arrived, they found 3 large sacks wired to a detonator and explosive timer. The bomb was defused and sent away for testing. The next morning, the 23rd, Putin congratulated the local residents on their vigilance and lauded the security forces for foiling what could have been another deadly attack. That same evening, police apprehended the men who'd been seen loading the sacks into the basement. When they were questioned, they produced FSB identification cards. Remember, the FSB is the agency that ultimately replaced the KGB. And Vladimir Putin, before he became prime minister, was the FSB director. A short time later, a call came from FSB headquarters. The men were to be released. The next morning, September 24th, the director of the FSB appeared on national TV. Suddenly, the story had changed. It wasn't a foiled terrorist attack. It was an FSB training exercise meant to test public awareness. And the sacks in the basement didn't contain explosives. They just had sugar in them. The FSB was trying to sweep the whole incident under the rug. And it might have worked until the results came back from the lab. The analysis, which was conducted by the local branch of the FSB, showed that the sacks actually contained RDX, the same explosive that was found at the scene of the bombing at Guryanova Street 2 weeks earlier. But RDX wasn't something you could make at home. In fact, there was only one place you could get it in all of Russia, a heavily guarded facility in the city of Perm near the Ural Mountains. and about 1,500 miles from Chechnya. It's details like this that make the official story, that the bombings were all orchestrated by Chechen terrorists, hard to believe. But the time for asking questions was over. Because at the same time as Putin was praising the residents of Ryazan for their bravery, Russian warplanes were already launching massive airstrikes on the capital of Chechnya. Ordinary Russians were scared. Their country had gone from being a superpower to a basket case. People were going hungry, losing their savings, and dying in their homes. Vladimir Putin promised an end to the chaos. Under him, order would be restored. People didn't know about the gaps in the official story, or if they did, they pretended not to notice. On March 26, 2000, Vladimir Putin was elected president with 53% of the vote. The people of Russia might not have realized it, but they just made a very fateful decision.
Well, Russia at the present time is at a crossroad. The communists have been defeated, but the ideas of freedom now are on trial.
Putin's first major crisis came less than 6 months into his presidency. This is the Kursk, a nuclear-powered Oscar II class submarine. At the time, it was the biggest cruise missile submarine in the world. It was said to be virtually unsinkable. So it was the obvious choice to lead Russia's first major naval exercise in more than 10 years. These exercises were basically a way for Vladimir Putin to show adversaries like NATO and the United States that, after a tumultuous few years, Russia was once again a military power. At about 11 a.m. on August 12, 2000, deep in the Barents Sea, the crew of the Kursk were given clearance to launch 2 dummy torpedoes at the Peter the Great battlecruiser. But the torpedoes detonated prematurely. At 11:29 a.m., nearby Norwegian seismic detectors registered an explosion. 2 minutes later, another much larger explosion was detected. The Kursk sank to the seabed. Amazingly, the U.S. Defense Secretary William Cohen knew about the accident before the Kremlin. The international community quickly offered assistance to try and save any crew who might still be alive, but the Russian government refused all offers of help.
You know what that means? It means that the people, I watched a movie about this. It was so horrible what happened to the Kursk. And the families in that movie really, really got to me. This actually happened, and everybody on the Kursk died. And God, that movie was choking, and I wonder what was so pertinent about it.
Publicly, they said they had everything under control.
So the U.S. found out from the Russian Facebook. Like, Russian Facebook went afire when they found out that a Russian nuclear sub had crashed, and all the pundits and all the crazy people who sit on Reddit all day all started talking to each other, and America went and offered condolences. Sorry, my mic got away. America went to offer condolences to Russia before Putin let Russia know. And this was a bad problem.
In reality, they knew the Kursk and its crew were in big trouble. It took 16 hours to locate the Kursk after it sank, and 2 days before officials publicly acknowledged that anything was wrong. When they did, they said it was just experiencing minor technical difficulties. In truth, any crew members...
Oh, it's just a nuclear submarine crashing. Nothing to see here.
...who survived the initial blast were rapidly running out of air. Where was Vladimir Putin in all this? Well, he was on vacation. He actually wasn't even informed of the accident until the day after it happened. The Navy kept telling him that they had it under control and that there was a strong possibility that the accident had been caused by a NATO vessel. If the cover-up was bad, the rescue attempts were even worse.
So what happened here? So the Kursk was sunk by another Russian submarine for some reason.
Russian Navy repeated
some kind of hunt for the Red October situation where someone has a nuclear submarine and goes crazy, so then the Kursk had to fight them.
Repeatedly failed in their attempts to get into the submarine. From his seaside resort, Putin finally agreed to accept outside help, but it was too late. By the time Norwegian divers finally opened a hatch to the submarine, there were no survivors. On August 21st, the Russian Navy was finally forced to admit the truth to the public. The Russian media strongly criticized the government response as inept, and their explanations as totally unreliable. Putin decided to meet with family members,
Yeah, this was a day. It was such a tragic movie, too. This was the day we all realized that Russia was basically like a corrupt pit of vipers for politicians, exactly like America.
10 days after the sinking. Access to the
they learned from the West. They wanted to be the West, and this is what they did.
Meeting was tightly controlled.
They saw that all those West fat cats like Trump and Biden and shit were doing real well, so they just try to do what America did.
State media's broadcast of the meeting showed only Putin speaking, but inside, the reaction was furious. 2 journalists who got in by posing as family members witnessed distraught widows and mothers screaming at the president and demanding to know who would be punished for the disaster. When one extremely emotional mother wouldn't stop interrupting,
Just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear your lies. What are you doing?
Nurse popped up behind her and forcibly injected her with a sedative. Days later, Larry King asked Putin what happened. This is how he reacted. The Kursk fiasco was terrible for Putin because it challenged the main part of his appeal.
He didn't sink the submarine, I guarantee you that.
Keeping Russians safe and restoring the country's status as a great power. Great powers don't lose their best ships in training exercises. And his response made it look like he didn't really care about the people who died or the effect it had on their families. Still,
he doesn't. They don't care about death.
The first few years of his presidency, most world leaders either didn't see that side of Putin or didn't care.
I found it to be very straightforward and trustworthy.
I am confident that this new level of cooperation between NATO's members and Russia will now change the world and for the better.
Was Putin, the KGB mastermind, just tricking these world leaders into thinking he was a good guy? I think the truth is much more complicated, and a lot of it has to do with NATO. Remember, NATO was created in order to contain Soviet influence in Europe. So after the end of the Cold War, most people believed the alliance had served its purpose. Western policymakers didn't see any real reason to keep expanding it. They preferred to focus their energies on encouraging Russia to become a democratic capitalist country. But that began to change in the mid-1990s.
Now we have to finish what America started 4 years ago, welcoming Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic into our alliance.
North American Alliance, yeah!
If you look around at who's in the room today, you can see...
Look, he's really happy about it too. Good job.
They are more than willing.
Eastern
more than willing.
European
a coalition of the willing.
Countries which had spent decades under Soviet influence were suspicious of Russia's long-term motives. They wanted to join NATO while Russia was still weak because they knew it wouldn't be weak forever. Polish officials even told a team of researchers that if you don't let us into NATO, we're getting nuclear weapons. And Bill Clinton and his team of idealists...
They're like, we'll cap you in the head if you won't let us go talk to them. They're our homies.
Foreign policy.
I love our friends. I love our Ukrainian friends. I would fight for you if I could. But I mean, getting involved in a war over there, it would be about as crazy as you getting involved in a war over here. We're half a world away.
Officials helped make it happen. Just as he promised, Poland...
That's how countries fall.
Hungary and the Czech Republic all eventually joined the alliance. This was basically Russia's worst nightmare, but it couldn't do anything about it. The next round of NATO expansion in 2004 added 7 more countries. Almost all had been part of the Eastern Bloc. The 3 Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, were part of the Soviet Union itself. Now, they were part of the West, at least in geopolitical terms. For Putin, this shift in the global order was part provocation, part existential threat. NATO was creeping up to his country's doorstep, which threatened to permanently relegate Russia to the status of second-tier power in its own region. It had to be stopped. Putin wanted to undermine NATO and destabilize the US-led world order. In his mind, I'm sure he also wanted to inflict some pain on the countries that, in his eyes, had humiliated Russia at the end of the Cold War. But he knew there was no way Russia could win a war against NATO. To achieve his goals, Putin would need to find another strategy. In late 2004, Ukrainians went to the polls to elect a president. They weren't just choosing between 2 guys with virtually indistinguishable policies. They were choosing between 2 different visions of what kind of country Ukraine should be. In one corner was the pro-Russian incumbent Prime Minister Viktor Yanukovych. In the other corner was the pro-NATO, pro-EU opposition leader Viktor Yushchenko. The man who won would tilt Ukraine closer to the West or closer to Russia. The future of the country was on the line. The Ukrainian parliament had already agreed to the formation of a free trade zone with Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. and Yanukovych had promised to make Russian an official language in Ukraine. You better believe that Vladimir Putin was watching closely. The first round of voting was held on October 31st. It was incredibly tight. Because neither candidate got more than 50% of the votes, a runoff ballot was held on November 21st to determine the winner. The result was still close, but it looked decisive. Yanukovych got almost 900,000 more votes. The geographic distribution of the votes showed a clear east-west division, with voters in western Ukraine favoring Yushchenko and those in eastern Ukraine favoring Yanukovych. From the first round to the second round, big increases in turnout were recorded in regions that supported Yanukovych. In his home district, the turnout went up by more than 40%. Some districts had the old Soviet classic of more than 100% turnout. Viktor Yushchenko was even poisoned with a toxic substance called dioxin. He survived, but was permanently disfigured. International observers immediately sounded the alarm, and Ukrainians took to the streets.
On November the 22nd, 2004, presidential election results were announced in Ukraine. They were greeted with accusations of vote rigging on a massive scale. The defeated opposition leader, Viktor Yushchenko, called for a national strike, and a people's army occupied Kiev's main square. It was dubbed the Orange Revolution, but it was the turning point in a bruising election marathon.
Ukraine was electrified by acts of civil disobedience, sit-ins, and general strikes. The protests worked. Ukraine's Supreme Court annulled the results of the runoff and ordered another vote for December 26th. The whole world was watching, so Yanukovych and Putin couldn't pull the same tricks. The final results showed a clear victory for Yushchenko, who received about 52% of the vote compared to Yanukovych's 45%. On January 23, 2005, Viktor Yushchenko was inaugurated president of Ukraine. The Orange Revolution is an important chapter in the political evolution of Vladimir Putin. After years of cementing his rule at home, this was the first time he interfered in the politics of a neighboring country with the goal of installing a pro-Kremlin regime, and he failed. But his failure would only deepen his resolve to expand Russia's sphere of influence. Putin understood that in order to turn failure into success, he needed to silence his enemies. Do you remember this man? What about when he looked like this? That's Alexander Litvinenko, 3 days before he died of polonium poisoning. Until 1998, he was a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, exactly the same rank as Vladimir Putin. But after giving a press conference about an assassination plot, he was fired and then jailed for 9 months. When he was released, Litvinenko fled Russia and eventually settled in England. There, with the help of another exile, the oligarch Boris Berezovsky, he waged a years-long media campaign against the Putin regime. They asked lots of uncomfortable questions, including about those apartment bombings. Litvinenko was becoming an annoyance, so deep in the heart of the Kremlin, the decision was made to eliminate him. 2 Russian ex-KGB officers were dispatched. Their destination, London. They met with Litvinenko at the Millennium Hotel on November 1st, 2006. That night, he fell ill. 2 days later, he was admitted to the hospital under a fake name. As his condition worsened, he told his doctors who he really was, and that he'd been poisoned. Testing of Litvinenko's blood and urine detected small gamma-ray spikes. A scientist who'd worked on Britain's early atomic bomb program overheard a conversation and recognized the gamma-ray spike as the signature of polonium-210. But detecting polonium was very different to treating it. US and UK government officials had never heard of polonium being used as poison before, and no one could save Alexander Litvinenko. It took an agonizing 23 days for him to die. During that time, he wrote a statement blaming Putin for what had happened. After his death, investigators discovered that the assassins had put a lethal dose of the polonium in a teapot at the Millennium Hotel. The assassination of Litvinenko shook the world out of their complacency regarding Putin. As long as he supported the war on terror and kind of looked like a Democrat if you didn't look too closely, Western leaders could convince themselves he was on their team. But now they could see the truth. If Putin could have one of his enemies killed like that in a Western capital, he was capable of anything. With the assassination of Alexander Litvinenko, Vladimir Putin showed everyone in the West who he really was. And the thing is, he was still a popular leader in Russia. Lots of Russians still remembered the Cold War and the shock therapy administered by Western economists throughout the 1990s. To them, Putin was restoring Russia to its rightful place as a world power in its own right, and a counterweight to the West and the United States. He was also growing the economy. The US invasion of Iraq was one of the factors that led to a massive increase in the price of oil and gas, which the Russian economy depended on. Between 2003 and mid-2008, the price of crude oil rose from $30 per barrel to almost $150 per barrel.
Yeah, what up with
that
that?
translated to rapid economic growth. Russia's GDP grew by an average of 7% per year. Real disposable incomes doubled. Putin was helping Russians become wealthier while also asserting their interests abroad. In early 2007, he attended the Munich Security Conference and gave a speech which would become a major turning point in his rhetoric toward the West. In language that was increasingly candid for such a setting, Putin accused the United States and the West of arrogance, hypocrisy, and violating democracy.
This is a world of one master, one sovereign. They constantly teach Russia, us, democracy, but those who teach us, for some reason, do not really want to learn.
This speech is absolutely key to understanding Putin's worldview. 15 years before he invaded Ukraine and 5 years before Xi Jinping became the leader of China, Putin was telling the world that Russia wanted a multipolar world order. In other words, he wanted a system that represented capitalism, democracy, and other Western values to become less powerful. The speech was music to the ears of nationalists in Russia and contributed to his popularity at home. There was just one hitch. According to Russia's constitution, he couldn't actually serve a third term as president, so he hatched a scheme with his loyal prime minister, Dmitry Medvedev. Medvedev would become president, and Putin would serve as prime minister. It was a blatant subversion of democracy. Everyone could see it was a way for Putin to maintain his grip on power and install someone who would keep the seat warm for him. More than 71% of Russians voted for Medvedev to become the figurehead president. Despite no longer being president, Putin's grip on power was stronger than ever. And with things secure at home, he was ready to focus on undermining the established world order.
The leaders of NATO begin a two-day summit today that looks set to highlight the pressures straining the fabric of the alliance. Should NATO agree to give membership action plans to Georgia and Ukraine?
Russia was extremely nervous about the prospect of countries on its borders joining NATO, which meant that when NATO released a communique which said that Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO, it immediately set off alarm bells. Those membership action plans actually never ended up happening, but in Putin's eyes, that didn't matter. From his perspective, allowing Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO amounted to a direct threat to Russia, and he had to respond. His first target was Georgia. Georgia's pro-Western government was perpetually in conflict with South Ossetia and Abkhazia, two breakaway regions on its border with Russia. Both regions, which had lots of native Russian speakers, had declared their independence. Most of the international community didn't recognize those declarations, but Russia did. And what's more, Russia was providing separatists in those regions with weapons and other support.
The fighting between Russia and Georgia over the Georgian breakaway region of South Ossetia. President Bush has told Russian leaders that military action against Georgia is unacceptable.
Tensions reached a breaking point. On August 1st, 2008, separatist forces started shelling Georgian villages. Georgia responded by sending in the military to take control of a separatist town. The Russian government claimed, falsely, that Georgia was committing genocide against South Ossetia. They used it as a pretext to launch a full-scale invasion, including into undisputed Georgian territory. Russia's decisive military strength meant the war was over in 5 days. Putin had sent a clear message to Georgia and other countries in Eastern Europe that were thinking about joining NATO. After failing to install his chosen candidate in Ukraine, the war against Georgia showed that Putin was running a different playbook in order to destabilize a pro-Western neighbor. Why try and rig an election when you could just arm separatists? As an imperial power, Russia has always looked to maintain spheres of influence on its borders. That's a big reason why, as soon as Putin saw there was a chance of Georgia joining NATO, he tried to depose its president. Winning wars against small countries was popular with Russians who yearned for the good old days. But there were still lots of Russians who cared about things like democracy, and they were about to make themselves heard.
Tens of thousands packed the streets of Moscow in the biggest anti-government demonstrations Russia has seen for 20 years. They shouted, "Putin is a thief," and "Russia without Putin." Protesters accused Prime Minister Vladimir Putin and his United Russia Party of corruption in rigging parliamentary elections last weekend.
Russia's 2011 parliamentary election had lots in common with the Ukrainian presidential runoff that led to the Orange Revolution. On top of irregularities that Russians had grown used to since Putin became leader, like debates between random candidates at 7 a.m., cell phone footage showed blatant violations of electoral laws. Videos were quickly uploaded to social media, which Putin didn't control at the time. People saw the evidence with their own eyes, but there was no way for the election results to be overturned.
Your skill has
In Ukraine,
increased.
the Supreme Court annulled the result of the runoff, but the same wasn't going to happen in Russia. Putin's party, United Russia, maintained its parliamentary majority. More than 100,000 brave people went out onto the streets. They weren't just protesting the election results. They were protesting that their country had been turned into a dictatorship. Presidential elections were due in early 2012. Everyone knew Putin would get his old job back. His preferred candidate, Viktor Yanukovych, was even back as president of Ukraine. Russian civil society may have been defiant, but the country's institutions and political opposition had been totally neutralized. Putin could only see one threat to his rule. Putin built his own anxieties into his 2012 presidential campaign. He compared the political situation in Russia to Napoleon's attempted invasion 200 years earlier, and said that national sovereignty was paramount. He got almost 2/3 of the votes from a tired and defeated electorate. And just like that, he was president again. It sounds weird, but Putin's most important political victory of 2012 didn't happen in Moscow. It happened 3,500 miles away, in Beijing. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have a lot in common. They're just 6 months apart in age. Their fathers both fought in World War II. They met at an economic cooperation summit in 2013. The day they met was actually Putin's birthday. Xi Jinping presented him with a cake, while the Russian president pulled out a bottle of vodka. As far as we can tell, they've actually become friends. Putin was the first world leader that Xi Jinping visited after becoming China's president, and they've had more than 40 meetings since then. Most importantly, they're allies with a common geopolitical goal, creating a multipolar world order. Xi came along at the perfect time for Putin. On its own, Russia can't take on NATO or the United States. Its military isn't strong enough, its economy isn't big enough, and its diplomacy isn't effective enough. China might be different. From as soon as he gained power, Xi Jinping has made it clear that his ultimate foreign policy aim is to displace the United States as the world's most powerful country. Putin wants to weaken the West while expanding Russia's sphere of influence. It was the beginning of an important partnership. Vladimir Putin survived massive protests at home and brushed off criticism from the international community. His rivals were sidelined, and his critics were dead, in jail, or in exile. He was further annoying the West by supporting the Syrian president Bashar al-Assad in the civil war that had engulfed the country. There were even whispers that he had secretly become one of the world's richest men by embezzling money and extorting the country's oligarchs. He had achieved absolute power at home, and in Xi Jinping, he had a powerful new ally. But the mission he had been training for decades had only really just started. Because as Putin began his third term as president in 2012, he was still missing the biggest piece of the puzzle: Ukraine. Why is Ukraine so important for Putin? Because it matters to Russia's past and its future. Let me explain. Ukraine has been central to Russian identity and power for centuries. Christianity was imported from Byzantium to the Slavic people via Kiev, and Christianity served as the anchor for Kievan Rus, the early state from which Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians draw their cultural lineage today. Those close links have remained. Most Ukrainians can speak at least some Russian, and eastern Ukraine was historically home to a large ethnic Russian minority. Ukraine was also strategically vital for Russian interests. As Europe's second largest country, it contributed massive amounts of grain, coal, and steel to the Soviet Union. Ukrainian factories were a vital part of the USSR's military-industrial capacity. Russian czars spent their summers on the beautiful beaches of the Crimean Peninsula, which also hosted the country's largest warm-water naval port. And through to the modern day, Ukraine's location on the Black Sea and on the border with numerous Eastern European states and future NATO members was vital to Russian interests. The two countries have been so closely intertwined throughout history that most Russian nationalists, Putin included, don't actually think Ukraine is a separate country. Putin even wrote an entire essay about it in 2021. Putin believed that Russians and Ukrainians were a single people, united by history and divided by a meddling West. The vast majority of Ukrainians disagreed, but Putin has made a career out of not caring what people think. Losing Ukraine had undermined Russian power. Losing it permanently to the West would, in Putin's eyes, be a major ongoing threat to Russian security. The error needed to be corrected.
A miracle didn't happen, and European Union leaders and Ukraine have, as expected, failed to sign an historic free trade deal after a last-minute U-turn from Kiev.
On November 21st, 2013, a week before the summit in Lithuania, Yanukovych announced he wouldn't sign it. Who knows what exactly made him change his mind? But the U-turn made millions of Ukrainians realize that, so long as their government was taking orders from Moscow, they could never be truly free. To be free, they needed a revolution.
А де ж має бути? Я все життя віддав для того, щоб Україна стала державою. Чому ви обличчя свої закриваєте? Бо ми боїмося нашої влади, ми боїмося силових структур, які...
Hundreds of thousands took to the streets across Ukraine. Kyiv's Independence Square was turned into a massive protest camp, with barricades, broadcasting facilities, and stages for lectures and speeches. Events escalated further in early 2014 when Yanukovych signed draconian anti-protest laws. But that couldn't stop the protesters. Even when security forces started firing, killing almost 100 of them, they didn't stop. They wanted Yanukovych out. They soon got their wish. Yanukovych fled, and it didn't surprise anyone when he resurfaced days later in Russia. The Ukrainian parliament restored the constitution to its 2004 version. An interim government signed the EU deal. A former businessman became president. The events of February 2014 became known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity. The future of Ukraine suddenly looked bright, but Vladimir Putin wasn't about to accept defeat.
Soldiers began appearing in the southern Ukrainian province of Crimea, and they came to be known as the Little Green Men. Within a couple of weeks, the whole of Crimea was under the control of these little green men.
For weeks, Putin denied these little green men were Russian soldiers, claiming instead they were local militia who'd seized Ukrainian weapons. Eventually, he couldn't deny the obvious. They were Russian soldiers. Although Putin didn't admit it, some of the soldiers weren't fighting under the Russian flag. Some were mercenaries under the command of Yevgeny Prigozhin, a businessman known as Putin's chef because he ran a catering business which staged banquets for the Kremlin. And now those mercenaries, together with the Russian soldiers and the rest of the Little Green Men, were occupying the territory of a foreign country. Crimea had been one of the most prized possessions of the Russian Empire and Soviet Union. But in 1954, the leader of the USSR, Nikita Khrushchev, transferred control of Crimea to Ukraine, partly to commemorate the 300th anniversary of Ukraine's union with Russia. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, so as long as the Soviet Union existed, it didn't really matter too much. But of course, the Soviet Union collapsed, and suddenly Crimea belonged to a different country. That was terrible news for nationalists like Putin. To them, Crimea was part...
Oh no, what happened there? Oh, what happened there? Oh.
The 300th anniversary of Ukraine's union with Russia. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, so as long as the Soviet Union existed, it didn't really matter too much. But of course, the Soviet Union collapsed, and suddenly Crimea belonged to a different country. That was terrible news for nationalists like Putin. To them, Crimea was part of Russia. But during the 1990s and 2000s, not only was Russia too weak to try and take it back, it didn't have the right opportunity. Ukraine's Revolution of Dignity changed that. It created a power vacuum which allowed Putin to run a version of the same playbook that he'd employed in Georgia 6 years before. On March 6th, the Crimean parliament, which remember, the Little Green Men had actually occupied, voted to hold a snap referendum on independence and the prospect of joining Russia. 97% of Crimeans said they were in favor of joining Russia. It's absolutely true that there was genuine support for Russia, especially in the southern and eastern regions of Ukraine, where cultural ties to Russia were stronger. But I'll leave it up to you to decide if the vote was totally fair or not. It didn't matter. Putin had his pretext. Soldiers, this time bearing the official insignia of the Russian military, moved in. They quickly surrounded all of Ukraine's military bases in the region, and on the 18th, Putin announced the formal incorporation of Crimea into Russia. It's not like anyone was under any illusion about Vladimir Putin. But even by those standards, this was an escalation. The annexation of Crimea was the first time a European country seized territory from another European country in the 21st century. It was a shock to everyone who had kind of assumed that war in Europe was the thing of the past. From there, things moved really fast. Armed pro-Russian separatists in the provinces of Donetsk and Luhansk, an area collectively known as the Donbass, declared independence from Ukraine and the fighting began. Russia covertly provided the separatists with weapons while massing thousands of soldiers on Ukraine's eastern border. By the end of April, Ukraine had lost control of Donetsk and Luhansk to the separatists. International authorities warned commercial airlines to not fly over eastern Ukraine, but tragically, the warning came too late.
The terrible first moments after flight MH17 was shot down. Local villagers struggled to prevent the fires spreading to their crops.
The shooting down of Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 made everyone in the world realize that they had to pay attention to what was happening in the Donbass. Until then, lots of people could convince themselves that it didn't really matter. It was just fighting in a faraway place they hadn't heard of. But this was a passenger plane with casualties from 10 different countries. And when investigators learned that the plane had been shot down by pro-Russian separatists using a surface-to-air missile which they had imported from Russia, the international community was outraged. It was a very tense moment. World wars have been started over less. Thankfully, the moment passed without further escalation. All sides, Ukraine, Russia, and the two so-called People's Republics, agreed on a roadmap to ending the war in late 2019. It quickly failed, mostly because of repeated breaches by the Russian side, but that's exactly how Putin wanted it. He didn't want to end the fighting. Deep in the heart of the Kremlin, isolated from his advisors because of his paranoia about COVID-19, Vladimir Putin decided that he would finally undo the catastrophe brought about by the collapse of the Soviet Union. He would invade Ukraine and reattach it to Russia by force. Most people, at least in the West, never believed he'd do it. They thought it was an irrational move that would only serve to galvanize the West and push Ukraine toward NATO. But he did it anyway. On February 24th, 2022, after weeks of preparation, Russian troops crossed Ukraine's northern border, including from neighboring Belarus, from Donetsk and Luhansk in the east, and from the south via Crimea. CCTV footage captured some of the first moments of the invasion. It wasn't the beginning of a war. It was the escalation of one which began when those little green men started showing up in Crimea. And of course, according to Putin, it was not a war at all. It was a special military operation. No one knows how the war in Ukraine will end. But in many ways, it's already been a failure. Putin expected Ukraine and the West to collapse. Ukraine itself has been incredibly resilient, and almost a quarter of a century after the Kursk disaster, Russia has shown surprising weakness in terms of tactics and hardware. And rather than quickly seizing Ukraine, Putin has massively increased the importance of NATO and brought the West into the closest security partnership it's had for decades. Finland has joined NATO. It looks like Sweden will join soon too. And there are serious discussions underway about Ukraine joining as well. Putin's invasion has drawn clear battle lines. On one side, there's the West, a grouping which now includes Ukraine. And on the other side, there's Russia, China, and their allies. Less than 3 weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine, Putin visited Beijing. There, he signed what China called a no-limits partnership. Since the invasion began, Chinese officials have been careful to not refer to it as a war, while also repeating Putin's narrative that NATO expansion was to blame. The two countries have deepened their cooperation in several areas. China is now Russia's #1 trading partner and has propped up Russia's economy by buying their oil, natural gas, and advanced weapon systems. The two countries conduct joint military exercises on a near-monthly basis, and their generals regularly discuss how to overcome strategic threats such as U.S. nuclear modernization and missile defense. In March 2023, Xi Jinping visited Russia to see Vladimir Putin for the first time since the invasion. The two men pledged to shape a new world order and drive changes not seen in a century. It sounds like their friendship is going pretty well. In addition to changing global geopolitics, Putin's invasion has also changed Russia. As the war started to drag on and the easy victory that Putin expected didn't materialize, key Russian military leaders began grumbling. One of the loudest critics was someone I mentioned earlier, Putin's chef, Yevgeny Prigozhin. Prigozhin runs the Wagner Group, a shadowy mercenary organization that first appeared in Crimea in 2014, but since then has exerted Russian influence by proxy in places like Syria, Libya, and Mali. And since late 2022, he's been saying what everyone in the Russian army is scared to say: the war is going badly. In October, he criticized the decision to withdraw from a key city in eastern Ukraine. In February of 2023, he recorded messages on Telegram accusing Russia's most senior general and the country's defense minister of withholding ammunition and supplies from his soldiers, so of treason basically. And in early June, he said the Wagner Group wouldn't sign a contract with the defense ministry. But I think it's fair to say that no one expected the escalation that happened on June 23rd. In a half-hour video, Prigozhin directly accused the Russian military of attacking Wagner's fighters in Ukraine, while also directly contradicting all of Putin's justifications for the war, saying, The war wasn't needed to return Russian citizens to our bosom, nor to demilitarize or denazify Ukraine. The war was needed so that a bunch of animals could simply exult in glory. But this time, Prigozhin wouldn't just settle for talking. He directed his fighters to go on the offensive. Within hours, they had captured major military buildings in Rostov-on-Don, Russia's 9th largest city and a major staging point for the invasion, and an armored column was moving in the direction of Moscow. Unconfirmed reports even suggested that the Wagner group shot down several Russian military aircraft. Putin quickly mobilized troops to defend the capital and gave a speech calling the rebellion a knife in the back. Plane tracking data suggested that the presidential plane flew north out of Moscow before switching off its transponder and going dark. And then, just as quickly as the rebellion or mutiny or coup, whatever you want to call it, had started, it was over. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, said he'd struck a deal to end the conflict and provide Prigozhin with safe harbor in Belarus. As one tweet put it, the Wagner rebellion is like if a bunch of disgruntled Blackwater vets took San Diego. Except it's even worse, because then the Blackwater vets made it almost all the way to Washington, D.C. before Joe Biden cut a deal with Justin Trudeau to take in their leader, while also dropping all criminal charges.
Yep.
Was it an attempted coup? Was it just a feud between different factions?
It was a coup.
Did Prigozhin get some kind of deal in exchange for turning his soldiers around?
A bunch of people too bored.
How much will this help Ukraine?
Sitting around. It's a bunch of people too bored to sit around and do anything but try and steal money from each other, instead of go to the space and get their own planet and have endless money.
As I'm recording this, there aren't...
After a few 400, 500, 600 years, you know, you would be set up. You'd have your base built. You'd have your, you'd have your city built. Your kids and all the other kids are bred, and there's all these other kids now, and everything's Methuselah and its fucking concept, and you found a new planet with water on it. And yeah,
really any clear answer.
These guys seem to really want to fixate on people like Putin, and I just think, oh man, look at this deadbeat rob each other back here in the cave. Back here on the cave, you guys robbed each other,
But it's safe to say one thing. It's really bad news for Vladimir Putin. His former ally publicly called the war corrupt, revealed massive problems inside of Russia's military, and then seized one of the country's most important cities almost without a fight. And all Putin could do was give a speech, and then seemingly let him escape without punishment. Almost 25 years after he climbed to the top of Russian politics, maybe the world is now seeing another side of Vladimir Putin, the weak leader who's losing control. At the start of this video, I asked some questions, like who is Vladimir Putin? What does he want? And why did he invade Ukraine? Vladimir Putin is a spy, politician, nationalist, and a gangster who wants to be an emperor. He's also one of the most important people in the world. And every day since he started as a junior KGB officer, he's been on a mission to restore Russia's standing as a world power and, in the process, to weaken the West. So far, he's mostly failed. Russia is still in decline, and he can't do much about it. His invasion of Ukraine has brought the West as close as it's been for decades, and the Wagner Group's rebellion has shown that his grip on power may be more tenuous than it's ever been. But he's found an incredibly important ally, Xi Jinping. Their friendship is a big problem for everyone who cares about democracy, human rights, and a stable international system. And it might end up being the most important part of Vladimir Putin's legacy. And to better understand this dynamic, you need to watch this video about Xi Jinping.
Great guy. I really like you, John Coogan. Fuck yeah, John Coogan for the motherfucking win. Let's go see what else he's done. What else have you done? History of Xi's...
14 days. That's how long Xi Jinping was missing before he suddenly became China's leader back in 2012.
So he got 99.86% of the vote.
During this time, he canceled meetings with foreign leaders, and Chinese media refused to comment on the situation. People naturally started to speculate. Perhaps he had been replaced, or thrown in prison, or even assassinated. Government censors blocked search results for his name anywhere on the internet. And then, out of nowhere, he resurfaced. The Chinese Communist Party just acted like nothing had happened, and they appointed him general secretary. Exactly where he was during that 2-week stretch is still unknown to this day, but understanding his journey to become the most powerful man in the world is key to understanding the future of the global world order. Xi Jinping is an enigma in many ways. His entire life is shrouded in mystery. But thanks to some intrepid reporting by anonymous sources, we're starting to learn more now. We know that he grew up in an extremely tumultuous time for China. Political power was shifting quickly, and it ultimately tore his family apart. But somehow, Xi remained dedicated to the Chinese Communist Party. To understand why, we have to go back to the 1950s. Mao Zedong was the founder of the People's Republic of China and led the entire country as the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. Xi's father worked for Chairman Mao directly as Secretary for Industrial Affairs. This was a very important role, and it allowed their family to live in a part of town reserved for party officials. The neighborhood was gated and had security patrolling the entrance. The government paid for nannies and housekeepers, and the accommodations were luxurious. Xi Jinping was born in that private Beijing neighborhood in 1953. Although he wasn't directly in line for a political position, he was practically royalty. His father was critical to the founding of Chairman Mao's empire and was routinely featured in party propaganda. Mao had successfully unified China and ended the so-called century of humiliation that came before it. Decades of rebellions, civil conflicts, imperial invasions, and political upheaval had come to an end, and Xi's father was right at the heart of the new order. But even though he was a hero in the political realm, Xi's father was a strict disciplinarian at home. The children of Mao's revolutionary compatriots were called the Red Second Generation, or princelings, since they were set to inherit this new unified government. But parents were worried that these princelings would become entitled, so they enforced strict rules at home. Not much is known about Xi's mother. She's still alive today at over 90 years old, and Xi keeps a picture of her on his desk, but reports show that she's kept a low profile on purpose. Xi didn't spend much time with his parents growing up because he went to an exclusive boarding school, but his time living a fancy life as part of the political elite wouldn't last long. Mao Zedong was working to abolish private ownership of farmland and build up Chinese industrial capacity, but it wasn't going well. This so-called Great Leap Forward led to mass starvation, and even Xi's fancy boarding school couldn't get enough food to feed the students. Dictators like Chairman Mao put loyalty above all else. It didn't matter if people were dying left and right, as long as they could still rule with an iron fist. Anyone who questioned Mao's plan was swiftly dealt with, and Xi's father was no exception.
Hey, Dave, what's up?
His father had written a novel about the Chinese Civil War.
Hey, Dave, how you doing? I just got off Starfield. I'm so sorry. I've been playing Starfield for, like, I don't know, for 4 hours or something, so I took a break, and I'm just doing some Final Fantasy 11 and some Capes of Code, but, yeah, I'll get on Starfield here in just a little bit. Oh, you're fine. You're good, Dave. People come, people go.
And in the process,
I like it when you're here.
Critical of Mao's leadership. So in 1962, he was removed from government and put on house arrest. Mao had to be sure that Xi's father would never question his authority again, so he sent him to a labor camp to live out his days in poverty. This was just the start of a broader consolidation of political power, though. The late 1960s brought the Cultural Revolution, and with it, broad attacks on anyone who questioned China's new socialist doctrine. Teachers were shamed for allowing free thought. People were beaten, tortured, and even killed. Even though Xi Jinping was still just a boy, he was brutally punished for his father's sins. Mao loyalists brought Xi to a courtyard in Beijing to shame him. The crowd chanted slogans about how dishonorable he had been, and even forced his mother to participate in the public denunciation. These Mao loyalists were called Red Guards, and they would stop at nothing to enforce compliance with the new political regime. They broke into Xi's boarding school and dragged the teachers into the street. They even built makeshift prisons to lock people up. It was a horrible time for the country, and Xi's family was suffering. His older half-sister took her own life because of the stress it caused her, and in later accounts, Xi has said that he thought he might die too. At age 14, Xi was locked in a detention center and left to starve. One night, he managed to run away and make it home to his mom to ask for some food, but the risk of getting caught was simply too high, so his own mother had to turn him into the authorities. This kind of chaos was unsustainable, even under Chairman Mao's authoritarian rule.
I know.
So something
I've been there. I've been there before. This kind of chaos was untenable. I've been there. Yeah. fucking crazy drunk crackhead, fucking methed out fucking person on the fucking streets with no money, no prospects, no hope, no job, nothing but a video game addiction to go home to at night.
Had to be done. The solution.
I've been there. Solution for me was leave. Just like, I mean, I just left all of that. I mean, I left all of the negativity, and I just pretty much started fighting every problem that I had, and just, acting like it was the apocalypse, because it kind of felt like it.
The solution was to send young people.
I tried to get rich pretty quick. I'm talking quick. Like, I got up to about $3,000 a day at the top of it, and I was really trying to get rich pretty quick. I figured after a year I'd have enough money to live for a while.
Out of the cities
and just
into
leave. Just leave. I had no intention of staying there. I was like, oh man, it'd be nice to have like $100,000 and just go see if I can like bum around Europe or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
To learn the virtues of hard labor from ordinary peasants. C was only 15 when he was sent to a tiny village to start working. But surprisingly,
so this is
he
canceled. Why? Oh right, I didn't pull out these.
It was an opportunity for personal growth and a chance to become a stronger man. Survival in Beijing had become increasingly difficult, so C was excited for a new beginning, even if it meant leaving his family behind. But his time on the farm was far from his expectations. He was forced to live in a cave with very little to eat, and the locals didn't even like him. He started smoking cigarettes just so that he could take more breaks from the hard work. After only a few months, he couldn't take it anymore, so he escaped and headed back to Beijing. His plan was half-baked though, and he was arrested almost immediately and forced to build sewers throughout the city. 1 year later, he decided to give the countryside another shot. So he headed back to the farm and eventually was able to have an impact on the village. He put his education to use and helped build wells, dams, and new roads. At age 22, he was finally ready to depart, for good this time.
From New York, this is ABC News. Good evening. Mao Zedong, the most powerful influence on China since Confucius, has died at the age of 82.
This was a really critical turning point for China. Chairman Mao died in 1976, bringing the Cultural Revolution to an end. Finally, the mark on Xi's family could be lifted and everyone could reunite. The young princelings were back in the political elite, so most of them started celebrating. They drank and partied, but not Xi Jinping. You would think that after watching Mao's Cultural Revolution destroy his entire childhood, Xi would reject the Communist Party, but he did the exact opposite. Xi never wanted to be in that position again, so he started working to gain political power. He had seen firsthand the helplessness of political outsiders, and so he had to double down on the Communist Party. The CCP still had complete control over China, but it was the leader of the party who had the real power. Xi Jinping would need to climb the ranks and reach the top to fulfill his mission. In 1975, he managed to earn admission to a university to go study chemical engineering. The Chinese academic system had been gutted during the Cultural Revolution, and nearly every class had been restructured to teach the writings of Mao Zedong. Getting into a good university was no longer about getting good grades and passing the entrance exams. The name of the game was getting a strong recommendation from a local party leader. Even though the classes were more focused on Marxist theory than solving true engineering problems, the degree was enough to let Xi qualify for political positions. So he called up his father, who was no longer a political exile, and asked for some help. His father was able to get him a job with a military official as a secretary. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly just managing schedules, taking notes in meetings, and helping with speeches, but it allowed him to form relationships with senior army officials. Because of the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, Xi's boss didn't want him to write anything down that could be used against him in the future. So Xi would have to take notes and then run to the bathroom to memorize everything before burning the paper he had just written on. Xi was learning about the complicated power dynamics in China. The army officials he was working with were the People's Liberation Army, or PLA. These soldiers don't serve China broadly. Instead, they report directly to the Chinese Communist Party. Their job is first and foremost to keep the communists in charge and prevent any attempt at a coup. If Xi wanted to one day run the Chinese Communist Party, he would have to cozy up to the PLA. In hindsight, working in this lowly position was incredibly valuable because it gave him military credentials. But just as he was starting to make progress, he decided to completely change trajectories. He again returned to the poor rural Chinese countryside to integrate with the average worker, this time as deputy party secretary. It was a tough job, far away from the comforts of a city life, but it was a critical function for the Communist Party. The communist regime needed the support of average peasants, so sending officials out to promote the party line was a win-win. Spread the message of communism while identifying future party leaders. Xi Jinping had positioned himself perfectly to join the ranks of the next generation of Communist Party leadership. This was a critical moment, as the Communist Party was going through a major strategic shift. The famines caused by the Great Leap Forward and the violence caused by the Cultural Revolution had eroded confidence in the Communist Party, and they needed a new direction, so they decided to dial things back a bit. Instead of extreme socialism with complete collective control of all industry, the free market would need to start playing a role. It would be socialism with Chinese characteristics, and it ultimately led to massive economic growth.
Good morning. Well, history is about to be made on the South Lawn of the White House, where President Carter will officially greet Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping, the first Chinese communist official to make a state visit to the United States.
There was a new leader now. His name was Deng Xiaoping, and he was so dedicated to reforming China that he even visited America personally to build a relationship between the two countries. International trade would come to define the Chinese growth story over the next decades, but this transformation wouldn't happen overnight. Xi Jinping was looking for a new job, and a unique opportunity popped up in Fujian province. This mountainous region on China's southern coast had been a major international trading hub until Mao Zedong closed off China to the world. Fujian had become one of China's poorest provinces, but that was an opportunity for Xi. He spent 17 years there working his way up in the local government and keeping a low profile. Even though Xi was making solid progress, sticking his neck out too much could be risky, so he rarely spoke publicly. Part of the reason he was so careful about flying under the radar was the rampant corruption that plagued China at the time. Every major city had their fair share of wheeler-dealer types that were constantly making backroom deals to keep imports and exports flowing. One of the most prominent bosses was a man named Lai Cheng-sing, and he was operating right in Xi Jinping's backyard. For years, Lai had been running a massive smuggling business in Fujian, and in the process, avoided paying billions of dollars in taxes. Lai had focused on one of the ports in Fujian province right across from Taiwan. His smuggling empire had illegally imported billions of dollars worth of cigarettes, cars, and oil, all directly under the noses of local officials. Much like Xi Jinping, Lai Cheng-sing had spent years as a ditch digger, living an impoverished lifestyle. But once China started opening up to foreign trade, he saw an opportunity. Lai was barely literate, but he was a master of building connections and manipulating people. He realized early on that the biggest winners during the next economic boom wouldn't necessarily be the smartest or most educated people, but instead, the people who were able to control government officials. So Lai started growing his network and reinvesting all of his profits into bribes. Whenever times were tough, he was quick to help the police, army, or other government workers with whatever they needed to get done. The strategy worked, and after a few years, Lai controlled the entire port system. He was so connected that he could drive right into the Chinese capital without getting stopped by the guards. He even built a new airport to speed up trade and was responsible for 1/6 of all Chinese oil imports. Lai was becoming a local hero because even though he was breaking the law, he had so many people on his payroll that everyone still loved him. He was basically the Pablo Escobar of China in the 1990s. And just like Escobar, he bought a local soccer team to further cement his name in history. For his most important assets, he built a pleasure palace where absolutely everything was free. Lavish dinners, endless gambling, even prostitution. Anything was possible at Lai's headquarters, and it kept everyone looking the other way on his corrupt practices. Eventually, Lai's fraudulent empire became too big to ignore, so the Chinese government cracked down. They sent investigators to arrest him, but he was tipped off by his local contacts and escaped the country. He sailed to Hong Kong on a boat and then flew to Canada. The corruption scandal resulted in over 150 of his associates getting arrested, and some of them wound up getting the death penalty. Lai claimed that he had done nothing wrong, and the Chinese government was going after him purely for political reasons. He requested political asylum in Canada, but was eventually sent back to China after spending 12 years fighting his case.
6%
he was arrested
PDT.
as soon as he landed
Jesus.
and quickly sentenced to life in
What would
prison.
you even need
Even though
that
the Chinese
for?
government made an example of Lai, he
His
clearly wasn't the
daggers
only one
look
doing this type of
really
thing at that
fucking
time.
cool.
Corruption was rampant, and nearly every major government official was assumed to be involved in either bribery, tax evasion, or some other abuse of power. The question is what Xi Jinping's role was in all of this. After all, he was a senior party official in Fujian at the time, and it's hard to imagine that he wasn't aware of what was happening. Well, even if Xi turned a blind eye to corruption in Fujian, it didn't hurt his political career. Because he was born a princeling, he already had plenty of connections and likely didn't need to get involved directly with Li's empire. That put him in the perfect position to clean up the scandal.
To look for
so Beijing
swords.
officials tapped him to put an end to corruption once and for all. The official history of Xi Jinping doesn't mention any ties to corrupt business practices. China clearly doesn't want to tarnish their leader's image. But in 2012, Bloomberg News reported that Xi's family owned hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate and other business assets. And a Chinese billionaire told the New York Times that he had helped the Xi family dump some assets. But this billionaire quickly disappeared from a Hong Kong hotel and then was sentenced to 13 years in prison for bribery and corruption. Xi's wealth remains shrouded in mystery to this day. After all, he might really believe in communism to such an extent that he never crosses the line. But still, many questions remain. One of Xi's predecessors, Deng Xiaoping, had a famous saying, "Hide your strength and bide your time." It appears that Xi Jinping had taken this to heart. He had always prized power over wealth and had seemingly unending patience. He never overestimated his power, and he never stuck his neck out desperately grasping for more. It served him well because in 2002, Hu Jintao became general secretary and opened up a wave of new opportunities. Xi Jinping had spent 17 years in Fujian, but now it was time to travel north, to Zhejiang. It didn't matter that businessmen were getting rich through corrupt business practices. Xi had his eye on real power, political power, and positioning himself as the anti-corruption leader who the Communist Party could count on was the perfect move. In 2006, Hu Jintao was consolidating power, and that meant getting rid of the current leader in Shanghai. Whenever Chinese leaders remove their challengers, they almost always claim that they're fighting corruption.
As the ruling party, the greatest threat we face is corruption.
This strategy works great, since nearly everyone is involved in corruption at some level. Xi Jinping was the logical choice to take over in Shanghai, since he had publicly steered clear of corruption and helped clean up the Lai Cheng-sing scandal in Fujian. Most importantly, though, Xi was also a political independent. His loyalty and patience was finally being rewarded. Every 5 years, the Chinese government held a party congress. This event would decide who ran the country, as well as who was next in line. The 17th Party Congress was a particularly important turning point for Xi Jinping. As the party's leader, Hu Jintao, walked on stage, he was followed by members of his Politburo. These were the men who were next in line for the top job, and Xi Jinping was ahead of his main rival. He was basically on track to serve as vice president and eventually lead all of China. Only one question remained. Could Xi continue to keep a low profile and stay away from scandals? China had struggled under Hu Jintao and was eager to find a stronger leader to take the party forward. Even though Xi Jinping had styled himself as a reserved and diligent servant to the party, he was quietly planning to adopt a much more aggressive stance. Most of the world was still unaware of Xi Jinping in the early 2000s, but in 2008, China would host the Olympics in Beijing, and Xi would preside over the games. It was a time of great optimism. The Chinese Olympics had been hailed as a turning point in China's development. The hope was that the country would become more open, more democratic, and more free. But even though China had welcomed visitors to the massive stadium in Beijing, they also had ramped up military operations and security measures to suppress local protests. Xi Jinping had a major problem on his hands. It was a problem faced by all authoritarian governments who stay in power for decades. The population must be kept in check at all times. In a democracy, disgruntled citizens have an outlet for their frustrations. If enough people are unhappy with the current leadership, they can vote in a new government. The Chinese Communist Party didn't want to give up control under any circumstances, so managing dissent was critical.
Either this is the first Arab revolution of the 21st century.
Mubarak deposed. Egypt's 18-day revolution.
His a theater of the absurd, a murderous clown.
In 2011, Joe Biden flew to China to meet with Xi Jinping. They were both serving as vice presidents at the time and were grappling with the global political issues of the day. The Arab Spring had caused massive upheaval in countries like Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Yemen. Anti-authoritarian protests had spiraled into violent confrontations and calls for new governments. Xi was clearly worried that something similar could happen in China. After all, the same government corruption that had forced Middle Eastern citizens onto the streets was rampant in China. Government officials had taken bribes and cut corners while construction companies were building schools. These shoddy structures had collapsed during a major earthquake and killed tens of thousands. A Chinese infant formula company had paid off regulators and covered up a tainted batch, which caused thousands of children to develop learning disabilities. And across the country, corrupt government officials had stolen land from local farmers and sold it off to the highest bidder, all while pocketing the profits. This was just how things got done in China at the time. Even the smallest interactions with the government, like getting an ID card, would require a bribe. Sometimes it was just a few packs of cigarettes, but often party officials would take everything they could. This had been boiling over into a major protest movement. It was extremely risky for citizens to take to the streets, but they had no options left. There was just no way for an honest person to make it in China. You either had to start a business and bribe the government to get ahead, or work for the party and extort the locals. Xi Jinping knew that China was uniquely vulnerable. He couldn't let the revolutionary ideas of the Arab Spring spread to the Chinese populace. Fortunately for Xi, in addition to being the vice president, he was also serving as the first secretary of the Secretariat. It's a bit of an opaque title, but it gave him much more power and a unique insight into the day-to-day operations of the party's bureaucracy. This role allowed him to learn the inner workings of the party and understand how to actually get things done efficiently. But while Xi was grinding through the bureaucracy and keeping his head down, another man had his sights on becoming China's top dog. His name was Bo Xulai, and he had a very similar upbringing to Xi Jinping. They're both roughly the same age, and they both come from prominent political families. But Bo Xulai wasn't interested in keeping a low profile. He wanted power, and everyone knew it. Bo Xulai was more like a Western politician than others who had come before him. He loved the spotlight, and he had a great sense of humor. He also pushed lots of populist policies and tried to appeal to the largest audience possible. Like Xi, Bo saw that getting tough on corruption was the quickest path to power, but he was too gung-ho about it. His fellow party members could see through his rhetoric and knew that he was arrogant and overly ambitious. Back in 2007, Bo Xulai was serving the party in Chongqing. The city was absolutely massive, but with this scale came tons of problems. Pollution was getting worse every day, and organized crime was running the city. Bo's mission was simple: clean up the city and use that as a platform to gain political power. So he teamed up with a grizzled police chief named Wang Lijun. Together, they purged criminal organizations from the city, and for a time were hailed as saviors. But that wouldn't last. Bo was engaging in his own corruption and feared that he would be caught, so he fled to the American consulate. Over time, the truth surfaced. Not only had Bo been corrupt, but his wife had killed an American businessman by poisoning him. Bo was stripped of his government title, and his wife was found guilty of murder. All of a sudden, one of China's most promising leaders had been unmasked as a corrupt fraud. It was a massive setback for a government that had been trying to prove that scandals were limited to lower-ranking officials. Even the top party leadership was capable of horrific actions, which would undermine trust in the system. So there were two possible paths forward: give more power to the people, or completely centralize control. Unsurprisingly, the party decided that they needed an even stronger leader, someone who could root out corruption once and for all. It's unclear what role Xi Jinping played in all of this, but the end result was certainly to his benefit, since Bo Xulai was his primary challenger for control. This is one of the leading theories for what happened during the 14 days Xi Jinping was missing in 2012. No one knows for sure, but shortly after Xi's disappearance, Bo Xulai was removed from power and charged with corruption. By November, the party had consolidated around Xi and sworn him in as general secretary. Bo Xulai would wind up getting sentenced to life in prison. Xi had successfully consolidated power within the Chinese Communist Party, but this was really just the start. After all, no one wants to be at the helm of a dying party and quickly get overthrown by a populist revolution. Control over the Chinese population would be a new challenge entirely, and Xi Jinping would look to history to inform his strategy. So now we gotta talk about Tiananmen Square.
A brutal massacre of Chinese students and other protesters by the Chinese army. The death count goes on tonight. It may go as high as 1,000 or more, and the fighting is not yet over.
In the late 1980s, China was changing. Calls for democracy were getting louder and louder each day, and the party could no longer ignore them. There was a real risk that the Chinese Communist Party could fall if something wasn't done. Protesters had gathered in Tiananmen Square to demand democracy and an end to the relentless political corruption. Citizens were closer than ever to grasping freedom, so the Chinese leadership had to take drastic measures. It wasn't just average citizens who were calling for change. Several party officials were also sympathetic to the protesters. So Deng Xiaoping sent the army to Tiananmen Square and locked up the most prominent official who had been supporting the protest. We still don't know the official death toll, but it's likely in the thousands. Photos and videos from that incident are heavily censored.
Look, lots of money.
The protests
oh
weren't
yeah,
confined to Beijing, though.
lots
They
of
had parties
money.
spread across the country.
Lots of
Even though Xi Jinping
money.
was thousands of miles away in southern China at the time, the official party history states that he remained
Oh
loyal
yeah,
to the party
70.
and blocked local students from protesting. Having lived through the chaotic Cultural Revolution, Xi believed that democracy would lead to more violence, not less, and dedicated himself to consolidating authoritarian control. But although the Chinese Communist Party had managed to stay afloat in 1989, the Soviet Union wasn't so lucky. Mikhail Gorbachev was celebrated in the West for bringing an end to the Cold War, but Xi Jinping saw the fall of the Soviet Union as a massive failure. After all, the original Chinese Communist Revolution was heavily inspired by the Russian Revolution, so watching a similar system collapse was terrifying. The Chinese Communist Party is haunted by the fall of the Soviet Union to this day and has become completely obsessed with avoiding a similar fate. So why did the Soviet Union fall? And what exactly would Xi Jinping's survival plan look like? Well, in Xi's mind, China would need to do two main things differently. First, they would need to double down on indoctrination. Everyone had to understand the history of the Communist Party, or at least a positive version of the history that would lead everyone to fall in line. There could be no room for ideological exploration. Second, the regime should be prepared to use violence to stop revolutions. This is why the People's Liberation Army is so important to the CCP. They report directly to the party and can quell uprisings before they gain steam. In Xi's mind, Gorbachev allowed the Soviet Union to fall because he didn't have the tools to reassert power. The communist ideology is built upon the idea of equality, but as corruption spreads, that concept breaks down and people lose faith. As soon as Xi took power, he promised to go after both the tigers and the flies in his first public speech. That meant rooting out powerful but corrupt tigers high up in government, as well as the petulant flies engaging in low-level bribery. He didn't just lead the charge himself, though. He wanted to create a culture that had a zero-tolerance policy toward political corruption. This led to an 8-point code to govern political behavior. No longer would officials be allowed to accept expensive gifts, fancy cars, or even free dinners. Then Xi made a point to publicize the trial of Bo Xulai. The judge quickly ruled guilty on all counts and handed down a lifetime sentence. This was an important message to send to any would-be challengers. It didn't matter how high up you were in the government, no one was immune to anti-corruption investigations. The purge reached the highest ranks of the Communist Party, people who were normally able to operate with impunity. Members of the Politburo Standing Committee were arrested and charged with abuse of power. High-profile citizens were forced to turn over billions of dollars in assets, and high-ranking military officials were quickly stripped of their ranks. Every time Xi would remove someone for corruption, he would replace them with one of his own people. He understood at a deep level from his time in government how the system worked, so no stone could be left unturned. And although his campaign was ruthless, it was hugely popular with average Chinese citizens. There really was a ton of corruption all throughout China, and nothing could get done without paying bribes. By the time he was done, Xi had identified more than 4 million corrupt people throughout China. This led to a huge improvement in lifestyle for the average worker. Peasants wouldn't need to bribe officials anymore to get basic assistance from the government. But this created a new problem. The wealthy Chinese elite started to hate Xi Jinping. He had taken so much from them. Before, they could relax and enjoy a steady stream of profits from their unscrupulous business practices. But now those cash flows had dried up, and no one was safe from investigation. He had to get these people to fall in line. It wasn't enough to keep the peasants happy and let the elites plan a response. Everyone had to recognize the new leadership. The solution was to codify a new version of the communist doctrine into the party constitution. The vision comes directly from Xi Jinping and is referred to as socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. The party now uses a mobile app to ensure that everyone is studying the principles important to the party. The app quizzes people on Xi Jinping thought on a daily basis and is required for party members, university professors, and students.
Goldsmithing
In order
6.
to build out this ideological content pipeline, Xi Jinping needed support. He found his answer in a Chinese scholar named Wang Huning. While China had been turning over massive swaths of the political elite, Wang Huning had somehow managed to remain in his position. He'd served in the government since 1995 and remained committed to the Communist Party. Because Xi Jinping had such a tumultuous childhood, he was never able to develop a strong grasp of political theory or Western philosophy. Wang Huning was able to fill that gap and develop a set of Chinese policies to usher in a new era. Wang Huning had written a book called America Against America, in which he argued that the United States was going to tear itself apart because citizens were granted individual freedoms. This was exactly what Xi Jinping wanted to avoid, so rolling out a comprehensive indoctrination campaign was the next logical step. Political slogans became a cornerstone of this new ideology project. The Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese Dream, Common Prosperity. Each of these served to solidify the new party vision in the minds of the populace. But unlike in America, where you can choose between Barack Obama's Yes We Can and Donald Trump's Make America Great Again, in China, there was only one option. Non-compliance would be met with swift punishment. The apparatus that Xi had created to fight corruption could now be used as he saw fit, and it wasn't long before he started using it to punish challengers. Even though plenty of corrupt officials had been removed from their positions, many poor villagers were still left empty-handed. Farmlands had been sold off to the highest bidder, and local citizens had no way to reclaim what had been stolen. As protests started to build again, Xi Jinping turned his anti-corruption campaign on the protesters and arrested a local leader on charges of bribery. Corruption was bad, but political dissent was worse. Absolute control was all that mattered. But dragging people out of their homes in the middle of the night is still a last resort. Xi Jinping realized that if he could control the flow of information and shape how people thought, he might never need to send in the troops again. So he set up a massive censorship operation. Every message sent over the Chinese internet would need to be scanned, first by algorithms to flag sensitive words, then by humans to review in more detail. It was exhausting work, but the Chinese government had plenty of resources to throw at the problem. They literally employ millions of people now just to censor internet content. And as more and more Chinese citizens gain internet access, the task has only grown in scope. The banned word list is constantly changing and has to include lots of seemingly bland words that could be used to covertly signal dissent. When the internet started really growing in the 1990s, controlling the flow of information seemed like an impossible task. President Bill Clinton even described internet censorship as sort of like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. But to the Chinese Communist Party, it didn't matter how difficult it was. Free speech and the open internet was a direct threat to authoritarianism. Lots of independent observers had argued that the internet had played a key role in the Arab Spring. Protesters had coordinated on social media sites, and that couldn't be allowed to happen in China. The first stress test of the censorship apparatus came in July of 2011, when 2 high-speed trains crashed. 40 people died, and everyday citizens turned to social media to ask questions about how this could possibly be allowed to happen. But government censors worked tirelessly to shut down the conversation. 120 people spent 3 full days deleting posts about the accident, and the trains were quickly buried in dirt right where the accident happened. Xi Jinping was gaining more and more control over the internet, and he wanted to make it clear to every party official that censorship was a top priority. A secret memo known as Document Number 9 outlined how the new regime would reject the rule of law and the West's idea of journalism. The crackdown expanded to famous newspapers, popular bloggers, even actors and lawyers started to disappear from the internet. Anyone who felt comfortable criticizing the government and had a decent following needed to be controlled. The goal was to get everyone to fall in line with the ideological goals of the Chinese Communist Party, specifically around the idea of national rejuvenation. This refers to Xi Jinping's goal of Chinese supremacy. Everyone in the country needs to be working to improve China directly, and that means following strict social norms. Women should get married and have babies. Men should be strong and stop playing video games. Anything that violates the idea of traditional family values is censored, and so is talking about Xi Jinping directly. A student was actually sent to jail for 6 months just for posting a picture of Winnie the Pooh. And this line is extremely blurry. There isn't a law written down somewhere about how to speak about government leaders. You can just be punished for saying anything Xi doesn't like personally. People are constantly finding ways around specific bans, but the censors are always just one step behind. It's a constant cat and mouse game, and it's made understanding what's really going on in China extremely difficult. Some analysts say that despite all of this, Xi Jinping is actually very popular. And that's not as crazy as it sounds. China's economy has been growing rapidly for years now, and the average living standard of Chinese citizens is on the rise. If the alternative is chaos and corruption, censorship might seem acceptable to many people. The Chinese censorship machine isn't stagnating though. It's actually growing in scope every single day. Over half of the world's CCTV cameras are sold in China. Those cameras are all connected to the Chinese surveillance system. Citizens can be tracked both on and offline now, but the amount of data required to do this is overwhelming. If China had human monitors doing all of this work, there would be no one left to grow crops, make clothing, or assemble iPhones, so they have to employ technology. Artificial intelligence is the only way to scan every text message, image, and video uploaded to the internet. So that's where China is investing most heavily. In 2018, Xi Jinping faced a problem. The constitution had a 2-term limit on leadership, so he would have to step down in 2022. So he changed the constitution to allow him to rule for life. A big change to the structure of the government like that would normally be met with heated debate online. But the censors made sure that only positive comments survived online for more than a few seconds. The censorship was so all-encompassing that you couldn't even search for the term disagree. Support for Xi Jinping was the only acceptable opinion. The censorship also extends to areas you would think would align with the Chinese Communist Party's interests. Topics like socialism, trade unions, and workers' movements are all banned. That's because even though the government markets itself as communist, what they really care about is complete authoritarian control. They can't allow smaller groups to organize and start making demands, because that could undermine their power. Even though Marxism lies at the core of Xi Jinping thought, discussion of the topic is tightly controlled. Ideas that seemingly align with the goals of the Chinese Communist Party can only be disseminated through propaganda. Individuals who spread messages of workers' rights are quickly silenced. This practice was made evident during a workers' protest in 2018. No journalists were allowed to report on what was going on independently. Xi Jinping declared that the media must pledge absolute loyalty to the Communist Party and only print stories directly from China's state news agency. When questioned about his absolute control of the media, Xi and his fellow party members have pointed out that American media is politically biased as well. They argue that this is merely the status quo. But even though Fox News may lean right and MSNBC may lean left, at least America has opposing viewpoints. In China, there's no room for a difference of opinion. During that 2018 protest, students started coming out in support of the workers. After they were censored on social media, they were raided by the police and subjected to constant surveillance. Even after being released, these students were assigned government jobs, forced to live in specific dormitories, and even required to wear tracking devices. This is the heart of Xi Jinping's China. A government that claims to serve the peasants and workers clearly doesn't care about individual rights or freedoms. All the talk about the plight of the worker is merely propaganda. The real goal of the CCP is maintaining social stability and their own power. Xi Jinping will do anything to maintain control. He's imprisoned hundreds of journalists, shut down human rights lawyers, and repressed religious groups. Everyone thought it would be impossible to build such an all-encompassing surveillance state in the internet era, but Xi accomplished it by gradually ramping up restrictions over time. The watchful eye of the Communist Party reaches every corner of China, but nowhere is it more ever present than in the rural province of Xinjiang.
The Uyghurs. They're a mostly Muslim ethnic minority.
Carcerat has dismissed as fake news, currently detained in the...
Xinjiang is the home of the Uyghur Muslims, a small minority who speak a language that's actually closer to Turkish than Mandarin Chinese. There are roughly 12 million Uyghur Muslims living there, and for decades, the Communist Party has been pushing them harder and harder to assimilate. Xi Jinping has a metaphor that he likes to use to describe his grand vision of Chinese unification. He says that all ethnic groups should be like the seeds of a pomegranate, bound tightly together inside one Chinese nation. Sounds reasonable in theory, but this strategy has led to brutalities I can't even mention here on YouTube. So let's focus on the technology side of how Xi Jinping controls the Uyghurs. It all starts with propaganda. Historically, Xinjiang has been a bit of a battleground state. It wasn't until 1949 that the Communist Party took power and got full control of the territory. Once they did, they immediately started incentivizing Han Chinese to move into the region to help prevent any calls for independence. But that's a story you won't hear on TV in Xinjiang. Chinese propaganda is constantly playing and tells a different story, one of Uyghur slaves that were liberated by the Chinese Communist Party. As attention shifted from televisions to smartphones, so has the focus on the surveillance state. WeChat is the primary communication tool throughout China, and it's also the primary method of control. It's more than just a chat app. People get their news there, they pay for things with the app, they can even trade stocks. But the CCP has full visibility into what goes on inside the app. And they use that information to target anyone that they think might be interested in undermining the current regime, or even just promoting the Uyghur culture as a unique identity. In one particularly horrific case, the party targeted a linguist who had returned to Xinjiang after studying abroad to teach the Uyghur language to locals. They tossed him in an unmarked car, threw a black bag over his head, and took him to a detention facility. He had been accused of being a CIA spy, sent by America to encourage revolution. They also claimed that he had misreported financials of a related company. Really anything to cover up the truth. He was being silenced just for continuing to spread the Uyghur language and culture. He was humiliated and tortured before getting sentenced to years in prison for his alleged crimes. And since then, more than 1 million Uyghurs have been sent through these detention centers. It wasn't always this way. Before Xi came to power, the Uyghurs thought he might actually usher in a new era of peace. After all, his father had been particularly soft on China's ethnic minority groups, but Xi had a different plan: social stability at any cost. These brutal strategies have a hidden cost, though. The goal of all this oppression is to reduce the amount of unrest in Xinjiang, but the primary cause of unrest in Xinjiang is all the oppression. The end result is an extremely unstable cycle of violence and human rights abuses. Xi Jinping would argue that his actions are limited in scope and ultimately outweighed by the benefits of social stability. After all, economic growth has been high in Xinjiang, so in his mind, the policies are working. Even though the oppression in Xinjiang has its roots in religious and cultural conflict, economic factors are becoming more and more important. Globalization has led to many American companies having close ties to China. Apple needs China to make iPhones. Big financial firms need Chinese investors. And even the NBA needs China to help expand their viewership. It's led to a situation where a huge swath of Americans can't speak openly about China without fear of consequences. This kind of international influence is unprecedented in history, and it's becoming a massive source of strength for Xi Jinping. American celebrities are afraid of criticizing him. They know it will hurt their professional prospects, so they stay silent. The sheer scale of Xi Jinping's influence is hard to wrap your head around. It's really not an exaggeration to call him the most powerful man in the world. After all, he has absolute control over the Chinese Communist Party, which has nearly 100 million members. And the CCP has absolute control over China's entire population of 1.4 billion people. There are no checks and balances in China. Xi doesn't have to get approval from senators to make new laws, and his decisions can't be challenged by independent courts. Remember when Nancy Pelosi caused a big stir by visiting Taiwan? The trip was viewed by the international community as a sign that America would support Taiwan in a future conflict. And Xi Jinping didn't like the sound of that. He actually called Joe Biden directly and warned that the visit would escalate tensions. Think about that for a second. Xi Jinping basically called the President of the United States and told him to stop the Speaker of the House from visiting Taiwan. It's an outrageous demand, but perhaps most importantly, it reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of how the American government works. Nancy Pelosi doesn't work for Joe Biden. The legislative and executive branches of the US government are separate entities. Biden really can't tell representatives what to do. He just doesn't have the authority. But Xi Jinping does have that kind of absolute authority. He answers to no one and has no limits on his power. But why is Taiwan so important to Xi Jinping? It's a complicated question, but one worth understanding because it drives so much of his thinking. The history of Taiwan has always been tumultuous. The island nation has an indigenous population that has lived there for thousands of years. But they haven't lived in isolation for centuries. Han Chinese started arriving in the 13th century, with Dutch, Portuguese, and Spanish explorers arriving in the 17th century. In 1895, Japan took control of the island after the First Sino-Japanese War and held onto it for 50 years. But in 1949, millions of Chinese fled the mainland after the Communist Party took control. They lived in exile and slowly developed Taiwan into the democratic and self-governing country we see today. Xi Jinping argues that Taiwan is rightfully part of China and needs to be reunited with the mainland, but his claims are fairly arbitrary. Taiwan was independent, then it wasn't, and now it's independent again, arguing that we have to go back to how things were in the 1800s and strip Taiwan of its independence has no logical basis. You could just as easily say we need to go back to the year 1200 and leave Taiwan independent. Xi Jinping is not a rational actor, though. He's acting ideologically. He needs to focus on making the world safe for dictatorships, and Taiwan's independent democracy is a major threat. Fundamentally, Xi Jinping believes in Marxist-Leninism at a very deep level. His mother taught at the leading Marxist academy, and his educational career was focused on the subject. One of the key ideas in Marxism is controlling the means of production. Industrial policy is a huge part of that. Xi Jinping can't create a flourishing Marxist China if they have no control over the production of advanced technologies. So that's the real reason why Taiwan is so important. The real question is, why hasn't Xi already invaded Taiwan? He has the power he needs to launch an invasion, and the military has been planning and preparing for years. Well, Taiwan is not an easy target, even though it's much smaller than mainland China. Conditions in the Taiwan Strait are treacherous, the beaches are heavily fortified, and the Taiwanese military has built up ground defenses for years. Joe Biden has also continually made statements that America will defend Taiwan from unprovoked invasions. So for now, Xi is biding his time, building up his military and waiting until there's an opportune moment. But he's also had other problems to deal with for the last 2 years. COVID has presented new challenges and, unexpectedly, new opportunities for Xi Jinping. When the virus first broke out in Wuhan, Xi tried to sweep it under the rug. His internet censors blocked any mention of the virus, and even doctors with first-hand experience were silenced. This policy backfired, though, and it quickly became clear that the virus was going to spread across the globe. So Xi pivoted from a strategy of ignoring the threat of COVID to one of maximum fear. He locked down entire cities, restricted travel, and ramped up the surveillance state. Fear of the virus was enough of an excuse to start tracking every single citizen's physical location at all times. It was an entirely new level of control, but it was working. Xi had been building his surveillance system slowly over time, but COVID provided a breakthrough. Now, anyone could be tracked, ostensibly to reduce COVID infections, but it's impossible to ignore how this further empowers the police state. As draconian as the zero COVID policy was, it did work, at least for a few years. The lockdowns prevented the virus from spreading, but unemployment was on the rise and the economic toll began to climb. During the Shanghai lockdowns, the local economy shrunk 14%, and more young people were out of work. It's important to understand what Xi Jinping was thinking around this time. It was clear that lockdowns hurt economic growth, but this actually wasn't that big of a problem. China had been growing rapidly for decades, and so the population was quite happy with how things were going generally. Yes, obviously, these
never mind, I
lockdowns were a
can.
setback, but average citizens were still looking at the general upward trend and willing to sacrifice for the greater good. There were other factors to consider as well. Compared to the West, China doesn't have the same level of hospital infrastructure. They never approved mRNA vaccines, and they never developed a base level of natural immunity. Xi Jinping had plenty of good reasons to enforce lockdowns, but those might have just been cover to allow him to further consolidate power. After all, in October of 2022, China held the 20th National Party Congress. All eyes were on Xi Jinping, who should have stepped down if he was following the typical succession plan that Chinese leaders had been adhering to for the past few decades.
Cool.
But that's not what happened. Xi had successfully dispatched every political opponent, cemented his hold on the Communist Party, and guaranteed that he could rule indefinitely. It wasn't entirely unexpected, but many Chinese citizens took issue with this aggressive decision. Exact statistics about Xi Jinping's popularity are hard to come by for obvious reasons.
Good, but now, okay, so it appears that did fix my
This is because people are simply posting n equals 3 or n.
I love this game, Caves of Cud. Let me tell you what happened to me. It's kind of trippy. So I got past it. I decided I didn't want to do the campaign. I just wanted to go do the battles. And so I went out fighting for a long time, and I just went to the east. And you can see this reflected here. I want to go to the world map for just a second, and you're going to see the world map. And I started over here, and I went for a long time. I would say 20 zones or something. And now I've reached like only this little amount of distance, and that has taken me many weeks of playing just very, very slowly. And now around about here, it's hard to... Around about here, I can track, because I'm a Yoshi dinosaur whose skin absorbs water instead of drinking. I am comfortable in swamps, so I went swamping, and I killed a lot of guys in the swamp and stuff, and I went swamping. But this was also a mistake because I did contract fin rot, and fin rot became a run-threatening affliction in the respect that it spread from my gill. I used to be able to breathe underwater, but not anymore, because and now it's changed. I used to be able to breathe underwater, but now, because I'm like this Yoshi beast that can swim through water and stuff, and is amphibious. I'm an amphibious humanoid. And so the fin rot spread, and you can see this here. It spread from my head to my face, to my arms, to my legs, and my hands. And as it did, eventually the goats that I were fighting, these goat men, I must have killed 60 or 70 of them. I was committing genocide on the goat men because they keep attacking me. So I'm like, okay, well, the first hostile tribe that I see is goat men. And goat men are really interesting, you know, like how they act is kind of interesting. And they get in constant fights with everyone around them, but they're actually kind of peaceful if you leave them alone. I mean, they're not peaceful if you leave them alone, but if you go on their land, they attack you right away. But they're not very like warlike creatures unless you like step on their land. So the fin rot became a problem because every time I came across this one particular mob, his name was a saw blade. It's like a giant goblin saw shredder. And I was fighting those, even though they were incredibly tough. And this is the system that this game uses. Is incredibly tough on down to easy prey and neutral, and basically too weak to be worth your while. And so I killed 2 or 3 of these incredibly tough plus shredders because I was such a strong melee guy at that point. I could take my axe and I could freezing ray them as they were running because I'm like a weird like Truekin that can do weird mentalist stuff. And so I freezing ray them, and then I'd charge them like a warrior, and then I'd chop off, I dismember them, which definitely chops off one of their limbs. And so depending on what the limb was, like, you know, it would actually be a really crucial win on a nasty physical thing, because you could chop off their legs. You could chop off, if it was the saw blade, I could chop off the saw blade. The saw blade is considered to be an arm on the machine, right? So I was on my way to chop saw blades off of saw blade guys, right? And they were nasty, incredibly tough mobs, but I did beat 2 of them, but the problem was the second one chopped off my face, and I lost my snout. And then when that happened, it sucked. Like, I immediately realized that after a couple of more saves, my limbs were gonna get chopped off, and then they did. Like, because my limbs were so fin rotted, anything with a 2-hander basically chopped off my limbs without even needing the ability to dismember. And so now I have no hand, and I have no right arm. I'm a paraplegic. I have no right arm, no left leg, right? This game's so good like this. I wish I wrote it like this. It just is like this. So, and this makes it so I can't equip weapons. I can't equip guns. And I'm looking at the veritable death of my run. And as I kill the last goat guy that teleports to me after I teleported, after I realized that I've got no arms left, and I don't know what I'm going to do about this situation, but I definitely don't have enough knowledge about the game to fucking divide. Picked up my arms. They're literally like right here. My arms are like body parts that I've got. I don't know where they are in this whole mess, but they are here somewhere. I picked up my arms thinking that, oh my God, I'm going to have to go to a doctor like in the next like probably 3 days and tell them like, you know, I've got these arms that I dropped. There it is. See, there's my arms. Right arm, right hand, right, and my left arm's gone. I didn't even bother picking up that. So I've got my right arm and my right hand in case I run across something like a doctor or something out in this terrible wilderness that like some kind of hedge magician or hedge doctor that can just reattach my right arm and my right hand with just a wave of their magic wand, or a little bit of the sewing of the tissue or whatever, or maybe even just some kind of genetic mutation or some such. Because while I can rebuild my legs, and notice that my legs are here, but they were getting chopped off. Like, as I contracted fin rot across my entire body, this made it so that anything with a 2-hander pretty much just chopped off all my limbs, and I did lose my face. But then when I mutated, as I killed the last goatman and I got ready to restart this, like I probably dumped like 20 hours into this run now or something like that. I'm thinking, oh, I lost my run because I've been streaming Caves of Cud, and I'm gonna lose my run here. And I killed the last goat guy with 1 health left, and I ding and I teleport with one turn left, and I get away and I full heal, and I'm like, well, that's good. At least I didn't die. and then something positive happens. I go to spend my point that I just dinged off the last shredder that just chopped off my last limb, and I can't equip weapons anymore. So I'm looking at veritable death because it's an entire world filled of hostile fucking asshole tribes that don't like you because you don't look like them, right? Like the real world, right? And I begin to get ready to restart the run permanently, and that's never happened to me before because I'm cheesy debugging this game with a quick save so that I can reload if I die, right? But this I can't get around. If I don't know where a doctor is and I have no weapons. Oh, now you're just walking. My guess is yeah, you need to go into your keybinds and look for either an auto run key. Yeah, you need to go look into your keybinds and look for an auto run key like WoW or Final Fantasy 11 and rebind it, Dave. And if you continue to have trouble, I can walk you through it. I can get on the client and I can show you. So to finish the story, I get my face chopped off, and I've got nothing but my head left and my legs, and I've got some legs. I'm a weird mutant that every few levels I can get mutations, and I used to have 6 legs, believe it or not, until they all got chopped off, all of them. And I learned that like while you can run faster and do like hit harder if you have multiple legs and stuff, it doesn't matter if they all get chopped off. You dumped all of your experience into legs that got chopped off, and I learned that on this run. It doesn't matter how many levels you go. There's no level cap or anything in this. You can go for the rest of eternity on one playthrough, I think. But it doesn't matter. Dumping 6 levels into dumping early levels into multiple legs that got chopped off, I learned that the hard way. This is a crazy roguelike that will definitely eat your fucking asshole and slaughter you and steal your quarters and laugh at you while it's doing it. It's like the nastiest game I've ever seen, maybe. But I like that, though. I won't lie. I like odds like that now. Multiple legs, right? I had 7 legs. 6 of them were chopped off when I contracted fin rot across the whole entire bit. And when I lost my left arm, this guy chopped off because I had no way to defend myself, and I didn't have teleport up. Fucking, he chopped off 6 of my legs, and I realized that I lost 6 whole levels of experience points on mutation points. That I just dropped on the ground. You know, I should have picked up the legs, but they would have weighed probably 5 pounds apiece. I don't know. So I didn't pick up the legs, and now I've lost 6 levels of my experience. Imagine if you lost 6 levels in Final Fantasy 11 because you got your legs chopped off. And that's what happened to me. My legs represented levels. I spent levels on my legs so I could run around fast and get away from these things. And if I needed to kite or get away. And what happened was I went into a swamp with a nasty name mob. I contracted the fin rot. I got my limbs chopped off, and then, okay, here's the end of the story, right? So I'm thinking I got to restart my run, and as I kill the last goat and I give up to restart my run, I ding. So I go to look at my mutation chart, and one of the 3 random mutations that I got was horn. And I think, what's horn? And I go and look at horn, and horn turns out to be this thing that you can either have like antlers or a horn or horns or like a devil or horns like a unicorn. And I took the unicorn horn. And when I did this, I got this hidden effect that I was delighted by, which is that you cannot wear helmets if you got a unicorn horn, which is a bad nerf, but I don't care. They're never going to be able to totally disarm me now because I can put all my points into horn. Right? And horn will gore your opponent, which means the goring attack will cause bleeding. It's a bleeding strike. It's like garrote. I'm sorry, yeah, it's like garrote or rupture. It's like rupture. And horn is a short blade class natural weapon that can't be taken away from me. I mean, if they chopped the horn off, I guess they could, but it would be very difficult for them to chop the horn off. So I'm gonna keep leveling the horn. That's probably gonna get chopped off too, but I'm gonna keep avoiding fin rot, right? And I learned that you also get a bleeding save difficulty and intensity the more points you get into it. So the higher points I put into horn, this is much more my style than what my previous style was, which was chopping off one of their arms or one of their legs or even their head or their feet. Their head is funny when you disembowel. It's hilarious. They just die. You chopped out. You got a good roll, and you chopped off their head. So but I ended up getting my arms chopped off. So having what is it called? It's having dismember was worthless because like now I can't swing. This is an axe ability for when you have a two-hand axe, which was my original build. So now I put a bunch of points of strength. So this could have gone a lot worse. I could have maybe when I got my mutation, I could have maybe got like death farts or something like that, and immediately become this creature that shits out toxic clouds of fumes of farts that kill everything around it. That could have been a viable thing that could happen in this game. I'm fairly sure it does happen in this game because I've seen it. And so I could have been a fart monster. I could have been anything when I took the mutation, anything at all. But what it decided to do was make me a unicorn, and unicorns can't be disarmed unless they die. Pretty much, I believe a unicorn will die if their horn is chopped off, I think. And I'm not the same. I believe I can lose the horn and still live because genetic mutations and all kinds of stuff exists in this world. This world is like 10,000 years in the future. So it's so far beyond what sci-fi and pederasty and all that stupid shit they always talk about in the Roman Empire, and all that shit is so far gone beyond what like life is at that point, that there's nothing left but mutated kin and true kin. And the true kin are like these angels, this angel race that came down from heaven just to save us from ourselves. And the mutated guys are what I chose, and I ended up being a Yoshi monster when I went mutated. And the mutation saved my life. Thank God I caught a mutation from a ding right at the end, and it was very, very lucky. I hit a level 11 as my last limb was chopped off, and I morphed into a fucking one-legged unicorn. I shit you not. I'm a one-legged unicorn with no limbs except a head, a face, a unicorn horn that I stab people in the heart with, and a dream. I'm a paraplegic unicorn that just runs around like some kind of fucking rhinoceros stabbing people in their hearts. I shit you not. I'm basically a woodpecker, except no wings. Just I shit you not. I'm a paraplegic woodpecker. Paraplegic woodpecker. And this is why I like this game. I think it's very good. Uh-oh. So I was very worried about physical combat now, but no, it turns out that I'm an extremely strong Yoshi with a unicorn horn in a dream. Oh, yeah? Hey. Oh, yeah. No, you won't. Oh, live and drink. Yeah. Oh, what's this now? Oh, stab. 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 I don't do a lot of damage, but I can take a lot of hits, which is kind of funny. So it's going to be a long time, but I will gore these guys to death to get my XP. There, I got him. I've got other stuff, too, like freezing ray. I can still cast that without my arms somehow. One assumes I basically spit some ice at them or something like that out of my gullet, I would say. But I still have freezing ray. Yeah, it is out of my gullet. I'm pretty sure I'll always have freezing ray, because unless they chop off my head, which can't happen. You can get decapitated in this world. You absolutely can. The freezing ray will never be taken from me unless my head is taken from me, because I believe I spew some ice at them with my mouth. And so now, on top of it, I'm not only a paraplegic woodpecker, but I'm also a paraplegic woodpecker Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero guy. As you can see, I just Mr. Freeze this terrible, whatever this is. It's a terrible, well, it's not terrible. It's an average frozen Quillipede. It's basically, average is even match, right? They didn't want to look exactly like Final Fantasy XI, so they changed it up a little bit. But it's basically the same check system as Dungeons & Dragons. So this thing checks as average, but really that's like even match, right? So this thing could kill me right now, but I did freeze it, and I want to dismember it, but I can't. I believe I can charge it, however. So let's see if I can charge it. Yeah, I can charge it with my unicorn horn and get some definite damage that I maybe wouldn't have got before. I can't fire like a ranged weapon because I don't have arms. And now I'm a little bit scared about what I'm going to have to do to get out of this situation. But it's going to be a journey. I can guarantee you that. Kill this guy. Fuck this guy. Yeah. This thing's so long. Kill this fucking guy. This thing's so long. So long. So long. So, freezing ray. Die, you... Oh my god, did I kill him? I killed him, I killed him. It got so long. Is the ape... the ape is neutral, thank god. I'm gonna save. And yeah, I managed to gore that thing to death eventually. So, at least I have the damage to survive a physical fight still. That's good, but I have been severely fucked up by this world, and I'm now a paraplegic woodpecker, Mr. Freeze. I'm sorry, I'm a paraplegic Mr. Freeze woodpecker. Or unicorn, I'm sorry. I'm a paraplegic, one-legged, like a basically a, I don't know what it would be. Like a pogo stick, Mr. Freeze, but like a narwhal, basically like a land narwhal with Mr. Freeze abilities. I kind of want to kill him just to see what kind of fight he'll put up. You know, let's kill him because who I really don't give a shit about the fights in this world. I just want to kill everything, frankly, and whatever that entails. Right? I've really been in a combat mood in an auto swinger like this. So, it's not an auto swinger, but you do have to wait each turn, which is good. So, freezing ray. No, I don't want to target myself. No, I want to target that guy. Freezing ray, right? Charge. Charge. Narwhal. Narwhal. He's dead, Jim. I got the XP. Save. They're all basically the same game in the end. So, let's go sell these nice copper ingots, and hopefully they sell fast, you know. 64,001. 64,001, 64,001, 64,001. Yeah, I have some money I've got to go get now. So let's go take the crystal over to the Mog House. See, what you do is you go to the Mog House. And the pudding. And the Leo. Gotta go Bastock. Juno? Yeah, Juno. Relude. Yeah, that guy over there. Yeah, that guy over there. Yep, thank you. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, I do believe I have played enough Final Fantasy XI for the night. I'm going to switch over to Starfield. Oh, no, I'm going to pull my money first, though. And then I'm gonna switch over. I was going to do some more fighting. But, I mean, really, it's it's not a very exciting thing. I've got to sit there and grind 12 levels to get to 50, so I have a dancer sub job for my level 99 thief. And, like, I mean, I guess I could go out and do some interesting GOV stuff, but, I mean... I feel like Starfield might be more entertaining to people, maybe. So, let's go do that. Yeah, so let's see. I have... Come on, money. Yeah, money. 76,000 gil. Oh, yeah. Yeah, money. Oh, yeah. Did you get 100,000 gil today? Because I did. Yeah. All right. So, we're going to log out of this. Well, I don't need to log out of this. I don't need to log out of either of these games. All I need to do is change the title. That's it. I don't have to log out of these games. I don't have to stop what I'm doing either, and I'm not gonna. I'm going to go back to... go right back to what I was doing, which was leveling. And, well, yeah, I don't know. I could level in QFIM till those things stop having XP, but it's actually more efficient, I think... No, I think that is actually the most efficient, best place to be right now. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, that's the decent best place to be, I'm fairly sure. So we'll just go back to QFIM. It's not a bad walk, you know, right to the camp. One of the things I like about QFIM is it's just not very much of a journey, you know. I'm not even gonna go to my normal spot because that's the fishing spot. I'm just gonna go to the cliff, you know. I wish I had Flea but I mean, all I have to do is 12 more levels and I'm done with Dancer for the foreseeable future. I want Thief. When I saw the Twashtar on him and what Aftermath can do, I want the Twashtar with the Thawkshaw. I want the Thawkshaw offhand and the Twashtar main. And I'm going to do Dagger Trials, and it's going to take me like a year. It'll take me like a year, but I'm going to do it. Dagger Trials are so awesome. Excuse me. So where am I now? I'm like, oh yeah, this is a good spot. Yeah, I'm down with this spot because there's probably a Thunder Elemental. Let's go see. Oh, I have to summon the Trust either way, so... Now, let's go change my titles across the board. We're going to say... I'm going to take the Caves of Cud off of the title, and I'm going to drop that, and I'm going to say Starfield Early Release / FFXI Retail Dancer and the MMO Lifestyle, right? And then we will identify as Starfall. We'll identify as Awesome. We'll identify. Oh, there's only 178,000 people watching Starfield right now. Okay. So let's see. Then I believe we're done here. Yep, and we're gonna identify Starfield because it's a good place to be. Look at all that viewership, right? Yep. And they're gonna be like, wow, this guy's playing Starfield and FFXI, and I hope I get some kind of interest because I don't care. I don't care what they think about what games I play. Never did give a shit about that. So then Starfield, save. Then Starfield, save. Then we will go back to gaming, Starfield, save. Very good. All the tags are good. Yep, tags are good. We will say Starfield early release. Early release. Very hard. Oh yeah, actually I should have done that title. That's kind of annoying. I should do that title actually. Starfield early release on very hard. Yep, and I'm gonna dual wield these games, I believe. Except I'm on the wrong FFXI client for this, which kind of sucks. Go get this. Did you get? Oh, you didn't get the Trust sub. Damn it! Get the Trust sub. Yeah, I believe I'll log out of this game for now because Final Fantasy will become my Caves of Cud. This is my second game, right? So we say save, yes, save, oh, yep, save, and then quit with save and quit. Do you like Starfield? Because I like Starfield. I have played 25 hours of it since it was released 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Yes, I like Starfield. Oh, I do need to log out of the Final Fantasy client, however. Shut down, right. Continue, blah, blah. E. I love the 10-second load. Yeah. I love my 10-second load. I love my 10-second load into my game. It makes me so happy. It's not toxic like Rust. Rust is the worst load in the history of gaming. And anything that isn't like Rust makes me happy. 10-second loads, yeah. Not 7.5 to 14-minute loads, yeah. Woo. 10 seconds is so much better than 7 fucking minutes. I'd rather play this game for the rest of the time than Rust, because this game loads in 10 seconds. Rust is 7 minutes or whatever, 4 to 7 minutes. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. So, oh yeah, I came here to see if I need to transfer. There's a Grendel. That's in the storage box, but I want to go to inventory. The Coachman I keep. The Cutter I keep. The Equinox. Oh, the Equinox. Yeah, the Equinox. So cool. I forgot. Yeah, this will go away, I think. I don't want to use the ammo for that, but yeah, I got the plenty of rounds for that. So I forgot that I do have the Equinox, and that's going in my main slot. No. Equinox, and then 4. B to 4, and we have an Equinox on the 4, and a Coachman on the 3, and a Berserker with... I don't like this Berserker. Its damage is just goddamn pitiful, and it's wasteful on money. So we'll just stitch this entirely. No. Wait. Oh, you got out of that, did you? Yeah, you did. Okay, well, transfer. And then come out of here, switch over to... Oh, I turned off the music. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Come back and then say savings, audio, music, saving settings. Excuse me. Yeah, there's the good music. Yeah, the good music. Yeah. Yeah, good music. All right, so I love this game. So we will do what will we do? We will switch over, which I'm still having oh yeah, V is compare. Oh yeah, but I want to do that. What it is oh wait, go back. I am trying to go to my inventory and drop you in the box, and then I want to favorite you, but I can't, and that's everything. So I am favorited, so let's see how that feels. So we've got this guy. Nice shotgun, by the way. Oh, it's a lot better of a cursor when you're not ADS for some reason. Oh no, look how adaptive the cursor is. Wow. What's it doing? It's kind of odd. It's like, oh, if you wait. Oh, okay. You get a much tight. Oh wow, they definitely did an interesting shotgun. So there's that. Let's screw with these weapons for a bit. I quick saved. It doesn't matter. Let's kill her.
Much longer.
You got some camel toe, baby. But hey, at least they animated the camel toe, you know? It's more realistic. Alright, so... Oh yeah, did I get everything off me? I don't think I did. I feel like the robot isn't always with me, which kind of is annoying. I'll go to the crew here. No, wait. Oh yeah, a crew. Yep, crew. Oops. Yep, go to do the crew. Crew capacity 1. Oh, there's only 1 crew capacity on it? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Oh, wow, yeah. Alright. Oh, I can sell that? Can I sell that ship? Yeah. Okay, well, so now I've got to go into the 1080. No, that won't be right. It'll be the 1440p. There we go. 1440p, right? But I also need to get into the Ashita again to make sure that this guy has the right things. It does. Okay, good. Okay. We gonna log on. We gonna log on to the Final Fantasy. To the Final Fantasy. Okay, yep. Oh, hey, it's another storage box. So, yeah. Okay, so now we got our loadout, and we got our ammo. And we got our ways to kill things now. Really strong ways to kill things now. But first, I must sell all of my organic materials to what's her name. Oh, the well. I can go into the well from here. Oh, I can. You can go to the well from here. Yeah, you can. Well, let's go do that next. But first, we're gonna go up here and see the lady. I don't know this place well enough to leave yet. Logging on Final Fantasy. Logging on Final Fantasy in the morning. Logging on the Final Fantasy. Logging on the Final Fantasy right now. Logging on the Final Fantasy. Hurry up, you. You're too slow, you. Oh my god, hurry up, you. Yep. Oh yeah, alright, Dave. Good to see you, buddy. Okay, there's that. Now we come back to the Starfield. Okay, well, enjoy your VR session. Don't let him kick your ass. Oh, I was gonna go into the pit, but first we gotta talk to her. Where's the lady?
I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Oh, yeah, I'm inside right now, so display. Never mind, these settings are fine.
Constellation, the artifacts. That doesn't sound crazy, does it?
I wish the graphics were a little better. Where's the lady at? Is she sleeping? Damn it. I'm just gonna go sleep and see if that fixes things. Can't sleep in a non-bedders. There you are. What's up, Noah?
As much as I love uncovering new questions, I would... Great. Let's see what you have.
Sorry to wake you up. Oh, look. 2,000 worth of quirk degenerate tissues. Fucking sweet. Gotta watch her money. Her money will run out fast. There, perfect. I'm back, right back up again. Oh, good. I'm back in, huh? Yep. There's a white. I'm looking for... Oh, I waited too long. Damn it. Oh, well. Here, yeah, that's cool. This thing has a ghost and stuff. Yeah, we'll hang out here. I mean, it doesn't have as many mobs, which kind of sucks.
Stay safe, okay?
before we leave?
Picked up something you might be interested in.
Captain, greetings.
If you don't see what you want, feel free to ask. There is a bit more in the back. Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business.
Oh.
I'm worried the council is going to give away too much in negotiating with you.
Hope you're finding everything you... Oh, please, take a look. Thanks for coming in. Oh, please, take a look. Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
I'm kill for a cup of coffee right about now.
It's validated.
Oh, please, take a look. Thanks for coming in.
skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
That one paid. That one paid clean. Oh, I'm out. I did all of it. I did all of that really quick. Wow. Shit, maybe I should go get more. It's pretty good money. It comes in pretty quick, and it'll just help me pay. Let's go look at the goldsmithing guide again. I don't remember. Wind crystals. Zinc ore and copper ore. See, I'll spend my money on zinc ore. I'll buy a lot of zinc ore. Yeah. Zinc ore and copper ore. See, that's not too bad. Brass ingots, right? Brass ingots, huh? What level am I now? 7. So I've got a little bit more. He says do that at 9. Oh, 7. I should do copper hairpins, which is super sub. You don't want to leap ahead to press. Oh, it's also the test item. Oh yeah, the test item. You can't get past 8 without. What am I now? I'm 7. Yeah, the test item, right? Yeah, copper hairpin. I guess. Yeah, I guess I could go do that for a bit and not kill, but I don't know. I wish your
skill has increased.
Macro. Yay! Level 39, not bad.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
God, I love that sound. And I can play Starfield at the same time, too.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
You're not Garl. Sorry. I shouldn't assume.
Okay, so...
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh, I gotta get Berserk on.
Your skill has increased.
Maybe you go by Carl. You're just not the
Your
Carl
skill
I was
has
waiting for.
increased.
We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. People have been reporting brownouts for a while.
Your skill
And
has
Mass finally
increased.
decided to follow up on it.
Look at my Streamlabs here.
I can't be in two places at once. And Carl isn't here. So I'm just trying to look inconspicuous. See any power flickers while you're out and about? Well, now you know why. Hey! Oh, sorry. We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. I can't be in two places at once. Oh, really? Well, I really don't want to leave this unresolved, so I'll take you up on that. What I need sounds like it should be almost boring by your standards. I can talk you through it remotely, so I'll head over to the monitoring station. I just need you to fix the junction box over near UC Surplus and power it down. We'll see how that reroutes things.
Full spacesuit.
Hey, can you hear me? I think this is working. I only have a general view of things, but you should be near the first junction box. Look for it mounted on the wall. That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez. Okay. Okay, got it. Next one is way... down past Jake's. And maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
I know people say it's a scam, but I really think I should give it a shot.
You won't find anything at that rate.
Can't get a lightning proc. God damn it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
All right, you should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so it may be a little harder to see. That's the one. Next one's not too.
dead end, right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
Oh. Wait, is that a really bad one? I don't know. If it kills me, it kills me. I bet it does kill me. Oh, yeah, it's going to kill me. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Is he going to kill my tank? I don't know. No, we're going to kill him. He doesn't have any physical damage. I mean, he does, but yeah, we're going to get him, yeah. That's good. I don't know if I should have killed this guy's dog. You one-shot my fucking tank, and I can't do this. I can't do this. No, no, no.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, one shot. It's okay. I'll take the free ride home. Now, so what level am I now? I'm like 39 or 40, I think. Yeah, I'm 39, so I believe that's actually crawler's nest if I can get there. Yeah, I can get there. Can you get there fast? I can't remember. I don't think you can. It's so tragic. Don't think there's a survival guide in crawler's nest. It's like, what about Rolandberry Fields? That would be fun. I don't have a fast way to get there, I don't think. Let's go see. Windhurst, Woods. What's the coolest survival guide I can go to, really? Wait, this is not what I wanted. I wanted port. Oops. Port to... Yeah, like, right? Yeah, there we go. And then... That took a lot of medkits, stupid ass dog. Like 3. He came so quick. Or no, I reloaded after that. I didn't use a lot. He didn't do any damage to me. I didn't use medkits actually. She said the money was by her bed. Yeah. Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, but the key though. The key though. Where's the key? Get off. Navigator pack. Heart plus, that's good. I mean, I guess I could sleep. Yeah, why not? Shit, I've killed this place, so... Yeah, shit, it's like, what, 12? It's like, what, yeah, it's 12 at night. I got about 8 hours till 8:30 in the morning. Okay, so... Or vol into the LDM. That could be a good option. Oh no, I need the other paper stuff. So I can't get to Garliage, I don't think. Maybe. Oh, I have Crawler's Nest. I have Crawler's Nest. And that's one of them, Exo-Ray. Let's just go do Exo-Ray. It's one of the things on my list, yeah. Travel using Gil, yeah. Should I have bought anything? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I did everything right. Yeah, I've got everything I need. Like to go all the way to 50 really. So, oh my god, look how much faster that is. It's like boom, 35 minutes that you didn't need to lose is still in your pocket. You didn't give it to us. 35 minutes for no reason. Oh, wait, oh shit. Yeah, look how fast that is. It's like fucking Winters to fucking like Crawler's Nest. Some would say it's cheating. To me, it's like, thank God we're not stuck in the cave anymore. Yeah. Rolling Berry would be fun, but no. It's all about the same as QFM. I want this, but, oh yeah, and before we do anything at all.
Time to get back to the world, eh?
So the money's on by the bed, but where's the key? Where's Topher's key? Oh, I don't want to move. I don't want to lose that. Ah. Fuck, I don't know about this one. It's fine. I'll come back to this one. Or, well, no, I don't know. I should find the key here somewhere. I love the music. It's fucking awesome.
Ready to head out there?
Let's start. Gotta go to the X-rays. But let's do, yeah, let's do X-rays now. No, I don't want to read teleport assistant. So I want to do the GOV for review for, what am I currently doing? Oh yeah, hey, only 2 more death jackets and I get the credit for this one, but I'm doing exo rays. I mean, I might as well get the credit for these and then come back and dump it. Yeah, well, I'll go to bees real quick. I came here once like 5 levels ago and we could actually kill these pretty quick. I bet they're actually fairly weak to me now. No, they're just tough. They'll go down pretty fast. Tough is good for... Tough is great for solo play. Actually, tough pays out good. It's like 200 XP every time. So in modern retail, it's like 500 XP. Somebody's killing these or something? I don't know. That's a lot of link. I don't know. We're okay. Yeah, just separate them though.
Your skill has increased.
112. Oh, because I'm wearing like level 20 armor is why. And I'm like level 40, but that's fine. I'm not the tank anyways, so it doesn't matter. Alright, good. Do that for a while. Okay, so...
Your skill has increased.
Where's this fucking key? Where did you hide it?
Your skill has increased.
Wait, what did I just target? Oh, there. Oh, you? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Your skill has increased.
How's this going? Yeah, this was not too good, the link, but that's alright.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Yeah. Level 40. Did I get something new? Maybe. What else did I get? Waltzes, nothing new. Jigs, nothing new. Steps. Oh, I got stutter step. That's, oh yeah, box step. I haven't been running my quick step and stuff, but I should.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, damn, you can step so quick now. 3 seconds and you're just like...
Your skill has increased.
Dancer's a lot funner than
Your
it used to be.
Your skill has increased.
There it is. Level 5 lethargic days is actually so strong now. The white mage ran out of TP, but I mean, I don't care if the tank dies. We're still gonna win. Oh yeah, so this fucking key, where is it? I don't know. I think I better give up on this one and just let it go, because it's like, I want this key, but I really do not fucking see this at all. Where's your key at? I would never get these. Maybe I'll find him later or something. I imagine I'll probably... Oh. Yeah, I imagine I'll probably find it later, I guess. It's alright. Save. Oops, shit. Oh, damn it, I keep bumping my mouse on my table. It's so annoying. What's that about? Oops. Yeah, no. I know, and I can't get one. It's so annoying. Oh, what? Load. Stupid thing. Oh, I got my 2 Bs, did I? Oh, hey, cool. Current training. Cool. I got 116 tabs, 1160 XP, 532 tabs now. I guess I could put a HP regen on me. I mean, but I don't know. She'll put a regen on me if I need it, but I can actually just use it all the time. So now that I've got a new page, I'm going to go back and grab the new GOV for... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oops. Going to go back and grab the new GOV for exo rays and get my bomb core, whatever it is, X-ray mold out of the way. That'll take a while. Exo rays are also probably really deadly for me right now. They're like level 50, I think. So that'll make this fun. Trusts will hopefully... I hope it's not like too much, but... I don't know. I could also go on Thief. I don't think Dancer is gonna do... Or, well, I don't know. If I kill a lot of Exo Rays, it will be fine. Eventually it will drop. I kind of wish I was Sub Thief now, because, I mean, I don't have... I mean, yeah, like, TH1 would be superior to... I will go Sub Thief, and I bet I do see what I want. Because, like, yeah, at this point, Warrior doesn't give me what Thief does. It doesn't give me as much throughput as Thief Sub does. So I will go back to mines real quick, yeah. 1,000 gil. Yeah, this was kind of expensive, but whatever. I got it. I paid for it by finishing the page. Well, I give up. I can't figure out the key, so whatever.
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. It should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow.
Best watch your pocket.
And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the Trade Authority. Okay. Just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet. Okay, the final box I need you to deal with should...
Okay, I'm in Boss Bastock. I must change my, sub and then go back to Crawler's Nest and do exo-ray molds. Actually, I mean, well, yeah, this is when I would do it, yeah. So travel to another home point from the current region of Bastock Mines to the other place. Yeah.
Right around there. Unfortunately, I just realized you're in for a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of field attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down.
Gotta get all Far Cry 2 about it.
You found them all, and really quickly too. I'm impressed. Did I say thank you? Because thank you. There's no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself.
Excuse me. I wonder if Dancer fucking Thief like hurts in terms of sneak attack. It's actually kind of funny here. I guess I wouldn't have Zerker there anymore, but I'll just go take it upstairs, I guess. I had to throw this macro set together as I went. It's kind of annoying. So we'll just borrow you and we'll say sneak, right? And sneak attack. Oh, I should write a steal and a flee macro, but I don't have flee. I will, though, eventually. Hurry up, you. Okay, so let's go to... Oh, maybe I can do Crawler's Nest now and the Crystal, yeah? Qfim, Kuzatz, Elshimo Low... Shushu, Gooseberg, Doolin Niles, West Ottergon. No, that won't work. We'll just go to Winders, to Port Winders, to the E. Yes, please.
Well, not everyone would be, and I appreciate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was. The Trade Authority. So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain. But if not, then this is where we part ways. And someone of your expertise deserved a little extra, I thought.
Hey, nice. 20 or whatever, yeah. 3,800 or whatever it was, yeah. 2,800.
So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating. I have to go in there, but I really, really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly? Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think.
Enjoy hockey. Looking for...
Hey, no funny stuff with that boost pack. Got enough flight traffic as it is.
People joke. Say those ladrones, they'll like worship a snake. But let me tell you.
A visit from Mast.
Even in the well, the trade authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, yes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And was it you were accusing
This was
me of
pretty
with
low on the list of things I wanted to do
evidence?
today. The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it, and now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back. If you're here to make unfounded allegations, it seems you'll have to get in line.
Okay, just be ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what.
Don't worry. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle the situation.
I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay? Okay, you're probably right. Just need to breathe.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you, I will eagerly assist in getting to the bottom of this.
No, you're not weaseling out of this. We got to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work, but I'd do a little more research before casting aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and I've been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you. For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little...
Oh no, which way's out? Okay. Okay, now I must take Exo-rays. Prowesses. Review active prowesses. Okay, so read about individual training. I'm looking at Exo-rays, which is not that one. It's like 3, 4. 4 X-rays, 2 horn flies, sure. Yep, they're 50 to 54, which is scary because I'm 40. So they'll be hard. But I bet we can do them before they die. Or, well, I don't know. Maybe I should just get 2 levels here and work my way to the... work my way to the crawlers.
Your skill has increased.
Okay.
Problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes.
Your
with
skill has
mass
increased.
access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so... I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay,
Your
well,
skill has increased.
this is not how I saw this going. For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box?
Your skill has increased.
$1,250 off
has
him.
Increased.
My God.
Your skill has increased.
No, I don't see a world where Exo-rays don't kick my ass till I'm like 45. I picked the wrong page. I need crawlers and bees for a while longer, for like until 45.
Your skill has increased.
I'm tripping. I can't do this kind of I can't do Exo-ray. He'll just silence bomb the white mage and just wipe me out. He'll kill the tank in like 4 or 5 hits and it'll be over. I'll have to sit book for a little while.
Your skill has increased.
But that's okay. I mean, honestly, yeah, Gust Slash, no thanks. I mean, Gust Slash is good, but I'll just keep my TP at 3,000. I'll dump if I reach 3,000. Yep. So let's go back to the book. This was the wrong page. 1,800 experience, anyways. So yeah, I mean, 1,800 XP for the crawler. And yeah, let's go. I mean, I'm gonna get my levels so quick it won't matter. Might as well run the pages that I can do. Cancel the current training, and I want to take page 1, right? I think, yeah, crawlers and bees. That's it. Yep, let's do it. Ooh, I didn't know that my life was going to be Starfield and FFXI, but it makes me so happy. It actually does. It's like shit works like peas and carrots together. It's like fucking sweet. I'm like, yeah, just get on this, right? There we go. We can just go play our game and
Maybe Zoe really is telling the truth.
Why exactly are you standing here instead of assisting us? Welcome to the Trade Authority. If, however, you are here under false pretense, then I'm afraid you'll find nothing illegitimate here to report to her. And I ask that you pass along my request to stop these silly games. So, what'll it be?
Your skill has increased.
Perhaps, but I'm quite confident in my business, and I refuse to be intimidated.
Your skill has increased.
Please, let me know if I can assist you further. That depends. If you have a ship and
yes, 1,560. That's so much XP. That's just insane. Like, they made this so easy, but I don't mind it. I know it's going to be harder up there. I realize that I don't need to take their crappy like instanced gear, welfare gear. I mean, I need their welfare gear, but that's it. I just need their welfare gear, and then I can sit Reeves and colonization and do the entire Seekers expansion word for word and treat it like new content, because I mean, it isn't new content to me, but it's been
Your skill has
10
increased.
or 11 years. I love Seekers, and I'm excited. Wish I had
Your
Cyclone.
skill has increased.
It's good I am getting Dagger Skill. I should have... Oh, I have these Inshitaron.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, did I put those away? I might have. I might have put them away, you know. If I can... Well, no, I'll just get the skill for free and sell the dagger things. With Link, I want to watch, but I mean, normally, yeah, I don't
Your
know.
skill has
No,
increased.
there's no way we're losing this. There's no way.
Willing to haul cargo, then we've got some work. Otherwise, you're gonna have to be more specific. We frequently post.
Your skill has increased.
God, I love Dancer. Do I have something else? Ooh. Oh yeah, let's test out this sneak attack and... Oh, is he dead? Yeah, he is, yeah. Are you on me or him? You're not on me, you're on him. Oh no, I'm never gonna be able to sneak attack him if you do this. Oh, whatever. It's alright. It's alright.
Your skill has increased.
Yep, these are the perfect target for me.
Cargo running jobs up on the mission boards around town. Check them out. I've heard our jobs pay well, and on the off chance that's not what you're looking for, well, I can't really help you then.
Your skill has increased.
Ooh, she has stuff for sale?
Of course.
Oh, well, right on. Cool. I have some miscellaneous. Not. Oh, nope. No, I don't. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Ooh. Oh. And I would almost like to be the tank, except these things will rip me a new a-hole. Dancer can tank when they have the right armor. Later on. I mean, no. I'll just get to 50 and stop. I don't need to think about it or worry about it. The tank and the truss will just see me through. I love it. Don't have to worry about it. Don't have to talk to them. It's not that I don't mind doing those things. I love being around people, but I did it all my life. I'm okay with a little bit of solo support now. I shouldn't have dumped my TP, but oh well. Oh, yep. Sling. 7 Unity accolades for a total of 2756. 6821. As a special bonus for your valiant efforts, you've been awarded a corset. A corset? Wait, a corset. You're shitting me. I got a corset out of that. I got a corset, but it's bad stats, kind of. Yeah, -2 strength nerf for me is a pretty bad deal. But I mean, a corset's cool. Sure. I told Unity to stop. I don't know why.
Your skill has increased.
Unity is on, but oh no, hold Unity. No, just Unity. Oh, assisty. I don't want those off. But, Unity, we want Unity. Unity. I want you to hold. No, Unity. I want you to hold. Like,
Your skill has increased.
Oh, damn it! Can I just leave the Unity? No. Oh well. $9.50.
Your skill has increased.
Let's see how her sneak attack is. Wait, can I shit, can I Viper Bite on Dancer? How much was that? 29. No. Yeah, I don't get a stack
skill has
from
increased.
sneak attack. I don't know why. I mean, Viper Bite might stack. I guess it might give me a
Your skill has
reason.
increased.
Reason to Viper Bite, I guess. Well, I guess we could try
Your
it.
skill has increased.
Let's try it with Viper Bite and see if it's better than nothing. You know, Viper Bite.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has
Oh, there's
increased.
Cyclone. Cyclone is good though. Cyclone's really good. But let's see if
Your
it
skill
stacks,
has
huh?
increased.
Let's see if this stacks. Shashuk. It was 378. No shit. No shit. 378 on a dancer. No shit. 378. All right, well, cool. Yeah, never mind. Shit, maybe I should be a dancer thief if I can just run. Like, why would I be a thief dancer? Well, I know why. Never mind, I know why.
Your skill has increased.
Shit, yeah, well, okay. So, shit, yeah, okay. Shit, okay. Well, there's that.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
You won't find a better selection of...
Your skill has increased.
Ooh, a cutlass.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, but it's probably sucky. Melee sucks in this game unless you spec into it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I don't really have the caps for this. But I kind of need the shotgun shell, sort of. Yeah, so, yeah, buy that, though. Definitely, at least. Yeah, so... Unfortunately. Man, I blew through my money so goddamn fast. The way that I want to play the game. The game plays like how I want it to, which is combat. But I think I kind of have, like, definitely kind of fucked around with it a little bit. What am I at now? I'm 42 already. Shit, yeah. Like, Dancer's, like, really fun, actually. But, I mean, yeah, without the Thief sub, ugh. Yeah. Or, sorry, without Treasure Hunter, it's like, yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Many different parties use the mission board to post jobs for freelancers and the like. For example, the Trade Authority uses them to post cargo hauling jobs. You'll usually find mission boards in bars, typically ones nearest spaceport. You might be able to find them elsewhere, but that's your best bet.
Spaceport, huh?
Your skill has increased.
There are more important things you should be doing right now, you know? As
Your
I
skill
said.
has increased.
Can you turn off
Your
how
skill has increased.
it handles... Damn it, none of this stuff is like, man, it's such a basic menu, but it's also really clear.
I have been aware of the issues with the power grid for a while now. I've been taking notes.
Cool, 900 XP. Let's keep going west.
Your skill has increased.
Okay, here it goes.
Your skill has
440. 440. Oh my god. The game's fun again. The game's like so fun to me. 440 on a fucking dancer thief sub.